At the breeding facility in Qingyang City, Qingchen stared at the panda cub sleeping peacefully under the shade of a tree and let out a silent sigh. In this world where everyone bonded with spirit beasts, he had come away empty-handed from the talent awakening ceremony 3 days ago. In this world that revered the strong, he had neither money nor any trump cards. Today, his homeroom teacher had organized a class trip to the facility to select bonding partners, and the facility only provided lifestyle spirit beasts. She knew this path wasn't sharp or dazzling, but it was the only road he could walk right now. The spirit beasts here were gentle and practical. Spirit bees that could produce spirit honey, blue prison chickens that laid spirit eggs daily, and giant pandas that could cultivate spirit bamboo shoots after evolving into Panda Kings. Their combat power wasn't strong, but their products could be sold for money. They weren't thrilling, but they could support a family. For ordinary people without talent or resources, becoming a lifestyle beast tamer was the most stable choice. He no longer avoided reality, driven only by a small obsession in his heart, a bond with a giant panda. The unfulfilled dream from his time on Blue Star should have a place to land in this other world. He never expected that dreams and reality would meet here, and he didn't ask for more. Since he couldn't start with cheats like the protagonists in Blue Star novels, he would keep a panda as company and live a stable life. With his mind made up, he scanned the cubs throughout the garden, his gaze suddenly stopping on that chubby, round little fellow sleeping peacefully. Taking a few steps forward, he scooped it up from the grass like picking up a dormant machine and forcing it to boot up. The sudden weightlessness left the panda cub looking bewildered. It groggily lifted its head, as if silently protesting that this person must have something wrong with his brain. But Qingchen had already extended his right hand, his palm glowing with the brilliant light of a complex magical array, the patterns layered like a flower of light blooming in his palm. In this world, learning to communicate with spirit beasts was every apprentice's first lesson, and bonding was the starting point for everything. How about becoming my spirit beast? His voice was calm, his attitude firm. The cub froze for a moment, then slowly shook its head. Its tender little paws gently touched its own eyes, its tone light, but clear. It was born blind, and wasn't suitable to be a spirit beast and waste each other's time. Qingchen was momentarily speechless, his gaze involuntarily falling on its eye. She had thought it was just drowsiness from waking up, never imagining it was a congenital defect. He stood stunned for a moment as the cub quietly wriggled free from his embrace and walked alone toward a quieter corner. That small, quiet figure seemed accustomed to being examined and accustomed to being abandoned. Watching that retreating figure, Qingchen suddenly smiled, seeing his own shadow from when he first arrived in this world, the same confusion, the same loneliness. He caught up and placed his hand on top of the cub's head, his palm warm, his tone restrained but determined. Trust me, become my bonded spirit beast, and I'll find a way to heal your eyes. The cub's heart trembled slightly. It wasn't that it had never been chosen before, quite the opposite. When it first arrived here, many gazes had fallen on it. But as soon as people learned it was blind, they couldn't even maintain their pretended enthusiasm and would turn away immediately. So it had long since become indifferent to the word bond. But there was something in this person's wordsick gentleness with an unyielding strength that stirred unexpected ripples in its heart. Give me a chance. Qingchen opened his right hand again, the bonding array lighting up once more. Hesitation rose and fell like tides. But finally, the cub raised its chubby right paw and slowly placed it on the light array. The light patterns intertwined, and the bond was complete. In Qingchen's mind, an information panel immediately appeared. The name field was blank. The species showed giant panda. The level was marked juvenile stage, 10 progress, and the aptitude was silver. He saw it clearly. The stats were pitiful, extremely pitiful. Silver aptitude was only the third tier of spirit beast aptitude, and the current juvenile stage had no skills whatsoever. This was normal lifestyle spirit beasts typically only naturally awakened skills when breaking through major realm boundaries, and it wasn't time yet. Let's give you a name first. How about I call you Qingtuan? He looked at that ball of white fluff, his expression finally warming. The cub hugged his arm, clinging closer like a small rice cake, and softly agreed. The name was simple, but it made its heart feel tender simply because he had chosen it. It liked it. Let's go home. Qingchen gently stroked along Qingtuan's fur, the restlessness in his heart seeming to settle. At that very moment, a calm, neutral mechanical voice suddenly intruded into his mind. Spirit Beast bonding complete. Spirit Beast simplification system activated. Binding successful. System introduction. All matters related to spirit beasts can be simplified. He froze. Then his heart raced with barely contained joyous system. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had read countless stories of geniuses fear Padoan players fear cheaters, and now that kind of unreasonable cheat had arrived at this very moment. But after the brief excitement, he quickly collected himself and asked concisely and directly, hoping for a more detailed explanation of the system's functions. No matter how he inquired, that mechanical voice didn't appear again, as if everything just now had been an auditory hallucination. Qingchen pondered. Were there still triggering conditions missing? Just as he had to complete the bonding first to bind the system, perhaps he needed to further activate some kind of connection. Spirit beasts, simplification, all matters related to spirit beasts can be simplified? He contemplated the brief hints, and inspiration struck. He pulled out the breathing technique distributed by the school from his backpack, the 10,000 returns to one method. This technique wasn't for human cultivation, but for spirit beasts to practice, absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to increase their levels. Spirit beast level divisions were clearly defined: juvenile stage, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, stellar, and king level 8 major realms, step by step. To level up, one had to follow breathing techniques to absorb spiritual energy. The next instant, the familiar mechanical voice indeed returned. Simplifiable breathing technique detected. Target, Qingchen. Spend 10,000 dragon coins for simplification? Qingchen's heart stirred. His guess was confirmed. As long as it was something that affected spirit beasts, the system would be awakened. But then he couldn't help but complain his system actually charged fees? What did the system need money for? Even this doubt could only be swallowed back. He ultimately didn't hesitate too long and gritted his teeth before confirming. He didn't want to miss a chance that might change his fate, because for someone starting as an orphan like him, 10,000 dragon coins already represented a significant portion of his wealth. Simplified cultivation of the all-in-one method, eating bamboo shoots. As the system's voice echoed, Qingchen saw a golden light drift from the breathing technique in his hand and merge directly into Qingtuan's body. Did it work? His heart skipped a beat. According to the system, Qingtuan could now grow stronger simply by eating bamboo. Giant pandas naturally love bamboo shoots and sleeping. Ordinary beast tamers who want to train panda companions usually have to force them to control their appetite and focus on cultivation. But the system had directly simplified cultivation into eating bamboo shoots. The significance was obvious. Fresh green bamboo shoots were piled beside the stall, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Without much thought, Qingchen immediately pulled out 100 dragon coins to buy bamboo shoots and stuffed his prize into the arms of the little chubby one. Eat. Go ahead and eat your heart out. Qingtuan looked down to see only one palm-sized bamboo shoot left and couldn't help but facepalm. You're nice enough, but the way you're talking, it sounds like there's a whole truck parked behind us. Complaints aside, eating was serious business. It held the shoot with both front paws and munched away with rapid crunch-crunch sounds. In just a few bites, the bamboo shoot was gone. With a thought, Qingchen opened the semi-transparent data panel before his eyes. Name, Qingtuan. Species, giant panda. Level, juvenile stage 1015. Aptitude, silver. 15. Just one shoot had increased it by 5. At this rate, 17 more shoots would break through to bronze level. Given Qingtuan's eating speed, it probably wouldn't even take a full day. In comparison, normal beast tamers needed at least 1 to 2 months to push their companions to bronze level, and even so-called geniuses had to struggle for a week. Thinking of this, Qingchen couldn't help but smile. What are you grinning about? It's just contracting with a giant panda. Someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Qingchen turned around to see his classmate Xiaji, who was smiling. These things have huge appetites. Be careful it doesn't eat you out of house and home. Students who made it to this training base were mostly those without money or talent, so both understood each other's situation. Come on, the homeroom teacher wants everyone who's finished contracting to gather at the base entrance. All right, Qingchen agreed, but turned back to the stall to buy 2 more bamboo shoots for Qingtuan before heading to the meeting point with Xiaji. In front of the base entrance, all the students lined up in 2 rows with their beast companions either lying or standing nearby, creating a lively scene. After confirming everyone was present, homeroom teacher Wu Fong walked to the front of the group. First, congratulations to everyone for officially becoming beast tamers. He looked around at everyone with a booming voice. Although you're currently just domestic-type beast tamers, with good luck, you might not be unable to transform into combat beast tamers in the future. Combat beast tamers. Low gasps of amazement immediately rose from the crowd, with many students' eyes flashing with longing. Unlike lifestyle beast tamers, combat beast tamers possess incredibly formidable fighting abilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could move mountains, fill seas, pluck stars, and tread upon the moon. However, entering that profession requires far more than just passion. Both money and talent are absolutely essential. For the ordinary students in class who lacked both wealth and exceptional talent, becoming a combat beast tamer was nothing more than a distant dream written in the sky. Homeroom teacher Wu Fong was well aware of this reality, so he didn't waste time with meaningless encouragement on the topic. Instead, he cut straight to the point. In 1 month, the school competition officially begins. His voice rose. Your results will directly determine whether you can advance to higher education institutions and what tier of institution you can attend. Although you don't need to report to school during this month, don't slack off. Work hard to improve your abilities and strive for good rankings. As his words ended, he looked expectantly across the classroom, only to see dozens of heads hanging low. They didn't even have the courage to look up. The combat power of lifestyle beast tamers simply wasn't in the same league as their combat-focused classmates, and they understood this better than anyone. According to previous year's statistics, less than 1 in 10,000 lifestyle beast tamers could gain admission to higher education institutions. To prevent the atmosphere from completely hitting rock bottom, Wu Fong shared an old story: don't lose heart. There was once a senior who, with just a wild bull beast, fought his way into the top 100 of the competition and was accepted by a decent higher education institution. As long as you can overcome your beast's natural tendencies and make them train diligently, you might still have a chance. After finishing, he offered a few more dutiful words of comfort before calling everyone to board the bus for the return journey. About an hour later, the bus came to a stop. Qingchen jumped off while carrying Qingtuan in his arms. Come on, Qingtuan, let's go buy bamboo shoots. Don't be polite with meat to your heart's content. Not long ago, this panda beast had just slowly finished nibbling on 2 bamboo shoots. Without giving it much thought, Qingchen carried it straight toward the nearby market where bamboo shoots were much cheaper than at the training facility. The same 100 dragon coins might buy 10 shoots at the market. No need, not right now. I'm full. Qingtuan waved its short, chubby paws repeatedly and patted its round little belly. Qingchen was stunned. Had he really thought it was a bottomless pit? He'd forgotten that beasts could get full too. He had previously assumed Qingtuan ate slowly out of shyness or reluctance, never realizing it was simply stuffed. How about some digestive tablets? Or maybe, laxatives? He muttered under his breath. Qingtuan's face instantly darkened. You little brat, doesn't this panda's life matter at all? Completely ignoring the protest, Qingchen still entered the market, boldly spending 200 dragon coins to bring back over 10 bamboo shoots, then shelling out another 30 dragon coins for a bottle of digestive tablets, before contentedly heading home with Qingtuan. It was a small house, not spacious but cozy. Qingchen placed Qingtuan on the old but clean sofa, then arranged the large bundle of bamboo shoots and the bottle of digestive tablets nearby. Qingtuan, don't force yourself when you're hungry. Eat bamboo shoots. When you're full, take digestive tablets. Looking at the bamboo shoots covering the floor and the medicine bottle, Qingtuan had only one thought. Living bodhisattvas aren't uncommon, but this is the first time I've encountered a living king of hell. After giving instructions to Qingtuan, Qingchen pulled out his phone and entered the Beast Tamer forum. As soon as the homepage refreshed, a pinned post by the administrator immediately caught his eye. Bronze exclusive secret realm for newcomers outside Qingyang City opens the day after tomorrow. The red highlighted words, trending, hot, and limited time, were particularly eye-catching. Qingchen clicked on the post and quickly scanned through the lengthy description and comments. As the name suggests, Bronze exclusive secret realm only allows bronze-level beast tamers to enter. As for why secret realms come into existence, the post offered no definitive answer. Qingchen only knew that secret realms were independent spaces where danger and opportunity coexisted. Countless high-aptitude beasts and rare resources in the Alliance came from secret realms, yet countless beast tamers had also been lost forever within them. Time waits for no one. Compared to regular secret realms, exclusive ones were rare, and this one happened to be limited to bronze level. Qingchen instantly made his decision, had to venture in. According to the post's analysis, the strongest forces within the realm wouldn't exceed bronze level. With 2 more days, he was confident he could raise Qingtuan's overall strength to match that of combat beasts. Moreover, bronze exclusive secret realms had always been the hotspots with the highest appearance rate of high-aptitude beasts, and had even produced king-level aptitude before. King-level aptitude meant that following the predetermined evolution path would result in a king-level beast. A single gold aptitude beast was worth millions of dragon coins, so capturing something of even higher aptitude would be invaluable. With his mind made up, Qingchen continued browsing posts about the secret realm to gather more intelligence, while Qingtuan, having nothing else to do, held a bamboo shoot and chewed it leisurely, the crisp sounds echoing continuously. Time slipped away to the rhythm of scrolling through posts and munching bamboo shoots. The next morning, after washing up, Qingchen pushed open the door and entered the living room, where Qingtuan was sleeping soundly on the sofa with all 4 paws in the air, a trail of glistening drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. After just one night, this little guy seemed to have gained a whole size, and his fur had become much fluffier and denser. Qingchen was stunned, his gaze falling on the coffee table completely empty. Not a trace of bamboo shoot remains, and even the large bottle of digestive tablets had been completely cleaned out. Good grief, you even dare to treat medicine as snacks. Qingchen sighed inwardly and quickly pulled up the contract panel, worried that Qingtuan might have eaten himself into trouble. Name, Qingtuan. Species, giant panda. Level, bronze 0. Aptitude, silver. Skill, focus beginner 0. Skill effect, briefly blocks external interference, slightly enhances attention, speed, and strength. The panel displayed the brand new bronze designation. Qingtuan had actually broken through overnight. Qingchen looked up at the chubby ball still sleeping soundly and couldn't help but be amazed. Unlike beasts that need cultivation to break through, a beast tamer's level depends entirely on the level of their strongest contracted beast. As long as he cultivated Qingchen to bronze level, the contract's feedback would automatically elevate him to the ranks of bronze beast tamers. Like beast levels, beast tamer levels were also divided into apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, stellar, and king. After becoming a bronze beast tamer, with each major realm advancement, a beast tamer could contract one additional beast. However, since the gap between bronze beast tamers and apprentice beast tamers wasn't that significant, Qingchen couldn't pinpoint exactly when Qingtuan had advanced. But even counting the entire night, Qingtuan had climbed from juvenile stage to bronze rank in just 18 hours. This kind of progress could no longer be described as merely fast. Just as Qingchen was still reeling from the shock, that cold yet familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his mind once again. Skill simplification detected. Focus. Target. Qingtuan. Spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yes, no. As expected, beast skills could also be simplified and upgraded. This system notification was well within his predictions, so without any hesitation, he confirmed, yes. The next second, the system responded. Simplification complete. Focus training, sleeping. Qingchen was instantly speechless. A skill called Focus had its training method changed to sleeping. This system truly understood the meaning of simplification. Since sleeping could now enhance strength, he decided not to wake Qingtuan and let the little guy continue snoring away while clutching the blanket corner. With this free time, he decided to go downstairs for supplies. Bamboo shoots and digestive tablets were both essential. Sleep was one thing, but the little one would need to eat when it woke up. However, when he pulled out his phone to check his bank account balance, his heart still skipped a beat. His entire fortune had dwindled to less than 30,000 dragon coins. Every system activation burned through money. Now that Qingtuan had advanced to bronze rank, he'd also need to prepare the evolution path and materials required for the push towards silver rank. A rough calculation showed that money was needed everywhere, so he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. 1. Once Qingtuan woke up, head to the Beast Tamer Alliance to get certified as a Bronze Beast Tamer and pocket the official rewards. 2. Use his Bronze Beast Tamer status to enter Bronze exclusive secret realms and start earning money fast. This was the only path available to him as an orphan with no backing or resources. For now, with Qingtuan still fast asleep, there was no point in being anxious. Might as well go out shopping first. About an hour later, Qingchen returned to his rental apartment carrying bags large and small. He had barely sat down in his chair when he noticed Qingtuan's tightly closed eyelids trembling slightly, as if struggling to wake up. Sure enough, after a brief battle, the little guy opened its round eyes and began fumbling around with its chubby limbs, seemingly searching for something to lean on. Qingchen extended his right hand, gently placing it on Qingtuan's soft little belly. Feeling the familiar warmth, Qingtuan immediately grabbed his arm and nuzzled affectionately against it with its cheek. Now that you're awake, how about some bamboo shoots? Qingtuan froze mid-motion. It did love bamboo shoots, but it couldn't handle eating them every single day like this. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't dare work this hard. Qingchen chuckled and ruffled its head. Just kidding. Since you're awake, come with me to the Beast Tamer Alliance. Then Qingtuan's information panel appeared before his eyes. Skill, Focus Beginner 10. The proficiency had directly increased by 10. As the message flashed before his eyes, Qingchen's heart jolted, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Beast Taming Skill Mastery was divided into 4 stages. Beginner, Minor Accomplishment, Major Accomplishment, and Perfection. With each advancement, the skill's effectiveness would be enhanced accordingly. At this terrifying growth rate, Qingtuan would master Focus to Minor Accomplishment in 2 days at most. At this thought, he once again marveled at the system's heaven-defying nature under normal circumstances. It would take months or even years for a beast to improve proficiency through practice and comprehension. Composing himself, he closed Qingtuan's data panel, picked up Qingtuan along with 2 fresh bamboo shoots, and headed out the door. After leaving the residential complex and boarding a bus, he got off about half an hour later and continued on foot. Throughout the journey, Qingtuan's obsession with bamboo shoots remained unwavering. Despite being stuffed to the point of hiccuping just yesterday, the little creature was now burying its head in the shoots, gnawing them clean to the last bite. Looking at the round little fellow in his arms, Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the homeroom teacher always said that those who could overcome their beast's natural instincts would surely achieve great things in the future. He suddenly became curious about the bamboo shoot enhancement effect after advancing to bronze rank and casually pulled up the panel again. Level, bronze 0. What? No effect at all. The data made him furrow his brow. He quickly thought of a possibility. As Qingtuan advanced in rank, ordinary bamboo shoots could no longer meet its cultivation requirements. I'll need to switch to higher-grade bamboo shoots. He rubbed his temples while calculating silently. Like beast levels, resources were also classified by grade: common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum. The higher the grade, the more abundant the spiritual energy contained, and naturally, the price would skyrocket accordingly. Thinking about yet another substantial expense, he could only shake his head helplessly. Troubles really came one after another. Lost in thought, a magnificent and imposing building came into view. The structure had only 3 floors, yet each floor stood nearly 10 meters high. It stretched even wider horizontally, with its left and right ends beyond sight. At the center, an antique black and gold gate bore 5 bold characters: Beast Tamer Alliance. The Beast Tamer Alliance was established jointly by Dragon Nation and other countries as the official mega-institution for beast tamers. It handled both information registration and updates, while also serving as the largest and most authoritative trading platform for beast taming resources. From common to rare resources, from king-rank beast cubs to king-rank skills, virtually everything could be found here. Patting Qingchen in his arms, Qingchen stepped into the Beast Tamer Alliance Hall. As the only Beast Tamer Alliance branch hall in Qingyang City, the building was always bustling with crowds, no matter the time of day. With a clear purpose in mind, Qingchen didn't linger for a moment. After spotting the sign for the information registration area, he quickly headed there with Qingchen in tow. Beast tamers were lined up shoulder to shoulder at the service window, and he waited patiently for several minutes before his turn finally came. "I'd like to update my Beast Tamer rank and get certified as a Bronze Beast Tamer," Qingchen said straight to the point. "Certainly, please follow me," replied the female staff member, dressed in a crisp professional suit. She immediately stood up and led him through the corridor behind the service window to a row of metal chamber doors. Rank certification involves personal privacy, so the entire process is completed with machine assistance. "Your room number is 601, she said, pointing to the door plate before turning to head back. Qingchen pushed open the door, with Qingchen following close behind. In the center of the room stood a silver-gray certification machine, roughly 3 meters square, with a simple and clear operational flowchart displayed on a panel beside it. He stepped forward and placed his right hand on the scanning platform. Beast Tamer information matched successfully. "Login complete," announced a calm mechanical voice as his personal profile appeared on the screen. Qingchen directly selected Beast Tamer rank certification, and then, following the prompts, gently placed Qingtuan's right paw on the adjacent scanning platform. Extracting beast information. Extraction complete. Analyzing beast information. Analysis complete. Beast rank, bronze. Beast Tamer rank certification successful. Current rank, Bronze Beast Tamer. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds, his status label was successfully upgraded from apprentice to bronze. "Qingchen, congratulations on becoming a Bronze Beast Tamer. Rewards granted. Initial reward of 10,000 dragon coins. 1 free selection from bronze-level beast skills. Monthly allowance of 3,000 dragon coins." The screen refreshed again, displaying every alliance reward without omission. The dragon coins would be automatically transferred to his linked account, eliminating any additional procedures. As expected, Qingchen skipped over this and focused his attention on the bronze-level beast skill selection. As everyone knew, beast skills were divided into 2 major categories: innate and acquired. Innate skills came in 2 types. 1. Origin skills possessed from birth, commonly found in rare combat-type beasts. Lifestyle beasts like Qingtuan rarely had these. 2. Skills naturally awakened during rank breakthroughs, such as the focus skill that Qingtuan awakened when advancing to bronze rank. Acquired skills also followed 2 paths. 1. Self-comprehension. 2. Learning through existing skill books. Skill book levels corresponded to beast ranks, clearly divided into 7 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, stellar, and king level. Each advancement brought tremendous improvements in effectiveness, but the cultivation difficulty increased proportionally. However, for Qingchen, who possessed the simplification system, these difficulties were hardly obstacles. Therefore, from the Alliance's vast bronze beast skill library, he only selected those with high cultivation difficulty but equally outstanding effects. After careful consideration, Qingchen found himself torn between the 3 remaining skills. Bajabang, bronze level. Description: through a special power transmission method, can unleash a strike far exceeding one's own strength. Learning requirements: none, just need hands, or even without hands, it's still possible. Price: 100k, exchangeable. Wave perception, bronze level. Description: by emitting and receiving wave trajectory feedback, perceive everything in the surroundings. Learning requirements: have pores and a brain. Price: 100k, exchangeable. Flash step, bronze level. Description: briefly synchronize with spatial rhythms to push one's speed to the limit. Learning requirements: certain physical requirements for beast tamers. Price: 100k, exchangeable. Given Qingtuan's current condition, wave perception was the most suitable choice. As for the others, he'd consider them when he had more money. With this thought, Qingchen clenched his fists. He had promised to heal Qingtuan. Though he couldn't restore its sight for now, he could at least help Qingtuan see the world in a different way. With his mind made up, he no longer hesitated and directly exchanged for the Beast Taming Skill Wave Perception. Bronze Beast Taming Skill Wave Perception. Exchange successful. The next second, system notifications followed. Congratulations, Qingchen. According to system data comparison, you have broken Xinjiang City's record for fastest advancement to Bronze Beast Tamer, shortening the previous record from 3 days to 16 hours. According to Beast Tamer Alliance rules, for breaking the shortest advancement time to Bronze Beast Tamer, the following rewards are granted. 1. 1 million Dragon Coins. 2. 1 free selection of gold-level beast taming equipment. Please choose whether to register this record under your real name note. This choice does not affect reward distribution. Qingchen remained silent for a moment, ultimately choosing no, currently lacking both money and influence. If someone with ulterior motives discovered his anomaly, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be taken for research. Before gaining the ability to protect himself, keeping a low profile was the wisest course. The vanity that came with a public record clearly had more drawbacks than benefits compared to the potential risks. After making his choice, tremendous fortune came crashing down. 1 million Dragon Coins. Gold-level beast taming equipment. The Dragon Coins were like timely aid in snow, but a gold-level beast taming equipment, when converted to market price, would cost at least several million Dragon Coins. Opening the beast taming equipment selection interface, Qingchen entered several keywords, and the screen still displayed several full pages of options. However, most equipment needed to be transferred from other branch halls, with only a few gold-level beast taming equipment pieces currently stored in Xinjiang City's branch warehouse. Heavy rock armor, gold level. Description: defensive armor made from special rocks, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Special property: resists some mental attacks. Price: 8 million. Exchangeable. Indestructible shield, gold level. Description: crafted from scraps of indestructible star gold. Special property: absorbs attacks and repairs itself. Price: 8 million. Exchangeable. Golden staff, gold level. Description: golden throughout, with nearly indestructible hardness. Special property: amplifies attack power. Price: 8 million. Exchangeable. As a lifestyle-type beast, Qingtuan excelled neither in attack nor defense. However, for the upcoming bronze-exclusive secret realm, he had to boost Qingtuan's attack power first. Qingchen gently patted Qingtuan's warm little head and quickly came to a decision. For tomorrow's bronze-exclusive secret realm exploration, he decisively assigned the existing golden staff as Qingtuan's weapon. After confirming the equipment, he pulled up the silver-tier beast taming skill list. After all, he had 1 million in savings lying in his account, so money shouldn't be an issue. But when the first silver skill was priced at a whopping 1 million Dragon Coins, he obediently scrolled back to the bronze tier interface. 8 Extremes Collapse and Flash Step 2 bronze skills were added to his cart. Qingchen didn't opt for installments and paid in full. Considering he'd equipped Qingtuan with the golden staff, he added another staff technique. 6 Harmony's Staff Technique, bronze tier. Description: a comprehensive staff technique suitable for both offense and defense. Learning requirements: must have a staff and be able to grip it. Price: 100,000 Dragon Coins. All told, 300,000 Dragon Coins vanished in the blink of an eye. Qingchen looked at his remaining balance and let out a long sigh. This money disappears way too fast. Then he thought, no wonder most ordinary people couldn't become combat beast tamers. Training costs alone were suffocating. After sighing, he placed another order for a batch of bronze-tier spirit bamboo shoots and set all supplies for home delivery. Having finished everything, Qingchen left room 601 with Qingtuan and took a taxi home. The Xiao family, one of Xinjiang City's 3 great families. Inside the family training room, spiritual energy churned as Xiao Liang stared intently at the sleeping flametail lying before him. For him, the top talent of his generation, the Xiao family had spared no expense to acquire a combat beast with 90 juvenile stage progress, along with massive auxiliary resources, all to break Xinjiang City's record for fastest advancement to bronze beast tamer. Almost there. Xiao Liang clenched his fists, his eyes bright as candlelight in the night. Once the flametail lion wakes up and breaks through to bronze, I'll become a bronze beast tamer. It's only been 30 hours since the contract, and calculations show it'll wake up in at most 10 more hours, meaning at most 40 hours total, less than 2 days. A full day ahead of the current record. At this thought, he was so excited he could barely contain himself. He casually opened the Alliance's time ranking list. Looking at those alto familiar records, he snorted disdainfully. That's it? All trash. Once I make the list, you'll know what real talent looks like. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze stopped at second place. Second place, Li Xian, time, exactly 3 days. Second place, Li Xian, wait. Xiao Liang suddenly snapped to attention. When did Li Xian move to second? Then who's first? His heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze to the first position on the ranking list, silently praying that the first place record wouldn't be under 2 days. First place, anonymous, time, 16 hours, 16 hours. The moment Xiao Liang saw this data, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. His pupils contracted sharply, his entire body froze in place, and he kept muttering under his breath, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Even with the Xiao family's vast resources and his A-grade beast taming talent combined, the family's think tank's most optimistic prediction was only to compress the bronze-level breakthrough record to 40 hours. Yet this anonymous that suddenly appeared on the leaderboard had done it in just 16 hours. The system's bugged. It has to be a bug. Unable to accept that his coveted first place had been stolen, Xiao Liang lost control on the spot. He grabbed his phone from the desk and dialed the Beast Tamer Alliance. "Your leaderboard data is definitely wrong." The staff member on the other end was bewildered, but considering the Xiao family's influence, tried to keep his tone steady. "Mr. Xiao Liang, the Alliance system has never made an error. Please wait a moment while I verify this again." If it were anyone else, he would have hung up already. Who had the audacity to question the Alliance like this? "Open your damn eyes and look clearly. Did that top spot really only take 16 hours? Xiao Liang's roar made the receiver buzz. The staff member suppressed his irritation and pulled up the data. The next second, he was stunned. 16 hours. Absolutely accurate. "Mr. Xiao, we'll get back to you with an answer." After hanging up, he immediately reported the situation to his supervisor. The balding, middle-aged supervisor had been lazily listening to the report, but when he saw the numbers on the screen, his expression instantly stiffened, and all the scolding words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Holy shit. What the hell? Without delay, he rushed to the branch hall master's office. Mo Nian, the Qingyang branch hall master, a diamond-level beast tamer and recognized as one of the top 3 fighters in Qingyang City, was reviewing documents. The supervisor's words 16 hours made Mo Nian look up, his sword-like eyebrows furrowing slightly. Mo Nian immediately used his hall master privileges to activate the system's verification mechanism. A few minutes later, the feedback contained only 5 words. "Data is accurate. Find them. Find this person for me." Mo Nian ordered in a low voice. The system's anonymous information was protected by headquarters, so even he couldn't access it directly. But he had his way. It would just take time. After shooing the supervisor out of his office, Mo Nian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the flower-filled street scene below. His fists unconsciously clenched as his voice dropped to barely audible. "The imperial capital. Mo Nian, will return there eventually." Meanwhile, the balding supervisor returned to his office and immediately assembled his team. "Everyone, check the surveillance footage and records. Target Qingchen." This sudden search operation quickly fermented within the Alliance, with rumors spreading everywhere. Word spread like wildfire. Soon, all the influential forces in Qingyang City, along with countless onlookers, knew that a dark horse had emerged in Qingyang City. It took only 16 hours to advance to Bronze Beast Tamer. Anonymous means this genius hasn't chosen sides yet, which makes this the perfect opportunity to strike. A high-ranking official roared while slamming the table. "Issue a bounty immediately. Tell him that if he joins us, we'll provide as many resources as he wants. Find this person within 3 days, or you're all fired." As the orders spread, various messages flew everywhere. Both online and offline, the long quiet Qingyang City instantly erupted into chaos. At this very moment, Qingchen, the center of all this attention, had just pushed open his front door. Less than 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. A delivery from the Beast Tamer Alliance had arrived. 4 bronze-level beast taming skill books, 1 gold-level beast taming weapon, a pile of bronze-level spirit bamboo shoots, and stomach-soothing digestive tablets, all neatly arranged. Qingchen couldn't wait. He first stuffed the dark, golden, gleaming staff into his panda, Qingtuan's arms, then opened the first book, Wave Perception. Detected simplifiable skill wave perception. Target, Qingtuan. Spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yes, no. As soon as the familiar system notification ended, he chose yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Cultivating wave perception. Close eyes. This is way too simple. Qingchen chuckled. Following the same pattern, he simplified 3 more books, 6 harmony staff technique, 8 extremes collapse, and flash step, obtaining new cultivation methods. Cultivating 6 harmony staff technique, hold the staff. Cultivating 8 extremes collapse, stretch lazily. Cultivating flash step, walk around. Sleeping, stretching, eating bamboo shoots, closing eyes, holding the staff, walking. Every single action in Qingtuan's daily routine was covered. Qingchen looked at the data panel and let out a gentle breath. Name, Qingtuan. Species, giant panda. Level, bronze 0. Aptitude, silver. Skills, focus beginner 20. Wave perception not yet mastered 10. 6 harmony staff technique not yet mastered 10. 8 extremes collapse not yet mastered 5. Flash step not yet mastered 5. In just moments, the proficiency of several skills had risen to 5 and 10. Qingchen marveled. The system truly lives up to its reputation. In a little while, once all 4 skills reached the beginner level, Qingtuan would possess basic combat capabilities. He turned his head to see Qingchen holding the golden staff while pacing around the room, occasionally stretching lazily and lowering his head to munch on spirit bamboo shoots. The entire panda squinted contentedly. Qingchen's lips curved upward. This little one had a promising future. With nothing pressing to do and now having some resources, he finally opened the Beast Tamer Alliance official website. Unlike the natural advancement from juvenile to bronze level, every step beyond bronze required preparation of evolution paths and evolution materials. The former provided the method, while the latter were essential supplies. After a quick search, Qingchen calculated the total cost for Qingtuan's advancement to silver level a whopping 300,000 dragon coins. Without this unexpected windfall, that figure would have taken ages to accumulate. With a clear understanding, he closed the official website and clicked into the Beast Tamer forum instead. Upon entering the page, missing person notices and related heated discussions flooded his vision. A mysterious dark horse emerges in Qingyang City, achieving Bronze Beastmaster status in just 16 hours, with major factions competing to recruit with generous rewards. Qingchen sat on the shabby wooden chair in his rental apartment, scrolling through countless forum posts before truly grasping the sensation he had caused in Qingyang City. Fortunately, he had remained anonymous throughout, or those factions would have already invited him for research. The various offers of high salaries, resources, and status seemed generous, but to him, they were merely shackles wrapped in sugar coating. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of beast mastery. Why would he bow down for such trivial gains? He exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze falling on Qingtuan beside him. The little creature was clutching a bronze-grade spirit bamboo shoot, crunching away with green juice splattering everywhere, bamboo leaves scattered across half the floor. In just a short while, Qingtuan had already practiced 4 bronze-grade skills to beginner level, with its level rising to bronze 10. This proved that as a bronze-grade beast, it could only advance by consuming spirit bamboo of the same tier. After confirming Qingtuan's upgrade path, Qingchen focused entirely on tomorrow's Secret Realm expedition. First step, purchasing an entry permit from the Alliancia, hefty 10,000 dragon coins. Next, he ordered several healing potions from the Alliance's online store, just in case. With all supplies packed into his backpack, all that remained was waiting for dawn. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight swept across the windowsill. Qingchen grabbed his backpack, tucked Qingtuan into his arms, and caught the old bus heading to the suburbs. After more than an hour of rattling through dust and engine oil fumes swirling in the cabin, they finally reached the eastern outskirts, the manifestation point for this bronze-exclusive secret realm. Upon disembarking, the morning mist carrying the scent of wet grass had yet to fully dissipate, but groups of young people could already be seen, each leading, carrying, or shouldering their beast companions, gathered around the secret realm's perimeter. Everyone was waiting for the rift to open, the atmosphere both restless and restrained. Get lost. What kind of trash beast master dares to block this young master's path? A harsh rebuke cut through the crowd's chatter. Qingchen had barely taken 2 steps when a figure was roughly shoved and stumbled toward him. He instinctively reached out to steady the persona boy so thin he seemed like he could be blown away by the wind. The one doing the pushing was his schoolmate, Xiao Yang. Though they had little interaction, the Xiao family's spoiled brat was hard to forget on campus. Seeing Qingchen helping the fallen boy, Xiao Yang included him in his tirade. And you too? A garbage lifestyle type beast master dares to come to a secret realm? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten so badly you'll soil yourself? Ha ha ha. Qingtuan poked its head out from his arms, its round eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, seemingly weighing whether bamboo could be used to hit people. Qingchen's lips curved slightly as he was about to speak. Buzz. The sky not far away suddenly twisted, as if torn open by invisible giant hands. From top to bottom, a straight 5-colored divine fissure cut through the morning mist, hanging in midair like a 100-jong aurora, brilliant, yet dangerous. The secret realm is opening. Someone shouted, instantly igniting excitement and tension throughout the crowd. People quickly pulled out their pre-purchased realm crystals, infusing them with spiritual power. The crystals glowed, and spatial fluctuations engulfed them and their beasts. Green light, red light, and golden light flickered in succession as batch after batch of people vanished from their spots. Qingchen gripped his own crystal and stepped into the surging light stream with Qingtuan. In the next moment, the once bustling crowd had thinned considerably. You 2 pieces of trash, consider yourselves lucky. Don't let me run into either of you in the secret realm, or I'll break your legs. Xiao Yang had originally wanted to teach Qingchen and the frail boy a lesson on the spot, but the secret realm had already begun operating. Too lazy to waste time outside, he simply threw out this harsh threat, activated his realm crystal, and was swallowed by brilliant light. Thank you. Remember my name by Mengzhu. I won't let him hurt you. The thin boy solemnly thanked Qingchen before disappearing into the pillar of light. Qingchen paused, puzzled. That name, why does it sound so feminine? Too lazy to dwell on it. He quickly activated his own realm crystal. As for Xiao Yang's threat, if they really crossed paths, He'd show that guy why flowers are so red. Heaven and earth spun. The scenery transformed abruptly. When Qingchen steadied himself, only howling wind remained in his ears. Before him stretched charred, stunted remnants of trees, bare and desolate. Qingchen cautiously advanced through the strange, dim forest with Qingtuan. They walked in the same direction for nearly half an hour without encountering a single living creature. Finally, at the horizon's edge, a narrow strip of blue light entered their view. Qingchen quickened his pace and discovered it was a boundary line, sharply dividing scorched earth from water. Beyond the blue line lay a lake with a solitary island at its center, seemingly the destination hiding opportunities. Though the distance between water and land wasn't vast, it was still too far for him and Qingtuan to swim directly. As Qingchen pondered, other beast tamers arrived one after another, their expressions equally grave. The water passage ahead had become everyone's shared obstacle. Until the 11th arrival, Huang Ming appeared with his flying-type wind eagle. Ha ha ha, the opportunities here belong to me. Huang Ming laughed heartily, commanding his wind eagle to fly directly over the water. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the moment the wind eagle crossed the blue boundary boom, thunder struck suddenly, hitting it hard. Severely injured, the giant eagle plummeted into the lake. However, the moment the eagle's feathers touched the water surface, dense lightning arcs exploded outward, causing the already wounded wind eagle to cry out in agony. There's lightning in the lake. This isn't a lake, it's a thunder marsh, someone exclaimed in shock. With the truth revealed, everyone's faces changed dramatically as the difficulty of reaching the island skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Huang Ming barely managed to fish his wind eagle out of the thunder marsh. Furious, he grabbed stones, clods of earth, and pieces of wood, hurling them into the water. To everyone's amazement, they discovered that only the black wooden pieces could actually float on the thunder marsh. I understand. Those charred little trees we passed on our way Herathi lightning-struck wood, someone realized. If we piece together lightning-struck wood into small boats, we can cross the thunder marsh. With this insight, everyone except Huang Ming, whose beast was severely injured, began directing their creatures to chop down the scorched trees. Qingchen was no exception. He had Qingtuan raise its wooden club and strike hard against a lightning-struck tree. Crack! Sizzle! When Qingtuan's staff struck the thunderstruck wood, a violent current surged through the heavy golden rod, crackling and drilling into its body. In an instant, the round little creature was electrified, its fur standing on end as wisps of charred black smoke rose from its head. Fortunately, the golden staff possessed the inherent ability to amplify force, so this strike remained clean and decisive, smashing the wrist-thick thunderstruck wood cleanly in half. The other spirit beasts weren't so fortunate. Though the thunderstruck wood appeared slender, it was unnaturally tough and carried the property of continuous electrical discharges. Long as the first strike failed to destroy the wood's body, subsequent currents would keep surging into the attacker. Thus, agonized screams rose and fell around them like a lively yet piercing symphony, with blue-white sparks bursting through the air from time to time. In contrast, Qingtuan received an electrical greeting each time it smashed a piece of thunderstruck wood, but the brief shock only left behind slight numbness and a burnt smell without causing substantial harm. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, the little creature had already broken over 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood in succession. Strangely, these broken pieces would attract each other like magnets when placed together, quickly fitting tightly and automatically forming the outline of a small boat. This eliminated the tedious step of binding them together. Qingchen examined the finished product with satisfaction. Though small, the vessel was spacious enough for him and Qingtuan without any crowding. He dragged the thunderstruck wood boat to the edge of the thunder marsh and was about to board when Huang Ming suddenly stood up and approached, wearing a pleading smile. Fellow student, I wonder if you could take me along? Huang Ming's wind eagle was severely injured, leaving him powerless to cut thunderstruck wood. Seeing Qingchen's ready-made boat, he naturally harbored such thoughts. Sorry, I can't take you. Qingchen shook his head decisively. He had no saintly compassion for a complete stranger, nor did he want the man to share any potential opportunities. Qingchen's rejection instantly froze Huang Ming's smile, anger flaring in his heart. If he hadn't stepped forward to test earlier, how would this group have known that the seemingly oceanic waters were actually thunder marsh? If he hadn't thrown wood into it, how would everyone have discovered it was thunderstruck wood that could be used to cross? Yet now that the method was proven, he, the hero, was being ruthlessly abandoned? Huang Ming lowered his voice, threatening ominously. Student, you'd better think carefully. Don't force me. Qingchen laughed at these words. When did I ever have an obligation to take you? Too lazy to bother with him. He dragged his boat around Huang Ming and walked away. You forced me to this. Huang Ming's eyes flashed with malice as he suddenly shouted loudly to the 9 beast tamers still struggling to cut thunderstruck wood. Everyone, why work so hard chopping wood? There's a ready-made boat right here. What right does a mere lowest-level lifestyle beast tamer have to snatch opportunities in front of us combat-type beast tamers? Qingchen was first stunned. then turned back to look coldly at Huang Ming, never expecting such shameless audacity to exist in the world. The several beast tamers also simultaneously looked up, their gazes focusing on Qingchen and his boat. Indeed, with a ready-made vessel, why should they continue sweating over woodcutting? A single word awakens the dreamer. As they exchanged glances, silent thoughts spread through the air. He's just a lifestyle beast tamer, we could crush him with a wave of our hand. Soon, other beast tamers chimed in. Exactly, kid. Know your place. If you're smart, hand over that boat. Yeah, don't make us take action, it'll get bloody real fast. Why waste words on some lifestyle beast tamer? Just take it from him. Qingchen looked around at the dozen or so beast tamers, eyeing him like predators. She had become their target. The instigator, Huang Ming, stood at the front with his arms crossed, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain, his slightly flared nostrils seeming to mock silently. Now you understand what happens when you cross me, don't you? Fine, fine, fine. So that's how we're playing this. Qingchen loosened his right hand, dropping the thunderstruck wood boat at his feet, and turned to face the crowd completely. The 10 beast tamers gradually closed in, as if he were already meat on a chopping block. But he lifted his chin slightly, first locking eyes with Huang Ming, then reached over to gently rub the soft head of Qingtuan beside him. I've never been much of a saint, you know. The situation reminded Qingtuan of its own past, being isolated and bullied by companions because of its natural blindness. Those memories ignited its fury, and the consequences of an angry Qingtuan were severe. Wave perception. Subtle ripples emanated from its body, instantly mapping out the positions and movements of all targets in its mind. The next second, it stepped forward, raised its golden staff, and aimed at Huang Ming's already wounded wind eagle. 8 extremes collapse. The special technique combined with the golden staff's amplification created a staff shadow that screamed through the air. Whoosh! Bang! Blood splattered and bone fragments flew as the wind eagle's head was completely pulverized. Ah! The contract backlash made Huang Ming scream in agony, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. This scene shocked several beast tamers, some having second thoughts. Actually, chopping trees isn't so bad, good exercise. But they had tried earlier and couldn't craft thunderstruck wood boats at all. Since they'd already made enemies, might as well go all the way. Qingchen is just a lifestyle beast tamer with limited combat ability. He only killed a severely wounded target. Does he think that'll scare us off? How naive. One beast tamer sneered and raised his hand. Let me show you the difference between us and combat beast tamer's shadow wolf. Attack. The shadow wolf, which had been lying in wait, shot forward like an arrow toward Qingtuan, its powerful forelimbs striking out. Rending wind. 6 sharp wind blades formed simultaneously. Though the shadow wolf was incredibly fast, it was still within range of wave perception. At the moment of attack, Qingtuan crossed its feet in a step, vanishing completely before reappearing behind the shadow wolf. Flash step. 8 extremes collapse. The golden staff came down again, the crisp sound accompanied by clear bone-cracking. The shadow wolf's spine snapped in one strike. Ow! It let out a mournful cry before collapsing into a heap, unable to move again. Qingtuan shook the golden staff in its hand and surveyed the surroundings. Do you want to continue? Should we continue? In the face of 2 bloody and fierce victories, no one dared to underestimate Qingchen's words anymore. The 8 beast tamers tacitly retreated a step each, dust rising gently with their footsteps, revealing the fear in their hearts. The severely wounded shadow wolf lay alone on the ground, blood seeping through its gray-black fur and staining the earth red, its remaining whimpers filled with terror. Only the shadow wolf's master, Zhao Gang, continued roaring, his facial muscles contorting as if about to split. You cowards! What are you afraid of? He's just a lifestyle beast tamer at the end of his rope. Attack him. Kill him. The other 8 merely curled their lips in disdain after hearing this, their eyes clearly saying, don't use us as your pawns. The shadow wolf, despite its successful ambush, had been crippled in one strike, proving that this so-called lifestyle beast tamer didn't play by conventional rules. So no matter how Zhao Gang screamed, they remained coldly on the sidelines. Only if Qingchen truly intended to kill them all would they act to save their lives. 100,000 dragon coins each, and this matter ends here. Qingchen pulled out his phone, displaying his payment code, his voice calm, yet brooking no argument. He knew clearly that if he hadn't demonstrated sufficient strength today, he would be the one lying defeated. Some frowned, others hesitated, but when the first transfer notification chimed, followed immediately by the second, third, the notification sounds rose and fell like relentless death knells. Zhao Gang's face instantly turned to Shen, didn't want to be the only loser, yet couldn't swallow his pride. Account notifications flashed continuously as Qingchen's lips curved upward. 8 people, 800,000. The numbers dancing across his screen were more dazzling than gold bars. Only after collecting the money did he turn his gaze to the still clamoring Zhao Gang. Qingtuan raised its golden glowing staff, hanging it heavily above the shadow wolf's head, the wolf's pupils reflecting cold, harsh light. Qingchen spoke indifferently. You 200,000. Otherwise, it will meet the same fate as the wind eagle. Rage surged through Zhao Gang's chest. Not only was his beast severely wounded, but now he was being extorted for twice what the others paid. He was about to explode. Young man, do you know who I, Zhao Gang, am? I advise you to strike. Qingchen had no patience for nonsense, signaling with a glance. Qingtuan's golden staff whistled downward with fierce wind. Stop, stop, stop. I'll pay. I'll pay. Zhao Gang could no longer maintain his tough facade, almost tumbling as he fumbled for his phone, his fingertips trembling as he completed the transfer. He knew all too well that once a contracted beast died, the soul backlash could leave a beast tamer disoriented for days at best, or turn them into an idiot at worst. This was the golden period for strength growth. If his soul were damaged, everything would be ruined. The final account notification chimed, and the killing intent in the air suddenly dissipated. Zhao Gang looked at his still bleeding shadow wolf. Cold sweat sliding down his temples. 200,000 was utterly insignificant compared to a beast tamer's future. After all, anyone who could become a battle beast tamer came from a wealthy family. After receiving Zhao Gang's transfer, Qingchen ignored the annoying beast tamers and casually tossed the lightning-struck wood boat into Thunder Lake. As he expected, the dark wooden vessel floated steadily on the lightning-woven surface. Qingchen stepped aboard with Qingtuan in his arms, used in or made of the same material to steady the boat, and headed straight for the small island in the lake's center. Only after Qingchen left did the beast tamers on shore dare to breathe freely. A life-type beast tamer this abnormally powerful will probably emerge as a dark horse in this year's Academy competition. Once we're out of this secret realm, I'll find out who he is. The Wang family's money isn't something you can just take. In the center of Thunder Lake, the island grew closer as time passed. Qingchen noticed several tiny black dots in the distance rapidly approaching the island, clearly other beast tamers who had departed from different starting points. There would likely be fighting once they reached the island, and his expression grew slightly tense. After all, anyone who had made it through the first round to reach this place possessed considerable skill. After rowing a bit longer, the boat's bottom scraped against the sandy shore, and Qingchen finally landed on the island. The distance that had seemed short from afar now felt quite lengthy, and the island itself was more expansive than he had imagined. Unlike the charred wasteland outside, the island was lush with trees and dense shrubs, its terrain rising in mountain-like layers toward the center. Qingchen looked up at the cloud-shrouded peak, guessing that the finish line was probably at the highest point. After confirming his direction, he began climbing the mountain with Qingtuan. But after walking less than 100 meters, a blazing white lightning bolt suddenly streaked through the air, aimed directly at Qingtuan. In this unfamiliar environment, Qingtuan had been maintaining wave perception, so the moment the lightning appeared, it rolled to dodge. Qingchen's gaze turned cold. A wild beast. Unlike contracted beasts that could form bonds, wild beasts naturally despised humans and would fight to the death when encountered. Without hesitation, Qingchen had Qingtuan track the lightning's source. The bushes rustled, and a white spirit fox about a meter long darted out, trying to escape through another patch of shrubs. Flash step. Qingtuan responded instantly, its form becoming a blur as it caught up to the spirit fox in the blink of an eye and swept horizontally with its staff. Thud. The spirit fox collapsed, its body immediately dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only a thumb-sized crystal. Qingchen bent down to pick it up, a bronze spirit crystal containing abundant spiritual energy that could be used for beast cultivation. Although Qingtuan couldn't use it due to the simplified system, it could still be sold for money. He pocketed the spirit crystal with a slight smile. This small bronze spirit crystal was worth 10,000 dragon coins on the market. After obtaining the spirit crystal, Qingchen knew that his normal secret realm expedition had truly begun. According to forum posts, most secret realm exploration followed a simple pattern. Beast tamers commanded their contracted beasts to battle wild creatures, then collected the spirit crystals they dropped. Only with extraordinary luck might one discover rare beast taming resources, though the probability was extremely low. Following the mountain path, Qingchen officially began his first secret realm journey. Qingtuan possessed two major abilities, wave perception and flash step, making virtually any sneak attack futile against it. Once discovered, wild beasts couldn't escape Qingtuan's golden staff after a flash step. All Qingchen had to do was follow behind and collect the spirit crystals one by one. 23rd one. He counted quietly, pocketing the spirit crystal and looking around to find himself already halfway up the mountain. The journey had been smooth sailing without any anomalies. Qingchen touched his earlobe, wondering if he might stumble upon some rare resources. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the bushes across from him rustled, and an unusually colored spirit fox nearly 2 meters long stepped out. This fox was noticeably larger than its kind, with fur clearly divided into red and white sections. Most bizarre of Alit had 2 tails. When things are abnormal, there's bound to be trouble. Qingchen's heart tensed, and even Qingtuan rarely entered focus mode, simultaneously boosting its strength, speed, and defense. Facing the alert human and beast duo, the twin-tailed spirit fox merely smirked, raising both tails simultaneously. At their tips, blue and red orbs of light rapidly gathered energy. Attack, Qingchen. Since the opponent was charging up, Qingchen struck first. Qingchen gripped its golden staff, stepped forward, and its form became a blur. The fox's tail trembled slightly, and the blue light exploded into finger-thick lightning that instantly struck toward Qingchen. Flash step. Qingchen used its ability to dodge sideways as the electric serpent grazed past. In the next moment, it had flashed before the spirit fox, staff raised high. However, the other tail lifted at the same instant. Watch out, Qingchen shouted from the distance. Scorching heat waves rushed forward flames. With flash steps still on cooldown, Qingchen could only spin its golden staff like a windmill. 6 harmonies, guard. The rapidly spinning staff transformed into a circular shield as the fierce flames crashed down. The heavy impact forced Qingchen to retreat repeatedly. When the fire subsided, its fur was singed black, but it was otherwise unharmed. What? A silver-tier beast. Receiving feedback from Qingchen, Qingchen's expression grew grave. Logically speaking, the golden staff, being a gold-tier weapon, should possess inherent defensive capabilities due to its material composition. Moreover, Qingchen had activated defensive skills while in a focused state. Yet, even with these multiple layers of protection, Qingchen still sustained damage from the twin-tailed spirit fox's attack. This clearly indicated that the fox's offensive power far exceeded the bronze tier, having already stepped into the silver tier. Only such strength could put Qingchen at a disadvantage. On the other side, the twin-tailed spirit fox's expression shifted slightly upon seeing a mere bronze-tier beast companion withstand 2 consecutive attacks. It had dared to reveal itself precisely because it was confident that a bronze-tier beast could never match a silver-tier opponent like itself. However, the current situation made it worry about potential failure. Its fox tail swayed restlessly as anxiety replaced its earlier composure. At the tips of its 2 upright tails, fire and lightning began gathering once more into brilliant points of light. Crack! The first bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the void, giving virtually no time for any beast to react. Yet with the combined enhancement of wave perception and focus, Qingchen gracefully shifted its form, allowing the lightning to graze past its body. Missing its target, the twin-tailed spirit fox realized that blindly expending spiritual energy was futile. A cunning glint flashed in its eyes. If the panda was troublesome, what about the human? The moment this thought arose, the fire-charged orb shot violently toward Qingchen, while simultaneously gathering thunder for a second strike. It intended to force Qingchen to divide its attention to save its master, leaving no energy for self-defense. Whoosh! The blazing fireball roared forward like a ferocious wolf lunging at Qingchen. Startled, Qingchen instinctively rolled to dodge, but couldn't guarantee timely evasion. At this critical moment, Qingchen spun around with the golden staff, positioning the weapon horizontally before Qingchen. Hiss! Metal clashed violently with flame, sparks flying everywhere. With Qingchen directly behind it, Qingchen dared not retreat and could only grit its teeth and endure. Heat waves scorched its fur, arm bones trembled with numbness, and only after several breaths did the flames finally weaken and dissipate. Qingchuan's entire body relaxed as it panted lightly. Using the golden staff for support directly, withstanding a silver-tier beast's attack was truly taxing for it. However, the moment the golden staff touched the ground, the twin-tailed spirit fox's second thunderbolt came crashing down. Thunderflash. Qingchen wanted to use instant flash, but realized Qingchen still stood behind it. With the lightning approaching, it could only roar and grip the golden staff with both claws, striking down with all its might. 8 extremes collapse. Boom! Thunder exploded as the violent lightning was shattered by the staff strike, dispersing into countless electric arcs that traveled along the weapon into Qingchuan's body. Bzzz lightning coiled around its form, bones and flesh tingling with numbness, but Qingchuan dared not pause. It couldn't let the fox demon lead it around by the nose any longer. Enduring the paralysis, it suddenly stepped forward, its form becoming multiple afterimages before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Instant flash. Flash strike. In the horrified gaze of the twin-tailed spirit fox, Qingchuan's figure suddenly appeared, gripping his staff with both hands. The spirit fox had just exhausted its strength with no new power yet generated, and could only watch helplessly as the staff, thick as a baby's arm, came crashing down from above. 8 extremes crush. Bang! Crack! The dull sound of impact and bone fracturing rang out almost simultaneously. The twin-tailed spirit fox's body instantly lost all support, collapsing limply to the ground before dissolving into specks of light that scattered in the wind. Only a palm-sized badge remained lying quietly on the ground. What is this? Qingchen bent down to pick up the badge. It felt heavy in his hand, but he couldn't determine its purpose, so he tucked it into his chest for now. Then he took out several healing pills and fed them to Qingchuan, his expression growing serious. I need to get stronger quickly. Only by advancing to gold rank can I link with beast skills. The recent battle made Qingchen increasingly aware that before reaching gold rank, each breakthrough for a beast tamer only slightly strengthened the body, while true combat power remained inadequate. Only by stepping into gold rank could he use his beast skills through linking, truly gaining extraordinary power. After a brief rest, Qingchen continued on his way with Qingtuan, whose energy had mostly recovered. But they had barely walked 10 meters when a powerfully built lion with flames burning at its tail blocked their path. A flametail lion, widely recognized as one of the top fighters among combat beasts. Behind the flametail lion, a familiar figure slowly emerged. It was Xiao Liang. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not bad luck, a lifestyle beast tamer actually made it this far. But unfortunately, having encountered this young master, your good fortune ends here. He glanced at the disheveled Qingtuan and snorted coldly. Lifestyle beasts are just trash struggling so pathetically against a few bronze spirit foxes. Flametail lion finish him. Roar. The lion's roar was deafening. The flametail lion bared its fangs and suddenly charged forward like a thundering boulder straight at Qingchen. Qingtuan immediately raised his staff and moved sideways, blocking in front of his master. Focus. Its eyes suddenly blazed as it entered a focused state. Wave perception instantly spread out, and the flametail lion's movement patterns and weaknesses became crystal clear in Qingtuan's mind. It bent its knees slightly, gathering power along its spine, ready to counter with 8 extremes crush in the next moment. Just then, a cold shout suddenly came from behind Qingchen. Azure plume featherlight featherfall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feather-sized light cones materialized from thin air, dense as a sudden downpour, carrying bone-piercing cold light as they shot straight toward the flametail lion. Blazing lion's roar. Facing the overwhelming barrage of light feathers, the flame-tailed lion's throat contracted and expanded, unleashing a compressed torrent of flames that swept outward, incinerating all the incoming feathers. Roaring flames surged through the air in crimson waves as charred white feather fragments fluttered down, instantly turning to ash. As the fire subsided, the flame-tailed lion followed Xiao Liang's gesture with a swift turn and leap, landing steadily beside its master. With fangs half-bared, its gaze bypassed Qingchen entirely, locking firmly onto something behind him. Almost simultaneously, Qingchen sensed danger and quickly turned around. A lean young man stood silently in the forest shadows, and to his right rear, a blue and white crane flapped its wings, its pale blue feathers gleaming with metallic luster under the star-lighted blue-scale feather crane, whose presence was no less imposing than the flame-tailed lion. By Mengzhu. The name flashed through Qingchen's mind. He remembered this person had always presented himself as an ordinary student, never expecting him to conceal such a powerful beast companion. I told you I wouldn't let him hurt you. By Mengzhu walked to Qingchen's side with calm, yet resolute words. The blue-scale feather crane immediately soared forward to position itself before Qingtuan, its sharp eyes confronting the flame-tailed lion, feathers slightly spread and radiating intimidating energy. Xiao Liang sized up this unexpected newcomer and sneered. So you have become no wonder a life-type beast tamer dares venture here. But is this really enough confidence? Before his words finished, he raised his hand in signal, and flames rolled beneath the flame-tailed lion's claws, clearly preparing for another attack. Let's find out. Before Qingchen could speak, Bai Mengzhu had already responded, his voice clear and determined. Against Xiao Liang, who claimed to be Qingyang City's finest, he was eager to test that reputation. The air crackled with the mingled essence of flames and wind blades, tension reaching its breaking point. Just as both sides stood ready to strike, a silver-gray figure suddenly burst from the dense forest. 2 upright tails marked it as different from ordinary spirit foxes. It was actually a twin-tailed spirit fox. The twin-tailed spirit fox clearly hadn't expected to stumble into such a situation. Seeing the 3 confronting beasts, it froze momentarily, ears twitching as it cursed inwardly. Wasn't the intelligence report about just one panda cub? Where did this lion and crane come from? Recognizing the dangerous situation, the twin-tailed spirit fox turned and fled without hesitation. Though it had reached the silver tier, it was only mid-level, while these 3 opponents clearly weren't to be trifled with. It decisively employed the 36 stratagems, fleeing as far as possible. Both Xiao Liang and Bai Mengzhu's eyes lit up upon seeing the twin-tailed spirit fox for the first time. Throughout their journey, they had encountered only single-tailed spirit foxes, making the twin-tailed variety a rare find. And in secret realms, rarity often meant special opportunities. Xiao Liang immediately set aside his wariness toward Qingchen, pointing decisively. Chase it. The flame-tailed lion pushed off with all 4 limbs, flames trailing behind as it pursued the fleeing fox. Xiao Liang followed closely, his figure soon disappearing among the swaying branches. You should stop here, classmate. Going further up, you'll encounter more competitors, and with your current strength, escape won't be easy. Bai Mengzhu called back this warning before signaling his blue-scale feather crane to take flight. soaring after the flame-tailed lion and twin-tailed spirit fox. With opportunity at hand, he too was unwilling to let it pass. Watching both depart one after another, Qingchen shrugged helplessly. What? Does everyone think I'm weak? He already possessed one badge and had little interest in competing for the twin-tailed spirit fox. After brief consideration, he recalled Qingtuan and continued up the mountain path. He had an intuition that the summit was this secret realm's true destination. Continuing upward, as Qingchen climbed higher, he encountered no more twin-tailed spirit foxes. The occasional single-tailed spirit fox that darted out couldn't possibly block his path. Along the way, he ran into other beast tamers. Some envied his heaven-defying luck, amazed that a lifestyle-type beast tamer could venture this deep into the mountains. Others, seeing his only beast companion was just an adorable giant panda, immediately harbored thoughts of robbery, thinking, if he's made it this far, he must have some valuable loot on him, right? The results of these robbery attempts were inevitably tragic. Whenever opponents released their beasts, Qingtuan would swing his black bamboo staff like a thunderous strike, directly knocking down both the challenger and their beast companion. Beyond the severe injuries, each person had to pay an additional 300,000 dragon coins as compensation. Naturally, the toll fee at this elevation was considerably higher. When the fifth beast tamer was beaten to tears, Qingchen rarely showed the man a polite smile before continuing his ascent. After walking for most of another day, he finally reached the summit. Before him stretched a pale blue barrier shaped like an inverted giant bowl. Outside the barrier stood a sparse gathering of about 10 beast tamers, some staring blankly, others commanding their beasts to attack furiously, yet unable to disturb even a single ripple on the light screen. In front of the barrier stood 10 stone pillars, each about a meter tall, with palm-sized grooves carved into their tops. 3 of the pillars already held embedded badges, glowing with a dim luster. So the badges do serve a purpose? Qingchen mused silently, scanning his surroundings. He noticed 3 beast tamers surrounded by faint white auras, clearly the privilege markers of those who had inserted badges. Don't even think about it, kid, someone sized him up. You need to defeat twin-tailed spirit foxes to get badges, and those things have silver rank strength. A lifestyle type like you can't handle them. Yeah, you've got some skill making it this far, but you're still leagues behind those real combat type prodigies. Discussions rippled through the crowd, with the tone of seniors advising juniors. After all, these legitimate combat beast tamers hadn't managed to obtain badges themselves, so seeing a lifestyle type lingering near the stone pillars, who wouldn't want to offer some well-meaning advice? Amid the chatter, several more people arrived, including Xiao Liang and Bai Qingzhu. Both appeared to have endured some ordeal, their beast companions bearing visible wounds. Xiao Liang's expression was sinister as he slammed his badge into a stone pillar's groove, then raised his head to survey the crowd with a cold snort. The secret realm's ultimate treasure belongs to this young master alone. His gaze swept across the area and landed squarely on Qingchen. Damn it! Why does this useless lifestyle type keep haunting me like a ghost? Before he finished speaking, Bai Qingzhu also embedded her badge into another stone pillar, then walked to Qingchen's side, her eyes locked directly onto Xiao Liang. The meaning was crystal clear. Want to fight? Bring it on. However, since the flame-tailed lion had already been injured in the previous battle with the twin-tailed spirit fox, and with the secret realm's ultimate treasure right before their eyes, Xiao Liang could only suppress his anger as he gazed at the scorched rocks scattered across the ground and the blood marks on the flame-tailed lion. He silently resolved to settle the score with Bai Mengzhu and Qingchen after leaving the secret realm. The mountain peak was swept by howling winds under a low-hanging sky. Bai Mengzhu raised her hand to brush aside the hair falling across her forehead and advised once more. Fellow student, didn't I tell you that coming up to this summit is extremely risky given your strength? Qingchen, cradling the curled-up Qingtuan in his arms, replied with a light laugh. It's fine. Look, haven't I made it up here safe and sound? His voice scattered with the wind, yet still carried a gentle confidence. Bai Mengzhu was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Qingchen stood there completely unharmed. As they spoke, hurried footsteps echoed from the stone steps around them. More and more beast tamers reached the summit, many wearing gleaming badges on their chests. In mere moments, 9 badges had been embedded in the 10 stone pillars, leaving only 1 empty slot. I wonder who has the last badge, murmured voices from the crowd. Let's wait and see. Among the 9 already here, I've spotted the top students from various schools and the leading talents of major factions. Surely the last person will be another renowned figure from Qingyang City, someone else chimed in. The murmurs rose like a tide. Qingchen's mind turned. Since he was the only one who hadn't revealed his hand, hiding any longer would only invite unnecessary trouble. He touched the badge in his chest and strode toward the centermost pillar. The crowd froze momentarily, then erupted in mocking laughter. Is that kid insane? There are better ways to seek attention than this. Let me put it this way, if a lifestyle-type beast tamer actually has a badge, I'll immediately eat. Before the words could finish, Qingchen had already firmly pressed the badge into the groove. The dull gray badge instantly overflowed with brilliant light, the radiance spreading outward to form an elliptical shield that enveloped both Qingchen and Qingtuan. How is this possible? Exclamations exploded from all sides. Bai Mengzhu's heart lurched. Qingchen, a lifestyle-type bronze beast tamer, actually possessed combat strength comparable to a silver-tier beast? Didn't that make her earlier well-intentioned warning nothing but a laughingstock? She nearly wanted to dig a hole on the spot and bury herself. After the light stabilized, Qingchen strolled back to Bai Mengzhu's side. Meeting her inquiring gaze, he merely smiled faintly. Just luck. As soon as he spoke, the pale blue barrier enveloping everyone suddenly faded to transparency, yet still stood like an invisible wall blocking the other beast tamers. As the barrier cleared, an ancient and massive pyramid stretched from the mountainside into the clouds, its surface covered in the weathered marks of countless ages. The opportunity. The final opportunity must be inside the pyramid. Someone couldn't help but shout, their voice filled with fervor. Qingchen took a deep breath and raised his hand to test his arm passed through the transparent barrier effortlessly. Clutching Qingtuan tightly, he stepped forward. The instant his toes touched the ground, he glanced back with a gesture, and Bai Mengzhu along with the other beast tamers followed with their pets through the barrier. The view suddenly opened before them. The pyramid towered hundreds of meters high, with crumbling stone steps spiraling upward. Each stone brick bore faded inscriptions, and an aura of ancient desolation rushed toward them. What lay within? High-aptitude beasts? Or perhaps rare, beast-taming resources? At this moment, Qingchen gazed at the massive pyramid like he was looking at a giant mystery box, filled with anticipation. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and scanned the perimeter of the pyramid. Soon he spotted several arched entrances about human height in the central area. Without much hesitation, he led Qingtuan straight to the nearest one and stepped inside. Seeing this, the other 9 beast tamers each chose their own entrances and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The corridor was narrow and long, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became, until it was almost pitch black. For most people, this would be a natural maze, but Qingtuan's wave perception came into play. It captured subtle echoes from the walls, floor, and air, drawing a clear map of the passages in its mind and leading Qingchen through the twists and turns. Outside the pyramid, those beast tamers who weren't qualified to enter were stopped by the guards and could only gaze up from afar. Boom. 10 thick beams of light suddenly shot up from the pyramid's peak, tearing through the night like lighthouse beams. What's that? Could they correspond to the 10 challengers? If that's the case, I bet the first one to be eliminated will definitely be that lifestyle beast tamer. Me too. Count me in. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to play spectators, curious to see who would have the last laugh. Inside the tower, as Xiao Liang and the others all entered, the originally straight corridors began to branch off, with intersecting paths leading to unknown destinations. Xiao Liang used his flametail lion's tail fire for illumination, walking with steady steps. But when he turned several corners and pushed open a door, he was immediately greeted by the roars of 2 silver rank mummies. On another side, Bai Mengzhu found herself trapped at the end of a deadened corridor, blocked by 2 silver rank zombies. On Qingchen's side, thanks to Qingtuan's precise guidance, they continued turning left and right. After walking for some time, he caught a glimpse of ghostly blue light at the end of his vision. Approaching cautiously, he discovered it was a square stone chamber with an empty floor and walls embedded with carvings that emitted a faint blue glow. What is this? Qingchen frowned. Qingtuan hadn't detected any additional waves either, so they had no choice but to step inside. The moment he entered, a massive stone tablet crashed down, sealing the exit completely. Inside the stone chamber, Qingchen's brow furrowed tightly. Then, the stone tablet's surface began to glow blue, with characters appearing line by line. Only by comprehending the technique can one leave this place. Do not attempt to move the tablet, for it contains endless thunder. Technique? What technique? Qingchen looked around the walls but couldn't find a single clue. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Simplifiable skill detected Thunder Emperor technique. Target, Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins for simplification? Hearing the system's voice, Qingchen's eyes flashed. Could it be that the blue flashes on the walls were the techniques mentioned in the stone tablet? And these so-called techniques were actually beast-taming skills? Qingchen's thoughts raced as he clicked yes on the system panel. Fortunately, he had harvested plenty of resources in the secret realm earlier, or he wouldn't have been able to afford such an enormous sum. Simplifying a bronze skill only cost 10,000 dragon coins. But this time, it was 100 times more expensive, clearly indicating the high level of this beast-taming skill. Simplification Complete, Thunder Emperor Technique. Cultivation Method. Get struck by lightning. The cultivation method was so brutally simple, it made one's teeth ache. Qingchen helplessly turned his gaze to his contracted beast. Sorry about this. Qingtuan's mouth twitched. The phrase, I may not be human, but you're a real bastard, practically written across its face. However, if it wanted to leave this place and pocket this high-level skill, it had no choice but to steel itself and reach out to touch the stone tablet. The only thing with lightning attributes in the entire stone chamber was this tablet that had issued warnings earlier. Sizzle. The moment its chubby little claw touched the stone tablet, a violent electric current exploded forth, instantly coursing through Qingchuan's entire body. Its fur stood on end as thin wisps of black smoke rose from its pores. Skill, Thunder Emperor Technique Beginner 5. The effect was immediate. One lightning strike equaled 5 proficiency. Qingchen patted Qingchuan. Keep it up, just 19 more times, and you'll be done. Qingchuan clenched its fists tight, but every lightning strike had to be endured. It took a deep breath and pressed its claw against the tablet again. Crack. Pop. The second thick bolt of lightning struck down, instantly transforming Qingchuan's originally smooth fur into electric cotton candy. Spitting out a mouthful of charred breath, it continued reaching forward. For the next stretch of time, the sealed stone chamber flashed with continuous lightning, brief white flashes illuminating the walls again and again. After more than 10 lightning strikes, Qingchuan had collapsed beside the stone tablet, mechanically moving its claw over whenever it recovered a bit of strength, adopting a dead pig fears no boiling water attitude. After being struck repeatedly, it didn't even bother roaring anymore, only its flesh twitching. Finally, the 20th bolt of thunder crashed down. The notification refreshed, Thunder Emperor Technique Mastery 100. Mysterious threads of lightning immediately appeared within Qingchuan's body, flowing along its meridians, bones, and flesh to nourish them. At the same time, text appeared again on the back of the stone tablet. To comprehend the Thunder Emperor technique within half an hour demonstrates extremely high compatibility. According to regulations, you are rewarded with a true Thunder Core. True Thunder Core? Just as Qingchen showed confusion, the entire room suddenly transformed. The blue light floating on the walls detached from the stone surfaces, surging toward the center. The stone tablet also burst with pure white lightning, pouring out all its thunder power. The brilliance continued for a long while before gradually fading, leaving a thunder orb the size of a baby's fist suspended in the center of the room, its surface wrapped in dense electric arcs. This was the true Thunder Core. Qingchen circled around examining it, pondering how to collect it, when the true Thunder Core suddenly shifted, bypassing Qingchen and directly merging into Qingchuan's body. How are you doing, Qingchuan? Qingchen watched helplessly as the Thunder Core transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot directly into Qingchuan's body, his heart clenching with fear. That thing was compressed, thunderous energy, pushed to its absolute limit. If it went out of control, the consequences would be unthinkable. Qingchuan understood the gravity of the situation and closed its eyes to examine its internal condition. It found no chaos whatsoever. Instead, the Thunder Core was circulating through its body as gentle, stable currents, tempering its meridians and scales inch by inch with fine threads of lightning. As long as this nourishment continued, its physical strength would surely reach new heights. Even more thrilling was the realization that if it activated the Thunder Emperor technique, it could likely draw upon some of the core's thunderous power directly, a trump card capable of turning the tide. Receiving Qingchuan's calm feedback, Qingchen finally let his guard down. Almost simultaneously, the stone tablet blocking the passage's end rumbled upward, revealing a new exit. Was this the end, or just the beginning? Qingchen gazed at the newly opened passage, lost in thought. Finding advanced beast taming skills in a bronze-level secret realm was already rare enough, let alone discovering such a precious beast taming resource as the Thunder Core, which was worth at least gold-level value. He dared not underestimate what lay ahead. After passing through the stone tablet, Qingchen continued forward steadily, relying on Qingchuan's wave perception. Outside the pyramid, the 10 pillars of light that had been shooting toward the heavens suddenly shattered halfway, with 5 light barriers cracking inch by inch. Accompanied by the sound of breaking, 5 blood-soaked figures tumbled from thin air, rolling across the ground to absorb the impact. Look, it's Su Yang, the top first year from Qingyang First High. Fang Feiru from Qingyang Third High's top 3 is out too. And Li Meng, the current generation's finest from the Leaf family. The watching beast tamers stared wide-eyed. Any one of these 5 could be considered a prodigy among their peers, yet here they were in such a sorry state, proof of the pyramid's deadly dangers. Strange, why have all these prodigies been eliminated while that lifestyle beast tamer still hasn't appeared? Could his strength actually surpass theirs? The only explanation is that his luck is heaven-defying. Discussions erupted as more and more people recalled the lifestyle beast tamer in the secret realm, and an absurd speculation quietly emerged. Could the final winner actually be him? Inside the pyramid, Qingchen continued forward until blinding white light suddenly blazed at the end of the corridor. He quickened his pace, stepped into the radiance, and entered a circular transparent space. Directly ahead lay an enormous circular platform, roughly the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Beyond the platform, 4 smaller transparent circular chambers were arranged in sequence. In one chamber stood a square-faced young man with a dragon-armored snapping turtle crouched beside him, its thick shell plates gleaming with metallic luster. The moment the youth spotted Qingchen, his mouth fell open in shock. He had earned his place here by consecutively defeating 2 silver-level magical beasts. How could a lifestyle beast tamer possibly make it this far? Strength or luck? The square-faced boy stared silently at Qingchen, his thoughts churning. As his gaze lingered, the transparent arena in midair flashed with light once more, and a short-haired girl was pushed into an isolated space similar to the others. Immediately after, her contracted beast materialized a towering snow-white giant bear, standing over twice a person's height, with thick limbs and bulging muscles that gave off an overwhelming presence like a mountain bearing down. Moments later, Xiao Liang and Bai Mengzhu also fell into the remaining 2 transparent spaces. They looked up and saw Qingchen standing in the adjacent space, their hearts skipping a beat simultaneously. Encounter a lifestyle beast tamer at this stage was like seeing a ghost. Xiao Liang especially fixed his gaze on Qingchen with growing intensity, though an inexplicable unease rose in his chest. In the next breath, the barriers separating the 5 contestants rippled slightly. Qingchen instinctively reached out, his fingertips meeting cold resistance that he still couldn't penetrate. But when Qingtuan barely lifted its paw, the transparent barrier seemed to vanish, allowing it to easily poke half its body through. Only the beasts can pass through, Qingchen realized, instructing Qingtuan to scout carefully. Sure enough, after Qingtuan stepped completely through, the barrier returned to its smooth state, yet the contractual bond between him and his beast remained undiminished, making him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The other 4 spaces opened accordingly, and the flame-tailed lion, azure-winged bird, dragon-armored turtle, and sacred white bear stepped out one by one, landing in the center of the arena. The flame-wrapped crimson lion's tail swept through the air with crackling explosions. The azure-winged bird spread its wings, releasing several dark blue feather blades, while the dragon-armored turtle and sacred white bear calmly positioned themselves at the perimeter like spectators, waiting for the situation to unfold. Kid, your luck has run out. Xiao Liang's voice carried a cold edge as the flame-tailed lion strode up to Qingtuan, baring its fangs. Seeing this, Bai Mengzhu nodded slightly, and the azure-winged bird immediately glided over to stand alongside Qingtuan in direct confrontation. On the sidelines, the dragon-armored turtle and sacred white bear remained determined to play the fisherman after the snipe and clam fought. Xiao Liang noticed this too, knowing that if he defeated the azure-winged bird alone, he would be severely weakened and his chances would plummet when facing those 2 heavy-type beasts with both defense and strength. His thoughts racing, he called out loudly, "You too. Why don't the 3 of us join forces and deal with this pair first? A lifestyle beast tamer making it this far is probably up to something fishy. We can't let ourselves be caught off guard. Besides, they're clearly working together while we're fighting separately. That puts us at a disadvantage." The square-faced boy's eyes flickered. He had already found Qingchen's presence suspicious and was looking for an excuse to act. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him completely. His mind made up, the dragon-armored turtle's heavy shell swayed as it slowly moved beside the flame-tailed lion, clearly taking sides. "Classmate, it's time to make a choice. You're not really hoping to be the fisherman, are you?" The square-faced boy turned his gaze to the girl who had yet to take a stance. The girl pondered for a moment, ultimately weighing the apparent battle strength before stepping forward, her sacred white bear lining up with the flame-tailed lion and dragon-armored turtle. She knew clearly that siding with Qingchen would make victory uncertain, while siding with Xiao Liang would at least guarantee winning this battle. Anyone would make the same choice. The arena's situation was now clear. The flame-tailed lion, dragon-armored turtle, and sacred white bear stood shoulder to shoulder, directly surrounding Qingtuan and the azure-winged bird in a 3-ginstone, overwhelming formation. "Qingchen, in this round, I'm afraid I can't protect you." Hearing Bai Mengzhu's words, Qingchen couldn't help but smile. He understood that despite knowing that choosing his side almost guaranteed defeat, Bai Mengzhu still stood firmly behind him. This unconditional support warmed his heart. Honestly, he was truly moved. If Bai Mengzhu weren't a guy, he might have wondered if the other had feelings for him. "Wait, could it be? You little rascal." Qingchen silently grumbled to himself, then collected his thoughts and whispered, "Don't worry. If I can't protect myself, then I'll protect you instead." With his resolve set, he focused his mind. The round, plump Qingtuan gripped its gleaming golden staff and landed with a thud in front of King Linjiu. Those bright eyes suddenly turned sharp and fierce, fearlessly staring down the 3 battle beasts across from them. "Attack!" Xiao Liang and the other 2, seeing their opponent had sent out a lifestyle-type beast as a provocation, gave the order almost simultaneously. They wanted to see just what this lifestyle beast was relying on to make it this far. Roar! The flame-tailed lion opened its maw wide, stirring up rolling waves of heat before launching itself like an arrow toward Qingtuan. High above, King Linjiu beat its wings powerfully, sending countless light feathers cascading down like a meteor shower. Light feather fall. The whooshing sounds merged into one continuous stream as they pressed down toward the flame-tailed lion's head. Don't forget about us. Dragon armored turtle, dragon shield. Sacred white bear, divine punch. From another direction, the dragon armored turtle conjured a translucent giant shield in midair, blocking all the light feathers with a resounding bang. Behind the shield, the snow-white sacred white bear roared and charged out, its fists wreathed in holy light as it struck fiercely toward King Linjiu. Watch out! Just as Qingchen was about to provide support, the flame-tailed lion unleashed a blazing roar, sending waves of fire roaring forward. 6 Harmony Shield. Qingchen spun its golden staff, forming a protective barrier that blocked the rolling flames. However, this brief pause forced King Linjiu to endure alternating attacks from the sacred white bear and flame-tailed lion in midair. Though it temporarily escaped danger thanks to its flight advantage, it was still being overwhelmed by the two beasts, leaving the situation precarious. We need to end this quickly. Qingchen's eyes sharpened with determination. In the arena, Qingchen seized its opportunity. The moment it blocked the flame-tailed lion's attack, it flash-stepped and appeared directly in front of the beast, intending to eliminate this fierce creature first. Xiao Liang's heart skipped a beat, so this lifestyle beast had mastered such ghostly movement techniques. However, as a talented beast master capable of defeating 2 silver-rank beasts, Xiao Liang quickly devised a counter-strategy, Blazing Fury Whip. The flames at the flame-tailed lion's tail suddenly erupted, and as it lashed about, sparks flew everywhere. The fiery trails formed dense whip shadows, instantly creating an impenetrable wall of fire that protected the beast at its center. Qingchen's expression remained unchanged as it raised the golden staff high, roaring internally. 8 Extremes Collapse. The staff's shadow fell like a mountain, carrying the oppressive weight of rolling thunder as it crashed down heavily. Boom! A piercing explosive sound rang through the void. In the next instant, Qingchen's staff struck directly through the flame-tailed lion's whip shadow defense, shattering the fiery whip phantoms into scattered sparks. Before the flames could fade, the golden staff sliced through the scorching air and slammed into the flame-tailed lion's right shoulder blade with such tremendous force that it produced a dull, thunderous impact. Ruhar! The flame-tailed lion cried out in pain, leaping backward as its flaming tail whip swept in a half circle, scattering the embers on the ground. Qingchen refused to let up, flashing forward once more with its second strike raised high, wind howling around it. On the transparent platform, Xiao Liang's face went pale with terror as he barely managed to shout, "Save me!" In a split second, a dragon scale shield blazed to life before the flame-tailed lion, its patterns clear and surface thick as stone. Bang! The golden staff struck true, sending ripples across the shield's surface. Using this brief reprieve, the flame-tailed lion kicked off the ground and bounded several steps away, escaping the direct combat zone to charge toward the chaotic melee surrounding King Linjiu. That panda's attacks are too heavy, it's got weapon enhancement, the square-faced man said, keeping his eyes locked on Qingchen as he quickly adjusted tactics. Dragon-armored snapping turtle, pin it down. We'll finish off King Linjiu first, then provide support. As his words fell, the dragon-armored snapping turtle rumbled its acknowledgement, its heavy shell glowing with a faint golden light. The sacred white bear tilted its head slightly, also accepting this new plan. Qingchen stood at the sidelines, his brow deeply furrowed. With the dragon-armored snapping turtle's defensive capabilities, breaking through in a short time would be extremely difficult. On the other side, the flame-tailed lion's arrival immediately put the airborne King Linjiu under attack from 2 fronts. Bai Mengzhu gritted her teeth, her wing beats clearly becoming erratic. Qingchen, I can't hold on much longer. King Linjiu had originally managed a roughly even match against the sacred white bear through flight, but now with the addition of the more powerful flame-tailed lion, the situation instantly tilted against them. Qingchen, use your trump card. Qingchen hesitated no longer, commanding in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Qingchen suddenly retreated half a step, raising the golden staff high with both arms. The staff creaked under its grip as the air itself seemed to compress. The square-faced man caught this detail and felt his heart skip a beat, immediately signaling the dragon-armored snapping turtle to raise its strongest defense. Thunder's apex. Qingchen roared, its thunder core erupting with power as lightning surged wildly from within its body, flowing along its arms into the golden staff. Crackle. Lightning arcs danced chaotically across the staff's surface, illuminating the surroundings as the void itself rang out under the electrical assault. Great Sunfalls. With its power fully charged, Qingchen twisted and struck with fury. The golden staff, carrying thunder accumulated to its peak, descended like a bursting celestial river toward the dragon-armored snapping turtle's head. Facing this near-destructive blow, the dragon-armored snapping turtle dared not underestimate it, activating its secret technique with a deep, rumbling roar. Immortal dragon armor. Golden light erupted from deep within its shell, enveloping the entire massive beast and instantly transforming it into something resembling a golden statue. The next moment, the brilliant, chaotic torrent of thunder arrived as promised, its raging current washing over the golden dragon-armored snapping turtle. Within the torrential thunder, the golden radiance that once blazed brilliantly across the dragon-armored crocodile turtle's surface visibly weakened before their eyes. Electric arcs savagely tore at its shell as the golden outer layer withered and cracked at an alarming pace. First came one fissure, then a second, a third. In mere moments, countless hairline cracks spread across its entire body, transforming the massive turtle into what looked like a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering. Crack! A crisp yet terrifying explosion rang out as fragments of golden light cascaded like rain. In the next second, the dragon-armored crocodile turtle's entire form vanished with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, at the opposite edge of the arena, the square-faced male student's veins bulged as he was about to cry out in pain, but his entire being evaporated in an instant as if he had never existed at all. Clearly, the arena's protective mechanisms had teleported both the dragon-armored crocodile turtle and its beast master away at the moment of destruction, sparing them from a fatal outcome. Within the transparent space, Qingchen received synchronized information from Qingtuan. Just as the thunder was about to truly tear apart the dragon-armored crocodile turtle, the protection system forcibly relocated the target. Not dead, just teleported. The thought flashed through Qingchen's mind, though he had no time to dwell on it. At the other end of the arena, the situation suddenly intensified. Though Qingtuan had defeated the enemy, King Linjiu was now trapped in a desperate situation, caught between the flame-tailed lion and the sacred white bear. The sacred white bear thrust its right paw forward forcefully, pure white holy light forming a shockwave aimed directly at King Linjiu's wings. King Linjiu dodged sideways, but in the next moment, the flame-tailed lion's blazing roar struck at close range, flames engulfing everything as its silhouette disappeared within the sea of fire. Bai Mengzhu. Witnessing Bai Mengzhu and her beast being teleported out of the match, Qingchen's eyes twitched violently. Though the arena rules ensured that spirit beasts wouldn't truly die and beast masters would be spared from serious injury, the fact remained that Bai Mengzhu had been surrounded and defeated precisely because she was on his side. At this thought, rage suddenly surged within Qingchen's chest. Qingtuan, finish them, he commanded in a low voice. Sensing its master's fury, Qingtuan's fighting spirit ignited completely. The round little body lifted its head, dark green pupils locking onto the flame-tailed lion and sacred white bear. It stepped forward lightly with its right leg, its form immediately blurring as the entire panda crossed over 10 meters in an instant, appearing before the flame-tailed lion. The golden staff raised high, the air splitting with a sharp crack. 8 extremes collapse. Special force techniques infused the staff as wave after wave of staff shadows layered and merged with the main body during its descent, causing the power of this single strike to explode exponentially. Boom! A thunderous roar tore through the arena as the flame-tailed lion's body exploded into flame fragments before Qingtuan, without even a moment to cry out. Within the transparent space, Xiao Liang, the Beastmaster, felt every hair on his body stand on end as he experienced true fear of this little panda for the first time. The ability to instantly cross over 10 meters while possessing silver-level killing power made this kind of assault a death sentence for any bronze-level spirit beast. Fear and bewilderment intertwined as Xiao Liang's figure was also whisked away by the arena's mechanisms. At the center of the arena, only Qingtuan, standing less than half a meter tall, remained facing the nearly 2-meter-tall sacred white bear. With the brutal results of the previous 2 battles fresh in memory, the sacred white bear's female master understood better than anyone. Despite the vast difference in size, that panda's combat power far exceeded her own spirit beasts. If it could forcibly shatter even the dragon-armored crocodile turtle's tough shell, she had no confidence in letting the sacred white bear face that golden staff heaten. In the deathly silence, she bit her lip and finally lowered her head. Qingtuan stood steadily with staff in hand, its emerald pupils calmly observing, seemingly waiting for the opponent's decision. After a moment of silence, the female beast master chose to surrender. She didn't want to risk her sacred beast, the holy white bear, dying in battle, or herself becoming a fool, just to gamble on something unknown. As the female beast tamer decisively conceded and was swept away by a white light, only Qingchen and Qingtuan remained on the arena, 1 human, 1 beast. Only then did Qingchen realize that the girl obviously didn't know about the arena's built-in death immunity rule, making surrender the safest choice. After a brief moment of distraction, he focused all his attention on Qingtuan. Just moments ago, Qingtuan's flash step combined with 8 extremes collapse had nearly instant-killed the flame-tail lion in explosive power that even he hadn't anticipated. The same moves would be impossible to execute with beginner-level mastery, unless the skill proficiency had just broken through. With a slight mental shift, the familiar data panel appeared in his vision. Name, Qingtuan. Species, giant panda. Level, bronze 30. Aptitude, Silver. Skills. Focus Minor Achievement 5. Wave Perception Minor Achievement 20. 6 Harmony Staff Technique Minor Achievement 5. 8 Extremes Collapse Minor Achievement 0. Flash Step Minor Achievement 0. Thunder Emperor Formula Beginner 10. Just as he suspected. When he checked this morning, only Focus had barely reached minor achievement. After half a day of Secret Realm exploration, the other skills' proficiency had all improved. Qingchen had been too busy dealing with various emergencies to check the panel, only now discovering that both Flash Step and 8 Extremes Collapse had advanced to minor achievement. No wonder they could deliver such a devastating show of force that instantly shattered the female beast tamer's fighting spirit. Using the information gap to achieve victory without battle. Crack, crack, crack. The sudden sound of grinding gears echoed as the smooth, bluestone floor at the arena's center began shifting and moving. Square tiles sank and rose, quickly forming a black stone pillar over a meter tall, its surface covered in rough textures. At the top, a round object sat quietly embedded there. Just as Qingchen was about to have Qingtuan retrieve the object, the transparent barrier suddenly rippled with subtle waves. He tentatively reached out, this time his hand passed through easily. Since that was the case, he simply walked into the heart of the arena with Qingtuan following behind. Upon closer inspection, the round object looked more like a stone egg. Oval-shaped, about the size of a duck egg, entirely dark gray with spider web-like fine cracks covering its surface. It felt exactly like an ordinary stone to the touch. Had it always been like this, or had time weathered it to this state? Qingchen couldn't determine the answer for now, so he simply tucked the stone egg into his backpack. Once the stone egg was removed, the black stone pillar began reorganizing again. Each rock fragment rotated precisely, and within just half a minute, it had reconstructed into a human-height black door. Inside the doorframe, a 7-colored vortex swirled, the sign of a teleportation array taking shape. An exit. Qingchen murmured to himself, but without hesitation, he stepped through the door with Qingtuan. Outside the pyramid, one of the 2 remaining light pillars in the sky suddenly shattered. The spectators collectively held their breath. The final winner of this bronze-tier secret realm was about to be revealed. As the void trembled. Immediately after, a figure stumbled out of the teleportation portal at the pyramid's peak. Yang Yin, the top student from Qingfeng City, number 1 high school next door. What? It's her. The crowd erupted instantly. Doesn't that mean the one who won in the end was that lifestyle beast tamer? A lifestyle type could defeat so many prodigies in a row. Discussions surged like waves, but Yang Yin remained expressionless. She pressed her hand against the secret realm crystal on her chest, and as light flashed, she was swallowed by teleportation particles. Before leaving, she only thought coldly to herself. This broken secret realm has no more value to extract. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time, and besides, she really couldn't swallow the humiliation of losing to a lifestyle type. Out of sight, out of mind. On the other side, Xiao Yang, who had already appeared outside the pyramid, looked so grim he could drip water. Although the arena had a death prevention mechanism, he was still shaken until his blood and qi churned need at least a week of rest to recover. What made him even angrier was that the treasure from the deepest part of the secret realm had fallen into the hands of a lifestyle beast tamer right before his eyes. How would he explain to his companions when he returned, "I lost to a very powerful lifestyle type"? Who would believe that? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. So he simply activated his secret realm crystal and departed in a streak of light. With Yang Yin and Xiao Liang disappearing one after another, the gossiping fire among the watching students burned even brighter, their imaginations running wild about the final confrontation inside the pyramid. Ahem. Bai Mengzhu cleared his throat twice, drawing all the scattered gazes to himself. Earlier, he had been anxious about the outcome, but now that he was certain Qingchen had claimed victory, he was full of confidence and immediately began vividly spilling everything he had witnessed. Flames devoured the sky, spiritual light overflowed everywhere, and that giant panda, when pushed to its limit, directly transformed into a 3-meter Buddha panda, wielding a Zen staff and knocking out opponents left and right. No wait, it could also grow 3 heads and 6 arms, and ride clouds through the sky. Before fighting enemies, it would roar majestically, strike down darkness with thunder. The exaggerated descriptions came like rapid-fire shots, leaving the onlookers stunned. The square-faced male student standing in the crowd just twitched the corner of his mouth. 1% truth, 99% fiction. Alas was a low she didn't say much, silently activated his secret realm crystal, and left the secret realm as well. The discussions hadn't died down when the last beam of light atop the pyramid suddenly extinguished. Look, the light beam is gone. The lifestyle beast tamer is coming out. Does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qingchen's figure slowly materialized. As soon as he appeared, he caught the complex gazes converging on him. 4 parts curiosity, 3 parts disbelief, 2 parts amazement, and 1 part barely perceptible wariness. Before Qingchen could figure out what was happening, Bai Mengzhu in the distance raised his right hand high and waved it vigorously. When Qingchen saw Bai Mengzhu again, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly walked up to her. As he made his way through the crowd, people instinctively stepped back half a pace wherever he passed. Seth had just defeated 3 geniuses among geniuses in the secret realm, and even though everyone knew Bai Mengzhu's account was somewhat exaggerated, no one wanted to provoke him directly. Many muttered under their breath. Who would have thought that we, proud combat beast tamers, would have to make way for a lifestyle beast tamer? But can Qingchen even be considered a lifestyle beast tamer anymore? Qingchen ignored the chatter and stood before Bai Mengzhu, immediately showing concern for her injuries. How are you feeling? Nothing serious, just need a few days to recover. Bai Mengzhu waved her hand casually, then gently stroked her companion Qing Lingyu, whose aura was weak. Still feeling guilty, Qingchen immediately pulled out a handful of bronze spirit crystals from his backpack and offered them to her. This is all because of me. Take these as compensation. Bai Mengzhu rolled her eyes, thinking that since Qingchen had contracted with a lifestyle beast, his resources were probably limited. She simply left him with a casual remark, save them for next time. With that, she activated her secret realm crystal and disappeared in a shower of light. Watching the light fade away, Qingchen smiled. She's definitely a friend worth keeping. We'll meet again, he said softly, then activated his own secret realm crystal. Nearly all the opportunities within the bronze tier secret realm were now in his possession. Outside the secret realm, compared to the bustling scene from the morning, only scattered groups of people remained around the entrance, seemingly waiting there on purpose. The moment Qingchen appeared, those who had been acting idle immediately converged on him, instantly surrounding him. You little brat, we finally caught you. You're Qingchen, right? How dare you extort this young master in the secret realm? Did you think you could touch the Wang family's money? Shouts erupted from all sides as Qingchen's vision filled with figures. He narrowed his eyes. These people were shameless enough to resort to bringing in the adults after losing to a kid. Are you planning to openly violate Alliance regulations? Qingchen's voice turned cold and hard. The Beast Tamer Alliance strictly prohibited private combat, with severe penalties for violators. The crowd stirred slightly, but no one made the first move. Just as the standoff continued, a mocking laugh cut through the tension. But what if the one making the move is a madman? The noisy human wall instantly parted to form a straight path as Xiao Liang walked forward slowly, accompanied by several middle-aged men with sinister auras. One of them, a man so thin he was practically skin and bones, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz the air distorted, and a giant spider covered in black fur, nearly a meter long, leaped out of nowhere. Its 8 sharp limbs pierced the ground while its carapace gleamed with cold light. Beast space. Qingchen's heart sank. Only silver tier and above beast tamers could store their contracted beasts in beast space and summon them at will. The skinny man's display clearly indicated that he was at least a silver tier beast tamer. Kill him. The skeletal man stared at Qingchen, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin. This emaciated man was named Li Kuei, a deadly assassin secretly raised by the Xiao family, born with the sole purpose of carrying out their vengeful bidding. Knowing he would inevitably face the Alliance's judgment, he had completely abandoned reason, determined to drag Qingchen down with him. At his mental command, the nightmare-like ghost-faced demon spider responded instantly. Its 8 thick, hair-covered legs pounded the ground violently, dragging its fist-sized abdomen as it charged forward, then suddenly dipped and leaped, descending upon Qingchen like an ominous storm cloud. On the ghost-faced demon spider's snow-white carapace, a twisted human face with an ambiguous smile slithered in the cold light, so eerie it made one's scalp crawl, not to mention the deadly poison coursing through its entire body. Qingchen shuddered, retreating while shouting, Qingtuan. The agile panda spirit companion emerged at his call, raising its staff to shield its master. If this ghost-faced demon spider were only silver rank, Qingtuan's current strength might not guarantee victory. Qingtuan immediately activated Focus, its distinct black and white eyes suddenly sharpening as its aura surged. With a light tap of its toes, its form became a blur, appearing before the ghost-faced demon spider in the next instant. The golden staff cut through the air, staff shadows falling like rain. 8 extremes collapse. However, at the critical moment, the ghost-faced demon spider's abdomen swelled and violently sprayed streams of gray-white webbing. Webbind. Layer upon layer of sticky silk wove into a wall in midair, forcibly repelling Qingtuan's assault. Worse still, the tremendous impact force from the spray knocked Qingtuan to the ground, and the spider silk instantly wrapped around it, tightly binding its limbs and torso. Ha! Li Kuei burst into unrestrained laughter at the sight. He secretly congratulated himself that young master Xiao Liang had briefed him on this panda's techniques beforehand, or he might have truly suffered an unexpected defeat. But now, his prey was completely helpless. Go, Blade Mantis. Li Kuei snapped his fingers, and a mantis over half a meter long with an entirely emerald body shot out from the shadows. Its arms were lined with segmented tendons, each ending in a massive blade gleaming with cold light. The mantis lightly pushed off with its hind legs, and its entire body vanished like erased ink, reappearing next to Qingchen with blades raised high. Whoosh, the blade light descended, its cold gleam dazzling. Many onlookers, anticipating a bloody scene, covered their eyes with their hands. Lightning suddenly erupted. The web-wrapped Qingchen suddenly surged with thunderous energy throughout its body. Thunder's extreme. Torrential electrical current burst from its form, as violent as a cascading thunder river, racing along the spider silk to strike the blade mantis directly. The mantis stiffened upon contact, its wings instantly paralyzed and suspended. Simultaneously, the webbing dissolved into large patches of black ash under the thunderstorm's assault, scattering in the air. With its bonds released, Qingchen sprang up from the ground, raising its golden staff high. At the staff's tip, a blazing white thunder sun roared into existence, so brilliant it made the air itself hum. Great sunfall. Qingchen roared inwardly, gripping the staff with both hands and bringing that thunder sun crashing down toward the blade mantis's small head. The lightning-bound mantis could only watch as the day of destruction drew ever closer, its sharp compound eyes filled with despair. No, no, no. The blade mantis's eyes widened in terror, its mind going completely blank as the fear of death consumed it. It couldn't comprehend how this had happened, that it had come here to harvest prey and savor the torture, yet in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned and it was the one facing death. Before it could even process this thought, Qingchuan's attack came crashing down. Crack! Thunder exploded as blazing white arcs of electricity poured down like a bursting dam, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning and the ear-splitting clash of metal on metal, completely obliterating the blade mantis's head. Ah! On the other side, Li Kuei, suffering from the contract backlash, clutched his head and screamed in agony. As a silver-rank beast tamer, his soul strength far exceeded that of bronze-rank tamers, so losing one beast wasn't enough to immediately strip him of his fighting ability. Fighting through the excruciating pain, he barked out an order. Ghost-faced spider, attack. The ghost-faced spider's 8 legs tensed as it prepared to pounce, but in the next second it suddenly realized Qingchuan had completely vanished from sight. In fact, the moment the thunder had shattered the mantis's skull, Qingchuan had used the blinding flash as cover to execute a bronze-level skill flash step. Now, Qingchuan hovered silently above the ghost-faced spider. 8 extremes collapse. Staff shadows layered upon each other like crushing mountains, power flowing into the golden staff. The ghost-faced spider's nerves contracted in alarm, but before it could dodge, the golden staff came crashing down with thunderous force. Boom. Splat. The spider's swollen abdomen exploded on impact, its foul-smelling fluids and chunks of flesh spraying in all directions like a gruesome firework painting the sky. Scream. A piercing shriek cut through the air before the ghost-faced spider collapsed, completely lifeless. And lo, Li Kuei let out a hysterical roar. With both his beasts dead in succession, the compounded contract backlash caused crimson blood to pour from his 7 orifices, turning him into a blood-soaked figure in an instant. Even without the Alliance's sanctions, he was now completely ruined. Qingchuan lowered its staff and with a flicker, returned to Qingchen's side. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A lifestyle-type beast had just defeated 2 silver-rank combat beasts above its own level. How can that panda control thunder? Maybe it's a mutation? Hard to say if it's mutated, but I recognize that skill. It just used flash step, bronze level. To teleport instantly across a dozen meters like that, the proficiency must be at least minor mastery. My god, a bronze-rank beast with minor mastery proficiency? Amid the chaotic discussions, someone had a sudden realization. Do you think Qingchen might be that dark horse beast tamer? What? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. The dark horse beast tamer broke Qingyang City's bronze advancement record from 3 days down to 16 hours. Even the 3 great families couldn't achieve that with all their resources. Qingchen is also a bronze-rank beast tamer now. His lifestyle beast can defeat silver-rank opponents. And from what we've seen, that panda has mastered at least 2 bronze-level skills to minor mastery proficiency. Right? All the clues match up. The conclusion was undeniable, and the crowd's gaze toward Qingchen suddenly turned fervent, like men who had been celibate for decades suddenly spotting a scantily clad young beauty filled with desperate hunger. Seeing the predatory looks in everyone's eyes around him, Qingchen's heart sank as he realized he might not escape unscathed today. The young man in the center of the arena dropped his smile, while the outer crowd exploded like water droplets hitting hot oil. Almost as soon as everyone confirmed that Qingchen was indeed that dark horse beast tamer, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair pushed through the crowd first, standing before Qingchen with a tone that was respectful yet barely concealed urgency. Young friend Qingchen, the head of the Liang family greatly admires your talent and has specifically sent me to invite you back to our estate for a discussion. Would you honor us with your presence? These words seemed to open the bidding war. Following closely behind, representatives from other families weren't to be outdone, each flaunting their own offerings. Young friend Qingchen, why not come to our Zhao family? Our beast taming resources are absolutely abundant. Come to our Wu family. All of our Wu family's resources will be unconditionally available to you. Consider our Wang family, Qingchen. The Wang family pays well. The recruitment calls came from all directions in waves, completely reversing their earlier hostility with enthusiasm that seemed ready to lift him to the heavens. Looking at all these faces wearing expressions of treasuring talent like life itself, Qingchen found it ironic these same people had initially been determined to teach him a lesson, yet now they acted like saviors. He wasn't foolish and understood clearly that these empty promises could be voided at any time. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen suddenly curved his lips and presented his own condition. Everyone has seen that there's a great grudge between me and Xiao Liang of the Xiao family. Whoever is willing to help me teach Xiao Liang a lesson, I'll go with them. As his words fell, the noise was instantly sucked away, and the air became so heavy it seemed capable of bending people's backs. The Xiao family was one of Qingyang City's 3 major families, and Xiao Liang was the current generation's top talent. Moving against him would be equivalent to provoking the entire Xiao family a risk not everyone could bear. Qingchen raised his hand expressionlessly, his fingertips brushing past his earlobe, as expectation and disappointment intertwined in his heart. With these spineless forces that bullied the weak and feared the strong, they dared to invite him to join them? Ha ha! Qingchen, do you know what you're saying? In the silence, a mocking voice exploded. Xiao Liang stepped forward, chin raised arrogantly. Teach me a lesson? Behind me stands the Xiao family. Are these pieces of trash worthy? Believe it or not, if I told them to eat shit, they'd have to pick the hot ones. This carpet-bombing mockery made quite a few people furrow their brows. After all, Xiao Liang was ultimately just a talented bronze-rank beast tamer who hadn't truly risen yet, and couldn't represent the entire Xiao family. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Several smaller factions made snap decisions to take the gamble, while others, though not comparable to the Xiao family, didn't take a mere junior seriously either. So after Xiao Liang's boasting, several people silently stepped forward, their gazes fixed directly on Xiao Liang. You, what do you want to do? Challenge my Xiao family. The situation reversed in an instant, and Xiao Liang's heart jumped as he hurriedly signaled his guards to protect him in the center. Xiao Liang, you had your subordinate beast tamers openly commit violence, which has violated the Alliance's iron laws. That's right, we represent the Alliance and also the Xiao family in giving you a lesson, lest you continue to disgrace the Xiao family's reputation. Though they had decided to act, everyone still feared an endless feud with the powerful Xiao family. So in just a few words they changed the nature from targeting the Xiao family to disciplining the individual Xiao Liang for his mistakes. Easier said than done. I've already notified the family's experts you trash won't escape. Not a single one of you. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Xiao Liang merely let out a cold laugh before retreating into the protective circle formed by the surrounding guards. The crowd froze for a moment, then quickly realized that the situation had reached a point of no return. Any hesitation now would leave them in an awkward position, neither here nor there. Resolutely, they turned to Qingchen. Young friend Qingchen, we hope you'll keep your word. Of course, Qingchen replied, his expression calm, though inwardly he had already reduced his goodwill toward these factions to zero. It was all because the circumstances left him no choice. With his affirmation, the crowd moved in unison to activate their contracts. Rays of contract energy lit up, summoning their beasts one after another. In an instant, the sky was filled with ferocious creatures of all shapes and sizes. Their violent auras intertwined, forming an oppressive and terrifying force. At the collective command, all the summoned beasts charged toward Xiao Liang's position. Enough! Suddenly, a stern voice thundered from the heavens, shaking the air like a drumbeat. The invisible pressure in the voice froze the charging beasts in midair, their claws and fangs suspended, as if time itself had stopped. Qingchen looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a tailored suit standing in the void, his footing secured despite no visible support. Walking on air, unless aided by their beasts, such a feat meant he was at least platinum-ranked himself. Xiao Kuan of the Xiao family. Someone murmured. This man was one of the top 10 platinum beastmasters of the Xiao family, a figure who ranked among the best, even in Qingyang City. With someone of his caliber appearing, the crowd assumed the chaos would soon come to an end. But the tension in the air surged again. 2 equally powerful presences emerged abruptly, a burly man with a tank top and a stocky build, and a voluptuous middle-aged woman in a flowing dress. Both descended from the sky. Su Yang of the Su family, Li Mei of the Li family. These 2 were also platinum-level powerhouses from Qingyang City's 3 major families. Su Yang and Li Mei glanced at Qingchen, unable to discern anything particularly special about him at first glance. However, based on the intelligence they had gathered, this young man was likely the mysterious, dark horse beastmaster. Their gazes quickly shifted to Xiao Liang, their voices booming like thunder. Using your Xiao family status to act so brazenly? If your family won't discipline you, then we elders will. As their words fell, the two unleashed their power. Terrifying spiritual energy condensed into massive palms that slammed downward with devastating force. The platinum-level attacks arrived in an instant. Xiao Yang's hair stood on end as his blood ran cold. Just as the deadly strikes were about to hit, a thin, shimmering blue energy barrier quietly appeared, blocking the attacks outside. Having narrowly escaped death, Xiao Yang let out a furious roar toward the sky. With my Xiao family elders here, you dare harm me? Su Yang and Li Mei ignored his outburst, their cold gazes fixed on Xiao Kun instead. Xiao Kun maintained the faint smile he had worn since his arrival. Matters within the Xiao family are not for the two of you to interfere. Before his words had fully settled, the space beside Su Yang and Li Mei began to distort slightly, indicating they were preparing to summon their beasts for a true confrontation. Xiao Liang kneel. What? Before Xiao Liang could react, he felt an immense pressure suddenly bear down on his shoulders. Thud. Caught off guard, Xiao Liang's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking up, he saw Qingchen standing not far away with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and distant. Young friend Qingchen, does this show the sincerity of the Xiao family? Xiao Kuan's voice carried a probing tone as it echoed through the air. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. No one had expected Xiao Kuan to make his own family member kneel publicly in submission. Qingchen remained speechless for a moment. The air seemed suddenly drained, leaving only the sound of breathing. Suddenly, Xiao Kuan flipped his right palm, and a finger-thick beam of blood-red light shot forth. In the next second, Li Kuei, who had been writhing in agony on the ground, stiffened, his pupils dilated, and he died instantly. My family's guard was ignorant and offended you, young friend, violating the Alliance's iron law. I, Xiao Kuan, personally clean house. He withdrew his palm and looked down at Qingchen. Young friend Qingchen, do you have any remaining grievances? After speaking, he was about to move forward, but found Su Yang and his companion still blocking his path. What? Do you two truly wish to wage war against the Xiao family? Or do you take me for a soft persimmon, ready to squeeze at will? Xiao Kuan's smile faded as his tone turned cold. He had handled the situation flawlessly, silencing all criticism. Su Yang and his companion exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately unable to find fault, and reluctantly stepped aside. Qingchen's fists clenched slightly. It seems the Xiao family must be visited today. Just as this thought arose, a gentle voice drifted down from the heavens. Though the Xiao family has personally executed the lawbreaker, punishment is still due. Each word fell clearly, and a silver-haired, kindly-looking elder appeared out of thin air beside Qingchen. Hall Master of Qingyang Palace, Missouri Nian. The crowd instantly erupted. Whether Xiao Kuan or Su Yang and his companion, all immediately descended from the air and bowed respectfully. This was one of the few diamond beast tamers in Qingyang City, a legend who had single-handedly slaughtered nearly 1,000,000 invading beasts. Mo Nian's gaze fell upon Qingchen, his smile warm. It's been long since I've seen such a prodigy. Qingchen, if you don't mind, would you be willing to become this old man's student? The air nearly solidified. Mo Nian, Diamond Summoner. Personally taking a disciple, any one of these phrases could stir up a storm, let alone all combined together. The expressions of Xiao Kuan and the other two visibly stiffened. Though the three great families also supported diamond beast tamers, who could guarantee such personal, hands-on guidance? This single statement from Mo Nian carried far more weight than joining any family. Qingchen opened his mouth, initially wanting to refuse. However, today's events were vivid in his memory. Without matching strength and backing, even the greatest talent would only serve as a target. If he didn't become Mo Nian's disciple, such troubles would inevitably repeat themselves. When that time came, who would be there to protect him? Moreover, with his identity now exposed, without Hall Master Mo's protection, even if he managed to escape today's crisis by sheer luck, his future would be fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Qingchen weighed the pros and cons, his heartbeat steadying in his chest as he lifted his head with determined eyes. Hall Master Mo, I accept. Student Qingchen pays respects to his teacher. The young man cupped his hands in salute, bowing with perfect posture. The lamplight reflected off the beads of sweat on his forehead, creating tiny points of light. Witnessing this scene, Mo Nian's lips curved upward, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had considered earlier that if Qingchen stubbornly refused, he would at most help him escape the immediate crisis, after which he would have no reason to intervene further. Fortunately, this child was smart enough. Ha ha ha, excellent. Mo Nian laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the spacious hall. Now that you've become my student, at least within Qingyang City, no one can force you to do anything. As his words faded, a snow-white kitten suddenly emerged from beside him. Its paws made almost no sound on the smooth floor, and a differently colored rune was embedded in its forehead, glimmering faintly under the lights. Xiaobai, Mo Nian instructed, looking down. Stay with Qingchen for now, and accompany him to see me tomorrow. Meow. The kitten responded, gracefully leaping onto Qingchen's shoulder where it found a comfortable position, curled up into a ball, and promptly fell asleep with closed eyes. Yin found this amusing and could only shake his head helplessly, saying to Qingchen, "Go home and rest well tonight. We'll discuss other matters tomorrow." "Yes." Qingchen nodded and, at Yin's gesture, turned to leave. As he departed, the guests in the hall exchanged glances, each wearing embarrassed expressions as they prepared to retreat. No one had anticipated that a covert battle for the talented bronze beast tamer would actually alarm Yin, a diamond-level powerhouse. On the other side, Xiao Yang was helped up from the ground by his guards. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, his face flushed red as if blood might drip from it had actually knelt publicly before a lifestyle beast tamer. What utter humiliation. Qingchen, today's shame will be repaid tenfold in the future. Xiao Yang roared inwardly, stumbling as he followed his guards into the dispersing crowd. Just as everyone was about to quietly exit, Yin snorted coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable chill. "Think you can just leave? Do you take the Alliance's rules as mere decoration, or do you consider me, Yin, as decoration?" What followed was a scene where any faction that had previously shown hostility toward Qingchen was forced to injure themselves on the spot. Dislocated bones, severed meridians, screams rising and falling in succession. Then, gritting their teeth, they produced large quantities of resources as compensation before being allowed to leave in disgrace. With Yin present, no one dared to be careless. All struck themselves severely, requiring at least 10 days to half a month to recover. After everyone had fled, he looked at the materials and crystal cores piled like a small mountain in his beast space and nodded with satisfaction. So many resources, more than enough for a greeting gift. As night fell, Qingchen collapsed onto the living room sofa the moment he returned home, letting out a long sigh. The Secret Realm expedition had exceeded expectations from start to finish, and now, having somehow acquired a master, it seemed to be a wise move after all. He pulled out his phone and began searching for information about Yin. The data spread before his eyes. In his youth, Yin was recognized as a genius who broke countless cultivation records and won multiple championship titles. He had led the Dragon Kingdom team to the finals of the Continental Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, only to suffer a narrow defeat to the Sakura Kingdom. Later, for unknown reasons, he came to Qingyang City to serve as Hall Master. In his third year, a rare beast tide erupted with 1,000,000 exotic beasts surging forward. In that battle, Yin single-handedly slaughtered 1,000,000 exotic beasts, forcibly protecting the precarious Qingyang City. From then on, no one in the city dared to disrespect or defy any of his decisions. The light from the screen illuminated Qingchen's face as he occasionally let out low exclamations of amazement. The small white cat lying on the armrest opened one eye to glance at the screen, its lips seeming to curve in a somewhat disdainful arc. It closed its eyes again and flicked its tail. Well, of course, after all, in that very battle, it had killed at least 500,000 exotic beasts. The next morning, Qingchen groggily sat up from the sofa, his head still spinning as he stumbled through the darkness into the bathroom for a quick wash. When he returned to the living room, he discovered that Qingtuan and the little white cat had somehow curled up together, sleeping soundly. "Time to get up. We need to go see my teacher." He bent down and gently patted his two spirit beasts. Qingtuan and the little white cat rubbed their heads and reluctantly opened their eyes. The little white cat let out a soft meow, flicked its tail, and nimbly leaped onto Qingchen's shoulder, curling up again to continue its nap. Qingtuan first stretched lazily, then grabbed a spirit bamboo shoot and crunched down on it. Exhausted from the previous night, it hadn't even eaten a midnight snack, so filling its belly was the first priority upon waking. Qingchen sighed helplessly and scooped up the happily munching Qingtuan, heading straight out the door. For his first meeting with his teacher, he absolutely didn't want to make a bad impression by being late. After hailing a cab on the street, the imposing gates of the Beast Tamer Alliance appeared before them within 10 minutes. The silver-gray facade gleamed brilliantly in the morning light, making Qingchen silently marvel. He hurried through the entrance hall straight to the reception desk. Yin had already given advance notice, so the receptionist immediately approached when she saw him enter, treating him with respectful courtesy as she led him through the corridors. After several turns and multiple security checkpoints, they stopped before a dark wooden door. "Student Qingchen, the hall master is waiting for you inside. I won't disturb you further." After Qingchen thanked her, the staff member tactfully departed. "Knock, knock." Qingchen raised his hand and tapped on the door. "Come in." Yin's gentle voice accompanied the soft click of the door lock. Qingchen pushed the door open and entered. The spacious office was simply furnished, with antique wooden bookcases and desks arranged throughout, while floor-to-ceiling windows along one wall let in abundant sunlight. "Please sit." Yin guided him to a tea table where water bubbled gently as tea steeped fragrantly. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin handed over a storage ring. "Since you've taken me as your teacher, a welcoming gift is naturally in order." Qingchen quickly stood and bowed formally, accepting it solemnly. Teacher, please rest assured I will never disappoint you. Mo Nian smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on Qingtuan. Come with me to the training room. I haven't seen this little fellow in action with my own eyes yet. With that, he stood up first. Throughout their journey, Mo Nian never asked how Qingchen had managed to advance to bronze summoner in 16 hours despite lacking beast-taming talent and resources, nor did he inquire why a domestic-type spirit beast could be trained to such formidable strength. To him, everyone had their own opportunities and secrets. Back in that organization, beast tamers as unreasonable as Qingchen were plentiful. Soon, they arrived at the training room. It was an enclosed space roughly the size of a basketball court, with metallic walls reflecting cold light. In the center stood a silver-gray training dummy with a palm-sized display screen embedded in its chest. Mo Nian spoke. Have the little fellow attack the dummy with full force. After Mo Nian finished speaking, Qingchen immediately ordered Qingtuan to unleash its full power. Upon hearing the command, the panda beast Qingtuan gripped its golden staff with one hand as ripples spread across its body surface, instantly filling the training room with its perception. Its eyes focused sharply, entering a state of complete concentration. In the next second, its figure flashed like lightning to behind the metal dummy, raising the golden staff high above its head as multiple staff shadows overlapped. 8 extremes collapse. Clang. The piercing clash of metal rang out, causing the very air to tremble slightly. The digital screen on the metal dummy's chest flickered rapidly. 100, 200, 300. Finally stopping at 500. Seeing the number 500, Mo Nian's eyes narrowed slightly. Normally, bronze-tier beasts should have attack power within 100, while silver-tier beasts range from 100 to 1000. This strike from Qingtuan had firmly stepped into the mid-level range of silver-tier beasts. No wonder it could fight above its tier and consecutively defeat 2 silver-tier beasts. For a diamond-tier beast master to utter the word rare was already the highest praise. Mo Nian had seen bronze-tier beasts unleash silver-level combat power before, but those creatures were invariably born for battle. For a lifestyle beast like Qingtuan to deliver a strike worth 500 points was truly a first. Teacher, this is just Qingtuan's normal full-power strike. Having already become a disciple, Qingchen decided to stop holding back. The more shocking the potential, the more attention and resources he could earn from Mo Nian. Oh, Mo Nian raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, lightning erupted across Qingtuan's body as endless violent thunder coursed through its fur. It raised the golden staff high once more, quickly condensing a blazing orb of lightning at the staff's tip, like a miniaturized sun. Thunder's apex, great sun fall. The staff fell like the collapse of heaven itself. The thunderous sun transformed into a torrential flood through the staff's momentum, instantly engulfing the golden dummy. Electric arcs danced wildly as light and shadow churned, and the counter on the dummy's chest was bombarded by a tsunami of numbers breaking past the old limit of 500 and continuing to climb. 600, 700, 800, until reaching 900. Faced with the final number of 900, even the well-experienced Mo Nian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This child is terrifyingly formidable. 900 was approaching the peak of silver-tier beast combat power. To his knowledge, only the peerless existences in the top 100 of the beast rankings could achieve such cross-tier performance. Yet with countless beasts worldwide, breaking into the top 100 was extraordinarily difficult. The entire Qingchen city hadn't produced a single one in nearly a decade. But this panda before him already possessed the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with those 100 monsters on the rankings in terms of cross-tier combat. Truly shocking. After steadying his emotions, Mo Nian had Qingtuan test its speed, defense, and other parameters. Through comprehensive testing, all the data became clear to him. Qingchen, you'll stay at the branch temple for the next few days for specialized training. In 3 days, we'll have an exchange match with the neighboring Qingfeng City branch temple. The bronze-tier battles will be entrusted to you. If you win, there's an attribute origin as a reward. Attribute origin. Upon hearing these 4 words, Qingchen's heart stirred. This was such a rare beast-taming resource that even the black market rarely saw it, and once mastered, a beast could gain an additional elemental power. If Qingtuan obtained a lightning attribute origin, it could summon thunder at will in the future, even without a true lightning core. With this, victory in the bronze tier would be virtually guaranteed. Seeing the blazing flame ignite in Qingchen's eyes, Mo Nian knew no further persuasion was necessary. She summoned a staff member to escort Qingchen to his dormitory, while she began contemplating a specialized training plan for Qingtuan. Following the staff member at a brisk pace, Qingchen soon arrived at the residential area. After seeing the person off, he immediately raised his storage ring and immersed his consciousness within it. This extravagant. A mountain of spirit crystals gleamed coldly in the dim light, and Qingchen nearly drooled at the sight. While Qingtuan didn't rely on spirit crystals for cultivation, these could be directly converted to money. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 to 300 crystals, with silver and gold spirit crystals mixed among them, worth over 10 million dragon coins by market prices. Besides the spirit crystals, the storage space also quietly housed rare metals, various pills, and scattered beast-taming resources, adding up to another fortune worth tens of millions. Was this the benefit of having a master? On their first formal meeting, Yin had invested nearly 20 million dragon coins worth of resources. Withdrawing his consciousness from the ring, Qingchen clicked his tongue repeatedly. If he had to save up this amount himself, it would take forever. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, and a thin booklet fell into his palm, the complete evolution path for Qingtuan's advancement to silver tier and transformation into a Panda King. Yin's thoughtfulness made Qingchen truly feel the goodwill of this diamond tier beast tamer for the first time. Not only were the resources generous, but she had also specially prepared the evolution plan and required materials. Though far less valuable than that pile of spirit crystals, it showed much more care. He memorized the key points and opened the booklet. Take Earth Essence daily for 1 consecutive month. Cultivate in Spirit Bamboo cultivation grounds, absorbing the breath of Spirit Bamboo growth and transformation. The content wasn't long, but extremely time-consuming. According to this process, even if Qingtuan reached Bronze 100 level, it would still need at least another month of preparation, with the risk of failure still present. Well, at least we have the system. As soon as this thought arose, the familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Detected simplifiable evolution path. Target, Qingtuan. Spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify. Qingchen chose yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Panda King evolution path. Condition 1. Reach Bronze 100 level 01. Condition 2. Consume 1 gold tier spirit bamboo 01 inch. Miraculous work system. The originally complex steps had been condensed to simply eating 1 spirit bamboo. While marveling, Qingchen opened his terminal to check prices, and his mouth immediately twitched. What spirit bamboo? It costs 500,000 dragon coins per stock. This couldn't even be called spirit bamboo anymore. It should be called a luxury item. You know, Qingtuan's original silver evolution, including the cost of purchasing the evolution path, only required 300,000 dragon coins in total. With this thought, Qingchen looked down at the 20 million dragon coin balance in his account, originally thinking he was quite wealthy. But after a quick calculation, he realized this money would only be enough to buy 40 golden grade spirit bamboo shoots. Thinking of such an exaggerated consumption, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet still gritted his teeth and decided to bid for the spirit bamboo shoots first. Just as he opened the purchase interface, the cold system notification sounded again. New simplifiable evolution path detected. Target, Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify the new evolution path? Qingchen's fingertip paused, his eyes lighting up. The evolution route from Giant Panda to Panda King had been proposed 300 to 500 years ago and was still considered the only orthodox path. During this time, countless researchers had tried to explore new directions, but always came up empty-handed. Now the system was suggesting that Qingtuan had entirely new evolutionary possibilities. 1 million wasn't much or little for him, but if it could unlock Qingtuan's brand new form, it would definitely be worth it. Qingchen confirmed without hesitation. Simplification complete. Thunder Panda evolution path unlocked. Condition 1. Possess True Thunder Core 11. Condition 2. Possess 1 Thunder Attribute Essence 01. Condition 3. Reach Bronze 100 level 01 inch. As the text appeared, Qingchen suddenly understood. Clearly, the True Thunder Core was the key to triggering this path. Currently, Qingtuan was at Bronze 30, and at the current cultivation speed, it would reach 100 in 3 to 5 days. The only remaining gap was that 1 Thunder Attribute Essence. Thinking of the Academy Exchange competition in 3 days, the fighting spirit in Qingchen's heart was instantly ignited. If he could obtain the Thunder Attribute Essence there, he could let Qingtuan step onto an entirely new evolutionary ladder. With this thought, he simply left the dormitory, planning to exchange all the spirit crystals in his possession for dragon coins first. They were useless in his hands anyway, so he might as well exchange them early, in case the system suddenly popped up another notification and he found himself short of funds. Inside the Academy's administrative hall, voices buzzed with activity. High-hanging light screens marked the business types at each window. Following the directions, Qingchen found the exchange counter, randomly picked a queue to join, and casually scanned the hall with his eyes. Just then, a violent argument suddenly erupted from the adjacent window, drawing everyone's attention. "Sume, is this how you treat me?" The speaker was a clean-featured young man named Shinsi. His face flushed red as he stared intently at a man and woman across from him. "I gave up better advanced beast taming academies back then because of your words. We'll be together forever. After just 1 year, you want to break up with me for money?" Facing him were a pot-bellied male student and an exquisitely made-up young woman. The pot-bellied man wore a contemptuous smile, while the young woman Sue remained coldly indifferent. "Shinsi, I was young and naive back then. Now I'm becoming better. What about you? What right do you have to stop me from living a happier life? Should I keep following a poor boy like you forever?" As soon as she finished speaking, whispers arose all around. The pot-bellied man sneered and put his arm around Su Mei's shoulder in a victor's pose. Shen clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Su Mei coldly delivered the final blow. "Delusional loser, so pathetic. Delusional loser, how pathetic." These 6 words pierced Shen-Si's heart like sharp thorns. He jerked his head up, almost hysterically retorting, "Me delusional? I may have only contracted a domestic-type beast, a wild bull, but with it, I made it into the top 100 in number 2 high school's internal competition." At the edge of the crowd, Qingchen's eyelid twitched upon hearing this. So this was the senior that homeroom teacher Wu Fong had mentioned? With this realization, his interest in watching the drama intensified. Su Mei crossed her arms, and after hearing Shen-Si's defense, she merely rolled her eyes, her tone remaining icy. "So what? Right now, you're just another face in the crowd. What's the difference between you and that waste of a domestic-type beastmaster next to you with his giant panda contract?" Suddenly finding himself dragged into the mess, Qingchen was first stunned, then frowned and looked up to retort. "Miss, what did you just say? Who are you calling miss? Your whole family are misses." Su Mei shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Qingchen. "It's losers like you who not only refuse to better yourselves, but also try to drag hard-working girls back into your filthy swamp. What's wrong with us girls aspiring for something better? We haven't even asked you for compensation for our youth, and yet you have the nerve to slander us as money-grubbing and shameless." Her barrage of words made Qingchen chuckle coldly, his eyes instantly turning frigid. "Oh right. So our youth as men doesn't count as youth? If your youth can be compensated with money, then calling you miss is quite fitting. We're all in the same business here, so why are you pretending to be high definition? Why are you acting like you're 1080p? As his words landed, the male onlookers couldn't help but applaud. "Well said. Exactly. Why doesn't our youth as men count as youth?" Thunderous applause erupted. Su Mei was rendered speechless, left with only a trembling finger pointing at Qingchen, unable to squeeze out a single coherent sentence. During the standoff, a male student with a beer belly stepped forward. He pulled Su Mei into his embrace and groped her waist, eyeing Qingchen sideways. "My woman isn't for a waste like you, a domestic-type beastmaster, to comment on. How about this, you apologize, and I'll pay double the price for whatever spirit crystals you're trying to exchange. Deal." His words drew a chorus of disdainful snickers. However, what no one expected was that Qingchen, who had just delivered that passionate speech, actually nodded with a smile. "Damn, I misjudged him. Turns out he's spineless too. I take back my applause." Amid the beer-bellied students' triumphant laughter and the disappointed looks from the crowd, Qingchen leisurely pulled out a bronze spirit crystal. "That's it. I'll give you 10 times." The beer belly was about to show off, but seeing only one crystal, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, Qingchen, like a magician, pulled out 10 more identical bronze spirit crystals from his chest, dropping them one by one into his palm, where they clinked together, gleaming with an eerie light. Now, the beer-bellied student forcibly swallowed back the words he was about to say. "Not even 10. Before the chubby guy could finish his sentence, Qingchen shook out a handful of bronze spirit crystals from his sleeve. A rough count revealed at least 50 crystals. At market price, that was 500,000 dragon coins, and with the previously agreed double compensation, it would be 1 million. After the crowd finished their mental calculations, they collectively gasped, turning 500,000 just for an apology? As if the shock wasn't enough, Qingchen raised his hand and scattered a second handful of bronze spirit crystals, doubling the quantity to about 100. The weight of 2 million dragon coins made the chubby guy's atoms apple bob up and down, while even the onlookers held their breath. But Qingchen paid no attention to everyone's bewilderment and reached into his storage pouch again. The third handful of bronze spirit crystals came pouring out, though only about 70 this time. It pushed the total past the 200 mark, equivalent to over 4 million dragon coins. "Can you handle all these bronze spirit crystals?" Qingchen stared intently at the chubby guy. Just as he was about to wait for a response, the light in his palms suddenly intensified. Silver spirit crystals, 5 times more potent than bronze ones, rolled onto the tablia, full 60 of them. At 50,000 dragon coins each, one handful was worth 3 million, doubled to 6 million. Combined with the previous bronze crystals, the total value had broken through 10 million. Thud! The chubby guy's knees gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Su Mei's face turned paler than the spirit crystals. How could a lifestyle beast tamer accumulate such enormous wealth? The crowd was also stunned by the 10 million dragon coin figure, with many wondering if they were still standing in front of the electronic display at Tiandi Bank. Just when everyone thought the spectacle was over, Su Mei suddenly rushed forward, pointing at Qingchen and shrieking. "There's no way a useless lifestyle beast tamer like him could have so many spirit crystals. They're either fake or ill-gotten. I, Su Mei, stake my reputation on reporting him. Arrest him now." Qingchen was so amused he laughed coldly, snorting. Reputation? I see your face keeps changing from green to white. Before his words had finished, he simply dumped the last 40-plus gleaming golden spirit crystals onto the table. At 100,000 each, worth over 4 million dragon coins, doubled to over 8 million, bringing the grand total close to 20 million. The continuously climbing numbers left the crowd barely able to breathe. The chubby guy lay motionless on the ground, and Su Mei's lips had turned ashen. Just then, a clear male voice broke the silence. Student Qingchen, why would you need to come personally for something as trivial as exchanging spirit crystals? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a gentle-mannered young man in work clothes walking briskly toward them. It's him, Xiahong, the head administrator of the Qingyang branch hall. In the lobby, numerous trainee beast tamers gazed at the middle-aged man dressed in a gold-trimmed uniform with an authority crystal card at his waist, all thinking the same name. Xiahong already possessed gold-tier strength, and combined with his position as branch administrator, even platinum beast tamers had to show him respect. Everyone understood this principle, yet no one could comprehend why such a figure was now showing complete deference to a mere lifestyle beast tamer. Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xiahong strode over to Qingchen's side, his voice steady yet tinged with respect. Student Qingchen, the hall master wishes to see you. I'll handle matters here. His words struck like thunder in everyone's ears. The hall master, a diamond beast tamer, and the true apex powerhouse of the entire Qingyang branch hall. Such an existence personally requesting to see a lifestyle beast tamer? And Xiahong's attitude made it clear their relationship was anything but ordinary. Qingchen simply nodded his thanks and departed with composure. The crowd automatically parted to create a path, his silhouette casting a long shadow under the lights that fell upon every observer's heart. Watching that retreating figure and seeing the bewildered faces around him, Xiahong shook his head slightly, his expression instantly shifting from warmth to the cold authority of a superior as he turned. His gaze fell upon the trembling, pot-bellied male student and the ashen-faced Su Mei, his tone icy. A worthless lifestyle beast tamer? Xiahong repeated Su Mei's earlier words in a low voice, then spoke coldly. Do you know who he is? He is the personal student of the hall master. Boom! The surroundings erupted in heated discussion once again. The student of a diamond beast tamer. Offending such a person was tantamount to seeking death. Thud. The pot-bellied student, who had just managed to stand with the wall's support, collapsed again as his legs gave out. Thinking of his earlier arrogance, cold sweat ran down his back. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he could only redirect his anger towards Su Mei. This is all your fault. If not for you, how would I have ended up confronting the hall master's student? Su Mei flushed red from his shouting, but didn't dare retort she still needed to rely on this rich second-generation heir in the future. Yet swallowing this humiliation was even more unbearable. She lowered her voice, though still loud enough for everyone around to hear. He's just a lifestyle beast tamer. If he hadn't been lucky enough to gain the hall master's favor, what right would he have to stand above us? Clearly, she was deliberately trying to create hatred toward Qingchen. Xiahong heard every word and sighed helplessly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Student Qingchen called you stupid and malicious, and it seems he was absolutely right. Let me give you something to remember. Qingchen advanced to Bronze Beast Tamer in just 16 hours. In yesterday's Bronze exclusive secret realm, he dominated all the talented beast tamers from both Qingyang and Qingfeng cities. Even Xiao Liang, hailed as Qingyang's top young talent, was defeated by him. This barrage of information struck like rapid-fire cannons, once again stirring up a frenzy at the scene. That dark horse who swept the rankings was him. My God, we're all lifestyle types, but he's just too incredible. Amid the commotion, everyone gazed at Qingchen's retreating figure with a mixture of awe and reverence, while the pot-bellied student on the ground and the pale-faced Su Mei were left with nothing but regret and terror. The crowd looked at each other speechlessly, only able to lament. Why is the difference between people greater than the difference between people and pigs? After learning about Qingchen's past achievements, no one dared to utter another word. They simply watched his gradually disappearing figure with newfound respect in their eyes. After all, anyone personally selected by the hall master as a student would never be just a name without substance. Xiahong immediately signaled the security personnel to escort away both the pot-bellied male student and Su Mei. Causing trouble in the alliance was already a potential offense, let alone confronting Qingchen directly. This minor incident was instantly magnified. Only after Su Mei and her companion were led away did everyone see Qingchen's figure completely disappear into the corridor's depths, bringing this episode to a close. Meanwhile, Qingchen continued walking without pause, returning to the training room. Teacher, he bowed respectfully. Mo Nian nodded slightly, his tone gentle yet unquestionable. I've set up an artificial secret realm for you. For the next 3 days, you'll remain inside for specialized training. Artificial secret realm's a product born from technological advancement. Operators simply input various parameters, and the system generates corresponding trial stages. Unlike natural secret realms, they exist within absolutely controllable and highly secure closed-loop environments, perfect for targeted training. Of course, the cost was equally staggering. Even the lowest-tier bronze-level artificial secret realm cost 100,000 dragon coins per hour to operate. Thank you for the trouble, teacher. Qingchen understood that what was truly expensive at this moment wasn't the fee, but the parameter configuration. Only by precisely identifying Qingtuan's weaknesses could these 3 days be utilized to their absolute limit. Without Imo Niana Diamond Beast Masterdo diagnosed for him, relying on his own exploration would never achieve such efficiency. Train well, but remember to balance work and rest. Excess leads to deficiency. After this reminder, Imo Nian turned and left. As the door closed, Qingchen immediately activated the control panel in the training room center. Artificial Secret Realm activated. The mechanical prompt echoed as the entire floor instantly segmented and shifted, while the white coating on all 4 walls rapidly changed color like spreading ink. Within mere minutes, the originally spacious training room had transformed into a deep, damp cave. At the far end of the dim vision, about 40 to 50 meters away, a stone pedestal stood silently, with a gem of unknown origin emitting a dull luster placed upon it. The passage before the pedestal was sprawled with numerous crocodilian magical beasts lying in disarray. Their eyes were tightly shut, their chests and bellies rising and falling slowly, but the 2 elongated fangs exposed at the corners of their mouths gleamed menacingly in the cold light. Saber-toothed crocodiles. Qingchen drew in a sharp breath. Though these beasts were only bronze level, they possessed explosive and tearing power no less than flametail lions, and there appeared to be 30 to 50 of them. Once fully awakened, Qingtuan would be instantly torn apart given its current strength. He quickly understood Imo Nian's intention. This stage tested agility and sustained mobility. Qingtuan's current speed relied almost entirely on the skill flash step, but that was an extremely costly short-range teleportation that could only be used a few times per battle. Once facing encirclement or opponents equally skilled in speed, Qingtuan would fall into a passive position. From just that single demonstration earlier, Imo Nian had precisely identified this fatal weakness. The insight of a Diamond Beast Master was truly terrifying. Having recognized the stage's purpose, Qingchen hesitated no longer. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and commanded, "Qingtuan, prepare. Target the gem on the stone pedestal." Without further hesitation, Qingchen directed Qingtuan and began their trial journey. Whoosh flash step. Without seeking alternative routes, Qingchen simply wanted to see how far Qingtuan could go under conventional circumstances. Qingtuan's form shot forward like lightning, covering nearly a third of the distance in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, the saber-toothed crocodiles that had been lying dormant in the shallow water and marshes were startled awake by the sudden presence, their heavy breathing rising and falling in waves. The first saber-toothed crocodile took advantage of its position for a sneak attack from behind, leaping up suddenly with its 2 sword-like fangs aimed directly at Qingtuan's neck. Fortunately, Qingtuan maintained his wave perception. At all times, the 360-degree vision with no blind spots allowed him to dodge sideways just as the fangs closed in. The muddy water swept into a shallow groove by the fierce wind. However, this brief opening was enough for more saber-toothed crocodiles to fully awaken. 1, 2, 3. The encirclement visibly tightened. 8 extremes collapse. Qingtuan decisively broke through with full force, golden staff shadows overlapping as they crashed down. Dull thuds accompanied by the sound of cracking bones exploded outward, and even the well-defended saber-toothed crocodile was killed instantly by the single strike. But before the gap could widen, another saber-toothed crocodile had already pounced to seal it off. Due to the brief exhaustion brought on by his explosive technique, Qingtuan could only withstand a few waves of attacks before a saber-toothed crocodile precisely caught his, opening its fangs like spikes piercing straight through his body. Failure. Beast companion deceased. Within the artificial secret realm, the cold mechanical announcement echoed. Qingtuan's body dissolved into points of light and was teleported back to the starting position, while the previously fierce saber-toothed crocodiles returned to slumber in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Qingtuan's burst power was impressive, but he lacked the foundation for sustained combat. Though his skills were proficient, due to their system-generated nature, his actual combat experience was relatively limited. From this, Qingchen identified many hidden problems and once again marveled at Imo Nian's sophisticated methods. As a Diamond Beast Master with just one artificial secret realm, she could precisely expose weaknesses. If that was the case, once he successfully cleared the challenge, Qingtuan's combat power would surely advance greatly. After a brief rest, with his condition restored to peak form, Qingtuan entered the secret realm for the second time. This time he abandoned the 8 extremes collapse that would bring after effects, relying solely on wave perception's foresight and the golden staff's amplification to weave and dodge among the saber-toothed crocodile pack. Compared to the first attempt, he persisted much longer, but ultimately still had his stamina depleted under the siege of dozens of saber-toothed crocodiles and was torn apart by their collective fangs. Failure. Beast companion deceased. The mechanical voice echoed once more. 2 consecutive defeats didn't discourage Qingchen and Qingchen for Qingtuan to battle dozens of same-tier saber-toothed crocodiles for an extended period just 3 days after advancing to bronze rank was already miraculous. If it had been the Flametail Lion, it probably wouldn't have lasted even 2.5 exchanges before being torn to shreds. With excellent mindsets, the pair decided to fight this artificial secret realm to the bitter end. After fully recovering, the third challenge attempt began once again. Then came the fourth, fifth, sixth attempts. After countless tries, Qingtuan's progress had been pushed from the initial 1/3 all the way to half. Qingtuan, take a break. Let's continue tomorrow. Seeing that night had fallen, Qingchen waved his hand, planning to call it a day. However, the little red panda before him sent a firm message through mental waves. It wanted to try 2 more times. Only then did Qingchen fully understand why Qingtuan, despite being born blind, had appeared plump and radiating spiritual energy when they first met. The panda clan also followed the law of survival of the fittest. Qingtuan had indeed been isolated and bullied by its own kind in its early years, which drove it to train desperately. With this stubborn determination, despite being unable to see, it had forcibly developed first-class combat abilities, earning the peaceful life that followed. Now, with the simplified system's existence, it only appeared leisurely because it stayed by Qingchen's side. Thinking of this, Qingchen simply reached out to gently rub Qingtuan's head, then let it continue the trials. Palace Master's office. Mo Nian sat in the main seat, his gaze piercing through the window to lock onto the bright moon in the night sky, his expression profound. After a long while, he shifted his gaze back to the floating display screen on his docket, was broadcasting all the trial data from the artificial secret realm where Qingchen was located. Still continuing so late. He nodded almost imperceptibly. When his eyes fell on the detailed data, a trace of surprise flashed across them. Actually broke through half this speed is much faster than I expected. That panda definitely has more than just 2 skills. He flipped through several more pages of detailed information before looking out the window again. At this moment, the moon's edge faintly revealed an ominous red tinge. The next day, after resting, Qingchen and Qingtuan charged back into the artificial secret realm. As the number of attempts increased, Qingtuan's combat techniques became increasingly refined, and the progress bar steadily climbed. 1/2, 3/5, 7/10. It was getting closer and closer to the gem on the stone platform. Night fell again, yet Qingtuan continued its relentless battle. With the current progress, Qingchen was certain tomorrow they would be able to reach that gem. The third day, a morning of failures didn't dampen their fighting spirit. In the afternoon, well-fed and watered, Qingtuan began its first charge of the day. This time, we must succeed. Flash step. Gripping the golden staff in one hand, it lightly tapped its foot, and the entire panda seemed to vanish from the air, leaving not even an afterimage. When it reappeared, it had crossed most of the still sleeping saber-toothed crocodiles, with the gem within reach. Qingchen was stunned for half a second, then filled with joy. Flash step had advanced to mastery. Only one final step remained to reach perfection. The surge in proficiency made Qingtuan's movements more concealed and effortless. Taking advantage of the surrounding saber-toothed crocodile's lack of alertness, it took a second step. In the blink of an eye, Qingtuan stood beside the stone platform. Success! Its left palm reached out, and closed the gem was now in its grasp. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Rumble the ground beneath Qingtuan suddenly exploded, fine cracks spreading instantly into a grayish-white web. Almost simultaneously, it sensed danger through its wave perception and rolled backward in retreat. At its original position, a massive, menacing head burst from the earth, 2 gleaming fangs pointing skyward like twin swords, a saber-toothed crocodile. And this one was silver rank. Compared to the bronze rank saber-toothed crocodile that Qingtuan had fought earlier, this silver rank beast was significantly larger in both size and presence. Its dark gray scales layered upon each other, with bone blades and spikes protruding from its joints. Its evolved name Bone Saber Crocodile embodied pure ferocity. Watching this monster emerge from underground, Qingchen's expression instantly grew grave, and in that moment he understood. This was the ultimate test Mo Nian had prepared for Qingtuan. Roar! Its ambush having failed, the enraged Bone Saber Crocodile swung its massive tail, carrying gravitational force and countless small bone spikes in a sweeping attack gravity tail hammer. In a prolonged battle, Qingtuan would need to strategize carefully, but in direct combat, it had never shown fear. Gripping its golden staff with both hands, it stepped forward to meet the tail hammer, arms dropping heavily. 8 extremes collapse. Staff shadows layered like thunder crashing down. The next second boom. A deafening roar erupted as visible shockwaves rippled outward from their collision point. After a brief standoff, the Bone Saber Crocodile's spike-covered tail cracked first, spraying crimson blood. Roar! Severe pain forced the Bone Saber Crocodile to retreat, staring in shock at Qingchen less than half a meter tall, smaller than even its own mouth. How could such a tiny creature unleash such terrifying power? On the other side, Qingchen's eyes widened as Qingtuan's data panel flashed through his mind. Name, Qingtuan. Species, giant panda. Level, bronze 90. Aptitude, silver. Skills, focus mastery 10. Wave perception mastery 5. 6 harmonies staff technique mastery 5. 8 extremes collapse mastery 0. Flash step mastery 0. Thunder Emperor formula beginner 90. As expected, except for the Thunder Emperor formula which was just short of breakthrough, everything else had reached mastery. In the arena, the bone saber crocodile realized brute force wouldn't work. With a long howl, the bronze-rank saber-toothed crocodiles lurking underground responded, rapidly surrounding Qingtuan in a crescent formation. Facing the encircling crocodile formation, Qingtuan remained calm, its round black and white eyes suddenly narrowing as it activated focus. Under focus enhancement, each approaching saber-toothed crocodile seemed trapped in thick mud through its wave perception, their movements becoming sluggish. Instantly, it identified a gap to break through. Its right foot touched ground, force rippling outward flash step. Like a gentle breeze, all obstacles seemed non-existent. In the next moment, Qingtuan had silently appeared atop the bone saber crocodile's head, golden staff raised high before crashing down. 8 extremes collapse. Whoosh! 9 staff shadows emerged one after another behind the golden staff, appearing both overlapping and chained together. As each shadow merged into the staff body in sequence, the golden staff's downward speed continued to accelerate. As the 9th staff shadow merged in, the golden staff struck the bone sword crocodile's head with indescribable speed. Bang! The colossal mountain sea power contained within the golden staff suddenly erupted. The sturdy scales on the bone sword crocodile's head instantly shattered like fragile porcelain, scattering across the ground. Then that overwhelming force surged forward like a bursting dam into undefended territory, consecutively tearing through the bone sword crocodile's skin, blood, muscles, veins, and bones. Finally, the bone sword crocodile's head was completely deformed, and its life force was instantly drained away. Success! The bone sword crocodile was dead. Inside the artificial secret realm, the familiar mechanical voice sounded, though the content it announced was vastly different from what had been heard over the past 2.5 days. Meanwhile, in the Hall Master's office, Imon Yin, who had been handling affairs, suddenly noticed a notification pop up on his display screen. Upon opening it, he discovered that Qingchen had successfully passed through the artificial secret realm he had set up. How is this possible? Seeing the message, Imon Yin's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. The artificial secret realm he had designed was never intended for Qingchen to complete within these 3 days. According to his plan, if Qingchen could even touch that gem within 3 days, it would count as success. As for that bone sword crocodile, he had set its level at silver perfect. To better categorize beast combat power, besides the 8 major levels, the Alliance had further subdivided each major level into 4 stages. 0-30 as early stage, 30-60 as middle stage, 60-90 as late stage, and 90 and above as perfect. A silver perfect bone sword crocodile, with its impressive attack and defense capabilities, could even compete with early stage gold level beasts. Based on Qingtuan's performance 3 days ago, there was simply no way to contend with that bone sword crocodile in such a short time. So how did Qingchen manage to clear it? Unable to figure it out, Mon Yin simply set aside his work and quickly walked toward the training room. Qingchen's performance truly left even him, a diamond beastmaster, puzzled. This feeling was just like being back in that inhuman organization from before. Soon, Imon Yin arrived outside the training room. After exchanging greetings, Qingchen, who had already exited the artificial secret realm, opened the door to let Imon Yin into the training room. How did you do it? Getting straight to the point, Imon Yin didn't beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Qingchen didn't hide anything and directly explained how Qingtuan had advanced his skill proficiency to mastery level. What? Mastery level control? After hearing this, Imon Yin rarely lost his composure and exclaimed in shock. He truly couldn't imagine what kind of talent it would take to comprehend a skill from complete beginner to mastery level in just 5 days. Wait, it might be more than just one skill. So Imon Yin tentatively asked, and received an answer that was even harder for him to accept. Not really, just 3 skills reached mastery level control. To avoid being too shocking, Qingchen only mentioned the 3 skills that were most easily noticeable. However, even so, Imon Yin was utterly astounded. He knew that for a normal beast, advancing one skill's proficiency to mastery level would take at least 5 to 10 years to even approach. Good. Not knowing how else to respond, Imon Yin could only nod repeatedly in affirmation. After further conversation, Imon Yin instructed Qingchen to take Qingtuan back home for a good rest in preparation for tomorrow's exchange tournament. Watching the young man leave with Qingtuan in his arms, Imon Yin let out a long sigh. He had originally planned to keep this promising talent close by for careful cultivation, but given Qingchen's current explosive rate of progress, Forcing him to stay under his wing would only become a constraint. Tomorrow, let's see if you can seize the opportunity, he thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as if he had already planned his next move. Back home, Qingchen and Qingtuan collapsed onto the living room sofa almost simultaneously. 2 consecutive days of intensive training had left both their arms feeling like lead. Qingtuan couldn't even be bothered with its favorite spirit bamboo shoots, simply curling up in Qingchen's embrace and falling asleep. At this point, its level had reached bronze 90, and according to their training progress, it would touch the critical point of bronze 100 within 2 days at most. We must win tomorrow's exchange tournament championship, the young man declared, leaning against the sofa back and clenching his fist in determination, though his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. In his dreams, he saw Qingtuan transform into a thunder god wreathed in lightning. The little creature held a golden staff in its tiny hands, and with each swing, the heavens were torn open by brilliant electric light, thundering and roaring as if capable of destroying heaven and earth. This sleep was exceptionally deep. When he opened his eyes again, dawn was breaking outside the window. After washing up and finishing breakfast, just as Qingchen was preparing to report to the Alliance, his communication bracelet vibrated. Transportation will be provided. With this unexpected free time, he casually opened the Beast Tamer forum. The top trending post immediately caught his eye. Qingyang versus Qingfeng. Inter-city exchange tournament begins today. Who is the strongest genius beast tamer? Having devoted almost all his time to training these past few days, he knew very little about the tournament details, so he immediately clicked on the post to read more. The post explained the rules and background clearly. The exchange tournament was actually a resource competition. The reason Qingyang and Qingfeng cities were now at odds was due to a mysterious secret realm that had suddenly appeared at their border. An unexplored secret realm was like a gold mine buried underground and valuable. Whoever won would gain complete development rights to the realm. The poster also revealed that Qingfeng City wasn't unprepared. They too had put forward a once-in-a-century prodigious beast tamer. Unfortunately, there was virtually no information about this genius online, making their true identity a mystery. Just as he was getting absorbed in reading, a notification popped up covering the screen. Driver has arrived. Qingchen picked up the still drowsy Qingtuan, locked the door, and headed downstairs. After speeding along for a full hour, a magnificent outdoor stadium finally came into view. This was Qingyang City's largest competition venue. In the backstage corridor, lights and voices intermingled. As soon as Qingchen stepped inside, he spotted a familiar face. Xiahong. Student Qingchen, I'll be serving as the team leader for Qingyang City's exchange tournament team today, Xiahong said with a smile, extending his hand. Qingchen nodded courteously, observing proper etiquette. Under Xiahong's guidance, they passed through the busy staff area and arrived at a restroom adjacent to the arena. Inside, besides the staff members, there were 2 people he recognized. One was Xiao Yang, and the other was that square-faced male student. Let me make quick introductions, Xiahong called the 3 together. Xiao family. Xiao Yang, Beast Companion, Flametail Lion. Yari Beast Halls Weiyu, Beast Companion, Dragon-Armored Snapping Turtle. After finishing, Xiahong turned to Qingchen and also recited his basic information. Without paying any attention to the strange expressions on the 3 people's faces, he left the lounge directly. Humph. The moment Xiao Yang saw Qingchen, his face immediately darkened, and he let out an undisguised cold snort. Weiyu, standing nearby, scratched the back of his head and nodded at Qingchen as a simple greeting. Qingchen said nothing in response, merely returned a glance, then hugged Qingtuan tighter in his arms and found a chair against the wall to sit down, directing his gaze toward the 30-plus-inch high-definition screen mounted on the wall. The screen displayed an aerial view of the main stadium. It was a massive venue capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators, with packed circular stands and only the central combat arenas, each about the size of a soccer field, remaining temporarily empty, quietly awaiting the contestants' entrance. The surrounding audience seats were already packed to capacity, and even through the glass, the vibrations from their cheers could be felt. Seeing this scene, Qingchen couldn't help but click his tongue. He had originally thought the so-called exchange competition was just a small-scale friendly match between schools, but the information he'd found that morning had given him a premonition, and now witnessing it firsthand, he truly realized the massive scale. Country bumpkin, never seen the world? This little spectacle has you stunned. Xiao Yang caught Qingchen's surprise and immediately mocked him coldly. Although Qingchen had a diamond beastmaster backing him, Xiao Yang also had diamond-level elders supporting him, so he wasn't afraid. Looking for a beating? Qingchen glanced up at Xiao Yang, his voice low but carrying an icy chill. You. Xiao Yang remembered his defeat from a few days ago, veins bulging at his temples. You only managed to beat me by luck that day because my Flametail Lion had just advanced to bronze rank and wasn't stable. These past few days its power has surged something a country bumpkin like you can't even imagine. He gritted his teeth, determined to reclaim his dignity. Today I'll show everyone who's really the #1 bronze in Qingyang City. How about we have another match after the exchange competition ends? Qingchen casually stroked Qingtuan's soft fur while keeping his eyes locked on Xiaoliang. You're just a defeated clown. Where do you get the nerve to keep jumping around? Fine. But the loser has to call the winner daddy in public. Afraid that Qingchen might back out, Xiaoliang immediately demanded that both parties post their bet on their respective social media platforms. After a few minutes of uploading, he crossed his arms with a confident cold smile. This time, he would step on Qingchen to reclaim his throne as Qingyang's #1. Qingchen paid no attention to his provocation, continuing to focus on the screen. If someone wanted to come and embarrass themselves, he was naturally happy to oblige. Wei Yu continued scratching his head, maintaining an awkward silence. He didn't want to offend Xiaoliang, nor did he intend to side with Qingchen. Accompanied by the electronic countdown, the exchange competition between Qingyang and Qingfeng cities officially began. At the center of the main venue, two hosts first delivered a string of polite opening remarks, then loudly announced the competition format. 1. The event was divided into 3 major brackets: bronze, silver, and gold. 2. Each major bracket was further subdivided into 3 smaller matches, using a best-of-3 1v1 format. 3. Final rankings would be determined by points, first comparing major bracket points, then smaller match points. Next, the first gold bracket match is about to begin. With the competing parties, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. From Qingyang City, Lu Feng. From Qingfeng City, Yiping. Lu Feng. From Qingyang City's largest beast taming hall, the Yari Beast Taming Hall. It stands as one of the few superpowers in Qingyang City capable of rivaling the 3 great families. Yiping, a rare grassroots genius who first showed his extraordinary talent at the Silver Realm, subsequently recruited by the Bai family, the premier family of Qingfeng City. Both are renowned prodigies, and today we'll finally see who truly reigns supreme. The host exited as the lights converged, and from either side of the spacious arena, 2 figures slowly emerged. On the left, Lu Feng stood tall with flowing, slightly wavy hair and an unrestrained demeanor. On the right, Yiping with his buzz cut and dark complexion maintained a steady gaze. Let's begin. Lu Feng spoke with crisp decisiveness. Before his words had fully faded, a black blur suddenly shot forth from behind him. It was a black shadow barely half a person's height, swift as lightning with claws gleaming coldly. A lightning cat. The assassin-type tamed beast Lu Feng had contracted upon advancing to Gold Beast Tamer. Everyone knew lightning cats possessed incredible speed, but even more terrifying were their razor-sharp claws, said to tear through any defense. The spectator stands erupted in thunderous cheers, as all information about this genius had been thoroughly studied. Facing Lu Feng's signature surprise attack, Yiping showed no alarm, merely focusing his thoughts. A peculiar tamed beast over a meter tall, seemingly assembled from earthy yellow rocks, materialized beside him. Immovable as a mountain, with his command, the beast thrust both arms into the ground, and with it as the center, an earthy yellow barrier suddenly rose within a 10-meter radius, like an inverted giant bull, providing 360-degree protection for Yiping and his beast. A mountain guardian beast, an extremely rare elemental-type creature, ranked in the 2nd tier of the beast rankings. It was precisely by contracting this beast that Yiping had soared from obscurity to fame. The visitors from Qingfeng City, familiar with this story, began whispering among themselves. On the arena, the barrier blocked vision, leaving the prowling lightning cat temporarily without an opening. Though it could forcibly break through the shield, doing so would instantly expose its position. And Yiping wasn't merely a bronze beast tamer limited to controlling one beast. Once he pinpointed the location, a barrage of follow-up attacks would surely follow. Lu Feng had obviously calculated this as well. He too possessed more than one contracted beast. As his thoughts shifted, a massive white elephant landed heavily, its hide covered in a lustrous, jade-like luminous membrane. The 8th Division Sacred Elephant, Lu Feng's first tamed beast, with both strength and defense approaching terrifying levels. The moment this colossal figure appeared, the arena floor trembled faintly. Seeing Lu Feng deploy his heavy hitter, Yiping no longer held back, raising his hand to summon in succession. Poison Flame Wasp, Ice Jade Scorpion. 2 tamed beasts of vastly different sizes took positions left and right, one radiating toxic flames, the other gleaming with frigid light, instantly creating dramatic temperature variations in the air. In the backstage control room, Qingchen and others watched the real-time battle alongside staff members through the large screen. Yiping is already going all out, so why hasn't Lu Feng summoned his final tamed beast yet? Exactly. Being so arrogant. If he loses, it'll be utterly embarrassing. In the room, several staff members stared at the large screen, sweat beading on their foreheads as they spoke with urgency. Wei Yu, who worked at the same Radiant Day Beast Hall, waved his hand helplessly. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Look carefully at the feet of the 8th Division Sacred Elephanto. You see that palm-sized black ant? That's the skyhorn ant that our hall master went through tremendous hardships to find for senior brother Lu Feng. He pointed at the screen, his voice filled with pride. Don't let its small size fool you. Its brute strength is no less than that of the 8-division sacred elephant. The staff members exchanged glances, still finding it hard to believe. Could an ant with horns on its head really be that powerful? Seeing they wanted to ask more questions, Wei Yu simply closed his mouth and continued watching the screen. Nearby, Qingchen silently absorbed Wei Yu's explanation and nodded to himself. So Lu Feng's beast system was purely focused on aggressive assault. As beast tamers advance in level, they can contract more and more beasts, so each person builds the most suitable system based on their own characteristics and those of their beasts, hoping to achieve combat power where 1 plus 1 equals more than 2. Lu Feng's three main beasts, Lightning Cat, 8-division Sacred Elephant, and Skyhorn Ant, were a perfect example. The 8-division Sacred Elephant and Skyhorn Ant were responsible for frontally tearing through enemy battle formations or defenses, while the Lightning Cat waited for opportunities to infiltrate and finish off targets. In contrast, Ping followed artillery system. The mountain-controlling beast deployed group shields, while the Poison Flame Bee and Ice Jade Scorpion provided long-range firepower suppression from the rear. If developed to later stages, he would likely contract a beast capable of finishing moves to perfect his system. So what kind of beast system should he build? Qingchen fell into deep thought at this question. Classes often taught that the all-around style, with balanced offense, defense, and support, was most stable, but balance often meant mediocrity, lacking any deadly advantages. In reality, most beast tamers preferred systems with distinct personal characteristics rather than textbook templates. Just as he was about to think deeper, sudden exclamations from the staff behind him drew his attention back. Qingchen looked up at the large screen. At the center of the arena, Lu Feng and Ping had released all their beasts, and the situation instantly reached a fever pitch. Ping's side was exactly as Qingchen had predicted. The mountain-controlling beast spread its heavy defensive barrier, sheltering the Poison Flame Bee and Ice Jade Scorpion inside. The two beasts raised their compound eyes and stingers, unleashing dense poison flames and freezing currents that formed overwhelming waves of light, pouring toward the 8-division Sacred Elephant and Skyhorn Ant. Sacred Elephant's protection. Facing the storm-like long-range assault, the 8-division Sacred Elephant's entire body erupted with brilliant holy light. Like a heavily armored warrior bearing shield and spear, it thunderously stomped the ground, lowered its massive body, shook the arena, and charged straight forward. Skyhorn Shadow. The Skyhorn Ant let out a deep roar, and above its head, a phantom of a Skyhorn Ant magnified more than 10 times instantly materialized. Cold light flowed along the edges of its sharp horns. Then it raised its head, gathering power in its legs to the extreme. And then, facing the attacking energy rushing toward it, it swept out with one mighty horn strike. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Skyhorn Ant raised its head and horn. A cold gleam flashed as its spear-sharp single horn swept across, directly tearing apart the continuous energy beams in the void. Damn it! Ping's heart sank. Almost at the instant the beams shattered, he could already see his impending defeat. If he hadn't contracted the Mountain Guardian beast back then, he would never have earned the title of Genius Beast Tamer. His first tamed beast, the Ice Jade Scorpion, though classified as a combat type, had only mediocre talent at best. Compared to Lu Feng, who had backing and resource support from birth, he naturally lacked a trump card. After the beam collapse, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, as he had predicted. The Skyhorn Ant, dragging its heavy shell, charged toward the defensive barrier set up by the Mountain Guardian beast, stirring up dust clouds with its tremendous force. With sounds of bang-bang crack, the barrier was forcibly torn open after just 2.5 strikes. The Poison Flame Wasp and Ice Jade Scorpion were primarily ranged attackers, and now with the Skyhorn Ant closing in for melee combat, the threat of death loomed overhead, causing both beasts to panic. Following closely behind, the Lightning Cat that had been lurking in the shadows burst forth, wreathed in electric light, destroying the artillery system Ping had carefully constructed with a single strike. I surrender. Ping conceded defeat with his head lowered, his voice hoarse. In daily matches against most beast tamers, he could still rely on the Mountain Guardian beast's special abilities to cover for the Ice Jade Scorpion's shortcomings. But against top-tier opponents of the same level, even the Mountain Guardian beast couldn't handle 2 enemies alone. Worse still, this weakness would become increasingly fatal as levels increased. Understanding this made his dejection all the more profound. However, the moment he surrendered, the match result was sealed. Lu Feng claimed the first victory of the exchange tournament, securing the first point for Qingyang City. Nice. Qingyang is invincible. Lu Feng is invincible. I admit I was barking too loudly earlier and underestimated that ant. If apologies worked, what would we need police for? Unless you don't eat my brother's eggs for a week. In the spectator stands, Qingyang City's audience erupted in thunderous cheers, their emotions boiling over. In contrast, Qingfeng City spectators hung their heads in disappointment, but this was only the first match. There were still opportunities. At the center of the main platform sat Imon Yen, the Qingyang Hall master, alongside Lu Xian, the Qingfeng Hall master. The moment Lu Feng won, Imo Nian's furrowed brow quietly relaxed and his lips unconsciously curved upward. Lu Xian's expression remained unperturbed, as if it wasn't Qingfeng City that had lost. She murmured quietly to herself, "The real show has barely even begun." The competition immediately proceeded to the second match. Qingyang City contestant, Shaorenqi, tamed beasts, Skyfire Dragon Cat, Crimson Fire Ape, Blazing Fire Eaglia purely Fire-type lineup. Qingfeng City contestant, Huang Yaoyao, tamed beasts, Tide Shark, Heavy Water Pig, Water Rhinoceros perfectly forming a water attribute system. Water conquers fire. The outcome was virtually written the moment the lineups were announced. In the end, Huang Yaoyao achieved victory smoothly, tying the score. Facing this defeat for Qingyang City, not only the Qingyang spectators in the stands, but even Imo Nian himself, had only one thought. What terrible luck. What awful timing. Shaorenqi wasn't lacking in skill, quite the opposite. His abilities clearly surpassed He Ping from the previous match. Unfortunately, his luck with the draw was abysmal, as he faced off directly against an opponent whose core strategy revolved around water-type beast companions, leaving him completely countered by elemental disadvantage. The score was dragged back to an 11 tie, and the decisive third round immediately commenced. Qingyang City deployed a beast master specializing in physical assault tactics, while Qingfeng City brought out an all-around trinity, competitor: one beast for offense, one for defense, and one for support. Both sides clashed heated in a prolonged battle that remained deadlocked. Finally, Qingfeng City's defensive beast could no longer withstand the relentless bombardment, and Qingfeng City suffered a regrettable defeat. 21. Qingyang City secured the first major round points. The host announced the final score of the gold-tier matches with passionate excitement, instantly igniting the Qingyang audience section as cheers and shouts erupted in waves. The Qingfeng City spectators could only shrug their shoulders, outskilled and graciously accepting defeat. After a brief intermission, the second major round of the exchange tournament, a silver tier matches, began. Silver rank beast masters could contract at most 2 beast companions, insufficient to form a complete 3-beast system, making the competition less varied than the gold tier matches, but adding more unpredictable surprises. Silver first round, Qingfeng City claimed victory. Silver second round, Qingfeng City scored again. Silver third round, Qingyang City finally managed a comeback. 21. Qingfeng City tied the overall score at 11. The decisive factor would now be the bronze-level teams from both sides. As the host's words fell, the venue immediately erupted in commotion. In previous exchange tournaments, the bronze matches typically served as mere ceremonial closing acts, rarely influencing the overall outcome. Yet today, they had become the deciding factor. On the main platform, both Imo Nian and Lu Xian sat calmly, each appearing confident in their victory. Hasn't this old fool Imo Nian heard that Qingfeng City has produced an unseen-a-century prodigious talent? Lu Xian glanced sideways at the composed Imo Nian, puzzled. Or does he think that lifestyle-type beast master can crush our city's young generation? The more he thought about it, the more amusing it seemed, so he straightened in his seat, preparing to enjoy watching his opponent's composure crumble. Meanwhile, Imo Nian naturally noticed Lu Xian's subtle movements, but remained perfectly calm. Ever since the artificial secret realm incident, his confidence in Qingchen had skyrocketed. Unless Qingfeng City's legendary genius had contracted a beast companion from the top 100 of the beast rankings otherwise, he couldn't even imagine how Qingchen could possibly lose. Now, let's welcome both sides for the bronze-level exchange match. As his words fell, 2 figures stepped out from the contestant tunnels one after another. From Qingyang City, Wei Yu. From Qingfeng City, Xia Geng. Under the focused lights, Wei Yu walked steadily to the center of the arena and caught sight of Xia Geng across from him. The latter had delicate features, with silver-framed glasses that gave him a scholarly air, but the wind-hunting eagle perched on his shoulder, its talons gripping tightly, radiated a completely opposite fierce and sharp aura. Xia Geng came from Qingfeng City's top-ranked Tranquil Wind Beast Taming Hall, and his contracted beast, the wind-hunting eagle, was renowned for its extreme speed. However, at this moment, his gaze fell upon the massive creature beside Wei Yu's dragon-armored crocodile turtle, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A dragon-armored crocodile turtle? Speed can't overcome defense. This match won't be easy. He calculated silently, yet still raised his hand to signal the wind-hunting eagle to prepare for a probing attack. The next second, the wind-hunting eagle spread its wings explosively, its feather blades slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, transforming into a gray shadow that dove straight at the dragon-armored crocodile turtle. Engage! Wei Yu commanded in a low voice. The dragon-armored crocodile turtle took a step forward, heavy as a drumbeat, its thick forelimbs striking the ground and stirring up fine debris. Its heavy dark armor gleamed with a dim light as it raised a claw and swept it forward, quickly conjuring a semi-transparent water ripple shield in front of itself. Bang! The eagle's beak pierced the shield, and the water barrier shattered into droplets that scattered down. The wind-hunting eagle successfully tore through the defense, but the impact also stripped away most of its momentum. Its wings folded sharply as it barely managed to twist and pull up, beginning to circle in search of the next diving angle. In the arena, the crocodile turtle didn't pursue. Its strategy was simple: remain steady as a rock and wait for the enemy to crash into it. In the backstage lounge, defensive-type tame beasts are useless. They can only take hits without being able to attack. What's the point? The mocking voice came from a corner of the sofa, spoken by Xiao Liang, another contestant from Qingchen City. His tone was disdainful, though his eyes remained fixed on the light screen, only letting out a cold laugh after speaking. If it were me in this match, I would have already scored points for Qingchen City. He glanced sideways at Qingchen, standing not far away, then turned to several staff members with a look of disgust. Don't you people use your brains when selecting contestants? Does someone of this caliber deserve to compete alongside this young master? The staff members wanted to argue back, but considering the Xiao family's background, they could only hold their tongues, their faces flushing red with suppressed anger. Seeing this, Xiao Liang became even more pleased with himself, crossing his legs and swaying them. Just then, a light but cutting laugh interrupted his self-satisfaction. Haha, keep showing off for now, but don't get knocked senseless by your opponent in one move when you get on stage. The speaker was none other than Qingchen. He had never been afraid of Xiao Liang, and now with Mo Nian backing him up, his words were even sharper. You. Xiao Liang's eyes turned cold as he raised a finger, and the flame-tailed lion beside him immediately growled low, fire patterns dancing across its fur. On Qingchen's side, Qingtuan sensed its master's emotions and gripped its golden staff tightly with a snap, ready to charge forward at any moment. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the door was suddenly pushed open. No private fighting allowed in the backstage area, you two students. Xiahong entered with steady steps, his medium build carrying a heavy presence. Considering Xiahong's status and strength, Xiao Liang had no choice but to lower his hand and signal the flame-tailed lion to lie down. Qingchen also took the opportunity to pat Qingtuan's soft head, helping it relax. Seeing both sides cool down, Xiahong smiled. How about this? I'll add a personal reward. As long as both of you defeat your respective opponents in this exchange match, I'm willing to prepare a silver-grade tamed beast resource for each of you. A silver-grade tamed beast resource. In terms of value estimation, it would be worth around 1,000,000 dragon coins. This substantial amount of silver-grade beast taming resources wasn't exactly essential for Qingchen and Xiao Liang, but who would refuse a freebie? Moreover, this was a perfect opportunity to strengthen their relationship with Xiahong. Both readily accepted. The backstage undercurrents quickly subsided as the spotlight returned to the arena. At that moment, the Wind Hunter Eagle circled overhead, its amber pupils searching for even the slightest opening in the dragon-armored turtle's defense, ready to deliver a fatal strike. However, the dragon-armored turtle simply retracted its limbs and slightly angled its heavy shell upward, deflecting all attacks from any single direction with its impenetrable defense. With both sides fielding only one beast each, the only viable strategy to defeat the dragon-armored turtle was to use overwhelming force to crack its shell head, and just as Qingtuan had done before. However, the Wind Hunter Eagle clearly lacked such terrifying armor-piercing capabilities. Thus, the stalemate between an unstoppable force and an immovable object continued until time ran out. As the final whistle blew, both hosts announced simultaneously. Qingyang vs. Qingfeng exchange match, Bronze Division first round. Draw. Each team earns 1 point. The result drew sighs of disappointment from the stands. That turtle shell is way too tough. I hope the next matches aren't this boring. Wasn't it a bit hasty to bet the entire exchange match outcome on such a dull, bronze-level fight? In the backstage lounge, a staff member hurried over. Contestant Xiao Liang, please prepare yourself. You're up next. What a bunch of losers. Looks like this young master has to step in. Xiao Liang grinned, his profile showing a confident arc. This time, I'm going to shock both Qingyang and Qingfeng cities. The corridor leading to the arena was dimly lit. Xiao Liang encountered Wei Yu, who was just returning from his draw, and patted him on the shoulder. Wei Yu mistook it for encouragement and was about to express his thanks when he heard Xiao Liang chuckle smugly. Even though you didn't win, at least you set the stage for my entrance and victory. Don't worry, all of Qingyan City will remember that it was I, Xiao Liang, who turned the tide and led you all to victory. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the corridor as Wei Yu watched his retreating figure, his knuckles whitening as his fists clenched. On the other side of the arena, Qingfeng City's contestant made his appearance. Qin Xanth, top talent of his generation from the Qin family, Qingfeng City's second most powerful clan. His contracted beast, Fire Spirit Monkey. Is Qingfeng City really out of people? How dare someone with just a Fire Spirit Monkey call himself a genius? Xiao Liang felt relieved, confident of victory. Even if I win, people might question my abilities. Qingzhan across from him merely smiled faintly. Recently, many had underestimated his Fire Spirit Monkey, Yet they all ended up defeated on the arena floor without exception except for that one person. Thinking of that scene, Qingchen couldn't help but shudder even days later. Xiao Yang caught this subtle movement and mistook it for his opponent being intimidated by his presence. He immediately showed a disdainful sneer, then commanded his flame-tailed lion to attack. Blazing lion's roar. The flame-tailed lion's throat suddenly swelled, then it opened its massive maw wide. A thick, scorching torrent of flames erupted forth, rushing toward the opposite side of the arena like boiling lava. On the other side, Qingchen didn't even lift an eyelid, merely raising his hand casually. The fire spirit monkey standing before him understood immediately, clenching both fists and slamming them against its own chest. Bang! With a dull thud, a ring of golden flames burst wildly outward with the monkey at its center, the heat waves seeming ready to melt the very air. Under the golden radiance, the fire spirit monkey stepped forward to meet the surging column of fire, raised its arm, and threw a simple straight punch without any fancy techniques. The moment its fist touched the torrent of flames, the originally fierce sea of fire deflated like a punctured balloon, scattering to both sides with a whoosh, not even singeing a single hair on the fire spirit monkey. This shocking scene left Xiao Yang's face frozen in disbelief. On the main platform, Imo Nian also narrowed her eyes. That fire spirit monkey has actually fused with a strange fire? Imo Nian, being a diamond beast master, saw through the mystery at a glance. Judging by its power, it must rank close to the top 100 among the 300 strange fires. Lu Xian, the Qingfeng Hall master sitting beside her, nodded gently and smiled. Hall master Imo Nian is indeed well informed. Correct. That is precisely the strange fire ranked 125, the Golden Emperor Flame. This fire's power can make all flames submit. Unless it encounters a higher ranked strange fire, no other flame can harm it. Imo Nian glanced sideways. So Qingchen is your secret weapon? Lu Xian remained noncommittal, only smiling as he watched the arena. On the platform, after a brief moment of paralysis, Xiao Yang felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Strange fire. That golden blaze was definitely a strange fire. As a scion of a great family, he knew well the terror of strange fires. His family had originally planned to find a strange fire for the flame-tailed lion to fuse with, but now, before that fusion, they had encountered the true Golden Emperor Flame. From the moment the fire spirit monkey released the Golden Emperor Flame, the battle became completely one-sided. It didn't even bother using techniques, relying solely on the strange fire's overwhelming presence to force the flame-tailed lion into constant retreat. The previous match between Wei Yu and Xia Gong, though boring, was at least evenly matched. But this moment was complete one-sided bullying. Haha, where did Qingyang City dig up this weakling? I'm dying of laughter. It's like a father beating his son. That waste is Xiao Liang, the young master of the Xiao family, one of Qingyang's 3 great families? The so-called number 1 of Qingyang? This is it. Embarrassing. How dare they call themselves one of the 3 great families after raising such trash? They must be here just to make up the numbers. In the spectator stands, the audience from Qingfeng City all became jesters, mocking to their heart's content. The audience from Qingyang City didn't dare make a sound, as the situation on stage wasn't just slightly unfavorable, the gap was simply too vast. Even in an uphill battle, it shouldn't have turned out this badly. The main platform. The 2 hall masters sat at the center, with representatives from major factions of Qingyang and Qingfeng cities seated in order. Xiao Kuan, representing the Xiao family, stared intently at the arena, his expression so dark it seemed water could drip from it. He could accept Xiao Yang's defeat, but he couldn't tolerate watching him get beaten like a dog being walked. This was utterly humiliating for the Xiao family. What would people say about the Xiao family in the future? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he secretly resolved on the spot. Once they returned, Xiao Liang would face family punishment. Back to the matter at hand. On the arena, the fire spirit monkey's fists blazed with golden flames as it struck down thunderously. The flame-tailed lion, beaten into a pig's head, finally couldn't withstand it any longer. Its head tilted to one side as it fainted. Exchange Tournament Bronze Division, 2nd match. Qingchen from Qingfeng City wins, earning 1 point. Current score, 2-1. The host announced with a booming voice. Staff members immediately rushed onto the stage to carry the flame-tailed lion away for treatment. The defeated Xiao Yang's face flushed red as he panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. He was supposed to bring glory to Qingyang and clear his own name. How could he have lost? He couldn't even match Wei Yu, who had at least fought to a draw. It must have been bad luck. Yes, bad luck. I only lost because I encountered a ancient century prodigy from Qingfeng City. How could I, Xiao Liang, possibly lose? Absolutely impossible. He hissed under his breath like he was hypnotizing himself. Qingchen watched his manic behavior and simply shook his head. Ancient century? Perhaps, but unfortunately, he himself wasn't even qualified for such a title. On the main platform, Lu Xian, who usually maintained an indifferent expression, now leaned back relaxedly in his chair with a smile. Hall Master Imo Nian, It seems our Qingfeng city has this exchange tournament in the bag. We'll graciously accept that mysterious secret realm. Mo Nian turned his head, speaking in an unhurried tone. Hall Master Lucien, there's still one final match remaining. If our Qingyang city wins, we can tie the score. Ha! Lucien suddenly burst into laughter. In the final match, no matter who you send, you won't win. I advise Hall Master Mo Nian to prepare for defeat. Mo Nian frowned slightly. What could make Lucien so confident? Just how strong was Qingfeng City's final beast tamer? Backstage, staff members accompanied Xiao Liang back to the rest area. As soon as he saw Qingchen and Wei Yu, Xiao Liang couldn't help but burst out. Humph. If I hadn't encountered that ancient century prodigy, how could I have lost? I can only blame my bad luck for letting you two benefit. Qingchen and Wei Yu exchanged glances and both snorted with laughter. This was exactly how desperate people behaved. Quite amusing, really. Just as Qingchen was about to retort, a staff member hurried over to notify him to prepare for his match. Qingchen had to swallow his words and follow the staff member toward the arena tunnel. You'd better lose, Qingchen. Watching that retreating figure, Xiao Liang cursed viciously in his heart. As for who would get the secret realm after Qingchen lost, he couldn't care less. As long as Qingchen lost, he could manipulate public opinion to ensure Qingchen would never recover. The third match of the bronze division is about to begin. The massive arena blazed with lights as the crowd roared like a tidal wave. Two hosts raised their microphones high, their voices booming through the amplification array. Will Qingfeng City, currently holding match point, claim one more victory to secure their final triumph? Or will the trailing Qingyang City fight back to even the score? Let's wait and see. As the cheers died down, spotlights swept toward the contestant tunnels. From Qingyang City, Qingchen. From Qingfeng City by Yi. Qingchen stepped forward, his gray-blue battle uniform gleaming coldly under the lights. Bai Yi wore a vintage, solid-colored robe with sleeves that fluttered gently in the breeze, his slightly long black hair bound behind his head with a jade crown, looking like an elegant scholar who had stepped out of a classical painting. Unlike Qingyang City's three great families locked in a three-way power struggle, Qingfeng City was dominated by the Bai family alone, a fact that gave Bai Yi's entrance a commanding presence. Bai Yi looked up, his voice gentle yet direct. So you're Qingchen? Qingchen merely nodded slightly, though his gaze lingered on Bai Yi's face. He had the nagging feeling they'd met before, but couldn't recall where. In that case, I'll go easy on you. Bai Yi smiled enigmatically, raising his hand to gently stroke the white cat curled up on his shoulder. Then, with a slight movement of his wrist, the white cat leaped down like a feather to land in front of him. Is that so? Then I'll go easy on you too. Qingchen caught the lack of malice in his opponent's tone and responded with a smile, while Qingtuan beside him gripped his golden staff and stepped forward. Bai Yi's eyes flashed. Interesting. Let me see if your panda beast is truly as formidable as the rumors claim. The moment he finished speaking, the palm-sized white cat that had been lazily grooming itself suddenly burst forth with dazzling, dawn-like radiance. The brilliant white light forced spectators to shield their eyes. When the glow faded, what appeared on the arena was a white tiger standing as tall as an adult human, with powerful muscles and a majestic countenance. Even more heart-stopping were the massive, feathered wings that spread from its back. Like adding wings to a tiger, it's a Qingchen. The stands erupted instantly. Holy crap! A Qingchen. Ranked 88th on the beast ranking Qingchen. Good heavens. I'm actually seeing a top 100 ranked beast with my own eyes. Damn. How powerful do you have to be to contract such a beast? In your dreams, loser. Exclamations rose one after another, and even Mo Nian on the main platform felt his pupils contract sharply. Lucien turned his head smugly. Palace Master Mo Nian, do you see? This is Qingfeng City's true trump card. Now, do you still think your disciple has a chance of winning? Mo Nian frowned slightly. He was confident Qingchen could defeat most opponents. Even the fire spirit monkey from the previous match that had fused with strange flames posed no real threat, but if his opponent had truly contracted a Qingchen from the top 100 of the beast rankings, victory would be far from certain. Seeing Mo Nian's silence, Lucien said no more, simply turning his attention leisurely back to the arena. At the center of the ring, Qingchen gazed at the Qingchen, a flash of surprise quickly giving way to calm. A Qingchen? Perfect. Let's see just how strong Qingtuan has become. Qingtuan stared at his opponent, who had suddenly transformed into a winged white tiger, without a trace of fear in his eyes. We'll see if I can beat it first. Whoosh. The panda youth executed a flash step, vanishing like a shadow scattered by wind, disappearing from the Qingchen's sight in an instant. That fast. He really is extraordinary. Bai Yi's heart tightened, his earlier relaxed expression completely gone. Great reputations are rarely undeserved. Had better be careful not to stumble here. Wind-treading step. At the center of the arena, Qingchen's wings trembled slightly as its four limbs stepped forward half a pace. The entire beast form seemed to be swallowed by the wind, instantly vanishing into the folds of air. Relying on his mastery-level fluctuation perception, Qingtuan caught that fleeting ripple of energy. His toes touched the ground again as he seamlessly executed a second flash step without hesitation, technique refined to perfection, forcibly connecting two segments of movement into one straight, high-speed line. 8 extremes collapse. In the next moment, Qingtuan had flashed before Qiongqi's face. The panda's thick arms tightened around the golden staff as he swung it in a full arc. 9 staff shadows coiled like thunder serpents, crashing down with a thunderous roar as the air exploded with rolling thunder. Battle intent surged in Qiongqi's heart as a life-threatening danger pressed upon it. It immediately brought its previously spread wings forward in a fierce clash, feathers and bone interlocking. Block. Golden iron shield. A brilliant golden gleam appeared where the wings met, instantly condensing into a dark bronze ancient shield that stood upright before its chest. Clang. The clash of metal tore through the sky as both Qingtuan and Qiongqi were sent flying by the impact, crashing heavily into opposite sides of the arena. A mastery level 8 extremes collapse with the golden staff couldn't break through Qiongqi's defense. From the stands, Qingchen gasped in disbelief. Yet his heart increasingly acknowledged the true worth of being ranked in the top 100 of the beast taming rankings. That single strike had enough power to shatter the protective aura of most silver-tier tamed beasts. On the other side, Baiyi's expression remained calm, though his heart was equally stirred by massive waves. While others couldn't discern the details, he could see clearly. Qiongqi's wings were trembling slightly, wings that had once withstood countless attacks from silver-tier beasts. For the first time, they had suffered internal damage from the recoil, and the opponent was merely a lifestyle panda. Cannot underestimate the enemy. Baiyi composed his emotions, his gaze sharp as cold stars. Qiongqi also cast aside its initial contempt, its chest rumbling with rare excitement. Among peers of the same tier, this was the first time someone could truly threaten it. It beat its wings fiercely and actively charged toward Qingtuan. Whoosh. Without relying on any skills, using wing power alone, Qiongqi's speed still surpassed 90% of tamed beasts. After images connected in lines as the distance rapidly closed. Upon reaching optimal range, it suddenly opened its mouth. Roar Tiger's mountain-shaking howl. Sound waves erupted like a volcano, carrying violent soul impact that surged toward Qingtuan like a tidal wave. This was Qiongqi's ultimate trump card, capable of bypassing physical defenses to directly assault the soul. Qingtuan's pupils contracted sharply as he forced himself into intense focus, gripping the staff with both hands in forward and reverse grips, spinning it violently. 6 Harmony's defense. The golden staff spun fast as a windmill, driving the surrounding space to vibrate and condensing a circular fluctuation shield before the staff. Though this was a countermeasure against sonic damage, defense remained Qingtuan's weakness. Facing the full power assault of Qiongqi, ranked in the top 100 of the beast taming rankings, the shield's glow quickly wavered. He could only retreat while defending, using movement to dissipate the force. After a long stalemate, the sound waves finally dissipated. Qingtuan's toes touched the ground, his breathing chaotic, the entire panda appearing particularly disheveled. Worse still, with his soul having suffered impact, he could barely maintain his fluctuation perception, effectively rendering him blind once again. Qiongqi seized upon his opponent's condition and mercilessly beat its wings to swoop in, determined to finish this in one decisive strike. Heaven slaughter! Heaven slaughter! Qiongqi's muscles tensed instantly, veins bulging like coiled dragons across its body, pulsing slightly as blood surged through them. As everyone's gaze fell upon the space behind it, the air rippled visibly as if struck by a massive hammer. Amidst the tremors, a blinding white light pierced through the void, rapidly extending into a line, then a pillar, finally condensing into a plain white spear. As the spear took form, murderous intent rolled forth like a tangible force, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to churn chaotically. This was the innate inheritance of the Qiongqi clan. Heaven slaughter, the trump card that allowed them to strike above their station and proudly claim a place among the top 100 on the Beastmaster rankings. Heaven slaughter, Overlord's thrust. With Qiongqi's mental command, the white spear thundered through the void, stirring up fierce winds and carrying waves of malevolent energy straight toward Qingtuan. Gasps of shock rippled through the spectator stands. With that kind of power, even silver-tier beasts would perish. I'm a silver-tier beastmaster, and if I faced that attack heat-in, I'd have to beg on my knees not to die. The outcome is decided. That panda losing to this move would be completely understandable. On the main platform, Imo Nian's heart leaped to her throat for the first time. Qiongqi's assault was too ferocious. While Qingtuan at full strength might barely withstand it, now it could only take the beating. Lucien remained calm and composed, as if everything was under control. No matter how monstrous a lifestyle-type beast might be, it couldn't possibly shake Qiongqi, ranked 88th on the Beastmaster rankings. In the backstage lounge, Xiao Liang let out a long breath while watching the large screen. The moment Qiongqi appeared, anyone could see that Baiyi was Qingfeng City's true trump card. This made him look like a fool once again. However, As long as Qingchen lost to Bai, he could drag Qingchen down with him. Otherwise, he would be the biggest laughingstock of this tournament. At this moment, Xiaoliang hoped for Qingchen's defeat more than anyone else in Qingfeng City. At the center of the arena, sensing Qingtuan's nearly exhausted state, Qingchen's heart sank to rock bottom, ready to raise his hand in surrender. Just then, Qingtuan suddenly transmitted information. The Thunder Emperor formula had finally broken through to the minor mastery level. In that instant, Qingchen comprehended the power of the minor mastery Thunder Emperor formula, which was in no way inferior to Qiongqi's potentially lethal spear thrust. At this moment, he only needed to activate the first skill of the Thunder Emperor formula to respond. Unlike other techniques, breakthroughs in the Thunder Emperor formula's proficiency not only strengthened existing moves, but also allowed Qingtuan to comprehend new techniques. With crisis at hand, activating the first skill would be sufficient. Thunder's Apex. Even though wave perception was temporarily unavailable, given the trajectory of Qiongqi's mighty strike, Qingtuan could easily discern the direction of the incoming attack. Qingtuan raised the golden staff high, activating the true thunder core within its body. In an instant, violent lightning surged forth like a bursting dam, crackling and lashing in all directions. With a powerful shake of both arms, the thunderous force poured into the staff like a reversed river, gathering at its tip to form a brilliant sun of lightning that radiated overwhelming power, gazing down upon heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-slaying spear conjured by Qiongqi came hurtling through the air with murderous intent. Without hesitation, Qingtuan lowered its stance and pressed the golden staff down upon the thunder sun. Great Sunfall, a clash of titans. When the heaven-slaying spear struck the descending thunder sun, the compressed lightning exploded instantly. Rolling thunder swept in all directions with devastating force, shaking the very heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The arena transformed into a blinding sea of light, with blue-white lightning patterns flickering intermittently amid deafening roars. Countless spectators in the stands held their breath, eyes wide open, afraid to miss the crucial moment that would determine victory or defeat. No one could believe that a contracted beast of a lifestyle beast tamer could unleash such devastating power. No wonder Palace Master Mo Nian was so confident. On the main platform, even Lu Xian, who had always remained composed, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He knew clearly that the power of this strike was no less than Qiongqi's. Naturally. Mo Nian merely chuckled, though inwardly he marveled. This kid has broken through again. In the backstage lounge, Xiaoliang stared intently at the large screen, his knuckles white with tension. Qingchen, you must lose. At the center of the arena, as the lightning faded and the scene gradually cleared, all eyes focused on Qingtuan, who still maintained its striking pose, while the heaven-slaying spear that should have matched its power had completely vanished. It blocked it. It actually blocked it. Thunderous exclamations erupted like a tsunami. A panda beast had forcibly withstood Qiongqi's full-power strike. Qiongqi, ranked 88th on the beast rankings and specialized in combat, couldn't shake a lifestyle beast? Such an impact was beyond words. Especially for those talented beast tamers who had previously faced Qiongqi and experienced the despair it brought. Witnessing it being forced back left them feeling as if the world had turned absurd. Ignoring the surrounding amazement, Qingtuan activated its wave perception again, took a step forward, and vanished into thin air. Now comes my turn. Thanks to its high skill proficiency, its spiritual energy reserves remained abundant. Flash step. 8 extremes collapse. In the next breath, Qingtuan appeared before Qiongqi, bringing the golden staff down in a direct strike. Shield of metal. With its spiritual energy nearly depleted, Qiongqi desperately raised its defenses. It knew that relying on its physical body alone could never withstand this full-powered strike. The explosive sound shook the arena as Qiongqi's form was sent flying backward. Qingtuan merely retreated a few steps, then took another step forward, its figure fading once more. Impossible, Bai cried out, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Does this guy have unlimited spiritual energy? Everyone shared the same shock. Offensive beasts like Qiongqi could only unleash 3 to 5 techniques at the bronze level. Yet this lifestyle panda had already attacked no fewer than 5 times since the battle began. Even if a beast underwent mutation, this wasn't how mutations worked. On the main platform, Lu Xian frowned deeply. Despite her status as a diamond beast master, she still found it hard to believe what she was witnessing. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reached a conclusion that seemed almost absurd, yet highly likely to be true, that Panda's skill mastery had probably reached grand mastery. She whispered her speculation to Mo Nian, finding it incredible even to herself. Mo Nian simply smiled without speaking, but his confident expression spoke louder than 1,000 words. Lu Xian had guessed correctly. Grand mastery. And it's appearing in a bronze-tier beast. Lu Xian smiled bitterly to herself. She had thought that Bai, who had contracted with Qingchen ranked 88th on the beast rankings, could sweep through the entire prefecture. Who would have expected to encounter an even more outrageous opponent right here in Xinjiang City? On the arena, Qingchen swung his iron staff once again. With his spiritual power depleted, Xiongqi could only channel his remaining energy into his wings, crossing them like a shield to barely block the attack. Bang! The deafening crash shattered what should theoretically have been a meat shield capable of ignoring most attacks. Qingtuan's strike, empowered by strength that could elevate his prowess to silver perfect level, was devastatingly fierce. Without defensive skills to support him, Xiongqi's flesh and blood alone couldn't withstand it. However, as the 88th ranked fierce beast on the rankings, his reputation wasn't undeserved. Though he howled in pain and was covered in wounds from the blow, it still wasn't fatal. Roar! The knocked back Xiongqi rolled to his feet and let out an unwilling roar. This was the first time in his life he had been injured. Qingtuan remained unmoved, taking a step forward before his figure vanished. Xiongqi had initially wanted to fight Hedon, but suddenly realized his opponent's spiritual power seemed inexhaustible. He took off on all fours, choosing strategic retreat. A wise beast doesn't suffer immediate losses. A temporary withdrawal by a contracted beast couldn't be considered cowardice. However, he ultimately underestimated Qingtuan's speed. His opponent appeared to teleport, reaching his side in the blink of an eye as the iron staff came crashing down. Ow! Xiongqi cried out in pain, ran wildly again, was caught up to again, took another blow from the staff, and let out another piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, the arena's atmosphere became comical. Xiongqi fled for his life while Qingtuan pursued, delivering another blow each time he caught up. Before long, the once majestic fierce beast was black and blue all over, his originally sharp fangs and bone spikes now looking utterly pathetic amid the swelling and bloodstains. Who could tell this is a top 100 beast from the rankings? I never dreamed I'd witness such a scene. Why do I suddenly find this somewhat amusing? The spectators in the viewing stands watched the chase scene unfolding on the arena, all feeling somewhat torn between laughter and tears. I originally thought that Xiongqi, being a fierce legendary beast, would be quite formidable, but it turned out to be rather comical at heart. At this moment, it was being chased around the arena by Qingtuan's golden staff covered in runic patterns, its fur having been struck countless times, its forelegs heavy as lead. When cornered with nowhere to escape, it simply flopped down with a thud, lying on its back with limbs in the air, playing dead while cursing inwardly. Come on, kill me if you dare. The moment this thought crossed its mind, it caught a glimpse of golden light plummeting down that staff, wrapped in fierce wind, was aimed straight at its head. Xiongqi's fur stood on end. Holy crap, they're really trying to kill me. It desperately tried to roll over, but simultaneously heard two urgent shouts. I surrender. Stop. Qingtuan's golden staff stopped steadily just 1 centimeter from Xiongqi's forehead, the whistling wind still lingering in the air, making its scalp sting. After confirming the attack had stopped, Xiongqi scrambled away, shrinking from a terrifying giant beast back to a palm-sized white kitten, slinking back into Bai Yi's arms with its tail drooping as low as possible. Thank you for showing mercy, Bai Yi said with a bitter smile, gently stroking the cat's back before bowing to Qingchen. You're welcome. I said I would show restraint, Qingchen replied, withdrawing his staff and cupping his fists, his attitude peaceful. The match result was decided. Bai Yi could only bow again in gratitude before leaving the stage dejectedly. The host announced loudly, let's congratulate Qingchen on his victory, securing a crucial point for Xinjiang City. The spectator stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Many audience members had thought the beast tamer who contracted Xiongqi would be invincible, but Qingchen had forcefully reclaimed a point, pulling back the mysterious secret realm that Xinjiang City had nearly lost. If it weren't for that Xiao Liang from the Xiao family dragging us down, Xinjiang City would have won. Exactly. That useless Xiao Liang caused us to only tie. Complaints rose from the stands one after another. On the main platform, Lu Xian, the team leader from Qingfeng City, slumped back in her chair, her face ashen. She had thought Bai Yi and Xiongqi were an unbeatable trump card, never expecting a monster-level Qingchen to emerge. Perhaps it truly was fate's cruel joke. On the other side, Imon Yin, Xinjiang City's team leader, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With his current experience and strength, watching a bronze-level exchange match had his emotions repeatedly pulled back and forth, making him marvel at the potential of young people. In the backstage lounge, seeing the final score, Xiao Liang's legs went weak and he collapsed back into his chair, muttering, Qingchen actually won. He could even defeat Xiongqi, which ranks in the top 100 of the beast rankings. I'm the only one who lost. Thinking of the overwhelming criticism to come, his face grew even paler. Beside him, Wei Yu sneered, serves you right. Xiao Liang's mentality completely collapsed, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Qingchen, how could you win? How wonderful it would be if you died. He roared and cursed frantically in his heart, hoping for some miracle to strike Qingchen down. At the center of the arena, after a brief discussion, the two hosts raised their microphones again. Since Qingyang and Qingfeng cities have identical scores in both major and minor categories, please wait a moment. We will hold an additional team battle round to determine the final winner of this exchange match. I don't think so. Just as the two hosts finished announcing the playoff rules and the crowd had settled down, a figure suddenly shot up from the front row of the spectator stands. All eyes turned to follow, landing with shock and suspicion on the middle-aged mange Tianyun, head of the Gu family from Qingyang City. Qingyang City was merely a third-tier small city, and the Gu family barely qualified as a second-rate power. How dare someone of such status interrupt the grand assembly? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet Gu Tianyun simply grinned, revealing a hint of mockery. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. He stepped into the aisle, his pace steady yet carrying an unmistakable arrogance, walking straight onto the arena platform. Casually brushing off some dust, his voice boomed across the venue. Since everyone here won't see tomorrow's sun anyway, does the ownership of that mysterious secret realm really matter? Ha ha! His wild laughter echoed through the stadium, sharp and grating. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in uproar. Has this guy lost his mind? A mere platinum beast master dares to make such threats here? Forget about Palace Master Imon Yin and Palace Master Lu Xian, both diamond rank. Just the dozens of platinum masters present could crush him to dust. On the main platform, Palace Master Lu Xian immediately looked toward Imon Yin beside him. Since Gu Tianyun was from Qingyang City, Imon Yin would know the inside story better. But Imon Yin merely smiled slightly, as if he had expected this all along, his expression unfathomably deep. At the center of the arena, Gu Tianyun's laughter suddenly stopped. He abruptly grabbed his right shoulder with his right hand and gave it a sharp shake. Rip! Fabric scattered as half his shoulder was exposed along with the flesh beneath. There, sewn into his skin, was a patch of grayish-white beast hide. The hide's texture seemed to writhe like a living thing, and at its center was branded an ancient character glowing with golden light. God! Beast God Cult! Someone cried out, and the entire spectators section instantly erupted. He's actually a member of the Beast God Cult. Everyone prepare to attack. Breathing grew tense as countless beast masters instinctively raised their hands to summon their beasts. Simultaneously, knowledge about the Beast God Cult flashed through their minds. 1. The Beast God Cult was essentially an extremist religious organization. 2. They didn't treat contracted beasts as partners, but as sources of power to be devoured and absorbed. 3. Through secret techniques, they consumed their contracted beasts, extracting their bloodlines and mystical energy to merge with their own bodies, allowing them to unleash terrifying combat power even without relying on beasts. 4. Legend had it that after devouring 9 beasts, one could achieve transcendence and become the so-called immortal beast god. 5. Since its establishment, the beast god cult had been mortal enemies with all major mainstream factions. Purges never ceased, yet they could never be completely eradicated, as there were always those willing to do anything for power. 6. For this very reason, despite being a cult, their overall strength remained greater than most individual factions. These thoughts flashed by in an instant, along with surging killing intent. Dozens of platinum beast masters wore fierce expressions, ready to tear this madman to pieces. But in the next second, everyone was horrified to discover that their mental circuits for summoning beasts were completely empty. They could no longer sense the existence of their beast spaces. This directly resulted in their complete inability to summon their beast companions, stripping them of their power source as beast tamers. On the platform, Gu Tianyun surveyed the entire venue, catching the panic and unwillingness on everyone's faces. Like a predator pinning down its prey's tail, he burst into laughter. Ha! Do you see this? This is your precious power system that you're so proud of. Utterly pathetic. Without the spirit-sealing grand formation in his control, he would never dare to act so brazenly before hundreds of powerful warriors. But since he had chosen to emerge from the shadows, he intended to reap everything at this moment. Old friends, stop hiding and come out. As his words fell, several figures slowly rose from the spectator seats, weaving through the stunned crowd, and stepping onto the arena. These were all the leaders of various second- and third-tier factions from Qingyang City. Gu Tianyun raised both arms high, his voice booming like a hammer striking a bell. Everyone, stop struggling. This spirit-sealing grand formation was laid out by our Beast God Society at enormous cost and effort. It not only blocks your connection to the beast space, but also binds your bodies in place through that very link, leaving you unable to move. Now let's all enjoy a magnificent feast of slaughter together. Ha! His hand dropped, and chaotic footsteps echoed from the passages on both sides of the arena. Over a dozen beast tamers were forcibly escorted out, including talented individuals like Qingchen, clearly indicating that the backstage rest area had also been ambushed long ago. Gu Tianyun's gaze swept over the crowd and locked on a Hall Master Imon Yin on the main platform, sneering. Hall Master Imon Yin, the beast tide 10 years ago failed to destroy Qingyang City. What about this time? This exchange tournament has gathered the talented seeds from both Qingyang and Qingfeng cities, along with over 30% of the high-end combat power. Our beast god society will make the entire dragon kingdom tremble. Facing this aggressive provocation, Imo Nian remained calm, responding coolly. The formation is indeed impressive, but if I'm not mistaken, your own strength has also been significantly suppressed, hasn't it? Indeed, he had hit the mark. Gu Tianyun's smile stiffened, but he quickly gritted his teeth and retorted. So what if it has? We can still unleash the power of early gold rank. Against a group of beast tamers as helpless as chickens, it's more than enough for a one-sided massacre. As his words fell, his right arm suddenly swelled, sharp bone spikes bursting through his skin in a bloody display-bodied beast transformation, the most distinctive mark of Beast God Society members. Enhanced by the spirit-sealing grand formation, the violent aura of early gold rank rolled out from his body. On any normal day, most of the strong warriors present could suppress this spiritual power with a mere gesture, but without the ability to summon their beast companions, Gu Tianyun was indeed capable of dominating the entire venue. The air seemed to freeze. Just as everyone's nerves were about to snap, Qingchen suddenly spoke up. It seems your formation can't restrict bronze beast tamers. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, awakening everyone from their stupor. Bronze beast tamers don't have beast spaces, so naturally this spirit-sealing grand formation couldn't bind bronze beast tamers. That said, what kind of waves could a mere bronze beast tamer possibly stir up against Gu Tianyun, who possessed early gold tier strength? Moreover, he was certainly not the only powerhouse from the Beast God Society present. As soon as Qingchen finished speaking, Gu Tianyun was momentarily stunned, then threw back his head in wild laughter that rolled like thunder. Before his laughter subsided, he suddenly drew back his fist to gather power and struck toward Bai Yi without hesitation. What the hell? Qingchen said it. So why aren't you hitting him instead of me? Bai Yi's face was full of confusion, but with the situation so critical, there was no time to argue. In a flash, the small white cat in his arms suddenly expanded, transforming into Qingchen with wings sprouting from its back. A pair of pitch-black wings flapped, instantly erecting a solid shield wall in front of Bai Yi. Bang! A dull explosion shook the entire venue. The next second, Qingchen was sent flying by Gu Tianyun's punch, its massive body crashing into the edge of the arena, losing consciousness before it could even cry out in pain. Bronze versus gold, truly a world of difference. Even though Qingchen ranked in the top 100 of the beast taming rankings and could fight silver tier opponents above its level, it was still no match for a true gold tier beast tamer. See that? Is there any difference? Gu Tianyun withdrew his right arm, staring at Qingchen with a mocking smile. There is still a difference. Qingchen murmured softly, and with a thought, he commanded Qingtuan to charge at Gu Tianyun with its staff. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Everyone, we still have a chance if we fight with everything we've got, otherwise we're just waiting to die. On the arena, Qingtuan's staff shadows whistled through the air as Wei Yu and the others also burst into action, commanding their respective beasts to attack Gu Tianyun. Among the 30,000 spectators below, many bronze beast tamers were also hidden, and seeing this, they steeled their hearts and released their beasts one after another. From all directions, hundreds of bronze-tier beasts roared as they charged toward the arena, attempting to use sheer numbers to forcibly hold back Gu Tianyun and his allies. Fighting was better than sitting and waiting for death. Gu Tianyun's gaze swept around, sensing trouble. The spirit-sealing array had limited duration, and if he got entangled by this group of bronze-tier opponents, the consequences would be unpredictable. He roared loudly, punching back Qingtuan with one strike, then shattering the thick shield condensed by the dragon-armored turtle with another punch. Immediately after, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground, causing the stone slabs to explode with thunder-like booming. Everyone, if you submit to my Beast God Society now, I, Gu Tianyun, can guarantee your safety. If you continue to persist in your delusions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before his shout ended, he struck again, blasting the fire spirit monkey wreathed in golden flames into a cloud of blood mist. The bloody impact combined with his earlier promise caused many bronze beast tamers' hearts to waver violently. Fighting to the death offered not a glimmer of hope, while a path to survival seemed right before their eyes. Who would willingly make a meaningless sacrifice? Seeing this strike take effect, Gu Tianyun sneered and pressed his advantage. Each person need only kill one bronze-tier beast to be considered as joining the Beast God Society and guarantee survival. These words struck like a heavy hammer to the heart, and the faces of the bronze beast tamers around the arena instantly turned ugly. No one was a fool. They all understood that Gu Tianyun was inciting them to kill each other. Upon hearing this, the hearts of many bronze beast tamers sank, as no one was foolish enough not to realize that Gu Tianyun was trying to make them turn against each other. When faced with life and death, trading someone else's life for your own wasn't entirely unreasonable. Besides, it was merely sacrificing a beast companion. Though everyone understood this logic, no one dared to be the first to step forward and commit such a universally condemned act. Yet every storm needs someone to stir up the first wave. After hearing Gu Tianyun's proposal, Xiao Yang's mind raced. How was this situation identical to the scenario he had secretly prayed for backstage? Even more perfect than he had imagined? As long as he could survive while everyone on the arena died, everything that happened at today's exchange tournament would be buried in darkness forever. After all, this competition wasn't being broadcast live, leaving no outside witnesses. With this in mind, he first needed to ensure his own survival. Once his resolve was set, Xiao Yang locked his gaze on the few remaining bronze-tier beast companions on the platform. His initial target was Qingchen, the strongest among them, but if his sneak attack failed, he would be doomed. For safety's sake, he shifted his focus to the dragon shell turtle that had already been severely injured by Gu Tianyun's punch. Though it was originally known for its defense, it was now covered in Wence's successful surprise attack, would surely finish it off. Thought became action. Better a dead friend than a dead Mimui. Fortune favor you, he muttered under his breath, commanding his flame-tail lion to strike. In the next moment, the flame-tail lion's massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. Blazing lion's roar. The inferno roared like a mad dragon, crashing heavily into the completely defenseless dragon shell turtle's carapace. A whoa! An agonized cry pierced the air. The dragon shell turtle collapsed heavily, its body charred black, its breath so weak it was nearly extinguished. The arena and spectator stands fell instantly silent, all eyes locked on Xiao Yang in disbelief. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Wei Yu shouted with reddened eyes, but having lost his beast companion, he was powerless to act. To demonstrate his commitment to keeping his word, Gu Tianyun immediately stepped in front of Xiao Yang, patting his shoulder with a smile. Well done, boy. Then he turned toward the spectator stands, cold light flashing in his eyes. As he had anticipated, with Xiao Yang as the sacrificial lamb, the bronze-tier beast masters who had only dared to think but not act suddenly erupted into action, commanding their companions to attack those beside them. With lives at stake, human nature proved fragile. Rather than fear being ambushed, it was better to strike first. In an instant, the hundreds of beast masters who could have united against Gu Tianyun and his group fell into internal strife, devouring each other. Ha! Gu Tianyun threw back his head and laughed. Now no one can stop our killing spree. As for those who had surrendered like Xiao Yang, a contemptuous smile curved his lips. Promises? Huh, did words really need to be kept? On the main platform, Imon Yin narrowed her eyes at Xiao Yang standing behind Gu Tianyun, feeling a rare surge of killing intent toward a junior. If this boy hadn't led the betrayal, the situation would never have reversed so quickly. She had prepared numerous contingencies, but hadn't expected the Beast God Society to have this trick up their sleeve. Could she still salvage this chaos? Imon Yin fell silent for a moment, then raised her head to look toward an inconspicuous spot in the spectator stands. Imon Yin's gaze fell upon a shadowy corner by the wall. In the dim light, he could barely make out a young woman with voluminous curls who gave him an almost imperceptible shake of her head. Even she was helpless? Imon Yin's heart tightened. During this time, he had been secretly reconstructing his beast taming space and had nearly grasped the key to break through. Just a moment more, and he would succeed, provided those hundreds of bronze-rank beast tamers could continue holding off Gu Tianyun and his allies. But Xiao Yang's sudden incitement had turned those bronze-rank tamers against them, causing the entire situation to collapse. Who could possibly turn the tide now? He gave a self-deprecating smile before quickly composing himself. If even that woman was bound by the spirit sealing array, no one else could possibly break free. On the arena, with Xiao Yang's betrayal followed by several other Beast God Society members joining the attack, only Qingchen remained standing on the Beast Tamer Alliance's side. Ha ha ha. Qingchen, didn't you think yourself invincible? What can you do now? Just surrender and die obediently. If you cooperate, I, Xiao Yang, might even let you die quickly. Xiao Yang stood behind Gu Tianyun with arms crossed, his arrogant gaze locked on the isolated Qingchen as he mocked coldly. Qingchen now faced 13 Beast God Society members. Though not all had reached early gold rank like Gu Tianyun, even the weakest possessed late silver cultivation. How could he possibly break through such a formation? Fight them, Hedon? In Xiao Yang's view, Qingchen had no chance of turning the table. She could only await death. Flame-tail lion, attack. Get back all the humiliation you suffered from that panda. Hearing his master's command, the flame-tail lion roared excitedly, gathering strength in its limbs before pouncing toward Qingchen in just a few bounds. Xiao Yang was certain that under the watchful eyes of 13 Beast God Society members, Qingchen wouldn't dare retaliate. So he didn't have his beast use any skill. She planned to humiliate Qingchen in the most primitive way, slap by slap, in front of everyone. Huosha fierce wind arose as the flame-tail lion raised its right paw, bringing it down toward Qingtuan's left cheek with a sharp whistling sound. Courting death, Qingchen snorted coldly while ordering Qingtuan to counterattack. 13 opponents whose highest cultivation was merely early gold rank wanted to make him submit to humiliation? What a pipe dream. In perfect sync with Qingchen's thoughts, Qingtuan instantly sidestepped the charging paw, then raised his steel staff high before bringing it crashing down. 8 extremes collapse. 9 staff shadows merged into one tremendous force, striking back at the flametail lion's left cheek. Crack, a crisp sound echoed throughout the arena. Before everyone's eyes, the flametail lion was sent flying like a sandbag, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, half its face was grotesquely swollen, with scattered teeth littering the ground. How dare he? Witnessing this scene, not only Xiao Liang but everyone else stared in shock. Everyone watching from the spectator stands, Imon Yin and others on the main platform, and even the young woman hidden in the shadows, all felt a flash of shock in their eyes. They couldn't understand what gave Qingchen the audacity to strike back in such a situation. What incredible nerve. Gu Tianyin was the first to snap back to reality, his expression instantly darkening. Qingchen's counterattack right in front of them clearly showed he didn't take the 13 Beast God Society members seriously. Did he really think they were just for show? With a deep roar, the other 12 members on the platform responded to his call, gathering at his side and stepping forward in unison. Boom. The spiritual power of all 13 erupted simultaneously, forming a storm like a Category 13 hurricane. The violent waves of energy forced Qingchen back 3 to 5 meters. In that instant, everyone present had only one thought. Qingchen was doomed. Even Imon Yin on the main platform felt helpless. At the center of the arena, Qingchen steadied himself and looked up at the 13 Beast God Society members standing shoulder to shoulder, a smile suddenly spreading across his lips. The opportunity had finally come. He looked down at Qingtuan, his heart surging with excitement. It was time for his moment of glory. On the other side, seeing that Qingchen could still smile at such a moment, Xiao Liang burned with fury. He quickly walked to Gu Tianyun's side, pointing at Qingchen and shouting angrily. Qingchen, you dare put on airs when death is at your door. I don't care that you've offended me. I've always prided myself on being magnanimous and can give you a quick death. But you've insulted Lord Gu Tianyun and the other distinguished lords. If we don't tear you to pieces, it won't satisfy the hatred in my heart. This outburst was clearly meant to completely ignite Gu Tianyun's fury toward Qingchen. Sure enough, Gu Tianyun's expression grew even darker, but he didn't want to delay any longer. They'd shown off long enough now. It was time to eliminate Qingchen, who dared to ignore them, then deal with Imon Yin and the others. Die! Gu Tianyun roared, lifting his leg to step forward, but suddenly noticed something strange ahead. Not far away, Qingtuan gripped the golden staff tightly with both hands, raising it slightly to chest level. Rumbelethic lightning surged from the bottom of the staff, striking the arena floor and spreading wildly along both sides of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circle of lightning that trapped all 13 people, including Gu Tianyun and Xiao Liang. What the hell is this? The sudden lightning circle set off alarm bells in Gu Tianyun's mind. He clenched his beast-transformed, bone-spiked right arm, preparing for a full-force strike. But in the next moment, Qingtuan suddenly raised the golden staff high above his head. Bang! Like an ancient volcano suddenly erupting from its slumber, a terrifying energy surged from within Qingtuan's body, transforming into boundless lightning that swept in all directions. Thunder God descends. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The void trembled, and 9 world-destroying lightning halberds, each over 3 meters long, materialized from nowhere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 9 halberds whistled down and plunged heavily into the arena. As lightning crisscrossed, mysterious and intricate patterns appeared between the halberd shafts, instantly forming a brilliantly radiant lightning formation. At the center of the formation, Gu Tianyun and the others' faces changed dramatically. They truly felt a deadly threat from that small panda saturated with lightning power. Judgment! Judgment! With Qingtuan's commanding roar, a towering blue phantom suddenly rose behind it, reaching several zhang in height. Though its outline was blurred, its imposing presence was overwhelming. The massive shadow raised both palms and lifted them high. The 9 world-destroying thunder halberds scattered across the arena, half buried in the ground, seemed drawn by invisible laws as they hummed and broke free from the earth, flying into those ethereal hands. 9 halberds merged into one, lightning coiling around them, 9 becoming one. A world-destroying thunder halberd forged from pure thunder took shape in the phantom's grasp, its tip pointing downward as lightning patterns danced along its surface. Qingtuan gripped its golden staff tighter, its arms sinking downward. The phantom mirrored the movement, hurling the unified thunder halberd down toward Gu Tianyun and his companions at the center of the lightning formation. Beyond, the halberd plummeted, carrying 3,000 world-destroying thunderbolts as the sky was instantly consumed by blazing white light. No! Gu Tianyun and the others felt their hair stand on end as the crisis of life and death crashed over them like a freezing tide. At this moment, No one had time to wonder how a bronze-tier panda could unleash such a devastating attack. They only wanted to survive the next breath. Hold the line. Everyone played their trump cards: protective barriers, spirit beast shields, and runic armor blazed to life as each displayed their unique abilities. Only Xiao Liang faced the most tragic fate. His flame-tailed lion lay unconscious from severe injuries, and his own vitality was depleted, leaving him powerless to defend himself. With everyone else barely able to save themselves, naturally no one extended a helping hand. In despair, he collapsed to the ground, feeling the thunder clouds pressing down as his pants became soaked with fear. Why? Why am I still losing? It's not fair. This isn't fair. How can Qingchen match gold-tier power with bronze-tier strength? He screamed, yet understood that once this strike landed, all questions would be buried with him. In his vision, the world-destroying thunder halberd wrapped in endless violent lightning finally descended. Rumble. 9 heavens thunder exploded. Thousands upon thousands of lightning whips tore through the sky. Destructive ripples burst in all directions, and the entire arena seemed dragged into doomsday. Below the stage, the bronze-tier beast tamers who had been fighting each other all ceased their battles and looked up in stunned silence. In the spectator stands, countless gazes locked onto the air. If Qingtuan could truly strike down Gu Tianyun and his group, today's death trap might have a glimmer of hope. The violent electrical radiance continued its rampage before gradually weakening, and the blinding white vision slowly cleared. Everyone held their breath, hearts nearly jumping into their throats, as the lightning faded and the scene was revealed. Of the Beast God Society's 13 members plus Xiao Liang, totaling 14 people, fewer than 5 could barely remain standing. In the next second, Fermor clutched their chests and collapsed. At this point, only the battered but still gritting his teeth and standing firm Gu Tianyun remained on the arena. Phew, we won. Incredible. The stands erupted. Qingchen is absolutely amazing, beyond belief. Damn. At this moment, I just want to recite, who dares stand with blade ready? Only our panda general. Qingchen, you're my idol. Hey, you there. Seeing Gu Tianyun standing alone on the arena, everyone present erupted in jubilant cheers. At this moment, Gu Tianyun was covered in blood, his breath barely clinging to life, possessing less than 10% of his peak combat strength. Meanwhile, at least 1 to 200 bronze beast tamers with intact fighting power remained in the audience. If they all rushed forward together, they could drown him in sheer numbers alone. The outcome was clear. Those bronze beast tamers who had been fighting each other immediately ceased their battles and turned their attention to the solitary figure in the arena. At the center of the arena, Gu Tianyun took a deep breath of the blood-heavy air, raised his head, and fiercely etched Qingchen's face into his memory. It was this bronze beast tamer before him who had destroyed the Beast God Society's decade-long scheme and would soon cost Gu Tianyun his life. If the massacre had succeeded, I would have been promoted to purple-robed executor, but now I've lost everything. Gu Tianyun let out a bitter laugh tinged with the metallic taste of blood. Qingchen, even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. After a brief moment to gather himself, he barely managed to collect his remaining spiritual power. His figure flashed as he suddenly lunged toward Qingchen. The spirit sealing array was still active, making it impossible for him to resist the many bronze beast tamers below. His only chance was to take Qingchen down with him before the crowd could react. On the other side, Qingchen watched the approaching figure and smiled bitterly with helpless resignation. Qingtuan's earlier use of Thunder God Descends, Judgment, had drained all the spiritual power from its body. Now Qingtuan lay on his shoulder, so weak it couldn't even flutter a single feather. Facing Gu Tianyun's desperate final strike, Qingchen had no room to dodge. Is this where my rebirth comes to an end? He sighed softly. Qingtuan's eyes turned blood red, but it could only roar helplessly in its heart. No. The Thunder Emperor technique had barely reached minor mastery to unleash that strike, and the spiritual power consumption was beyond imagination. Now, it couldn't squeeze out even a trace of power to protect its master, only able to watch helplessly as Gu Tianyun's right arm, covered in sharp bone spikes, drew closer and closer to Qingchen's throat. Who gave you the audacity to harm my person? In that split second, a cold and domineering female voice thundered through the air. Gu Tianyun's heart jolted. The next second, he was horrified to discover that his right arm had frozen less than an inch from Qingchen's neck, unable to advance even a fraction further, as if bound by invisible chains. Impossible. The spirit sealing array is active. Who could use such methods? He screamed frantically in his mind, his eyes darting wildly as he searched for the hidden perpetrator. As he looked around, his breathing suddenly stopped. In an inconspicuous spot in the spectator stands, a young woman with long wavy hair slowly rose to her feet. Her form-fitting qipao outlined her stunning curves perfectly, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings stepped forward directly into midair, her entire body suspended in space. Walking on air, the mark of a platinum summoner. However, the spirit sealing array was still active. Even Mo Nian and Lu Xian, 2 genuine diamond beast tamers, were temporarily unable to fully communicate with their beast spaces. Yet this woman could ignore the restrictions and stand suspended in air. This meant that this young woman floating in midair possessed power even more terrifying than Nian's. Wow, sister is so cool. Who is that? How come we've never seen such a powerful female warrior in Qingyang City before? Could it be? I've never seen anyone like her in Qingfeng City either. But this exchange tournament isn't open to the public, so everyone here should be someone we know well. Murmurs rippled through the audience, but the mysterious woman in the qipao paid no attention. Her eyes were locked solely on Gu Tianyun in the arena. In the next moment, with a slight shift of her thoughts, 6 brilliant lights burst forth from behind her. A titan ape, massive as a mountain, beat its chest and roared. A phoenix spread its wings, stirring up rolling waves of heat. A dragon cat, surrounded by swirling sword energy, arched its back and growled low. The other 3 spirit beasts were equally imposing, radiating murderous intent. 6 spirit beasts in total. The answer was instantly clear. This seemingly young woman was a stellar beast master. Stellar rank above diamond. Below king level was extremely rare even in the entire prefecture, let alone in Qingyang City with its mere million inhabitants. In the center of the arena, Gu Tianyun's face turned ashen as he gazed at the 6 spirit beasts. A stellar summoner. His throat bobbed as bitterness welled up in his heart. This time, I'm defeated by a stellar beast master, not by you, Qingchen. With that, I can die without regret. Despite consoling himself this way, he still glared resentfully at Qingchen nearby. Without Qingchen's interference, he believed he might have had the luck to strike down this stellar beast master. That would have elevated his status within the Beast God Society tremendously, perhaps even earning him an audience with the 8 mysterious cardinals in red. Even with bad luck, he could have slaughtered all the strong warriors from both Qingyang and Qingfeng cities like Nian and Lucian. Unfortunately, one wrong move had led to his downfall at the hands of a mere bronze beast master. Before his thoughts could settle, a dazzling sword light descended from above, precisely and mercilessly cleaving Gu Tianyun in two. Immediately after, several crisscrossing sword energies shot toward various parts of the stadium, accompanied by continuous explosive sounds in the void. Almost simultaneously, multiple terrifying auras erupted from the main platform. The spirit sealing array had been broken. Witnessing this scene, Qingchen let out a long breath of relief, thinking the crisis was finally over. But as his mind relaxed, his vision suddenly went black, and he fell backward stiffly. The contract was a two-way resonance. Although Qingtuan had been doing the fighting, the battle's aftershocks had been flowing into his body through their bond, and now he could no longer hold on. Off the stage, the kippa-clad woman, whose consciousness had already covered the entire venue, instantly appeared and caught Qingchen in her arms before he hit the ground. In his unconsciousness, Qingchen seemed to fall into a gentle embrace. Warm body temperature, refreshing fragrance, soft and elastic touch, everything was just right, lulling him into deep sleep. Just as the woman caught Qingchen, Nian's figure also flashed onto the arena, though a step too late. Fortunately, only a step too late. Seeing Nian arrive on stage, the young woman handed Qingchen over to her. This time, we're really lucky to have this kid around. Without him, even with me here, there's no telling what might have happened. The young woman's tone was grave. Initially, she too had been bound by the spirit sealing array. If Qingchen hadn't bought them time, heaven knows how many casualties Gu Tianyun would have caused during that window. Nian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qingchen's performance far exceeded my expectations. Then, shifting the conversation, he lowered his voice while maintaining his respectful demeanor. About that matter I mentioned to you earlier, have you given it any thought? Does my disciple qualify? Despite appearing much older than the young woman, Nian spoke with utmost courtesy. With bronze-level strength, he single-handedly eliminated over a dozen Beast God Society members, including a platinum summoner who had been suppressed to early gold rank, he added. An ordinary early gold rank wouldn't have stood a chance. The young woman lifted her beautiful eyes, her gaze sweeping over Qingchen in the distance. With his level of talent, he certainly qualifies to join us. The key question is whether he's willing to. When she first reviewed Qingchen's files, she hadn't been particularly impressed. Having seen too many so-called geniuses, she'd grown accustomed to them. However, the facts proved she had underestimated Qingchen. I have a way to handle that, Nian said, leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear. The young woman nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something. She turned to Nian and, after a moment's contemplation, began, "But if we do this, you?" Before she could finish, Nian smiled gently. "My situation shouldn't hinder Qingchen's development. Besides, I still have opportunities." Hearing this, the young woman said no more. With the spirit sealing array destroyed and a star-level beast master overseeing the situation, the cleanup was swiftly completed under the coordination of Hall Masters Nian and Lucian. Beastmaster Alliance, Qingyang Branch Hall. After an unknown amount of time, Qingchen groggily awakened in the meditation chamber. The moment he opened his eyes, his muscles tensed. but he relaxed once his memories returned. Looking around, he spotted Qingtuan nearby, fast asleep while clutching a bamboo stalk. Name: Qingtuan. Species: giant panda. Level: bronze 100. Aptitude: silver. Skills: focus mastery 30. Wave perception mastery 25. 6 harmony staff technique mastery 25. 8 extremes burst mastery 20. Flash step mastery 20. Thunder Emperor art minor achievement 20. Confirming the data panel showed no abnormalities, Qingchen quietly sighed in relief. Qingtuan had reached the bronze peak, and he couldn't help but touch his earlobe waiting for the exchange competition's reward. Once that thunder attribute essence arrived, he could follow the system's simplified new evolution path and immediately transform Qingtuan into a true combat beast Thunder Panda. Don't underestimate this single step. Combat beasts earn the title combat because their base attributes far exceed those of lifestyle beasts. The reason Qingtuan could currently crush orthodox combat beasts despite being a lifestyle beast relied on 2 major advantages. 1. A series of highly proficient skills. 2. The enhancement from the gold-level weapon in its hands. Without these 2 factors, even mastering the same skills, Qingtuan's combat power would struggle to match that of true combat beasts. Click. Just as Qingchen was lost in thought, the sound of a door opening suddenly broke the silence. He looked up to see Mo Nian pushing through the door, accompanied by a graceful young woman. Qingchen was about to rise to greet them when Mo Nian raised his hand to stop him, then led the woman to his bedside. "Let me introduce you," Mo Nian said, pointing to Qingchen. "This is my student, Qingchen." He then turned to the woman. "And this is my former captain, Yafu." Just as Qingchen was about to offer his greetings, Yafu shot Mo Nian a sharp glare, her voice icy. "Former captain? Who's old here? You used to call me Sister Yafu, and now I'm just former captain?" Mo Nian was left speechless. With his current appearance as a white-haired elder, especially in front of his student, it would indeed be awkward to use such intimate terms of address. But Yafu wasn't about to let him off the hook. She grabbed Qingchen's wrist with a half-smile and whispered, "Little brother Qingchen, don't listen to that old fool. Just call me Sister Yafu." The unexpected close contact allowed Qingchen to catch the faint fragrance from her hair and feel her soft warmth. Yet he forced himself to sit upright, keeping his gaze straight ahead. After all, she was a genuine star-tier beast master, and any impropriety could cost him his life. "Ahem," Captain Yafu, Mo Nian began, but catching Yafu's warning glare mid-sentence, he quickly corrected himself. Sister Yafu, Qingchen has just recovered. Let's discuss business first and let him rest properly." Only then did Yafu release Qingchen, composing herself with a serious expression. She extended her left hand, her slender fingers like white jade, but suddenly brilliant blue lightning crackled from her palm. "This is the reward from the exchange competition, a thunder attribute essence." The lightning reflected in Qingchen's eyes, which immediately blazed with intensity. This was exactly what Qingtuan needed for evolution. However, before he could reach out to accept it, Yafu slowly raised her right hand. Crash! Deep purple lightning burst forth, its destructive aura filling every inch of the room. The overwhelming pressure made Qingchen's pupils contract. The purple lightning in her right palm was also an attribute essence, but far superior to the one in her left. If the left hand held ordinary lightning, then the right was like a bright moon in the sky, while the left was merely a firefly. Yafu didn't keep him in suspense, explaining straightforwardly. "As you can see, 2 thunder attribute essences own ordinary thunder power, and the other is the 89th ranked mystical thunder essence, 9 heavens divine thunder. Mystical thunder, as rare as mystical fire among beast taming resources, was incredibly difficult to encounter. If Qingtuan could absorb mystical thunder during evolution." Qingchen stared intently at the 9 heavens divine thunder, his breathing growing rapid. While the system had provided a simplified evolution path where any thunder attribute essence could trigger Qingtuan's evolution, it was obvious that the more powerful the thunder essence, the greater the combat enhancement for the evolved Qingtuan would be. "Then I wonder, Sister Yafu, how can I obtain the essence of that 9 heavens divine thunder?" Qingchen finally voiced the biggest question in his heart. For this legendary lightning essence that had shaken the entire continent, his call of Sister Yafu came out naturally and intimately, almost with a hint of playful coaxing. Even Yafu herself was momentarily stunned. The next second, Yafu snapped back to reality, her lips curving upward as she casually dropped a bombshell. "Simple. Just join the Dragon Group, and this 9 heavens divine thunder essence will be yours." Dragon Group. Qingchen heard this name for the first time, his gaze naturally shifting to Mo Nian. Understanding the unspoken question, Mo Nian immediately explained. "The Dragon Group is the most mysterious and powerful organization under the Dragon Nation's government. Nearly all the most prodigious beast tamers and peak-level powerhouses in the country gather there. The continent's rarest beast taming resources are concentrated there as well. Qingchen, only there can your talent truly explode to its full potential." Qingchen nodded slightly, but noticed Imo Nyin gesturing for him to keep listening. But you must also understand, Imo Nyin's tone grew heavier. The Dragon Group has an extremely high casualty rate. Whenever unknown anomalies appear, Dragon Group members are always on the front lines. Qingchen suddenly understood. No wonder Yafu was willing to use the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Essence to recruit him. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. Reborn in this life with a system at his side, he would never live an ordinary existence. If that was the case, why not ride forth in splendid attire and shatter the very clouds? His mind made up, he readily extended his hand and accepted the purple lightning crackling essence from Yafu's palm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yafu smiled brilliantly, then stood up and solemnly extended her right hand. Let me reintroduce myself. Yafu, Master of Dragon Fong, one of the 5 branches of the Dragon Nation's Dragon Group, 6-star Stellar Beast Tamer. 6-star Stellar Beast Tamer. These words exploded like thunder in Qingchen's mind, his heart nearly skipping several beats. Beast tamers within the same major realm were further classified by star ratings to distinguish their strength. The star level depended on the grades of the beasts under the tamer's command. If only one of Yafu's 6 beasts had reached the stellar realm, she would merely be a 1-star stellar beast tamer. However, Yafu was 6-star, meaning all 6 of her beasts had entered the stellar realm. She was only 1 step away from the pinnacle of beast tamer's king level. And Master Yafu, Qingchen forced himself to steady his mind and stiffly shook hands with her. After the brief moment of solemnity, Yafu returned to her initially carefree demeanor, stretching languidly and displaying her curvaceous figure without reservation. Both Qingchen and Imo Nyin instinctively looked away to avoid impropriety. Qingchen, this makes you an official member of my Dragon Fong branch. Someone will handle the procedures with you later, don't worry about the process. Yafu said while casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Seeing that matters were concluded, she clapped her hands and smiled lightly. Well then, I should be going. Before turning to leave, she looked back and winked, her voice bright yet tinged with playfulness. Little Qingchen, I still hope that the next time we meet, you'll call me Sister Yafu. As Imo Nyin left with Yafu, Qingchen found himself alone in the room. In the silence, his gaze fell upon the pulsing essence of 9 heavens divine thunder in his palm, and his heart burned with excitement. It was time for Qingchen to evolve. However, just as his feet left the bed, 2 knocks on the door interrupted his plans. Qingchen had to suppress his impulse, slipping the 9 heavens divine thunder essence into his storage ring with a swift motion, his voice controlled and steady. Come in. The door opened, and 2 people entered, Bai Yi and Bai Mengzhu, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Standing side by side, Qingchen suddenly realized why Bai Yi had always seemed familiar, those features that bore some resemblance to Bai Mengzhu's. Are you 2 brothers? Qingchen asked casually. Bai Yi's expression turned peculiar, as if wanting to explain, but Bai Mengzhu quietly pinched his arm, forcing him to change the subject. Student Qingchen, we've come to thank you. You protected Mengzhu in the secret realm, and you stepped in during this exchange competition. Without you, not just us siblings, but even the many experts of the Bai family would have suffered. With that, he retrieved a set of black-silver thin armor from his storage ring. The armor was as thin as cicada wings, yet lightning coursed across its surface, with circles of dark patterns slowly rotating, as if capable of devouring light itself. Devouring thunder armor, defensive type, can adapt to any beast companion size, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. I thought it could compensate for your panda's slightly weaker defense. Bai Yi held up the armor with both hands, offering it forward. Qingchen remained silent for a moment. Though moved by its properties, he still shook his head. I don't accept rewards without merit. This gift is too valuable. I don't want to owe the Bai family any favors over a piece of beast equipment. Just as Bai Yi was about to persuade him further, Bai Mengzhu suddenly exploded. She snatched the devouring thunder armor and threw it onto the foot of Qingchen's bed, gritting her teeth. It's just a gold-level defensive equipment. What's so valuable about it? You've saved me twice. Isn't my life worth more than this broken thunder armor? With those words, she strode out of the room without looking back, though her earlobes quietly flushed crimson. The armor lay across the foot of the bed, its lightning patterns flickering dimly. Qingchen looked completely bewildered, then seemed to think of something, glancing cautiously at Bai Yi. Your brother. Isn't he a bit effeminate? Calling himself this young lady? Let me be clear, I am straight as they come. Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 really were both missing a few screws. However, Bai Yi didn't clarify the situation, nor did he dwell on this matter. Instead, he returned to the main topic and said seriously, Qingchen, I understand your concerns, but please believe his piece of equipment truly means nothing to the Bai family, so we wouldn't use it to threaten you. Besides, we'll meet again in the future. Consider this equipment as advance payment for the next time you save me. After finishing his words, Bai Yi turned and left decisively, his footsteps echoing down the corridor as they faded into the distance, not even giving Qingchen a chance to respond. In this world, Are people who give gifts always this domineering? After the door closed, Qingchen scratched his head. Since the person had already left, he could only accept the devouring thunder armor. He casually stored the equipment in his storage ring and made a mental note. If the Bai family ever faced trouble in the future, he would help if he could. Next, he prepared to wake up Qingtuan for its evolution. However, before he could reach the bed, knock knock knock, the sound of knocking came again. Qingchen's hand paused as he took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. This time it was Xiahong who came. Student Qingchen, congratulations on winning the exchange competition. According to our pre-match agreement, here's a silver-grade beast taming resource. Xiahong raised his hand and retrieved a thick black manual from his beast space, handing it over. Qingchen glanced down and saw it was indeed a silver-grade beast taming skill. Thank you, team leader. Qingchen accepted this previously agreed-upon reward. Without hesitation, any silver-grade skill was worth at least 1,000,000 dragon coins. So how could he refuse something free? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiahong noticed Qingchen's barely concealed exhaustion and tactfully ended the conversation before taking his leave. After seeing off Xiahong, Qingchen locked the door and hurried over to Qingtuan in just a few quick steps. Coincidentally, Qingtuan woke up at that moment, and seeing Qingchen safe and sound, it excitedly leaped into his arms, nuzzling him continuously with its head. Qingchen laughed softly, using his fingertips to gently stroke its soft fur inch by inch, soothing its emotions. After a quiet moment, he took out a crystal emanating deep purple lightning, the nine heavens divine thunder origin, and presented it to Qingtuan. Absorb this, and you'll be able to break through to silver grade. Qingtuan nodded with seeming understanding and held the origin with both paws. With a thought, wisps of purple lightning flowed into its body like silk threads, brilliant electric arcs wrapping around its surface as the evolution journey officially began. Qingchen didn't interfere, stepping aside to stand guard. As long as Qingtuan completely absorbed this origin, it would successfully advance. All he needed to do was wait patiently. With nothing else to do, he picked up his phone to see what had happened during his unconscious period. Looking at the time, he discovered he had slept for nearly 2 days. And during these 2 days, the most sensational news in Qingyang City and even neighboring Qingfeng City all revolved around the exchange competition. Qingfeng City's on-scene century prodigy beast tamer appears, contracting a top 100 beast from the rankings, yet still loses to mysterious youth. 13 Beast God Society members attack at the Qingyang Qingfeng exchange meeting, only to be swept away by one person. Who is he really? The true number one of both cities. In-depth analysis of the Dark Horse Beast Tamer from Qingyang City. No surprise there. Although forums, social media platforms, and trending topics were all focused on the exchange competition, ultimately everyone's attention was drawn to just one person, Qingchen. Whether it was by E, who had contracted a beast from the top 100 of the Beastmaster rankings, or Yafu, the start-year Beastmaster who came in as a last-minute substitute, they were all completely overshadowed by Qingchen's brilliance in the whirlwind of public opinion. After all, he was someone who, at merely the Bronze Realm, had single-handedly eliminated 13 members of the Beast God Society and saved the day when everything seemed lost. The Wang family has always said that Qingchen is no ordinary person. When the winds of change blow, he transforms into a dragon. Big brother is so handsome. I love him so much. I want to have his babies. Can you guess where I'm putting my hands? Similar comments and posts flooded the internet, nearly crashing phone screens everywhere. Qingchen looked at the endless stream of heated discussions and shook his head with a helpless smile. Fame brings trouble, just as fattening brings danger to pigs. On the surface, he was hailed as a genius and hero, but in the shadows, the Beast God Society was already eyeing him like a tiger stalking its prey. For this very reason, joining the Dragon Group might indeed be a wise path. With this thought, he sighed softly, put down his phone, and closed his eyes to rest. Deep in the vast ocean, on an isolated island, a pure white villa reflected cold light under the sun. In the living room, a figure draped in a crimson robe held a wine glass, the thick, blood-like liquid within creating dark red ripples as it swirled. Qingchen, you say? How interesting. The red-robed figure murmured, draining the last drop of red liquid from the glass. A dangerous curve formed at the corner of those vivid lips. Bring him to me, by any means necessary. Yes. Several purple-robed figures knelt in unison, then quickly withdrew after receiving their orders. The red-robed figure watched the subordinates leave, fingers lightly tapping the glass rim, then suddenly smiled. Perhaps it would be quite nice for me to visit you personally. Low laughter echoed through the spacious hall. Huh. Beastmaster Alliance, Qingyang Branch. After resting for quite some time, Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes, his first reaction being hunger. Seeing that Qingtuan was still absorbing the essence of the nine heavens divine thunder, he decided to venture out alone to find food. The moment he stepped out of his room, staff members in the corridor cast burning looks of admiration his way. Qingchen could only nod politely in acknowledgement before quickening his pace to leave. Wow, did you see that? Qingchen just smiled at me. Nonsense, he was clearly smiling at me. Oh my, you're making me all wet. As crowds grew larger, he truly experienced what it was like to be a major celebrity, being watched all the way, whispered about, and having cameras clicking away to capture his every move. Bold fans even rushed up to him asking for photos and autographs. After much maneuvering, he finally managed to sit down in a somewhat famous restaurant. Qingchen's here. The owner immediately came to greet him personally. The restaurant was packed, with a queue stretching to the street corner. In the end, the owner was grinning from ear to ear and announced on the spot, Mr. Qingchen's meal is on the house. After filling his stomach, Qingchen struggled to break through another siege of fans and diners. By the time he returned to his room, he was utterly exhausted. So tired, so very tired. He collapsed onto the sofa, silently vowing to himself. He had only wanted to grab a meal and get some fresh air, never imagining he had become famous to such an extent. It seemed that for the next few days, unless absolutely necessary, he'd better stay indoors. Qingchen let out a breath and noticed an email in his inbox. It was about information related to the Dragon Division. Without hesitation, he opened the email and began reading carefully. After spending a good amount of time reviewing the contents, he finally looked up and stretched. The email wasn't lengthy, but every detail was crucial, including an explanation of the 5 branches of the Dragon Division. The Dragon Division's 5 branches, also known as the 5 veins, are distinct departments working in harmony to form the powerful and enigmatic Dragon Division of Longhua. These branches are Dragon Horn Vein, Dragon Fang Vein, Dragon Scale Vein, Dragon Blood Vein, and Dragon Bone Vein. Each branch has its own responsibilities. Dragon Horn Vein handles reconnaissance. Dragon Fang Vein specializes in offensive operations. Dragon Scale Vein focuses on defense. Dragon Blood Vein is dedicated to research and development. And Dragon Bone Vein manages logistics and aftermath operations. So, joining the Dragon Fang Vein means my primary role will be combat? Qingchen muttered to himself, touching his earlobe. Compared to the other 4 branches, the Dragon Fang Vein indeed aligned better with his personal aspirations. Aside from the basic information about the Dragon Division, the email also mentioned another crucial matter, the new member training camp. As a newly invited recruit, Qingchen would need to graduate from the training camp before officially becoming a full-fledged member of the Dragon Division. The training camp was set to begin in 3 days. Qingchen glanced at the time and then turned his eyes to Qingtuan, who was still absorbing the 9 heavens' divine thunder's essence. It shouldn't take 3 days, right? He mused. Otherwise, it would be quite the predicament. However, since the system had simplified the evolution path, no one could predict how long Qingtuan's current evolution would take. With no other options, Qingchen could only wait. And so, 2 days passed. The day after tomorrow was the start of the training camp. Qingchen looked at Qingtuan, who remained in a meditative state, and shook his head helplessly. In fact, Qingtuan had finished absorbing the essence of the 9 heavens' divine thunder a day earlier. Yet, for some unknown reason, it had maintained its meditative posture for an entire day and night without any change. Another day quickly passed. In the middle of his sleep, Qingchen suddenly felt a warm current flowing deep within his body, like a gentle stream trickling through him. Then, in his mind, an ethereal voice echoed, as though something had cracked open. In an instant, Qingchen's eyes shot wide open. This feeling, could it be what the books described as a breakthrough? The opening of the Beastmaster space? Had he advanced to Silver Tier? Instinctively, Qingchen looked at his right hand. As he flexed his fingers, he felt a newfound, overwhelming power coursing through him. This was the physical feedback from his breakthrough in rank. After confirming his advancement, Qingchen shifted his gaze to Qingtuan, who had just opened its eyes. Name: Qingtuan. Species: Thunder Panda. Rank: Silver 0. Potential: Diamond. Skills: Thunder Manifestation Beginner 0. Focus Mastery 35. Wave Perception Mastery 40. 6 Harmonies Staff Technique Mastery 30. 8 Extremes Crush Mastery 25. Instant Flash Mastery 25. Thunder Emperor Art Minor Accomplishment 50. Thunder Manifestation? Qingchen murmured in confusion as he stared at the new skill that appeared on Qingtuan's data panel. In the next instant, the skill description materialized clearly on his retina. Thunder Manifestation consumes thunder power to condense a celestial manifestation, temporarily boosting all base attributes to 300 for a short duration. Though brief, the description was utterly shocking. Triple all attributes. If Qingtuan activated Thunder God's Descent while in manifestation form, this wouldn't be a simple case of 1+1. Qingchen's mind conjured the image of that snow-white panda bathed in lightning, raising its paw to bring down 10,000 thunderbolts, and his heart pounded with excitement. Just how powerful could this move become? He looked up to examine Qingtuan, who had just advanced to silver rank. Compared to before, the little creature had grown another half-size larger, with muscle definition faintly visible beneath its round belly, and its fur appeared even more pristine and lustrous. Most striking were the blue electric arcs that occasionally flickered through its downy coat, crackling and sparking like a lurking beast. Skill simplification detected thunder manifestation. Target, Qingchen. Spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify? Yes, no. The long-absent mechanical prompt suddenly chimed. 1 million dragon coins was pocket change to Qingchen now, so he chose yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Cultivating thunder manifestation, doing push-ups. The familiar routine, the familiar formula. Qingchen couldn't help but laugh and curse. It's got to be you, system. But the prompts weren't finished. Evolution path simplification detected. Target, Qingchen. Spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify? Yes, no. This one made Qingchen raise an eyebrow, though he quickly understood. After advancing to silver rank, Qingchuan's next step would be breaking through to gold. When the system had previously simplified evolution paths, it had already upgraded Qingchuan's potential from silver to diamond. Logically speaking, even without a new path, the little guy should be able to smoothly reach diamond rank. Being able to directly simplify the gold stage now made perfect sense. Yes, after selling those spirit crystals last time, his account had broken through 10 million, making million-level investments completely affordable. Simplification complete. Sacred Thunder Panda Evolution Path. Condition 1. Reach Silver Rank 101. Condition 2. Fuse with an exotic Thunder Essence ranked in the top 101. Seeing the panel, Qingchen's expression grew serious. Condition 1 was normal enough, but Condition 2 had to fuse with the top 100 exotic Thunder Essence. Don't be fooled by how easily he'd just obtained the 89th ranked 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Essence. That was the product of luck, resources, and connections all layered together, with ridiculously high difficulty. This is going to be tough, he sighed softly. Fortunately, there was still time before reaching Silver's maximum level, so as long as he could get his hands on another top 100 exotic Thunder Essence before then, it wouldn't delay Qingchuan's advancement. With this thought, he suddenly remembered the silver rank beast taming skill manual that Xia Hong had given him. So Qingchen retrieved the small booklet from his storage ring and began flipping through it. Holy Thunder Wall Shield Silver Grade Description. An eternal wall shield forged with the power of thunder, capable of withstanding all attacks. Learning requirements. The beast must possess thunder attribute's spiritual power. Sure enough, everyone immediately spotted Qingchuan's weakness defense. Qingchen's lowered eyelids darkened slightly. Whether it was the devouring thunder armor sent by the Bai family as a token of gratitude, or the silver grade skill Holy Thunder Wall Shield, gifted by Xia Hong, both silently reminded him that they had already seen through Qingchuan's defensive vulnerability. If someone deliberately exploited this weakness in their strategy, Qingchuan would inevitably be put on the defensive. However, as Qingchuan completed its evolution and became a Thunder Panda, the infusion of thunder power immediately raised its attack and speed limits. Combined with the devouring thunder armor and the silver grade defensive skill, Qingchuan's defensive shortcomings were no longer apparent. Qingchuan raised his hand to gently pinch his earlobe, and sure enough, the system's mechanical and cold notification sound echoed in his mind again. Without hesitation, he pulled out 100,000 dragon coins and directly simplified the training method for Holy Thunder Wall Shield to a mere wave of the hand. A single thought could complete the skill activation. After handling the skill, Qingchen handed the devouring thunder armor to Qingchuan. Under the influence of spiritual power, the armor shattered into countless gray-silver fragments that adhered to Qingchuan's body surface like fine scales, fitting snugly without any sense of weight. The greatest advantage of this armor was that it could normally remain buried beneath the skin without burdening the beast. Only during surprise attacks or active summoning would these fragments activate, instantly covering the entire body. Qingchuan looked down at its dark fur with the faint silver gleam and let out a satisfied purr. With this, Qingchuan completed its first major power surge after advancing to silver grade. Qingchen estimated that if they encountered Qiongqi again now, Qingchuan could probably end the battle with a single strike. Everything is ready, he rubbed Qingchuan's round head. Time to head to the Dragon Group's rookie training camp. Packing was exceptionally easy. The beast space served as a massive portable warehouse where clothes, potions, and auxiliary materials could all be tossed in and retrieved with a single thought. Of course, for most beast tamers, the more important function of beast space was to accelerate their beast's cultivation. But for Qingchen, who possessed the simplification system, this had become a secondary function. After a quick pack, Qingchen stored Qingchuan in the beast space, went out to bid a brief farewell to Amon Yin, stopped by the spirit plant shop to stock up on silver-grade spirit bamboo shoots as backup food for Qingchuan, and then officially set off for the center of Qinglong Prefecture, Qinglong City. Qinglong Prefecture was one of the 36 prefectures in the Dragon Kingdom, with Qingyang City under its jurisdiction, and the Dragon Group's rookie training camp was located in Qinglong City. The high-speed rail journey from Qingyang City to Qinglong City took approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes. After ticket inspection, Qingchen looked down at his electronic ticket and began searching for his car and seat. The interior of the car was spacious and bright, with metal handrails and light gray seats that looked spotless. Soon, he found his single seat by the window across from a row of 3 seats, separated by a foldable small table. Just as he settled in, footsteps and faint beast roars came from the end of the car. 5 teenagers, 2 boys, and 3 girls walked slowly down the aisle with their respective beasts. Please don't come over here. Qingchen groaned inwardly, really not wanting to be surrounded by noise for the next 2.5 hours. However, fate seemed determined to work against him. The 5 people walked straight up to him, chatting and laughing as they greeted each other and took their seats, effectively trapping Qingchen in the corner. Clearly, these 5 teenagers knew each other. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Tao launched into a rapid-fire display of self-promotion, instantly filling the train car with his voice. Qingchen felt embarrassed and could only lean back against his seat with closed eyes to rest. His beast taming level had already reached bronze 50, and breaking through to silver before the school competition wasn't impossible. But if he could become even stronger, why not? Zhang Tao had ordinary looks, but wore designer brands that gleamed conspicuously, revealing his substantial family wealth. The bespectacled boy beside him appeared modest, nodding submissively in agreement, while occasionally stealing glances at the girl by the window across from them. That girl was Tang Shui, wearing a white dress that accentuated her slender waist, with defined features and long hair pulled up high, radiating freshness and vitality. The 2 slightly plump girls beside her gazed up at Zhang Tao with adoring expressions. Tang Shui, however, remained indifferent, even showing flashes of annoyance in her eyes from departure until now. Zhang Tao had boasted more than once about his bronze 50 beast taming level and his enrollment in some platinum beast tamers training camp, as if this made him superior to everyone else. If Tang Shui had learned these things by chance, she might have thought more highly of Zhang Tao, but his repeated bragging was simply nauseating. Out of consideration for their years as classmates, she didn't tell him to shut up and could only try to divert her attention. Thus, the masked teenager sitting directly across from her caught her eye. Though Qingchen covered half his face, his clear eyes, straight nose, and vague features couldn't hide his handsomeness. What made Tang Shui pay even more attention was the composure and confidence he possessed that surpassed his peers. She stared, completely forgetting to restrain herself. Sensing the intense gaze, Qingchen instinctively opened his eyes. The unexpected eye contact made Tang Shui cry out. Ah! She immediately covered her mouth, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. Qingchen froze in place. Weren't you the one looking at me? Before he could finish that thought, Zhang Tao jumped into attack. Hey, staring at people isn't polite, you should apologize. Just as Qingchen was about to retort, he heard Tang Shui hurriedly explain. No, he wasn't looking at me, it was me. I was startled by a bug. She had originally wanted to admit that she was the one staring, but being a shy girl, she changed her words at the last moment. Seeing Tang Shui take the way out he'd provided, Zhang Tao immediately adopted a magnanimous attitude. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. I'm Zhang Tao, bronze 50 beast taming level, and we'll let this slide. After speaking, he waved his hand dismissively, as if he had graciously spared Qingchen. This scene made Qingchen burst out laughing. When did a 50 beast taming level become something worth bragging about? Qingchen was about to retort when he heard Tang Shui's soft, sweet voice again. Sorry, classmate. I'm Tang Shui from Tianhai City. What about you? The girl kept her head down, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks, her eyes filled with apology. Qingchen immediately figured out the truth. His good looks had made the young girl lose her composure for a moment. What a sin, what a sin. With this thought, he couldn't be bothered to expose her and simply reflected deeply on his own mistake before replying briefly. Qingchen, from Qingyang City. He then prepared to close his eyes and rest again. At that moment, Zhang Tao leaned over. I wonder what Qingchen is planning to do in Qinglong City. I'm going to a special training camp run by a platinum beast tamer. His earlier theatrical behavior combined with this statement immediately revealed Zhang Tao's true nature. To Qingchen was just like those nouveau riches who couldn't wait to flash their gold chains and rings in people's faces. To avoid complications during the journey that might delay his trip to the Dragon Group training camp, Qingchen responded indifferently. I'm also attending a training camp. Next, Tang Shui and the other 2 students also explained their purposes. They were similarly attending training camps to improve their abilities. Only the bespectacled boy was different. He was going to participate in secret realm exploration in Qinglong City. Qingchen wasn't interested in any of this, since they were destined to go their separate ways. After politely responding a few times, he closed his eyes again. However, Zhang Tao's endless self-aggrandizing continued in his ears. He obviously had feelings for Tang Shui and desperately tried to steer the conversation toward himself and her. Unfortunately, his conversational skills were pathetically clumsy. Even Qingchen, a mere bystander, felt nauseated after listening for so long, let alone Tang Shui, who had been bombarded the entire journey. Finally, the high-speed train to Qinglong City announced its arrival. Qingchen breathed a long sigh of relief and got up to disembark. Zhang Tao piped up again. The training camp I enrolled in has a shuttle service. I could have them give everyone a ride. Though he said everyone, His eyes were glued to Tang Shui, his intentions crystal clear. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just take a taxi. Tang Shui politely declined and got up to leave her seat. Zhang Tao immediately followed behind her like a lapdog. Since there was only one exit route, Qingchen had no choice but to walk alongside Tang Shui and the others. After exiting the station, they were greeted by a sea of buses and taxis that had the entire high-speed rail exit completely gridlocked. However, right in the center sat a pure black 7-seater business van, with no other vehicles daring to come within 10 meters of it, as if the van carried some kind of vacuum barrier. What's going on here? The two slightly overweight girls traveling with them stammered out their questions after witnessing such an eerie black business vehicle. Their gazes fell upon the vehicle's cold, painted surface, revealing a hint of awe. The all-black 7-seater business van sat like a silent beast at the high-speed rail station exit, its windows tinted so darkly that the interior was nearly invisible. This looks like an exclusive vehicle from some special department. Zhang Tao swallowed hard, unable to hide the shock written across his face. Following his pointing finger, everyone spotted that rare white license plate with black characters, Dragon 001. I've heard about this. Zhang Tao lowered his voice, proudly containing his excitement. This type of license plate belongs to the most special and mysterious department in the Dragon Nation. Anyone who gets to ride in it is either a top-tier powerhouse or an exceptionally gifted prodigy. He clicked his tongue repeatedly, then cast a meaningful glance at his companions Tang Shui and the others, wearing an expression that screamed, "I'm so well informed." How about that? Your brother's pretty knowledgeable, right? After speaking, something stirred in his mind, and he suddenly turned to Qingchen. Qingchen, since you're also going to the training camp, I wonder where your ride is. His tone seemed casual, but actually contained comparison and mockery. Having just praised that black business vehicle to the skies, he immediately asked about Qingchen's transportation, intending to belittle his rival. After all, Tang Shui had been unconsciously glancing at Qingchen throughout their journey, and Zhang Tao wanted to show her that Qingchen was nothing more than a pretty-faced clown. Zhang Tao, Tang Shui frowned and immediately stopped him. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Tao quickly put on a good guy facade, pretending to explain. Don't misunderstand, I'm just being kind, wanting to give Qingchen a ride. No need, my training camp vehicle has already arrived. Qingchen was too lazy to listen any longer, raised his hand to interrupt, and walked straight ahead. Zhang Tao snorted coldly, deliberately speaking loud enough for everyone around to hear. Heh, I'd like to see what kind of training camp he's attending. However, what happened next left him and the girls beside him completely stunned. Qingchen was walking straight toward that all-black business vehicle. What's he pretending for? Zhang Tao sneered inwardly, convinced that Qingchen would change direction at the last moment near the car, pulling off what he thought was a clever trick. But Qingchen's steps didn't deviate in the slightest. The car door sensed his approach and automatically slid open with a whoosh. He lifted his foot and stepped into the vehicle without hesitation, the entire sequence flowing naturally and smoothly. This series of actions seemed highly unusual to the onlookers. Zhang Tao had just said that only top-tier powerhouses and prodigy-level talents were worthy of riding in such a vehicle. What gave Qingchen the right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, his expression twisted. Just watch, the driver will definitely kick him out any second now. But reality slapped him in the face. Once again the car door slowly closed. The black business vehicle started smoothly, its taillights flashed once, and it drove away from the high-speed rail station. This scene proved beyond doubt that the mysterious black business car had been waiting for Qingchen all along. The high-speed rail station exit was already bustling with crowds, but now it erupted like a lit powder keg. Wow, who is that young genius? He actually gets to ride in that car. Looking at his age, he's definitely a prodigy beast tamer. He's not carrying any beast, she must be at least silver rank. What? A silver rank beast tamer at such a young age? The cacophony of discussions exploded like rapid gunfire in the air, each exclamation of amazement piercing Zhang Tao's heart like a blade. Thinking about how he had just bragged about his abilities in front of this genius and publicly mocked Qingchen, even with the thickest skin, he felt so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. How is that possible? A silver rank beast tamer. The two chubby girls innocently huddled together, whispering, didn't Qingchen say his beast was injured and receiving treatment, so he didn't bring it? Upon hearing this, Tang Shui shot Zhang Tao a cold glance, her voice quiet but crystal clear. Real geniuses aren't like certain clowns who can't wait for the whole world to know about their minor achievements. With that, she turned and dragged her suitcase away to hail a taxi. Zhang Tao was completely devastated by this cold barb, lacking even the courage to try to stop her, and could only bite the bullet and lead his group. But when he led them to the training camp bus, the hat-wearing driver flicked his cigarette ash and unleashed a verbal assault. Huh? You think this bus is your personal ride? Pick up whoever you want. Drop off wherever you want. Even the most oblivious could sense something was wrong. So the two chubby girls quickly said goodbye to Zhang Tao and each scanned codes to call their own rides. The platform instantly fell quiet. With no girls around, Zhang Tao simply gave up all pretense and yelled at the remaining bespectacled boy. Still not leaving? Expecting me to cover your fare too? The bespectacled boy understood he was just a punching bag, mumbled sorry with his head down, and dragged his suitcase away. Passing the spot where the black business car had just been parked, he rarely lifted his head to look for a few seconds, then habitually lowered it again and silently walked away. Inside the black business car, the white-gloved driver had remained silent since confirming Qingchen's identity. Finally enjoying some peace, Qingchen leaned back in the leather seat, admiring the street scenery through the window. Qinglong City belonged to Qinglong Prefecture, with a layout similar to Qingyang City, only with wider streets and more neon lights. The car soon left the main urban area, with towering buildings outside the window replaced by wild grass and low factories. As the vehicle entered a mountain highway, only rolling hills remained in view. Qingchen knew the Dragon Group's rookie training camp wouldn't be located in a busy district, but when the business car drove into a valley hidden among the mountains and a massive steel military base suddenly appeared before his eyes, Qingchen couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. We've arrived. The driver brought the vehicle to a stop at the base entrance, and the electric doors slowly slid open. Qingchen stepped down from the compartment as the black business car's paint reflected the cold gleam of the towering iron gates, with armed sentries standing guard on either side. Seeing him disembark, one of them marched forward, saluted silently, and escorted him into the base. The iron gates closed behind him as the gray concrete road stretched straight ahead, the air still carrying traces of gunpowder. For the first time, Qingchen truly felt this atmosphere of deadly seriousness. This base wasn't built specifically for training camps, but was a former frontline fortress that had weathered artillery fire, now borrowed by the Dragon Group to train recruits. After weaving through the steel structures for quite some time, he gradually adapted to the oppressive atmosphere. The escorting soldier finally stopped before a square steel building and gestured. "Cadet, my orders were to bring you here. Please enter. Thank you for your trouble." Qingchen nodded and pushed open the door under the soldier's watchful gaze. The room was spacious, roughly 2.5 basketball courts in size, with metal walls gleaming coldly and a solitary metal puppet standing in the center. A crisp female voice came through the speakers. "Cadet Qingchen, you are now undergoing the recruit entrance examination. Your performance against the gold-tier puppet before you will directly affect your initial assessment." Qingchen understood immediately and swept his hand back, causing Qingtuan to leap out from his beast space and land beside him with a round, rolling motion. Meanwhile, in the base's central hub, a control room packed with various monitoring screens, two young women were staring intently at one particular display, showing Qingchen in the steel chamber. "Qingchen, a recruit personally recommended by Pulse Master Yafu," the green-clad girl whispered as a reminder. "What? A personal recommendation from the Pulse Master?" The red-clad girl suddenly snatched the paper documents from her hands. Her name was Jiang Xiao, and she idolized Pulse Master Yafu despite never having truly met her. Now hearing that some unknown recruit had received Yafu's personal written recommendation, curiosity and indignation instantly ignited in her heart. The key information on the documents quickly caught her eye. Beast Companion, Giant Panda? Jiang Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. What qualifications does a lifestyle Beastmaster have to enter the Dragon Group? Then she saw the next line of striking battle records. Bronze-tier Panda consecutively defeated multiple gold-tier early-stage Beast God Society members. Despite her extensive experience, she still found it hard to believe such exaggerated achievements could belong to a lifestyle Beastmaster. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Could this Qingchen have gotten in through connections? At this thought, her expression darkened. Having always despised geniuses who relied on relationships to advance, Jiang Xiao immediately made up her mind. "Mu Qing, adjust the puppet's combat power to late gold tier. I want to show people like Qingchen that our Dragon Group is not easy to enter." Mu Qing's right hand paused. Generally speaking, new recruits only need to battle against puppets with mid-gold tier strength. After all, most newcomers who make it into the training camp hover between late bronze and early silver tiers. Even though they typically possess cross-tier combat abilities, they can barely match puppets with early gold tier strength. Using mid-gold tier puppets allows for accurate assessment of their limits. If the puppet's strength were directly adjusted to late gold tier, most newcomers would be instantly defeated before they could even demonstrate their abilities, making such tests meaningless. "Didn't you read the files?" Jiang Xiao flipped through the light screen, calmly reminding Mu Qing. This Qingchen possessed strength comparable to early gold tier beast tamers while still in the bronze stage. Now that he's advanced to silver tier, his combat power has climbed to mid-gold tier. Quite reasonable, right? So adjusting the puppet to late gold tier is perfectly fine. The reasoning sounded logical, but Jiang Xiao didn't truly believe that Qingchen, who had contracted a lifestyle-type beast, actually possessed the early gold tier combat power noted in his files. much less that he could now reach mid-gold tier. Her real purpose was to give Qingchen a harsh lesson to make this person who got in through connections understand that even the Dragon Group's rookie training camp wasn't a place where one could swagger around based on background alone. Well, alright then. Mu Qing couldn't find any flaws in the argument and could only upgrade the puppet's strength from mid-gold to late gold tier. Inside the steel chamber, the alloy walls gleamed with cold light. The broadcast clearly announced 2 words begin. Qingtuan gripped the golden staff in a reverse hold with one hand, touched his toes to the ground, and vanished from his original position like he'd been erased. Flash step. 8 extremes collapse. The next second, he appeared before the gold puppet, gripping the staff with both hands. 9 overlapping staff shadows merged into the golden weapon, compressing power to its absolute limit. As the staff shadow descended, it seemed as if 9 heavenly thunderbolts were striking down from the void. Bang! A metallic crash exploded. The gold puppet's right arm suddenly extended, transforming into a thick shield that steadily blocked Qingtuan's full power strike. At least mid-gold tier, possibly even stronger. Qingchen narrowed his eyes. After Qingtuan fused with the 9 heavens divine thunder and advanced to silver tier, this full power strike carried early gold tier force, yet it couldn't even make the puppet budge. Then let's try the new skill. Qingchen's thoughts raced as Qingtuan immediately retreated 2 steps to create distance. His eyes sharpened as he entered a focused state. Raising 2 fingers of his left hand before his chest, he roared inwardly. Thunder. Avatar. Rumble. Wild thunder surged from within his body like countless silver serpents lashing through the air. The lightning illuminated the steel walls in brilliant white. Qingtuan raised his right leg, now covered in electric arcs, and stomped down heavily. Boom, boom, boom. As if a thunder volcano lay beneath his feet, world-destroying lightning erupted from the ground with tremendous force. Thunder dragons roared and writhed within the electric sea. In the next moment, everyone's vision was filled with lightning. A thunder panda avatar over 3 meters tall, gazing at the panda manifestation on the field, bathed in endless thunder and resembling a deity descending from heaven. Even Qingchen himself couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, Qingtuan could probably withstand a gold-tier early-stage beast with just his physical body alone, without using any skills. With skills added, he would be even more terrifying. The golden puppet naturally wouldn't wait for death. It stretched both arms wide, and with the grinding sound of metal friction, they instantly transformed into gleaming double blades. Wushit's gold-tier late-stage attributes turned it into a sharp gust of wind, appearing before Qingtuan in the blink of an eye. Its blade arms slashed horizontally across the chest, cold light exploding as sword energy crisscrossed. This strike was enough to severely wound any true gold-tier late-stage beast. But Qingtuan mastered perfect wave perception, and the thunder manifestation's 300 enhancement allowed him to sense every movement. No matter how fast the opponent was, it couldn't escape his lock-on. His figure shifted like lightning flash step. Like a surging thunder dragon, he teleported, trailing arcs of lightning like rippling waves. The next moment, Qingtuan raised his staff then brought it down. 8 extremes collapse. Infused with thunder power, the golden staff that was originally just over a meter long suddenly extended to nearly 4 meters. 9 staff shadows trailing thunder phantoms merged into the main body one by one, forming a devastating blow like a 100-jong thunder tide, carrying majestic heavenly might as it crashed toward the golden puppet. Bang! Qingtuan's speed had far exceeded the golden puppet's reaction limit. That staff strike, like a thunderous tidal wave, hit its target without any obstruction. The golden puppet flew like a violently kicked soccer ball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing dozens of meters away. In the central hub of the base, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing stared at the surveillance screen with their mouths agape. Who could have imagined that the adorable giant panda from a moment ago would suddenly become so mighty and domineering? Especially Jiang Xiaoxia just moments ago. She had been waiting to watch Qingchen and his panda get crushed by the golden puppet, but now Qingtuan's displayed strength had slapped her in the face. Did I misjudge? Jiang Xiaoxiao, a diamond summoner and active dragon group member, murmured quietly. Had she actually misjudged a silver beast master? Mu Qing snapped back to reality and was about to announce the end of the admission test when a new phenomenon appeared on the screen. The thunder-red panda manifestation was actually condensing a brilliant thunder sun in its palm. The thunder sun rose up, then in the next instant slammed toward the golden puppet with its left shoulder collapsed. Blinding white light filled the entire screen, forcing both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing to squint, temporarily unable to see clearly what was happening inside the steel chamber. Is that foolish boy trying to use brute force to completely destroy the golden puppet? Jiang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, her tone complex. Truly the fearless are ignorant. Although she felt she might have misjudged Qingchen, Jiang Xiaoxiao's proud and stubborn personality made her want to save face at his expense. So when she caught wind of Qingchen's childish notion of wanting to smash the golden puppet used for assessment, she couldn't help but sneer mockingly. This is the latest golden puppet developed by the dragon bloodline, Jiang Xiaoxiao reminded him. Forged from scraps of immortal stellar gold and myriad-kin water gold, it has self-repair capabilities and infinite transformation. No one below platinum rank can destroy if this isn't some tin can. Inside the steel chamber, lightning illuminated the space as the air crackled and popped from the intense heat. Qingtuan's massive staff had just hammered the golden puppet's left shoulder into a honeycomb-like crater, yet the trial completion notification never came. Qingchen raised an eyebrow and decisively commanded, "Thunder's apex, great sun falls." Boom. The second strike brought down thunderous lightning, creating a metallic roar like a great bell. Debris scattered everywhere as the golden puppet disintegrated into a shower of metal fragments under the electric arcs. Qingchen stood amid the scrap metal, looking satisfied, yet still heard no announcement from the judges. This doesn't count as passing? He frowned slightly. He had only heard about the dragon group from teacher Imon Yan, a place where the most gifted among geniuses gathered. Qingchen wondered if perhaps Qingtuan's firepower still wasn't enough. Was he too weak? Though he pondered this, he knew deep down he hadn't used his full strength yet. Since the dragon group's standards were high, he'd just have to keep hammering away. Qingchen looked down at the metal debris on the ground, preparing to have Qingtuan unleash his true trump card and scatter even the fragments and ashes into the air. Golden puppet, where are your manners? Monitoring room. As the blinding white light faded, the screen finally cleared. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing exchanged glances, both stunned speechless by the scattered components covering the floor. For a brief moment, both instructors forgot to announce the end. Only when the Thunder-Wreathed Panda manifestation on screen began charging up again did Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly snap back to reality, lunging for the microphone. "Student Qingchen, the test is over. Your preliminary assessment results will be announced shortly." On screen, Qingchen dismissed his panda manifestation and left the steel chamber. Jiang Xiaoxiao deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into her chair. Among previous new recruits, some had demonstrated cross-dire combat abilities, but compared to Qingchen, they all fell just short. What made it worse was that she had doubted this kid from the start, yet Qingchen's every move had slapped her in the face, leaving her so mentally exhausted she could barely breathe. In contrast, Mu Qing, free from preconceived biases, quickly recovered from his shock and began scribbling his evaluation on the assessment form before handing it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. As co-instructors for this year's Dragon Group training camp, both had to provide ratings. Qingchen, specialties, speed, heavy assault, attribute, thunder, preliminary assessment, grade A. Grade A. Jiang Xiaoxiao stared at the A rating, her expression dazed. In the Dragon Group, everyone was a genius, yet they were still classified into 4 grades. A, B, C, and D. Grade A was the highest, Grade D the lowest. Grade A. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaoxiao picked up her pen, preparing to write her own assessment in Qingchen's file. After emerging from the steel chamber, fully armed soldiers immediately approached him, their footsteps echoing crisply as they escorted Qingchen to his assigned single dormitory in the training camp. The corridor was bathed in harsh white light, the walls gleaming with cold metallic reflections. The door snapped shut with a sharp click, leaving Qingchen alone in the cramped yet fully functional room. It was equipped with everything he needed: a bed, desk, wardrobe, and private bathroom, with even an alloy folding chair tucked in the corner, showing the thoroughness of the logistics team. After spending the entire day in a military vehicle and enduring that high-pressure confrontation in the steel chamber, Qingchen was now aching all over and utterly exhausted. He casually pulled off his jacket and half reclined on the narrow bed, bringing the tablet computer handed to him by a soldier up to his face. The screen lit up, displaying only 3 icons. 1. Training Camp Overview, introducing the overall rules of this rookie training camp. 2. Temporary Communication Account, integrating personal information for camp-wide contact. 3. Points Leaderboard, real-time updates of all trainees' scores. This rookie training camp was scheduled to last 20 days, operating on a points ranking system. The camp openly declared that different final rankings would yield different rewards, and the first-place finisher would receive a King-tier potential beast companion. A King-tier potential beast companion. Qingchen's pupils dilated sharply. King-tier potential was the holy grail that beast tamers dreamed of, and with proper cultivation, it virtually guaranteed reaching King-tier status. This temptation burned hotter than a coal fire offered on a snowy night. Thinking about how he had already advanced to silver rank, but still lacked a second contracted beast companion, Qingchen's heart pounded wildly. The Dragon Group had actually thrown out such a bombshell. How could he possibly pass this up? But looking around at his surroundings, this was the Dragon Group's core training camp, where geniuses gathered like clouds and resources exploded everywhere. How could claiming first place be easy? As thoughts churned in his mind, he suddenly took a deep breath. If he didn't even have the courage to climb toward the peak, how could he ever reach the summit? Besides, he had his cheat abilities. What was there to fear? With this thought, he switched to the temporary communication account. The interface was minimalist to the extreme, with only basic information displayed next to his avatar, and the most prominent feature being a line of text, initial assessment, grade A. Grade A? Was this evaluation high or low? Qingchen rubbed his earlobe, filing away his confusion for later. Next, he clicked on the final icon, Points Leaderboard. The rankings instantly filled the screen. Training Camp Rookie Rankings. 1. Ji Wandao, Beast Companion. Swanee, Initial Assessment, Grade A. 1. Zhou Taikuan, Beast Companion. Bifong, Initial Assessment, Grade A. 1. Qingchen, Beast Companion. Giant Panda, Initial Assessment, Grade A. He was ranked 5th in Initial Assessment on the Rookie Leaderboard. Qingchen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Even the Dragon Group wasn't as insurmountably powerful as he had imagined. Looking more carefully, he spotted a familiar name on the list by E. Initial Assessment, Grade B. The once-in-a-century genius beast tamer from Qingfeng City had indeed made it into the Dragon Group as well. Otherwise, the Dragon Group's membership composition would truly be baffling. Of course, this was just the proportion within the camp. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, this leaderboard was still astonishing. After all, the Dragon Kingdom comprised 36 prefectures, with each prefecture containing over a dozen cities. Based on Qingchen's estimate of the entire roster, this year's Dragon Group training camp would only have just over 100 participants. This meant each major prefecture would receive an average of only 3 training slots, which worked out to roughly 1 spot for every 5 or 6 cities competing. The selection rate was nearly 100 times lower than the combined annual enrollment of the 2 top universities from his previous life on Blue Star. Ding! A sudden notification sound interrupted Qingchen's thoughts. He opened the chat panel to find a system message. All personnel report to the training ground at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the opening ceremony. After committing the time to memory, the already weary Qingchen turned off his tablet, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes to rest. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, golden light filtered through the curtain gaps into his room. Qingchen opened his eyes right on schedule, quickly washed up and dressed, then followed his tablet's navigation out the door, heading straight for the assembly ground. Along the way, he encountered other newcomers. Since they weren't familiar with each other yet, most people kept their heads down and walked silently, creating a subdued and restrained atmosphere. Soon, a human wall formed by fully armed soldiers blocked everyone's path. A calm male voice echoed from loudspeakers, repeating the same message over and over. Attention, all new members. Your current task is to navigate through the cave maze. The faster you reach the final assembly point, the more priority privileges you'll earn. Qingchen only caught the full details when he got closer. Though he still didn't understand what these priority privileges meant, one thing was certain: the shorter the completion time, the better. He followed the crowd to the only gap in the human wall. A pitch-black cave entrance gaped open like a monster's maw. Completely dark inside this was the entrance to the cave maze. This device will record all your actions inside the maze. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to remove it. A guard soldier secured a palm-sized black box to Qingchen's chest with a stern warning, then signaled for him to enter. Facing the dark cave entrance, Qingchen decided to be cautious and first summoned Qingtuan from his beast-taming space. With a flash of white light, a round, plump giant panda landed on the ground, instantly causing a commotion around them. A lifestyle beast? It's actually a giant panda. That's him. Qingchen, the one who got an A grade rating with a panda beast. I was puzzled yesterday looking at the rankings. How could a mere panda get an A grade rating? Now that I've seen the actual beast, I'm even more confused. Is there any chance the rankings are wrong? Or maybe the evaluating instructor made a mistake? Or perhaps this guy has some serious connections? Whispered conversations spread quickly. All the newcomers knew the rankings by heart, and combined with Qingchen's impressive stats on paper, they quickly connected him with this utterly ordinary panda before them, sparking a flurry of discussions. Hearing all this, Qingchen could only shake his head helplessly. Qingtuan had indeed evolved from a lifestyle beast giant panda into a combat beast thunder panda, but its appearance remained virtually unchanged, still looking adorably clumsy. Fortunately, he was used to such attention and couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Taking Qingtuan with him, he stepped directly into the cave maze. Inside the cave labyrinth, Qingchen had just stepped through the pitch-black barrier that seemed like congealed ink when he discovered the interior structure was completely different from what he had expected. He thought it would be pitch dark like the secret pyramid, but the maze had decent lighting. Sparse luminescent moss on the rock walls cast an eerie green glow throughout the tunnels, which were wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Could this really just be a pathfinding maze? He wondered uncertainly. Even stranger, newcomers had clearly been following close behind just minutes ago, but now there wasn't a soul to be seen ahead or behind. A formation array? Or spatial power? Qingchen advanced cautiously while scanning his surroundings. After walking straight for 100 meters, he encountered the first fork. Qingtuan was ordered to use wave perception, but the surroundings were as still as stagnant water. Nothing could be detected. Qingchen had no choice but to randomly pick a tunnel. The moment his toes touched the ground, heaven and earth flipped, and his vision turned upside down. Formation array. He reacted instantly, but was helpless, only able to steady his mind and let the force pull him along. When the spinning stopped, he appeared in a completely unfamiliar passage. Whoosh! A sudden sound of wind cutting through the void. A black shadow half a meter wide lunged at his face. Qingtuan raised his staff, lightning flickering bang. The bat-like beast was struck so hard its head exploded, blood splattering the stone walls. Bloodthirsty demon bat. Qingchen crouched down to examine it, his brow furrowed. This violent beast loved to feed on blood. It seemed the real trial had begun, carving a bloody path through a cave maze filled with beasts. If this is how you want to play, I'm wide awake now. The unknown was most terrifying, but once he guessed the instructor's intention, he felt relieved instead. Slaying beasts? That was Qingtuan's specialty. What followed was unstoppable carnage. They killed gods and Buddhas alike, and dozens of silver-ink beasts were dead in the blink of an eye. After cutting through all the way, another bizarre scene appeared. Qingtuan summoned his thunder avatar, golden blue lightning exploding and turning 10 gold-rank early-stage beasts into charcoal. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and blood plasma covered the ground, filling the air with a pungent stench. Amidst this carnage, a humanoid barrier emanating a faint glow became visible. Qingtuan withdrew his lightning and carefully brushed away the broken beast limbs covering it. Inside the barrier, a young girl with twin tails had her eyes tightly closed, breathing weakly but showing no wounds. It only appeared after the beasts died? Is this the next stage? Qingchen wasn't sure and signaled Qingtuan to test it carefully. Bang! Qingtuan struck down with his staff. Though the thunder avatar didn't use any skills, its pure strength had reached gold rank early stage. Yet the barrier didn't even produce the slightest ripple. Afterward, Qingchen waited a while longer, confirming he heard no prompt sounds whatsoever. This only confirmed Qingchen's suspicions. Further, breaking through the protective barrier around this twin-tailed girl was also part of the test. Therefore, Qingchen became completely serious. On his golden staff, a brilliant and dazzling thunderous sun began to surge and condense with tremendous force. Thunder's ultimate, Great Sun Fall. The vast and mighty power of thunder was like a thunder dragon turning over, like a dam bursting forth. It continuously battered and distorted the humanoid barrier around the twin-tailed girl, as if it would shatter at any moment. But it wasn't until Qingchen's attack reached its final phase that the barrier, twisted to its absolute limit, finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded with a thunderous crash. It looked just like porcelain suddenly cracking and shattering into pieces all over the ground. It appeared to indeed be a human. Qingchen frowned deeply, staring intently at the girl's figure revealed after the barrier shattered. At first, Qingchen thought that once the barrier broke, the girl inside would either wake up or suddenly transform into some ferocious beast. But reality proved otherwise. The twin-tailed girl remained quietly asleep. Unable to figure out the training camp scheme, Qingchen had no choice but to carry the girl on his back and continue forward. Meanwhile, in another dimensional space within the cave maze, an assistant instructor looked at the tablet in his hands, his expression immediately changing. What's going on? How could a newcomer's protective barrier have been broken? The beasts within the cave maze were all real, untamed, and unrestricted creatures. This was designed to realistically simulate combat scenarios with beasts, helping newcomers grow better. But as a precaution, the training camp provided these newcomers like Qingchen with a life-saving trump card, the black boxes that the soldiers at the entrance had given them. However, the soldiers wouldn't reveal the true function of these black boxes to Qingchen and the others. This was to ensure that when fighting beasts, these newcomers wouldn't harbor false hopes or thoughts of retreat, forcing them to fight with everything they had. At the boundary between life and death, they could maximize their potential. But now, one of the newcomers' life-saving protective barriers had been broken. How could the assistant instructor responsible for this area not panic? These newcomers like Qingchen were all 1 in 10,000 genius beast tamers. If they died in their own people's training before they could even grow up, how ridiculous would that be? Therefore, the assistant instructor panicked. If a genius beast tamer really died in the area under his responsibility, he would face tremendous punishment. At the same time, the maze's abnormal situation was also synchronized to the tablets held by the two chief instructors, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. So the two immediately ordered the assistant instructor to enter the cave maze and figure out what was happening, then hurried to the scene themselves. In the cave maze, Qingchen walked slowly with the twin-tailed girl on his back. Strangely enough, he hadn't encountered a single beast along this stretch of the journey. Could it be that he had cleared the level? Qingchen wasn't entirely sure. Then, the void not far ahead suddenly began to fluctuate. Immediately after, a figure in military uniform appeared abruptly. Well, so there was a second stage after all. Qingchen looked enlightened, then waved his hand to have Qingchen launch an attack. The assistant instructor who had just entered the maze was stunned after hearing Qingchen's words. What second stage? Where did this second stage come from? However, Before the assistant instructor could react, he saw a giant panda charging toward him. And whether it was his imagination or not, this originally adorable and cuddly panda had somehow transformed after taking just one step into a majestic and domineering panda manifestation bathed in endless thunder. On the road, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing were rushing forward at full speed. Since the establishment of the Dragon Group's rookie training camp, it had been a long time since any trainee had perished during training. If someone truly met with misfortune this time, the two of them, as chief instructors, would bear undeniable responsibility. At this thought, Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart tightened, and she picked up even more speed. While running, she pressed the communication button on her wrist device and called out urgently, "Assistant Instructor Sun Wu, what's the current situation? Assistant Instructor Sun Wu, please respond if you can hear me." The only response was the hissing sound of static. Sun Wu, the assistant instructor originally responsible for that area, had completely lost contact just a few minutes ago. "What's going on, Xiao Xiao? Could members of the Beast God Society have infiltrated the base?" Mu Qing ran alongside her, his brow furrowed tightly. Given Sun Wu's strength as a 3-star gold-tier beast master, he couldn't possibly have gone silent unless he encountered enemies of equal or greater power. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart sank, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. If the Beast God Society had truly infiltrated, with the enemy in the shadows and them in the light, a fierce battle would be inevitable today. The two swept through the training area's buildings and forests at maximum speed, soon spotting the exit of the cave maze. At this moment, some of the rookies had already broken through the maze and were gathered near the exit, resting. Suddenly seeing two figures approaching through the air, everyone's hearts jolted in unison. Who are they? Such young platinum-tier beast masters. I'm more curious about what's happening at the base to make these two platinum beast masters so urgent. Could it be a mass evacuation? Whispered conversations rose and fell, but Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing had no time to pay attention, landing directly at the defensive outpost by the exit. The squad of soldiers stationed there looked equally puzzled upon seeing the two chief instructors arrive in person. This wasn't part of any protocol they knew. Jiang Xiaoxiao stepped forward quickly. "How are things? Have you noticed anything unusual?" "Unusual? No. Everything's normal." The squad leader immediately stood at attention and reported. With the situation still unclear, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing offered no further explanation to avoid disturbing morale. After a brief exchange of glances, Jiang Xiaoxiao made a decisive decision. "Mu Qing, I'll go in to investigate. You stay outside to maintain control, just in case." As her words fell, she raised her hand to summon her beast. Just then, an exit on the right side of the cave maze suddenly shook violently. Rock debris tumbled down as lightning tore through the darkness, and an aura of destruction swept outward. The guard soldiers' nerves instantly tensed as they raised their modified firearms, the dark muzzles all pointing toward the exit. Each specially made bullet could severely wound a gold-tier exotic beast. The next second, a thunder panda manifestation, standing a full 3 meters tall, stepped out with lightning arcs coiling around it, its presence terrifyingly imposing. The reason for its appearance was simple. Deep within the maze, Qingchen had successively slain dozens of silver-tier exotic beasts and 10 gold-tier exotic beasts, culminating in the final battle against Sun Wu's 3 gold-tier beast companions. At this moment, Qingchen was emanating an intensely terrifying aura of bloodlust, accompanied by an almost invincible conviction that transformed into an overwhelmingly oppressive presence, rolling outward in all directions. In just a single breath, the air seemed to tighten, as the sickly sweet scent of blood, crackling thunder, and concentrated killing intent merged into one, making everyone's scalp tingle. Dangling from the claws of the massive panda manifestation was an unconscious soldier in military uniform, Assistant Instructor Sun Wu. The guards at the exit recognized him immediately, and in their shock and fury, their fingers moved to triggers as gun barrels instantly aimed at Qingchen. No one knew how this panda, resembling a demon god descended from heaven, had infiltrated the maze, but since it had captured one of their own assistant instructors, it could only be treated as a hostile target. Just as triggers were about to be pulled, Jiang Xiaoxiao shouted coldly, "Stop!" The bullets were barely held back in their chambers. In the next second, everyone saw behind the Thunder Panda manifestation, a young man carrying a girl on his back slowly emerge from the distorted air. Qingchen. All the soldiers froze in place. This terrifyingly fearsome panda was actually the beast companion of this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth. "What the hell? It's this kid again." Jiang Xiaoxiao bit her white teeth lightly, her heart burning with rage. In just 2 days, she had suffered consecutive setbacks at Qingchen's hands. First, the strangely shattered novice protective barrier, then Assistant Instructor Sun Wu's mysterious disappearance. Now that the truth was revealed, she was grinding her teeth even more. This damn brat must pay the price. She secretly clenched her fists, having already decided to take action personally. While she wouldn't kill him, she'd at least paralyze his lower body for a few months. At the critical moment, Mu Qing reached out to stop her. Xiao, calm down. From what I can see, Qingchen just treated both the protective barrier and assistant instructor Sun Wu like dungeon bosses to farm. The protective barrier? Assistant instructor Sun Wu. A circle of soldiers? After saying this, even Mu Qing found it ridiculous, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. But beneath that smile was a more intuitive assessment of Qingchen's strength. After all, assistant instructor Sun Wu was a legitimate 3-star gold-tier beast master, meaning all 3 of his beast companions were gold-tier. Even so, he was still easily taken down by Qingchen, who only had 1 silver-tier beast companion. Seeing 1 spot reveals the whole leopard. Just how terrifying was Qingchen's true trump card. Meanwhile, Qingchen finally noticed the tense atmosphere around him. Looking up to meet over a dozen dark gun barrels, his heart sank. What's going on? What heinous crime did I commit? Direct death sentence with immediate execution? A string of question marks popped up in his mind. Even if while carrying the twin-tailed girl, those 2 soft touches occasionally made his heart race, it shouldn't violate military regulations, right? No, this wasn't just a crime anymore. This was violating heavenly law. Even if version updates came fast, this kind of treatment was too ridiculous. During the standoff, another maze exit rippled with waves. 1 person and 1 beast burst out panting heavily, initially wanting to breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately sensing something was wrong. Looking up, they saw the horrifying scene of a panda manifestation wreathed in endless destructive thunder, clutching a military uniformed soldier, facing off against a squad of armed soldiers. Just as the person and beast who had emerged stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do, Mu Qing's clear voice came at just the right moment. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Qingchen, put down teaching assistant Sun Wu and the other student, then go report to the training ground over there. Hearing this, Qingchen quietly breathed a sigh of relief and obediently set down teaching assistant Sun Wu and the twin-tailed girl he was holding, then walked toward the nearby training ground. You go too. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the person and beast who still didn't dare to move, reminding them coldly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng could only follow Qingchen with a dejected expression, maintaining a safe distance throughout. Having just emerged from the maze, he had witnessed the scene of that Shura-like demon panda beast confronting the soldiers. The demon king-like image of Qingtuan was now deeply embedded in Feng Feng's mind, and by extension, he didn't dare provoke the beast tamer Qingchen either. After all, anyone who could possess such a beast was definitely not someone to mess with. Before long, Qingchen arrived at the assembly ground. The training ground was standard-sized, with a simple elevated platform temporarily erected in the center, topped with a giant display screen. Below the platform, metal folding chairs were arranged in rows with neat aisles between them, and the front positions had already been filled by early arrivals. Are they all this eager? Qingchen touched his earlobe, looking completely puzzled. Then he noticed a poster standing at the entrance to the seating area. 1. New members who arrive first can choose their seats with priority. 2. The closer the seat to the front, the more points can be earned. 3. It is recommended to act within one's capabilities and choose seats that match one's strength. That last line is completely unnecessary. Qingchen silently complained. Everyone who could enter the Dragon Group training camp was a genius who would think they were inferior to others. The preliminary assessment was just a test. No one would really take it as the standard. Since they could choose their own seats, naturally everyone wanted to rush to the front row. If not for the rule, 1 chair per person, first come first served, probably everyone would try to squeeze onto the first chair. Due to being delayed by teaching assistant Sun Wu, Qingchen could only end up sitting in seat number 51. Qingchen? How could he possibly be this slow? Bai Yi, sitting in seat number 21, looked incredulous seeing Qingchen arrive so late. At this stage, Qingchen's combat power wasn't weaker than his own. If Bai Yi could rank 21st, how did Qingchen end up at 51st? Though puzzled, this wasn't the right occasion to ask questions, so he could only suppress his curiosity for now. Feng Feng, who followed closely behind Qingchen, originally wanted to keep his distance, but couldn't ignore that points were linked to final rankings. After much hesitation, he steeled himself and sat down next to Qingchen, calculating the risks and benefits in his mind as he took his seat. As time passed, more and more new members broke through the cave maze and arrived at the training ground one after another. Gradually, the seating area that had seemed somewhat empty began to fill with people. Finally, at a certain moment, a crisp bell rang across the training ground. Clanked sharp, resonant sound waves spread through the air above the field, as if announcing the end of one phase while reminding everyone that a new trial was about to begin. As the bell's echo faded, 2 graceful figures emerged from the back of the training ground, walking in synchronized steps as they ascended the central platform. It was Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Xiaoxiao, the chief instructor for this year's Dragon Group training camp. I'm Mu Qing, also your chief instructor. Though the two appeared only a few years older than the newcomers like Qingchen below, they had already made names for themselves. A few of the new recruits had personally witnessed them flying through the air, so they naturally maintained respectful silence. The rest, who had been about to crack jokes, were immediately stunned by the 5 beast spirit phantoms that materialized behind Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. 5 spirit beasts meant both women were genuine diamond beast masters. These are Dragon Group's prodigies? Diamond level at such a young age? If I could join Dragon Group too, maybe in a few years I could also. Haha, there's a difference between dreams and delusions. Murmurs erupted from the crowd below. Jiang Xiaoxiao simply raised her hand slightly, and the overwhelming pressure of a diamond beast master burst forth from within her, instantly silencing all the chatter. Over the next 20 days, we'll set up various challenges for you. Your performance in these trials will determine how many points you earn. Her tone was steady, yet every word rang with authority. Besides random missions, you have 2 fixed channels to earn points. She paused deliberately. Qingchen and the others immediately perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. Satisfied with their attention, Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded and continued. First, the Beast Dungeons. Each floor you clear will earn you corresponding points. Second, the Arena. Each person gets 1 challenge opportunity per day. Those ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher, and the challenge party cannot refuse. The winner takes all of the loser's points. All points. At these 4 words, every pupil in the crowd contracted. The risk of losing everything in a single defeat was enough to make anyone break out in cold sweat. Mu Qing remained expressionless while Jiang Xiaoxiao gave an almost imperceptible nod. Only with stakes high enough could they force out potential and test challengers' confidence in their own abilities. Based on everyone's performance over the past 2 days, we've compiled the initial arena rankings and points. Please look at the big screen. As her words fell, the large screen lit up and a leaderboard began to unfold. Arena rankings. 1. Ji Wandao, Spirit Beast, Swanee, points, 110. 2. Zhou Taikuan, Spirit Beast, Bifeng, points, 109. Someone quickly noticed something unusual. The current arena rankings seemed to be based on everyone's current seating positions. Just as expected, when the number on the big screen jumped to 51st place, Qingchen clearly saw his own name, followed by a striking 61 points. The higher the ranking, the higher the base score. Had heard about this rule long ago, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. With 110 people in total at the rookie training camp, he was positioned right in the middle, but even so, 61 points was quite decent. However, exceptions always existed. 7 trainees got stuck in the first round's cave maze, tied for 104th place on the leaderboard with an embarrassing score of 0. Everyone scanned the rankings from top to bottom, mentally weighing their initial scores, but Jiang Xiaoxiao reminded them that this was only part of the picture. Remember your initial grade assessments? Different grades come with additional bonus points. As her words fell, she meaningfully fixed her gaze on Qingchen, as if previewing an exciting show about to unfold. The big screen refreshed again, and a new arena leaderboard filled the wall. The rankings remained unchanged, but the scores were recalculated: grade A 100, grade B 75, and so on in descending order. The next second, everyone witnessed an extremely rare sight. 51st place, Qingchen, 161 points. What? Gasps erupted one after another. A grade A assessment ranked at 51st, 161 points. You'd normally need to be in the top 25 to get that score. The discussion exploded, with someone in the crowd excitedly pumping their fist. I told you initial assessments don't represent true combat ability. I'm only grade D. Immediately after, nearly all trainees ranked below 51st had the same thought: if they could defeat Qingchen, they could directly claim the high score equivalent to top 25 placement. The cost effectiveness was off the charts. Challenge Qingchen. Count me in. Me too. The calls grew louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, excluding the 7 0-point trainees, a full 58 people submitted challenges to Qingchen. According to the rules, the challenge party had no right to refuse, so he would face 58 unknown arena battles. The only one who didn't make a move was Feng Feng, ranked 52nd. Despite everyone promoting the idea that fighting Qingchen is a sure win, he couldn't forget the chill that had risen in his heart when he saw Qingchen's beast companion bathed in destructive lightning during the earlier trial. As for those ranked above 51st, they were practically stomping their feet in frustration. If only I had sat in the back row. Chao Manhan, ranked 50th, felt the most regretful. If he had switched to seat 52 earlier, after defeating Qingchen, his score combined with Qingchen's 161 points would have shot him straight to the top. Especially seeing Feng Feng still holding back, Chao Manhan felt like his guts were turning green with regret. What a missed opportunity. Next, under the guidance of Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing's group, Qingchen and the others entered a massive steel structure that covered an enormous area. The building was elliptical in shape, with crisscrossing steel beams of varying thickness weaving the exterior shell into what resembled a giant bird's nest. Light filtered through the gaps, casting dappled patterns across the center. At the heart of the venue lay a grayish-white alloy platform the size of more than a dozen football fields, surrounded by densely packed seating areas that rose in tiered steps, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. After everyone was seated, Jiang Xiaoxiao wasted no time and nodded slightly to signal the assistant instructor beside her to begin the arena demonstration. The assistant's fingers flew across the control panel, cursors dancing wildly on the screen with swift, decisive movements. With a final confirmation keystroke, a deep mechanical rumble echoed through the space as dozens of spotlights instantly illuminated the central platform. Immediately after, several massive display screens descended from above, simultaneously magnifying the platform view from different angles. The system broadcast then announced, Arena Demonstration, First Match. Rank 104, Shi Yushi, challenges Rank 51, Qingchen. As the announcement ended, two figures rose from the spectator area and stepped onto the platform. Qingchen looked up, his expression momentarily freezing. Standing across from him was none other than Shi Yushi, the twin-tailed girl he had carried out of the cave labyrinth. Since she had been unconscious throughout that journey, Shi Yushi had no memory of Qingchen. She merely nodded politely before raising her hand to summon her beast companion. Blue Silver Vine. Azure vines burst forth from the summoning circle, thick as water barrels and covered in silver patterns, coiling around Shi Yushi like massive serpents. Blue Silver Vine was already renowned for its powerful binding and crowd control abilities, and combined with Shi Yushi's strength, beast taming talent, undying resilience, its toughness and resistance multiplied exponentially once it ensnared an opponent. Even early gold-tier beast companions might struggle to break free. Entangle. 3 to 5 blue-silver vines suddenly lashed out with ear-piercing wind-cutting sounds, lunging straight at Qingchen. Qingtuan. With a thought from Qingchen, his panda beast companion Qingtuan leaped out from the beast space. The moment it landed, it stomped the ground and vanished, leaving only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Qingtuan had flashed above the blue-silver vine's main body, its arm muscles tensing as it raised high the lightning-patterned golden staff and brought it crashing down. 8 extremes collapse. 9 staff shadows wrapped in violent thunder converged into the weapon, transforming into a thunderbolt that crashed down with tremendous force. Boom. White-purple electric arcs exploded outward, tearing spiderweb patterns of scorch marks across the platform's metal surface. When the lightning faded, the blue-silver vine had vanished without a trace. Shi Yushi's face turned deathly pale as she staggered back several steps, took a deep breath, and bowed her head before leaving the stage. Had it not been for her strength talent granting her beast companion the death immunity characteristic, her blue-silver vine would likely have been killed instantly by that single strike. The broadcast promptly announced, Arena Demonstration First Match, Victor Qingchen. 50 points awarded. The announcer's voice immediately followed with an assessment. While Shi Yushi's current offensive capabilities are insufficient, once her blue-silver vine achieves binding, even early gold-tier beast companions would struggle to break free. Overall beginner assessment, grade C. Only then did the spectators below snap back to reality. From the blue-silver vine's attack to Qingtuan's counterattack, the entire sequence had lasted less than 3 seconds. Was Qingchen just too strong, or was his opponent too weak? He is ranked 51st after all. Though somewhat weak, that's still not comparable to rank 104. Qingchen won, excellent. Now it's my turn to challenge. In a corner of the spectator stands, someone secretly clenched their fist. That's right, those 161 no wait. Now 211 points will all be mine. 211 points. After defeating Shi Yushi, Qingchen's score had reached 211, exactly 1 point higher than Ji Wandao, who currently topped the leaderboard. This 1-point gap meant that anyone who could knock Qingchen down would instantly shoot to first place on the scoreboard. Around the arena, those preparing to challenge him had eyes burning with fervor and greed, as if they could already hold that first-place position in their arms the very next second. Training match second round. Rank 104 zoning to challenges rank 51 Qingchen. The teaching assistant raised his hand, and with a flash of silver light, a healing-type spirit beast had already restored Qingtuan's health and spiritual energy to full. Zoning 2 burst forth, summoning a diamond giant ape, a 3-hang-tall torrent of muscle and sinew, dragging a spiked club thicker than a roof beam and covered in barbs, scraping sparks across the ground. In the next breath, Qingtuan's staff fell. Thunder roared as the diamond giant ape, along with its spiked club, was twisted and distorted by a brutal force. It only managed half a roar before dissolving into white light and exiting the training match. The system announcement landed, defeated rank 104, gained 25 points. Third round, fourth round. Qingtuan's iron staff swept through the air again and again, leaving straight trails of lightning. In just 5 minutes, 7 consecutive challengers ranked 104 were all defeated in single strikes. 225 points, total 386 points. This string of numbers firmly surpassed the original first place's 176 points, and the audience erupted in waves of exclamation. 8th round. This time, the opponent was Guazijing, who had actually cleared the cave's secret realm. Qingchen, those previous guys were nothing, but I, Guazijing, won't go down so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, a twisted shadow fell across the ground, and a shadow-type spirit beast silently crawled out, its body dispersing like ink mist, completely incorporeal. Qingchen frowned. Shadow-type spirit beast had high immunity to physical attacks. But the current Qingtuan had already integrated the nine heavens' divine thunder, each swing of his staff carrying brilliant blue arcs. Though shadow types had resistance to lightning, they were far from immune. The first strike fell, thunder exploded, and the black shadow's form became chaotic. The second strike landed solidly, scattering the shadow mist and nearly obliterating it on the spot. Guo Zijing's face went pale, and he immediately raised both hands. I surrender. He had at least lived up to his opening boast. He managed to endure 2 full strikes before stepping down. In the stands, everyone watched as Guo Zijing, who was clearly much stronger, had only lasted 2 moves. They all pondered whether they could last any longer if it were them. Soon, several reached their conclusion, their expressions complex as they secretly regretted their earlier impulse. The word cost-effective regarding Qingchen had blinded them. But there's no medicine for regret in this world, and the training matches continued. 9th round, 10th round, 11th round. Staff shadows, lightning, and white light flashed alternately. After 30 battles, Qingchen's score broke through the 800-point barrier. At this moment, a terrifying thought surfaced in many minds for the first time. If Qingchen really won all 58 scheduled matches today, what heights would his score reach? Perhaps he wouldn't even need to participate in subsequent competitions to secure first place in the rookie training camp. But what if they could defeat him later? That would be almost equivalent to locking in the top spot on the overall leaderboard. The closer people were to Qingchen's ranking, the heavier their breathing became. Unlike the others, their rankings were closer to Qingchen's, meaning their strength was more comparable, and thus their chances of victory were greater. Moreover, despite having on-site assistants constantly helping Qingchen recover his condition, he was still human after all, and humans get tired. When tired, flaws inevitably appear. Under the scorching gaze of the audience, Qingchen defeated 20 more opponents in succession, winning every single match without exception. Now only 8 battles remained before the terrifying 58th duel practice, and almost no one had expected him to make it this far. Even if he lost every remaining match, he had already set a new record. Arena, 51st practice match. Challenger, Do Yuan, ranked 60th. Challenged, Qingchen, ranked 51st. On the platform, Qingchen and his beast companion, Qingtuan, faced increasingly formidable opponents, their stamina and energy gradually drained by 50 high-intensity battles. Despite continuous recovery skills being applied from the sidelines, exhaustion still accumulated like fine sand in his bones. Qingchen, in your current state, there's no way you can defeat me. Do Yuan called out softly, sweeping his arm as his beast companion, Jian Yuan, spread its wings and soared into the air. With a flutter of its wings, 10,000 swords were unleashed, dense sword energy rushing toward Qingtuan like a waterfall. Jian Yuan was a rare sword attribute beast with incredible burst power, but lacking endurance in prolonged battles, which explained Do Yuan's slow progress in the cave labyrinth. Qingchen looked up, murmuring to himself, indeed, in this condition, it would be difficult to defeat you. As he spoke, Qingtuan stomped heavily on the platform with its right foot, lightning flashing in its eyes. A thunder manifestation over 3 meters tall rose from the ground, accompanied by rolling thunder waves. Covered in electric light, Qingtuan raised its massive staff and swung it fiercely under Do Yuan's horrified gaze. Boom! The thunder tide crashed like a tsunami, shattering the incoming sword energy waterfall, and continued with undiminished force to strike Jian Yuan directly. Screech! A piercing, mournful cry tore through the air as Jian Yuan's body became entangled in electric arcs, plummeting from midair and crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Except for Jiang Xiaoxiao and a few others, gasps of shock rippled through the audience. This Qingchen is actually this terrifying. Is this the change that comes with advancing to silver rank? Why do I feel like the gap between him and me has widened even further? He had originally thought that after Qiongqi advanced to silver rank, the distance between himself and Qingchen would narrow. But from what he could see now, Qingtuan's improvement after reaching silver rank was even more dramatic than Qiongqi's. Just as Bai Yi was sighing inwardly, Qingchen faced his next opponent, then the next, and the next after that. Soon, only the final battle of the 58 practice matches remained. At the edge of the platform, Yu Wensheng smiled broadly. Who would have thought? What incredible luck! Qingchen, become my stepping stone. On the platform, Qingchen's breathing was clearly irregular, sweat dripping from his chin. Yu Wensheng didn't mind winning without honor and raised his hand to give the command. His beast companion, the Thunderfire twin-headed python, suddenly opened its massive maw filled with sharp fangs, both serpent heads simultaneously brewing violent energy. Lightning and flames intertwined, bringing forth an aura of destruction. Thunderfire, dual phase blast. Lightning fire, dual phase blast. Two terrifying torrents of destruction erupted from the twin maws of the lightning fire twin-headed python, intertwining and merging in midair. The lightning borrowed the fire's momentum while the flames amplified the thunder's might, forming a pillar of lightning fire as thick as a mountain that crashed violently toward Qingchen. You think this kind of attack can use me as a stepping stone? Far from enough. From above the stands, Qingchen muttered to himself. In the next second, Qingtuan's eyes sharpened as it entered complete focus. Raising its golden staff high with both hands, fragmented lightning surged wildly from all directions, converging at the staff's tip into a blazing orb of thunder like a brilliant sun. Thunder's ultimate, Great Sun Fall. Qingtuan roared, pressing down with both arms. Bo man, even more domineering thunder force than the twin-headed pythons exploded from the golden staff, like a bursting dam, cascading down with the momentum of thunderous tsunamis. Needlepoint against wheat tip, two torrents of equal destructive force collided heat. Bang! The deafening explosion shook the entire arena, the void at their intersection rippling like glass, with visible waves spreading in circles. Just when everyone thought both sides would reach a stalemate. Crack! A crisp shattering sound reached everyone's ears simultaneously. Before all eyes, the lightning fire pillar that had matched the thunder torrent began showing cracks like porcelain on its surface. WHO's high fissures spread, one section crumbling first, then completely disintegrating under the overwhelming thunder force. Impossible! Yuwenqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His beast had clearly fused one type of mystical fire and one type of mystical lightning, though barely ranking in the top 300. Their combined power could completely rival mystical fires, and lightning ranked in the top 150. Yet now it was easily suppressed by a panda. Thunder crashed down from above, completely engulfing the lightning fire twin-headed python's form, bringing the arena battle to its conclusion. Arena battle number 58. Winner, Qingchen, earning 109 points. The announcement echoed, marking the end of Qingchen's unprecedented and perhaps never-to-be-repeated 58 consecutive victories. No one had expected him to win 58 matches straight. Even those who knew his strength best, like Jiang Xiao, had initially thought winning 10 or 20 matches would already be remarkable. After all, though challengers started with lower rankings than Qingchen, rankings didn't always represent true strength. However, the facts spoke for themselves. Qingchen had challenged 58 opponents with a perfect record, forcibly pushing the Dragon Group rookie training camp's consecutive victory record to unprecedented heights. My God, he actually won them all. How many points must that be? I did a rough calculation, not much, just over 4,000. Over 4,000? That's more than 20 times higher than the previous number one. If Qingchen doesn't challenge the higher-ranked members, with over 4,000 points in hand, he could practically lock in first place on the leaderboard ahead of time. Upon reaching this conclusion, everyone seemed to have their spines pulled out, slumping back in their chairs in unison and letting out low sighs. Qingchen's recent harvesting spree had been ruthlessly efficient, sending his points soaring to a despairing height that felt utterly unreachable. But while some felt dejected, others were secretly relieved. Feng, ranked 52nd, pressed his lips together, lips that had gone pale with shock, grateful that he hadn't been tempted by high points to challenge this Demon King. Xiao Manhan, ranked 50th, wiped away cold sweat, knowing that if his ranking had been just 2 spots lower, his points would likely be at 0 by now. Just as everyone's spirits were at their lowest, a tall, lean figure suddenly shot up from his seat. It was Ji Wandao, who had once held first place, but now found himself in second. He first glanced at Qingchen on the platform, then turned to Jiang Xiao, his voice booming yet composed. If Qingchen doesn't challenge any of the top-ranked contestants from here on out, with his current points, the rest of us might as well give up any hope of catching up. Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly as he shot back. What's that supposed to mean? Am I somehow exploiting loopholes maliciously? I didn't hold a knife to their throats. They came to challenge me willingly. I won fair and square, so where's the unfairness in that? Below the platform, the two chief instructors, Jiang Xiao and Mu Qing, exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. The current situation was indeed unprecedented. Under the existing rules, Qingchen could simply coast and still have an excellent chance of maintaining his top position, which went against the Dragon Group training camp's philosophy of encouraging constant challenges and breakthroughs. But rules were rules, and Qingchen had earned his points through genuine skill. Forcing him to pay for a loophole wouldn't be reasonable either. After a brief discussion, Jiang Xiao and Mu Qing stepped onto the platform. Jiang Xiao announced loudly, "As the chief instructors of this year's rookie training camp, we're delighted that someone has set a new record. However, Ji Wandao's concerns are equally valid. Everyone came here to grow stronger, not to coast. After discussion, we're adding a new rule to the arena. Every 3 days, all trainees must initiate at least one challenge, or their points will be halved." As her words landed, Qingchen's gaze darkened sharply, clearly unwilling to accept this passive arrangement. Mu Qing promptly patted his elbow and added, "However, Changing the rules directly would indeed be unfair to student Qingchen. Therefore, we've decided to award student Qingchen an additional rare artifact as compensation. What do you think, student Qingchen? A rare artifact? Gasps immediately echoed from below the platform. Such treasures were incredibly rare and precious, yet here one was being offered to Qingchen. Though everyone felt envious, no one objected compared to his king-tier beast companion. One rare artifact wasn't much. Qingchen's eyes flickered slightly. If the training camp could provide a top 100 ranked rare lightning artifact, Qing Tuan's path to golden advancement would be smooth sailing. However, what he truly needed wasn't just any rare lightning artifact, it had to be among the top 100. After weighing his options for a moment, he spoke with an indifferent expression. I don't think much of it. I think it's not worth it. The moment Qingchen finished speaking, the vast training ground of the camp erupted into chaos. Hundreds of trainees turned their heads and began discussing in waves of conversation. Who could have imagined he would dare to publicly disrespect both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing? After all, these two were the head instructors of this training camp. Going against the head instructors, does he really have that kind of nerve? Instructor Jiang always follows the rules. She's probably going to lose it. Mu Qing is there though. She might smooth things over. On the platform, the polite smiles on both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing's faces froze simultaneously. The two exchanged a look of disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't expected Qingchen to give such an evaluation either. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly weighed her options. Should she directly increase the difficulty of the upcoming challenges to make an example? Just as she hesitated, Qingchen spoke again. Unless you give me a top 100 thunder essence. At these words, the entire venue erupted in even louder scoffs and gasps. A top 100 thunder essence? That's a treasure practically equivalent to a king-tier beast. Talk about asking for the moon. Even an ordinary battle beast could break into the top 100 of the beast rankings after fusing with a top 100 essence. Don't forget Thuff, if the rules hadn't changed, this guy was a sure bet to get that king-tier beast. Someone analyzed coldly. I think he's using this as leverage against the instructors. If I were the instructor, I'd just cancel the compensation and raise the point requirements. Another immediately countered. But once you arbitrarily change the rules themselves lose all meaning. Amid the commotion, Jiang Xiaoxiao frowned deeply. She believed in rules above all else and despised backdoor dealings. Yet now, to ensure the training camp's effectiveness, she was forced to personally break the very rules she upheld, becoming exactly what she once despised most. After a moment of internal struggle, just as she was about to speak, Mu Qing beside her beat her to it. Agreed. Those two words hit like a hammer striking water, sending the entire training ground into another frenzy. Jiang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Mu Qing might appreciate Qingchen, but agreeing so easily to a top 100 thunder essence seemed far too rash. Before she could intervene, Mu Qing added, however, Qingchen, you must achieve first place on this training camp's point rankings. If you can do that, the king-tier beast plus the top 100 thunder essence you requested the dragon group will give you both. If you can't, you'll still receive the resources you were originally entitled to, but you won't get to choose them yourself. A wager. That was Qingchen's first thought. Such terms were impossible for anyone to refuse and you'd be set for life. Even if you lost, there was still a safety net, ensuring you wouldn't leave empty-handed. He quickly assessed the situation. Mu Qing's move both resolved the training camp's current predicament and maintained the dragon group's image among the newcomers. The dragon group wasn't afraid of losing, as long as you had talent. But if you couldn't meet your own goals, don't blame the organization for not showing favor. Fine, this wager Qingchen, accepted. On the platform, Qingchen took a deep look at Mu Qing and readily agreed. He understood clearly that going too far would backfire. The wager proposed by Mu Qing was already the maximum concession the instructor group could offer. If he continued to push, the instructor group could simply adjust the scoring weights behind the scenes, and all his hard-earned advantages could vanish in an instant, even if it would damage the dragon group's reputation. For this very reason, neither the newcomers like Jiang Xiaoxiao nor the seemingly domineering instructors wanted to push things that far. Upon hearing Qingchen's swift agreement, the instructor group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The entire training schedule could finally continue on its planned course. Thus, the controversy over Qingchen's sweep of 58 arena matches and accumulation of over 4,000 points finally came to a temporary end. After Qingchen left, more than 10 other newcomers challenged those ranked higher than them. The results were mixed, but with Qingchen's towering mountain of points looming ahead, the subsequent matches seemed somewhat trivial to the audience. Regardless of who won or lost, no one could shake his firm grip on first place. When no one else signed up, the first arena training session was declared over. The assistant instructor announced publicly, everyone return to your dormitories and rest well. Tomorrow's training will be very interesting. Call it the treasure hunt. As his words fell, the crowd dispersed with a mixture of disappointment and curiosity. After a good night's sleep, the next morning arrived. Qingchen opened his dormitory door to find a uniformed soldier standing straight at attention. The soldiers simply gestured and led him through the camp to an airfield so vast its edges couldn't be seen. The concrete gleamed white in the morning light, with dozens of sleek fighter jets parked in rows, their metallic wings glinting in the sunlight. Student Qingchen, this way please. The soldier led him forward, and soon they boarded an armed helicopter. As the rotors started up, a sharp humming filled the cabin. Following the soldier's instructions, Qingchen retrieved his personal tablet from his beast storage space. The screen lit up with a brief introduction. All members, today's training project treasure hunt will last 3 days. The helicopter will drop you off at designated training areas, and your objective is to accumulate as many points as possible. What followed was a dense list of supplementary rules. Qingchen quickly scanned through them. 1. The training area will randomly refresh treasure sites, divided into bronze, silver, and gold tiers. 2. Each treasure site contains beast resources pre-placed by the instructor group, which belong to whoever conquers them. 3. After 3 days, the instructor group will calculate points based on the tier of treasures each person has claimed. 4. Newcomers may freely form teams or compete against each other. Seeing the words compete against each other, Qingchen's eyes darkened slightly. If anyone was currently public enemy number 1, it would certainly be himself, holding massive points and firmly in first place. Why did every training segment seem specially designed as an obstacle course just for him? He scratched his earlobe and sighed helplessly. However, there was also anticipation in his eyes. If others could steal from him, then naturally he could steal from others too. Where the armed helicopter started up and lifted off. Inside the shaking metal cabin, a soldier in camouflage handed Qingchen a black box. It was identical to the one he had obtained in the cave maze earlier, a lifeline prepared by the instructors for the recruits. Once the black box was activated, the treasure hunt would immediately end, and all points would be reset to 0. Understood. Qingchen nodded in agreement. The soldier suddenly grinned and added, "Do you remember what I just taught you about opening the parachute?" Trouble. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the cabin floor suddenly gave way, and an intense sensation of weightlessness hit him. Qingchen flipped in midair and steadied his nerves. All right. So that's how we're playing. He reached for the ripcord behind him. Whoosh, the parachute tore through the airflow and instantly filled out. The sound of wind rushed past his ears, followed by the scent of mountains and forests. After landing steadily, he immediately summoned his contracted beast, Qingchen. The training area was a primeval forest with towering trees and dense undergrowth that blocked out the sky. For recruits, unknown exotic beasts lurked everywhere, and you never knew which shadows they might be hiding in or when they would strike. Therefore, all trainees were required to maintain constant vigilance, or they might be eliminated before they could react. However, the complex terrain posed no problem for Qingchen. With its current master-level fluctuation perception, even the swaying of grass within 100 meters couldn't escape detection. To conserve spiritual energy, Qingchen had it maintain only a 10-meter scan for Qingchen. This consumption was merely a drop in the bucket. Along the way, even when exotic beasts attempted sneak attacks, it detected them first and smashed them into pulp with a single strike, making Qingchen's progress remarkably smooth. Why isn't it refreshing yet? He muttered while walking and checking his portable tablet. Treasure locations and levels would randomly refresh on all recruits' devices, with the instructors using this to incite competition among them, since real combat was the shortcut to improving strength. Almost all projects in the Dragon Group training camp were designed around genuine confrontation. After another moment, the tablet vibrated gently. Qingchen immediately looked down at treasure coordinates had finally refreshed. This time, all 10 locations that appeared were bronze level, with one only 500 or 600 meters away from him. Bronze locations not only contained beast taming resources, but also awarded 10 points for successful occupation. Let's try the nearest bronze site first to test the difficulty level. Without stopping, he headed swiftly toward the coordinates. Soon, he arrived at the base of a mountain peak. Looking up, it appeared to be a cliff face, about 200 to 300 meters high. A jagged crevice over a meter wide split through the mountain below, with clear water flowing slowly from within. After pulling out his tablet to compare coordinates on the map, Qingchen confirmed this fissure was indeed their destination. Qingchen, scan it. Qingchen nodded, gathering the perceptual waves that covered the surrounding area into a straight beam of light that probed into the crevice. Using this unidirectional linear perception, it managed to scan nearly 200 meters deep, detecting only surging undercurrents and nothing else. We'll have to go in and see for ourselves. Having made up his mind, Qingchen stepped into the fissure with Qingchen. The water inside the crevice was still shallow, not reaching his knees, otherwise this beast tamer, who couldn't swim, would have had to abandon this bronze treasure site. As they ventured deeper, the damp, narrow rock walls pressed closer, the water level gradually rose, and the humid air felt oppressive. Qingchen kept taking deep breaths as he continued forward through the dim passage. Finally, an end appeared, a large stone rising above the water's surface, its exterior polished smooth as a mirror by the flowing water. In the center of the stone lay an unopened bronze treasure chest, waiting quietly. Finally made it. He let out a long breath and hurried forward, bracing himself with both hands to flip onto the stone surface. After landing steadily, he first surveyed the surroundings to confirm nothing was amiss, then bent down to open the treasure chest. Clang! The crisp metallic sound echoed through the narrow space, making Qingchen's heart skip a beat. The next second, he saw a small booklet resting quietly inside the chest, most likely a beast taming skill manual. Just as he was about to reach for it, the large stone beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Qingchen snatched the booklet into his palm like lightning and launched himself toward a nearby stone pillar. Without his transformed physique after advancing to silver rank, such instantaneous reflexes would have been impossible. Qingtuan, however, had no intention of dodging. It raised its golden staff and brought it crashing down overhead. 8 extremes collapse. The staff's shadow merged back into the weapon as a dull roar exploded, instantly cracking the hard stone surface with several finger-thick fissures. Only then did Qingchen recognize the stone's true identity: rock hermit crab, a genuine combat beast with extremely strong defense and remarkable stealth abilities in water. Unless there was a vast difference in strength, almost no one could detect it when it chose to remain hidden. No wonder Qingtuan's wave perception had come up empty. However, an ordinary silver rank rock hermit crab, even on its home turf in the water, could hardly pose a threat to Qingtuan, so Qingchen remained calm. But as the rock hermit crab let out a hoarse cry of pain, the previously calm water surface suddenly began to bubble. One by one, smaller bronze-rank rock hermit crabs emerged from the depths, their shells creating a dense tap-tap sound as they knocked together. This was going to be a human. No, wait, a crab swarm tactic. Qingchen was certain that anyone with trypophobia would get goosebumps seeing the scene before him. The water surface within his sight was densely packed with bronze parasitic stone crabs, each about the size of a basketball, with hard, cold shells like gray stone, and beneath their shells, 2 sharp pincers gleamed with cold light. Thousands upon thousands clustered together, making the water surface look like a stone platform covered with tumors, heavy and eerie, with countless tentacles writhing frantically in the gaps, sending chills down one's spine. With so many, I can only use that move. Qingtuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't have many area effect skills, but water conducts electricity, so if he unleashed Thunder's Extreme, Great Sunfall, theoretically he could sweep away the predicament before him. With his mind made up, he raised his golden staff high. Instantly, brilliant lightning rose from the water surface, surging wildly toward the staff's tip. The next moment, a thunderous sun containing destructive energy formed and spun above Qingtuan's head, with lightning coiling around it and deafening roars echoing. However, just as he was about to press down and let the great sun fall, the void suddenly twisted, and a massive black shadow descended from nowhere. Qingtuan's heart jumped, and without continuing his spell, he activated Instant Flash, his form disappearing from the spot like lightning. Boom! The black shadow crashed heavily into the water, sending towering waves skyward with water droplets scattering like a rain curtain. The overwhelming weight directly crushed large numbers of bronze parasitic stone crabs into broken shells and limbs, with blood and lightning intertwining in an extremely chaotic scene. Among the splashing waves, Qingtuan still stood with his staff raised before Qingchen, his small body like an immovable wall barely over a meter tall, yet firmly blocking all the splashing debris. After a long while, the water mist dispersed. Qingchen held his breath and saw clearly the figure that had suddenly introduced a magnificent giant whale, at least several hundred meters long, almost filling the entire crevice passage. An ancient, primitive aura rushed toward them, with the whale's skin close at hand, mysterious runes appearing on its surface with ghostly light flowing. The giant whale's eyes were like 2 full moons, hanging high and cold. When it gazed at Qingchen, its gaze clearly paused. It had obviously followed the scent of some object, using its last spiritual power to shatter the void and arrive, only to see an extremely weak human. Heaven wants to destroy me, the giant whale thought mournfully. If only it had known, it wouldn't have fought for that thing. Now, though the object was in its possession, its life was also coming to an end. Its eyelids slowly closed, and its massive body became ethereal, with star-like points of light continuously peeling away. Qingchen watched in complete bewilderment. The giant whale appeared out of nowhere and was about to disappear into thin air. He dared not move rashly, only standing shoulder to shoulder with Qingtuan, quietly watching the starlight drift away. Whale. At a certain moment, within the body of the giant whale that had almost completely dissipated, a piercing white light suddenly blazed from within. Immediately after, the giant whale's body, now transformed into countless points of starlight, seemed to respond to some mysterious summons. All the light began flowing back, streaming into that single beam of radiance. The starlight moved with incredible speed, like a reversed galaxy, and within moments was completely devoured by the luminous beam. After a brief pause, the night sky returned to its silent darkness, with only a bright full moon hanging high above, casting its cold radiance upon the earth. Just as Qingchen looked up, the moon began swaying gently and drifted down toward him. The moonlight condensed into rippling patterns of light, and a vague thought entered his consciousness. Contract. Contract? Contract with me. Is that really the giant whale? Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. The overwhelming presence the whale had displayed earlier was no less than that of a stellar-grade beast. Now that it had transformed into a moon, its potential was most likely at the stellar level as well. Even if it fell short, it certainly wouldn't be much lower. Should he take this gamble? His fingertips lightly tapped his earlobe. Since advancing to silver rank, his second beast slot had remained empty, partly due to his busy schedule, and partly because he hadn't encountered a suitable target. He had planned to save the spot for the king-grade beast at the Dragon Group training camp, but that would require waiting at least another half-month, and the outcome wasn't guaranteed. With his simplified system, he could easily train a new beast within these 10+ days to rival any creature of the same tier. Besides, who said he would still be a silver-rank beastmaster when the training camp ended? His thoughts crystallized in an instant, and hesitation was cast aside. Qingchen flipped his right palm, channeling spiritual energy to outline an intricate contract formation, its patterns interlocking like gears. The moon in the sky seemed to receive the signal and dove straight down, transforming into a silver radiance that merged with the formation. Light exploded outward, and the contract was instantly complete. In the next moment, the moon was drawn into his beast space, where abundant spiritual energy immediately began nourishing it. It started breathing slowly, its silver glow pulsing bright and dim. Qingchen eagerly called up the data panel. Name: none. Species: void ancient whale. Level: juvenile stage 0. Grade: king level. Skill: Netherworld Heavenly Wrath Beginner 0. Netherworld Heavenly Wrath, the innate inherited skill of the void ancient whale clan, capable of channeling void power to directly assault the souls of enemies within range. King level grade. Qingchen couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face, the curve harder to control than a trigger. He searched his memory but found little information about the void ancient whale species, mentally noting to research it after the treasure hunt ended. For now, he needed to give it a name. How about Gyuek, he suggested. Within the beast space, the moon glowed slightly brighter in response. Any name will do. At that moment, the long silent system suddenly displayed a notification. Simplifiable skill detected. Netherworld Heavenly Wrath. Target: Gyuek. Spend 1 million dragon coins for simplification? A million dragon coins right off the bat, definitely not ordinary. Qingchen raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate, decisively selecting yes. Simplification complete. Training Netherworld Heavenly Wrath, blowing bubbles. Once again, it was an incomprehensibly extreme simplification, but he had always found joy in such mysteries. However, after waiting a while longer, Qingchen still hadn't received any system notification about simplifying Gyue's cultivation process. Could it be because Gyue couldn't cultivate using the 10,000 returns to one technique? At this thought, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly as he stood on the wet reef, his fingertips still carrying the cool touch of seawater. Logically, the 10,000 returns to one technique, being a universal beast-taming breathing method, should be cultivable by any spirit beast, yet Gyue showed no response whatsoever. Puzzled beyond measure, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the beast-taming space. It was a vast azure sea floating in the dark void, where a juvenile ancient whale with deep blue coloring, only as long as an arm, floated quietly. Qingchen called out with his mind, and gentle contract patterns flickered between them, bringing a clear response. The Void Ancient Whale clan had their own inherited breathing method, the Void Ancient Emperor technique. The power of contract sharing caused the entire Ancient Emperor technique to surge into Qingchen's mind like a tide. Obscure incantations, complex breathing rhythms, and the unique resonance frequencies of the whale clan all made his head spin. Qingchen smiled wryly to himself. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it for now, as long as the system could. Sure enough, in the next breath, the mechanical and cold system notification sounded. Simplifiable breathing method detected. Void Ancient Emperor technique. Target: Gyue. Spend 10 million dragon coins to simplify. What? 10 million dragon coins? Qingchen's eye twitched violently. For him right now, that was absolutely a fortune. But without simplification, Gyue wouldn't be able to cultivate smoothly. After weighing his options for a moment, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out one word. Yes. After confirmation, the surrounding air seemed to be sucked away, leaving only the countdown-like sound of his heartbeat. Qingchen held his breath, waiting for the system's answer whether these 10 million were worth it. Simplification complete. Cultivating Void Ancient Emperor technique. Breathe in environments containing void power. Devour items containing void power. For the first time, the system provided two parallel options, especially the first one, breathing. As long as Gyue was alive and could breathe, it would continuously grow stronger. Worth it. These 10 million were well spent. Qingchen excitedly clenched his right fist, his knuckles cracking. With this passive growth, even while trapped in the isolated training camp, Guyue's level would continue to rise. Calming down, he remembered the harvest in his backpack. With a flip of his right hand, a bronze-covered beast skill book fell into his palm, its cover etched with swirling wind blades. As he had expected, this was a wind attribute bronze skill, suitable neither for the wood-type Qingchen nor the space-type Giyue. Qingchen decided to exchange it with the instructor group for more suitable resources after the treasure hunt ended. This treasure hunting expedition, besides actual combat, was also a special benefit released by the instructor group. Newcomers could bring beast taming resources they couldn't use and exchange them for equivalent new resources, maximizing their strength improvement. Therefore, Qingchen didn't mind this skill book. It represented a secure resource exchange. Thus, the exploration of the first bronze treasure point came to a complete end. Who would have thought that in a mere bronze treasure point, he would pick up a king-grade qualified spirit beast? At this thought, Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at his heaven-defying luck. As for why Giyue appeared here and why it was alone, even it couldn't explain clearly. It seemed to have lost a large portion of its memory, or more accurately, only fragments remained, having forgotten almost everything from its past. The current Giyue was still in its juvenile stage, and whether it was the same giant whale that was at least stellar grade before remained impossible to determine. Whether it is or not, it's now my second spirit beast, Qingchen said silently in his heart, raising his hand to stroke the contract pattern. With matters here concluded, Qingchen took Qingtuan and left this crevice water area. Shortly after Qingchen left, Jiang Xiaoxiao arrived at the area with a group of teaching assistants. The lake's surface was calm without a ripple, and the surroundings appeared peaceful, yet the tablet in her hand continued flashing red. The alarm indicated that energy fluctuations exceeding the threshold had occurred moments ago. Jiang Xiaoxiao scanned the empty waters, then turned to look at the accompanying teaching assistant, keeping her voice extremely low. What's going on? The tablet clearly sounded an alarm just now, showing massive energy fluctuations in this area. This region had already been cleared by the instructor team, so there shouldn't be any high-level exotic beasts lurking here. Jiang Xiaoxiao crouched down to examine traces along the shore, but only saw an open bronze treasure chest with not even a hint of battle marks. She furrowed her brow slightly. Which recruit was here just now? The teaching assistant checked the records and quickly reported a name. Qingchen. How is it him again? Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Recent anomalous incidents all seemed to involve Qingchen somehow. She took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. How is that kid Qingchen doing now? According to the positioning data, he's doing well. The teaching assistant's tone was complicated. An inexplicable anger surged in Jiang Xiaoxiao's chest. She somehow always ended up cleaning up after Qingchen. But since things had come to this, she could only shake her head. Since nothing's wrong, we'll leave it for now. But don't let your guard down. Keep monitoring the data. If anything else happens in this area, neither of us will escape responsibility. After giving her instructions, Jiang Xiaoxiao led the team away, and the water surface returned to deathly silence once more. Meanwhile, Qingchen was walking briskly toward the second bronze treasure point, glowing on his tablet. Suddenly, a clear, delicate shout pierced the air, startling the birds in the forest into commotion. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Qingchen scratched his head. In the training camp, his only familiar companion was Bai Yi, but that was clearly a female voice. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but playfully speculate. Could Bai Yi be a woman disguising herself as a man? In this day and age, people still played such tricks? Driven by curiosity, he hurried toward the sound. Moments later, Qingchen stopped at a gap in the dense forest. In his line of sight, 5 or 6 blue vines as thick as adult legs were crisscrossing in fierce battle with several silver lion dogs. Claws flashed with cold light as the exotic beasts, combining speed and strength, continuously tore at the vines, causing their sap to splatter everywhere. Defeat was already apparent. Slash! The lion dog's claw winds merged into a storm of sharp blades, instantly shredding the blue defensive net. The next second, the beast let out low roars and pounced toward the beast tamer behind the vines. No! A scream shattered the forest echoes. The voice didn't belong to Bai Yi, but to another of Qingchen's acquaintances, Shi Yushi. In this critical moment, Qingchen didn't hesitate. Qingtuan, go! Qingtuan wielded his golden staff and flashed forward like the wind. Boom! The staff's shadow fell, and one silver lion dog crashed directly to the ground, its spine completely shattered. Another step, a series of instant flashes, 8 extremes collapse. In just a few breaths, all 4 previously menacing silver lion dogs lay dead, their fangs still frozen in biting positions, their bloodthirsty desire crystallized in their eyes. Only Shi Yushi's screams echoed through the forest as she covered her eyes. Seeing that she was still cowering and afraid to look, Qingchen shook his head helplessly. Saving someone in passing was already his limit. He shouldered his staff and turned to leave. Qingchen. At that moment, Shi Yushi's voice rang out behind him. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's stride faltered slightly, his boot making a muffled sound against the damp stone pavement. He turned to look at Shi Yushi not far away, curious about what she was really up to. Seeing that Qingchen was willing to stop, Shi Yushi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to listen, anything was possible. Qingchen, can you take me with you? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was crystal clear. A faint smile played at the corners of Qingchen's mouth. Why should I? He didn't answer, simply turning to leave. He wasn't the type to get weak in the knees at the sight of a girl. Shi Yushi panicked and quickly spoke up. Don't misunderstand, I'm not asking you to take me for free. You should be able to see that my abilities are far greater than what I've shown. I don't want to be eliminated right from the start. I just lack powerful offensive capabilities. If we team up, my blue-silver vines can provide strong battlefield control, and combined with your beast's explosive power, we can go wherever we want in this treasure hunt. Though her reasoning made sense, it still wasn't enough to convince Qingchen. Without Shi Yushi, he could still sweep through any treasure site on his own, and he wouldn't have to share the spoils. So he simply shook his head indifferently and resumed his journey. Being so bluntly ignored left Shi Yushi feeling frustrated. Before coming to the Dragon Group training camp, she had been highly sought after for both her abilities and her looks, yet now Qingchen was treating her like dead weight. Wasn't she pretty enough? Weren't her twin tails cute enough? Or was her school uniform with white stockings not alluring enough? Fighting back tears, she gritted her teeth and raised the stakes. Qingchen, I won't take any beast resources from the treasure sites. And think about it, you won so many matches in the arena, you're definitely a target now. With me there, I can at least help share the pressure. These words finally tipped Qingchen's scales. He acknowledged the battlefield control capabilities of the blue-silver vines. Since she didn't want any resources, it was like getting a powerful support for free. Qingchen simply turned around with a cheerful smile. All right, deal. But Shi Yushi glared at him fiercely and huffed. Then get over here and carry me. What? Qingchen was stunned. He saw Shi Yushi struggling to stand, her right foot severely swollen, and only then realized she had sprained her ankle. If she acted alone while injured, she would be forced to withdraw the moment she encountered any beast, unable to earn even a single point. By teaming up with Qingchen and giving up beast resources, she could still earn points from the treasure site's point distribution. This was her only way out. Those points meant nothing to Qingchen, who already had a massive accumulation of points. But for Shi Yushi, who didn't have a single point to her name, it would be a fortune. I have to admit, Shi Yushi certainly knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Since they had already agreed to team up, Qingchen stopped hesitating, bent down to carry Shi Yushi on his back, and sprinted toward the nearest marked bronze treasure location. The girl's legs rested gently against his waist, the cool and silky sensation of her silk-covered skin making his pulse race. The soft curves pressed against his back swayed with each bump along the mountain path, stirring Qingchen's blood. If he had known such benefits awaited, why had he hesitated? He should have offered to carry her earlier to help his classmate. His mind wandered as he ran, his heartbeat nearly drowning out his footsteps. Shi Yushi's cheeks flushed pink as well. The mountain path was rough, and each rise and fall pressed her tightly against Qingchen's back. Having rarely been so close to a member of the opposite sex, combined with an unexpected sense of security, made her ears burn. That familiar, comforting feeling seemed like something she had encountered before in a dream. Impossible. She quickly shook off the absurd thought, decided to clear her mind, and gently leaned against Qingchen's shoulder, synchronizing her breathing with his steps. At the end of the mountain path lay a narrow valley entrance. After passing through, the view opened up dramatically. In the center of a low basin stood an unopened bronze treasure chest. Qingchen's eyes lit up. Having just formed a contract with Gyue, he desperately needed beast taming skills to strengthen his combat power. This chest came at the perfect time. However, just as they prepared to approach, three figures blocked their path: Zoning Tu, Guazijing, and Do Yuan. All three had been defeated by Qingchen in previous dueling practice, and now, meeting their nemesis again, their eyes practically blazed with fury. Attack! Zoning Tu commanded. In the next moment, the diamond giant ape swung its massive spiked club, muscles bulging as air currents howled. A formless black shadow traced twisted patterns across the ground, chillingly sinister. The sword kite spread its wings, sending several sharp blade winds crisscrossing through the air. Three beast companions of equal level and outstanding performance charged simultaneously with overwhelming momentum. Qingchen's expression darkened. If he mishandled this wave, he might actually suffer an upset defeat. Just then, a warm breath brushed past the back of his neck. Immediately after, boom. 3 wrist-thick blue vines erupted from the ground like giant pythons shooting skyward, binding the diamond giant ape, black shadow, and sword kite with several sharp cracks, leaving them unable to move. The moment the vines secured their targets, Qingtuan stepped forward, raising his staff. Flash Step 8 Extremes Collapse. Thunder rolled instantly as 9 staff shadows merged into the golden staff body, striking down with tremendous force. The sword kite, having the weakest defense, was immediately blasted to critical health, its wings charred black as it crashed to the valley floor, completely incapacitated. Qingchen seized the opportunity to flash step sideways, leaping atop the mountain-like diamond giant ape's head and bringing his staff down vertically. Thunder power poured forth as the giant ape let out a muffled groan, its massive form crashing to the ground with singed fur and wisps of black smoke rising. Qingchen turned, fixing his gaze on the only remaining black shadow in the field, golden lightning once again wreathing his staff. The last one. The last one. When Qingchen turned to look at the black shadow tightly bound by the vines, it suddenly exploded on its own. In the instant of shattering, the shadow transformed into a viscous, dark stream of smoke that writhed like a living creature, swiftly slipping through the gaps in the blue-silver grass and shooting into Guo Zijing's body with a whoosh. Immediately after, Guo Zijing's entire face flushed in abnormal crimson, as if scalded by boiling water, with bloodshot veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. He shot Qingchen a vicious glare, then turned and fled without hesitation, leaving only a trail of chaotic footsteps. On the other side, Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan, having lost their spirit beasts, looked ashen. Without spirit beasts, they had lost their qualification to compete for points in the subsequent trials. Running or staying made no difference. Qingchen withdrew his gaze, his voice calm, yet unquestionable. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out? Hearing these words, Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan exchanged glances for a moment, then smiled bitterly as they each activated the life-saving trump cards issued by the coaching team. A translucent barrier instantly expanded, enveloping them completely. This action was tantamount to declaring that their treasure-hunting journey had come to an end. Yet before leaving, the two remained defiant. Qingchen, I'll remember you. Qingchen, you'd better pray you never fall into my hands. Qingchen frowned. Sensing its master's emotions, Qingchen flipped its palm, and the thunder manifestation burst for the Thunder Panda over 10 feet tall stepped out on lightning, its body wreathed in electric serpents, the air crackling and sizzling around it. Qingchen had shattered such protective barriers more than once before. This scene caught the eye of Shi Yushi behind Qingchen, whose expression shifted slightly, as if guessing something, his pupils contracting. Meanwhile, Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan were forced to retreat repeatedly by the Thunder Panda, their hearts skipping several beats. Qingchen, what are you trying to do? Qingchen, don't be foolish. Every move here is under the instructor's watch. Their threats only earned a cold snort from Qingchen. He raised his hand in signal, and Qingchen lifted the golden staff, pressing down with both arms. Boom-rolling thunder waves carried the staff's momentum crashing onto the barrier in front of Zhou Ningtu, thunder roaring across the ground, deafening all present. Zhou Ningtu was immediately frightened into a cold sweat that streamed down his jaw. After the thunder dissipated, the barrier remained completely undamaged, and his heart instantly settled, a contemptuous smile just beginning to form at the corner of his mouth. Qingchuan's golden staff was already raised high again. At the staff's tip, a brilliant sun formed of pure lightning light rose, so dazzling that no one could keep their eyes open. The risk was too great. Zhou Ningtu's chest tightened. Winning the gamble would only cost him an arm or leg, but losing meant complete annihilation. Better to. He gritted his teeth hard, his knees giving way as he collapsed, for a great man knows when to yield. Enough, enough. Foster father, your child was wrong. Please spare your child. The pitiful wailing echoed through the forest. That cry of foster father struck everyone's ears like thunder, leaving even Qingchen stunned for half a second, while Shi Yushi and Dou Yuan looked utterly shocked. What had they just heard? Perhaps this outburst completely shattered Zhou Ningtu's psychological defenses, as he wept with tears and snot streaming down his face, begging only for Qingchen's forgiveness. All right, how disgusting. Qingchen waved his hand to interrupt the wailing, his face full of disgust, then turned to look at Dou Yuan. The meaning was crystal clear. She was already in that state, and you didn't make any move? These words hit Dou Yuan's heart like a sledgehammer. Seeing that Zhou Ningtu had already made a fool of himself, her psychological defenses crumbled instantly. With a trembling voice, she bowed her head to Qingchen in apology. Qingchen, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Qingchen merely nodded with satisfaction, then paid no further attention to the pair. After all, staff members would soon arrive to escort them away from the training area. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the unopened bronze treasure chest. What treasure could be hidden inside? Carrying Shi Yushi on his back, he rushed toward the chest with wind beneath his feet. Logically, the mere dozens of meters should have been crawling with lurking beasts, but at this moment thunder rolled through the air. Qingchen still maintained its Dharma form, with lightning cascading down like a waterfall, forcibly suppressing the surrounding beasts so they dared not show themselves. Thus Qingchen proceeded unobstructed, reaching the chest in just a few steps and casually lifting its heavy lid. Clang! The metallic crash echoed through the forest. Having experienced this once before, Qingchen remained composed, but Shi Yushi on his back was startled by the sudden noise and trembled, her arms instinctively wrapping around Qingchen's shoulders and neck as a wisp of the girl's unique fragrance filled his nostrils. Qingchen took a deep breath to suppress his emotions and retrieved a beast-taming skill book with a dark green cover from the Chester quality, suitable only for plant-type spirit beasts to cultivate. Another useless one. He raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't immediately hand it to Shi Yushi. Instead, he quietly stored it in his beast space, secured the girl on his back, and continued forward. By now the teaching assistant had arrived and taken away Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan. Qingchen looked down at his tablet and discovered that the other bronze treasure points were dimming one by one, meaning they had been conquered by others. Only 2 treasure points remained, but they were extremely far away, rushing there would be more trouble than it was worth. After weighing his options, he decided to rest where they were. After settling Shi Yushi on a dry rock, he retrieved cooking utensils and seasonings from his beast space, skillfully starting a fire, skewering meat, and roasting it. The flames crackled and popped, grease sizzled and dripped, and the aroma soon spread through the night air. Under the firelight, Qingchen's profile was outlined with particular clarity. Shi Yushi watched in slight fascination. This guy actually looked pretty good. As light and shadow danced across his face, her gaze lingered unconsciously until Qingchen waved a skewer of grilled meat in front of her eyes. Keep staring, and I'll have to start charging a fee, he teased with a smile. Shi Yushi's pretty face instantly flushed red. She quickly changed the subject, blurting out, "Nonsense. I was thinking, in the cave maze, was it you who shattered my protective barrier?" Cough, cough, cough. Qingchen had just taken a big bite of meat when the question made him choke violently, coughing repeatedly. How could he have known it was a protective barrier at the time? Who could have guessed? Seeing his guilty expression, Shi Yushi understood, then suddenly realized. No wonder Qingchen's shoulders had felt so familiar back then. Are you an idiot? After their casual barbecue meal, Qingchen looked at the 10 bronze treasure locations that had refreshed on his tablet. Without any hesitation, he hoisted the injured Shi Yushi onto his back and rushed toward the nearest target, following the most direct route according to the coordinates. Shi Yushi's blue-silver vines spread around Qingchen like flexible chains, creating layers of defensive and control networks. With this battlefield support, Qingtuan became even more ferocious. Bronze tier and even low-level silver tier beasts crumbled at first contact, and nothing below gold rank could stand in its way. Almost no enemy could survive even a single strike from its claws. The first bronze treasure location fell easily to the pair. As the chest opened and the light faded, a bronze-grade shield lay quietly inside. "Since you twisted your ankle, I'll lend you this shield for protection." Qingchen handed her the shield, then added with a shift in tone. "But remember, you have to return it when the treasure hunt ends." Shi Yushi had just been touched by his warmth, only to be deflated the next second by his mention of returning it. She grumbled internally, typical guy with no house. She huffed proudly and clutched the shield to her chest. Qingchen rolled his eyes and continued carrying her toward the next coordinates. As the coordinates updated repeatedly, the two collected 1 bronze treasure location after another, filling their storage with spoils, short swords, talismans, refinement materials, everything imaginable. Strangely, among all these abundant treasures, Qingchen couldn't find a single piece of equipment truly suitable for himself. He suspected all his luck had been spent on the contract with Guiyue, so he consoled himself save it all up and exchange everything at once later. Time passed gradually, and dusk crept over the mountain forest without notice. Since treasure locations didn't refresh at night, the two needed to rest. Qingchen found a small cave, lit a campfire, and the flames cast warm orange light across the rock walls. With a man and woman alone together, and Shi Yushi unable to move freely, the air briefly filled with awkwardness. In the end, Qingchen decisively chose to be worse than a beast rather than a beast, and the night passed without incident. At dawn, the tablet's vibration pulled him from sleep. Treasure locations had refreshed, and for the first time, a silver treasure location had appeared. Silver resources. Qingchen's energy instantly peaked. Qingtuan had just advanced to Silver Realm, and its original bronze skills were clearly holding it back. If he weren't trapped in the closed Dragon Group training camp, he would have already spent heavily to upgrade its abilities. He was practically salivating over silver beast-taming resources. He hoisted Shi Yushi onto his back again, first washing up at a nearby stream and refilling his water pouch, then heading straight for the nearest silver coordinates. Along the way, they passed 1 or 2 bronze treasure locations, but he didn't even bother to glance at them, afraid of wasting time. However, Qingchen didn't know that his departing figure was being closely watched by another pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. "Qingchen, you won't escape this time. Want that silver treasure location? I'll show you what it means when the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Traveling through morning sunlight and forest shadows, the two spent most of the day reaching the area marked on the tablet. Qingchen set Shi Yushi down, took a deep breath, and couldn't resist teasing. "Not to be mean, but you really should lose some weight." Qingchen was breathing slightly heavily while still managing to tease Yusher. His silver tier enhanced physique allowed him to carry Yusher on his back while running at full speed. If it had been before his advancement, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Upon hearing his words, Yusher huffily pinched his shoulder and retorted defiantly. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I wouldn't need you to carry me. Besides, countless guys would kill for the chance to carry me on their backs, Qing. Before she could finish, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly blazed ahead. The light column hovered in midair, with pure white wings extending from both sides. Light feathers continuously drifted down from the wing edges like sacred radiance, formed from countless snowflakes. This is an angel? Qingchen stood frozen in place. By all logic, angelic beast companions should only exist in the Western nations, and they were legendary tier at that absolutely impossible to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Yet here was one before his eyes, real or not, clearly blocking their path with hostile intent. Qingtuan, Qingchen shouted. The golden staff thundered forth in Qingtuan's hands as his figure vanished instantly. 8 extremes collapse. 9 lightning-infused staff shadows merged into the weapon, crashing down with the crushing weight of mountains. Bang! The violent collision he expected never came. The angelic beast companion merely raised one luminous arm, fingers slightly spread, and steadily caught the strike. Rolling thunder crackled wildly in its palm, yet failed to tear even a fraction of the angel's skin. Impossible. Qingchen's eyelids twitched. How could a same-tier beast companion block Qingtuan's heavy strike barehanded? Even if it truly was a legendary angel, it shouldn't be this overwhelmingly powerful. Stop spacing out. Restrain it, he barked. Only then did Yusher snap out of her shock. With a wave of her hand, 5 thick blue-silver vines burst from the ground, surrounding and entangling toward the angel. The angelic beast companion flicked its wrist lightly, and a light sword materialized in its palm. Slash sweep. Crisscrossing light blades flashed, instantly cutting the blue-silver vines into countless fragments that fell like rain. This strong. Qingchen's brow furrowed deeply. Though something about those techniques felt strangely familiar, just couldn't place where he'd seen them before. Qingtuan, Thunder Avatar. Boom. A three-meter thunder avatar rose from the ground amid endless lightning, its roaring echoing thunderously. Qingtuan swung his staff, wrapped in thunderstorms, pressing down on the angelic beast companion with overwhelming force. Facing the raging torrent, the angelic beast companion simply crossed its arms before its chest. A golden light shield instantly expanded, silently blocking all the thunder outside. Qingtuan's form retreated as he raised the golden staff high. Thunder's apex. Lightning serpents crisscrossed through the void, all converging at the staff's tip where a blazing white thunder sun flickered in and out of existence, its terrifying aura sweeping across the wilderness. In the shadows, Xiao Xiao, is it regulation compliant to deploy the angelic beast companion this early? Mu Qing's expression was grave as he stared at the tablet screen showing Qingchen's battle with the angelic beast companion. Jiang Xiao Xiao shook her head, her gaze moving past the screen toward the direction of the Western nations. We're out of time. Silver Treasure Point. Qingtuan, wrapped in thunderous manifestation, had already clashed countless rounds with that angelic beast. Each time the golden staff shadow descended with crackling lightning, the angelic beast merely raised its palm or bent its fingers to effortlessly deflect the deadly strikes. I have no choice but to use that move. As the stalemate dragged on, Qingchen's expression grew increasingly grave as he watched it. If this continued, Qingtuan's thunder power would only keep diminishing. Better to strike while the enemy was unprepared and go all out. Qingtuan took a deep breath, bringing both arms together at his chest as the golden staff slowly rose overhead. In the next moment, countless lightning serpents erupted from the staff's base, crashing thunderously to the ground and carving out a blazing white lightning circle that trapped the angelic beast firmly in its center. The ground turned charred and cracked, electric arcs surged wildly, and the air filled with the scent of scorching heat and burning. By all logic, the angelic beast should have focused entirely on defense at this moment, yet it seemed to suddenly detect some strange fluctuation. The orb of light at its chest began flashing rapidly. Immediately after, its body shook violently before dissolving into countless specks of light, vanishing on the spot under the stunned gazes of Qingchen and Yusher. What just happened? Countless questions flooded Qingchen's mind. Yusher behind him was equally bewildered, unable to help but speculate. Could it be the angelic beast got scared? Before he even finished speaking, he shook his head with a laugh that didn't seem like a creature that would flee from battle, especially when it had maintained the upper hand throughout their exchange. Perhaps the trial time ran out. Qingchen offered a relatively reasonable explanation. Whatever the truth, now that the obstacle had disappeared, he was the only one left to claim this silver treasure point. His thoughts racing, he rushed toward the treasure chest while keeping his back to Yusher. In the hidden depths of the dense forest, Jiang Xiaoxiao stared at Mu Qing with complete confusion. Why did you recall the angelic beast? Even if you're favoring Qingchen, there's no need to go to such lengths. Mu Qing sighed softly. Xiao Xiao, releasing the angelic beast at this stage already violates the rules. Besides, its energy is nearly depleted if it stayed on the field any longer. The secret would inevitably be exposed to Qingchen and the others. I think you're just afraid the angelic beast would drain all the fighting power from Qingchen's beast, leaving him unable to break through afterward. Jiang Xiaoxiao protested. But even if you withdraw the angelic beast, Qingchen will still have a hard time breaking out of that group of newcomers' encirclement. Even the usually gentle Mu Qing's face darkened. Since you've noticed the encirclement, you should realize that if the angelic beast couldn't withstand Qingchen's final strike, the dragon group's top secret would be exposed on the spot. Jiang Xiaoxiao had been about to argue back, but seeing Mu Qing's gaze calm to the point of being almost indifferent, she swallowed the words that had reached her lips. After a moment, she spoke stubbornly. Fine, I'll admit I was wrong about this, but I still want to make a bet with you whether or not Qingchen will be eliminated next. If he holds on, I'll listen to you for all the upcoming training. Otherwise, you'll have to listen to me. Upon hearing this wager, even though Mu Qing wasn't entirely sure why Jiang Xiaoxiao harbored such strong prejudice against Qingchen, she ultimately accepted the bet to prevent Jiang Xiaoxiao from continuing her willful behavior in the future. Unlike Jiang Xiaoxiao, Mu Qing had used her Dragon Group privileges to thoroughly investigate Qingchen's background the moment she sensed his extraordinary nature, giving her a far deeper understanding of his strength and potential than Jiang Xiaoxiao possessed. More importantly, she knew that even now, Qingchen had yet to truly fight at full strength. But back to the matter at hand. At this moment, Qingchen was carrying Shi Yushi on his back, stepping through thick fallen leaves and scattered stones as he approached a silver treasure chest. All he needed to do was reach out and open the chest to claim this treasure point for the two of them. Just as his right hand touched the cold lid, the air was suddenly torn apart by a piercing sound. Whoosh! A lightning-fast arrow shot toward Hema, cloud-piercing arrow. In the critical moment, a bronze shield materialized with a thunderous crash, blocking Qingchen's front. Clang! Metal struck metal, sparks flying everywhere. Qingchen used the momentum to dodge sideways, leaping down from the high ground while holding Shi Yushi. In the next instant, explosive fireballs, lightning bolts, and wind blades rained down like a torrential storm on his previous position. The solid earthen slope was instantly blasted into a deep crater, with debris tumbling down and dust clouds billowing. Even the unopened silver chest was cracked by the impact, its walls splitting to reveal a lustrous, perfectly round pill inside. As for the pill's effects, Qingchen had no time to investigate. As the dust settled slightly, Qingchen looked up to see countless figures and spirit beasts filling his vision, roughly 50 in total. From the crowd, a familiar figure stepped forward. Guozijing. Didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Qingchen murmured quietly, understanding that this formation was precisely what Guozijing had assembled to intercept him. Now that he had become everyone's target, anyone could gather forces to surround him. Guozijing surveyed his surroundings with confident composure. He had assembled 25 students, each with their contracted beasts, totaling nearly 50 combatants. He couldn't fathom how he could possibly lose. No matter how strong Qingchen was, he couldn't single-handedly face 25 opponents of the same level. Moreover, Qingchen's previous victory against 58 people had been in 1v1 practice matches with instructors helping him recover between fights. Now, Qingchen was truly alone. Well, technically he had Shi Yushi, but not for much longer. Guozijing called out loudly. Shi Yushi, if you leave Qingchen now, we'll let you go. While one Shi Yushi wouldn't change the overall situation, Guozijing wanted Qingchen to experience the taste of betrayal before being eliminated in despair under everyone's assault to destroy not just the body, but the spirit as well. Hearing this, Shi Yushi initially wanted to scoff, but her eyes suddenly gleamed as she leaned close to Qingchen and whispered, "Tell me, wouldn't any normal person surrender in this situation?" Qingchen merely nodded coldly. He had never truly considered Shi Yushi a teammate, so naturally felt no disappointment about potential betrayal. Seeing his indifferent reaction, anger flared in Shi Yushi's chest, followed by an inexplicable sense of grievance, and then another wave of hurt washed over her heart. I'm done with you." Shi Yushi shook off Qingchen's hand, clutching her still bleeding side as she limped away to a distant spot. Qingchen noticed her movement and could only shake his head silently, though he was straightforward by nature. He wasn't so dense as to miss the subtleties of human emotion. He understood the deeper meaning behind Shi Yushi's earlier words, but with the current situation fraught with danger, letting her continue to be involved would only increase the peril. It was better to let her leave this whirlpool that had nothing to do with her in the first place. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Guozijing saw Shi Yushi distancing herself from Qingchen and, thinking his scheme had succeeded, burst into wild, grating laughter. Now it's time for Qingchen to die attack. With his thunderous roar, the 24 spirit beasts behind him stepped forward in unison, their spiritual energy surging like rolling ocean waves. In the next instant, countless light blades, lightning arrows, and fire projectiles transformed into brilliant meteors, tearing through the air as they rained down upon Qingchen's position. Then let's settle this with our strength. Qingchen's expression remained unchanged as he commanded Qingtuan to charge against the tide. He knew Qingtuan wasn't skilled at defense and would never withstand this barrage heat-in. The only path to survival was to actively break into the enemy formation, defeat them one by one, and reduce their combat power to the maximum extent possible. Devouring Thunder Armor. Amidst the torrential destruction, Qingtuan summoned that spirit beast armor for the first time in public. Between its black and white fur, thin scales rapidly emerged, with tiny black holes slowly rotating on their surfaces, frantically devouring the surrounding energy and refining the aftershocks into protective power. In an instant, Qingtuan was covered in dark dragon scales, transforming into a thunder panda wielding its staff as it charged through the waves impervious to all attacks. Damn it! How come we never saw this panda had defensive equipment before? Guizijing gritted his teeth. He never expected that even after 58 practice matches, they still hadn't forced Qingchen to reveal all his trump cards. Change tactics, don't attack Heaton. The original plan was to destroy Qingchen directly with overwhelming firepower, but now that Qingtuan had broken through their assault, they could only activate their second strategy. Let the 25 top-tier spirit beasts each display their specialties to hunt down Qingtuan. Individual spirit beasts might have weaknesses, but together they were nearly flawless. In the next moment, 10 spirit beasts skilled in frontal combat charged first, rushing toward Qingtuan. Perfect. In direct confrontation, Qingtuan never backs down. Lightning exploded in Qingtuan's bare eyes. Thunder Avatar. Boom. A panda avatar over 3 meters tall rose from the ground, wrapped in endless thunder. With one staff strike, it forced the 10 approaching spirit beasts to retreat step by step, while lightning serpents crackled through the air, making the very void tremble. However, though this attack repelled the enemy formation, it caused no casualties. Just as Qingtuan was about to press the advantage, the 10 long-range specialist spirit beasts in the rear had completed their charging. 10 torrential energy streams, rolling like furious dragons, tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield. Facing the overwhelming 10 long-range attacks, Qingtuan clenched its left hand into a virtual grip, then suddenly swept upward from below. A massive wall of thunderous energy suddenly materialized, boldly charging toward the 10 incoming attacks. Boom. Lightning exploded in brilliant flashes, so bright that onlookers couldn't keep their eyes open. Electric arcs scattered in all directions, yet not a single attack managed to breach the Holy Thunder Wall Shield's defense. How is this possible? Guizijing and his companion's composure instantly shattered. That panda, which had never used defensive skills before, had somehow conjured up at least a silver-grade Holy Thunder Wall shield out of thin air. The encirclement of 20 spirit beasts failed to tear open even the slightest gap, and Qingtuan remained effortlessly composed. An almost absurd thought surged through Guizijing's group. Could it be that this panda's defense was also flawless? They desperately tried to deny it, yet couldn't convince themselves otherwise. Thunder roared beneath Qingtuan's feet as it forcibly broke through the encirclement using the barrier's reverberating shockwaves, seizing a brief opening. It suddenly stepped forward, flash step. Its form moved like wind, lightning coiling around its body, and in the next breath, it had darted before a 6-armed sacred ape. The golden staff rose high, 9 staff shadows converging into one, crashing down with fury. 8 extremes collapse. Rolling thunder poured down along the staff, as if to split the earth itself. The 6-armed sacred ape found itself shrouded by the threat of death, its eyes bulging with terror as all 6 arms instinctively crossed in defense. Boom. Thunder shook the ground, causing it to crack and split. But the expected carnage never came, for crystal shields had somehow risen before Qingtuan, forcibly blocking this lethal strike. Indeed, among the 25 spirit beasts, the final 4 were specialists in defense. This was Guizijing's group's true trump card: close combat, ranged support, and defensive assistance. They were confident in their complete 3-pronged approach, believing defeat impossible. However, after continuous fierce attacks yielded no results, Qingtuan's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Spirit beast's spiritual power was limited, and while entangled with the 4 defensive beasts, 10 ranged spirit beasts once again drew their bows and knocked arrows. Elemental beams, air-splitting blade lights, ice and fire meteors. One terrifying attack after another tore through the sky, bombarding it in waves. If this drags on, it'll be worn down to death. Qingchen's brow furrowed tightly. The 25 spirit beasts were spread out in formation. Qingtuan couldn't harvest them all at once, and if it used that technique, it would have no fighting strength left afterward. The only viable option was to force all the spirit beasts into the same area, but reality gave him almost no room to maneuver. He could only suppress his anxiety and wait for the right moment. On the battlefield, Qingtuan was forced into constant movement. Defensive spirit beasts entangled and restrained it. 10 ranged beasts provided covering fire, and another 10 close combat beasts engaged in melee. Their perfect coordination left it struggling to keep up. If not for Qingtuan having cultivated wave perception to mastery, using sensory gaps to dodge and weave, it would have likely fallen long ago. Even so, as time passed, it felt its spiritual power depleting and its breathing growing increasingly labored. There's no choice left, I have to go all out. Qingtuan gritted its teeth and persevered, while Qingchen also knew he couldn't wait any longer, preparing to break the deadlock with a mutually destructive approach. Just then, Qingchen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A surge of killing intent struck. A bone-chilling killing intent swept through like a cold wind in the dead of night, making every hair on Qingchen's body stand on end. Instinctively, he turned his head slightly and shifted his body, only to see a dark shadow that had somehow crept up behind him. A slender, pitch-black dagger thrust straight toward his spine. The shadow was Zijing's spirit beast. Qingchen's heart lurched, but it was too late to dodge as the icy blade closed in within the blink of an eye. In that split second, a familiar sweet fragrance of a young woman filled his nostrils. From the corner of his eye, Qingchen caught sight of a slender figure sweeping through the air. It was Yusher. Without hesitation, she threw herself in front of Qingchen, shielding him with her own body. Thud, the dull sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Yusher. Qingchen's mind buzzed as he instinctively opened his arms, catching the falling girl tightly in his embrace. Before he could speak, Yusher, her breath weak in his arms, lifted her gaze toward the 25 beast tamers behind Qingchen. A contemptuous smile curved her lips. Prison. Vortex. In the next moment, 3 thick blue-silver vines suddenly burst from beneath the feet of the 25 spirit beasts. The vines coiled and intertwined like giant pythons, instantly weaving indestructible blue-silver cages. Once the cages formed, a tremendous force emerged from the ground, forcibly dragging all 25 cages in the same direction as the blue-silver vines creaked and tightened like chains. Yusher, have you lost your mind? You didn't use your life-saving trump card and took that shadow's killing blow. Hedon. Zijing's face turned deathly pale. He had only wanted to eliminate Qingchen, not cause anyone's death. Maybe she didn't use her trump card because she was waiting for this memento: trap all our spirit beasts in one go. One beast tamer frowned in speculation. But so what if they're trapped? The blue-silver cages won't last long. Another immediately retorted, earning agreement from the crowd. Exactly. Once the spirit beasts break free, Qingchen will still face certain defeat. Unless Yusher believes he can defeat all our spirit beasts with a single move. Are you kidding? Taking out 25 in one strike? What a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Qingchen, this is the last thing I can do to help you. I was useful, wasn't I? Yusher's pale lips trembled as she still managed to smile, seeking praise. Yes, of course you were useful. Qingchen's voice was hoarse, his response somewhat halting. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl gently pinched him in his arms, urging him in a barely audible whisper. Then, why don't you hurry up and show me how you're going to destroy this bunch? Understanding her meaning, Qingchen pulled out a spirit beast skill book from his beast space and tucked it into her arms. Then he turned around, his gaze falling on the 25 spirit beasts struggling and gathering together. Qingtuan, he called softly. Without unnecessary words, Qingtuan, who could sense his master's emotions, stepped forward and raised the golden staff horizontally with both hands. Whoosh! His arm muscles tensed instantly as rolling thunder erupted from the base of the golden staff. After the endless thunder struck the ground, it spread and cascaded in both directions. Lightning swiftly traced a perfect circle across the scorched earth, precisely encircling the 25 spirit beasts trapped and bound by the blue-silver prison. Thunder goddess and Qingtuan roared silently in his heart as his golden staff suddenly extended half a meter higher. The thunder essence within him erupted like a bursting dam, transforming his entire being into an erupting mountain of lightning. 9 thunder war halberds suddenly materialized in the sky above, crackling with azure electric flames and radiating divine authority. The halberds descended simultaneously, piercing the ground at angles, instantly weaving together a vast world-destroying thunder formation. Dozens of yards away, the chests of 25 beast tamers trembled in unison. Even at this distance, the chilling threat emanating from the formation made their scalps tingle with dread. Impossible. How can a silver-tier spirit beast possess such terrifying abilities? This power, even platinum-tier beasts would struggle to achieve this. I want to go home, mommy. Cries of shock and wails rose one after another, but Qingtuan at the formation's center paid them no heed. Seeing several spirit beasts tearing through the blue-silver prison, his eyes flashed coldly as he commanded once more in his mind. Judgment. Boom. A massive divine shadow formed of pure thunder suddenly rose from the ground, towering behind Qingtuan. The giant shadow cupped its palms before its chest, and the 9 halberds that had pierced the earth responded instantly, transforming into 9 lightning rainbows that flew back 1, 2, 3, until all 9 gathered together, forming a world-ending thunder halberd forged entirely of destructive lightning between the giant palms. Qingtuan's shoulders tensed as the giant shadow gripped the halberd, leaned forward, and struck down with tremendous force. Rumble. The formation's interior instantly transformed into a chaotic thunder domain. Lightning bolts thick as pythons crisscrossed and crushed everything in their path, tearing space apart and scorching the air, while deafening thunder explosions erupted continuously. The entire world seemed to contain nothing but blinding blue-white light and unstoppable roaring. After a long while, the thunder gradually subsided, and the complex, dazzling formation dissipated as well. All eyes turned toward the center. Not a single spirit beast could stand. Close combat, ranged, defensive specialists. All 25 spirit beasts had fallen without exception, their charred forms lying motionless across the ground. Could this really be achieved at the silver tier? Someone croaked with a dry throat. So we were facing a monster among monsters. Defeating 25 enemies with one movie. It used to sound like a joke, but now I realize we were the joke. Qingtuan's thunderous strike had completely shattered the invincible confidence these beast tamers had in their own genius. They truly realized that above geniuses, there really existed even greater geniuses. In the shadows, Jiang Xiaoxiao fell silent. She stared at the tablet, the constantly flickering images on the screen casting alternating light and shadow across her face. After a moment, she said nothing, simply closing her eyes slowly and leaning her head back against the wall. Perhaps she really had been wrong all along. At the silver treasure point, the aftershocks from Qingtuan's sweeping attack that had taken down 25 spirit beasts in one blow had yet to fully dissipate. Through the swirling dust, Qingchen looked down, intending to speak to Shi Yushi in his arms, but suddenly noticed that the girl had already closed her eyes and fallen unconscious. Though her breathing was weak, it was extremely steady, and a faint protective film had appeared over her body. Her life-saving trump card had been passively triggered, meaning Shi Yushi's trial had come to an end. Qingchen exhaled a breath of stale air and stood quietly in place, waiting for the teaching assistants. Unlike previous times, what descended was not a single assistant in training gear, but an armed helicopter. The rotor blades whipped up fierce winds that bent the treetops, a rope ladder was lowered, and 3 fully armed teaching assistants slid down one by one. The female assistant among them quickly approached Qingchen, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, seemingly incredulous at his still energetic state, before carefully taking the unconscious Shi Yushi from him. The remaining 2 assistants went to inform Guizijing and the other 25 students that since all their spirit beasts had lost combat capability, they could only withdraw from this trial. The helicopter lifted off again, its rotors carrying away the last traces of dust. Looking at his now empty arms, Qingchen felt a brief sense of loss, then took a deep breath to adjust his mindset and strode toward the silver treasure chest that had been shattered into pieces. At the bottom of the chest, a pill the size of a thumb, crystal clear and perfectly round, caught his eye. Silver Grade Spirit Transformation Pill. Qingchen picked up the pill, carefully examining its color and medicinal fragrance. After confirming its authenticity, his heart trembled with excitement. The Spirit Transformation Pill could be directly converted into pure spiritual power, enhancing a spirit beast level without any side effects. But it only achieved maximum effectiveness when a spirit beast consumed it. For the first time, subsequent uses would have drastically reduced effects. Give it to Qingtuan. It was already growing steadily, and while the pill wouldn't immediately boost its combat power, it could almost guarantee his advancement to gold rank before the training camp ended. Give it to Guiyue. That uncarved jade might undergo a qualitative transformation in combat power if it received the Spirit Transformation Pill. Advancing to gold wasn't the end goal. Claiming first place on the rankings was the true objective. His thoughts racing, he quickly made his decision. Give it to Guiyue. Qingchen called up his spirit beast information. Guiyue level, juvenile stage 80. It's close to advancing too. He nodded and tossed the Spirit Transformation Pill into his spirit beast space. Upon receiving the information, Guiyue immediately leaped up and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Since their contract, Guiyue had always maintained the form of a bright moon. Qingchen couldn't help but wonder, after advancing to bronze rank, what kind of changes would it undergo? Just as he was speculating, the Spirit Transformation Pill that Guiyue had swallowed began to take effect. Guiyue suddenly felt numerous streams of pure spiritual energy flowing through his body. These warm currents wandered through his limbs and bones, effortlessly merging into his flesh, blood, and meridians. Wherever the warm spiritual energy passed, his bones trembled lightly and his blood boiled. In the next moment, the bright moon that Guiyue had transformed into suddenly burst forth with blinding silver light, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. After a long while, the radiance began to converge, and the pristine lunar disk returned to tranquility. Crack! A crisp splitting sound shattered the silence. like the first fissure when an eggshell is pecked open. Qingchen's eyes lit up, his gaze locked firmly on Guyu. Following the first crack spread, a second and third appeared in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, fine lines covered the entire moon disk like a spider web. Bang! A sound like shattering porcelain exploded thunderously. The lunar disk crumbled into countless white fragments in midair, then quickly transformed into points of starlight that spiraled back into Guyu's body. After the intense brilliance faded, a palm-sized creature floated in the air resembling a whale in form, yet bearing the sharp, angular lines of a shark. Name: Guyu. Race: Void Ancient Quen. Level: Bronze Stage 30. Aptitude: King Tier. Skills: Netherworld Heavenly Fury Beginner 50, 7th God. Quen's Fall Beginner 0. Skill description: 7th God. Quen's Fall. Guyu can summon ancient mysterious beings to deliver devastating strikes against enemies within range. When one Quen falls, all things fall. Qingchen was stunned. Guyu had merely advanced from juvenile stage to bronze stage, yet his race had changed from Void Ancient Whale to Void Ancient Quen. Could this entirely new form before his eyes be the true Quen? He dared not jump to conclusions after all. He had never heard of either creature before. With this thought, he forcibly suppressed his curiosity and redirected his attention to the status panel before him. The Silver Spirit Transformation Pill's effects were outstanding, directly boosting Guyu's level from juvenile stage 80 to bronze stage 30, a full 50 increase. Judging by his skill tendencies, Guyu clearly specialized in area effect attacks. If his body size grew to match that of the original ancient whale, even a gentle sweep of his tail fin would likely result in widespread devastation. Qingchen's lips curved upward in a slight smile. The system's mechanical voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Simplifiable skill detected. 7th God. Quen's Fall. Target: Guyu. Spend 1 million dragon coins for simplification. The price hadn't increased at all. Quite reasonable. Qingchen clicked yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Cultivation of 7th God. Quen's Fall. Roll over. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor left him thoroughly satisfied. With everything properly handled, Qingchen continued toward the next silver treasure location with his tablet in hand. After walking for half a day, he reached the second target site. Meanwhile, Qingtuan was shrouded in thick, bloody murderous aura, like a demon god who had just stepped out of hell. During his journey, perhaps wanting to vent his inner rage, his attacks were terrifyingly vicious. Nearly every beast that died at Qingtuan's hands was left without an intact corpse. He took a single step forward. The numerous exotic beasts originally entrenched around the silver treasure chest instinctively shuddered, their bestial eyes reflecting the approaching Qingtuan. With his second step, a bloody aura erupted outward like surging tides, instantly saturating the air. Over 100 exotic beasts tensed their bodies in unison, their dark shadows retreating another foot in their eyes. Qingtuan now appeared no different from a death god come to claim souls. He continued his advance, forcing the beast horde to retreat step by step, inch by inch, not daring the slightest transgression. In the end, Qingtuan stood firmly before the silver treasure chest without even wielding his golden staff. The moment his left fingertips touched the cold, hard metal edge of the chest, a rustling sound erupted as all the exotic beasts suddenly seemed stripped of reason, baring their fangs and extending razor-sharp claws that tore through the air as they lunged forward in frenzy. Qingtuan's expression remained unchanged as his right hand let the golden staff drop, merely tapping the ground lightly. Clang! A crisp sound wave exploded like striking a golden bell. In the next breath, thunderous light burst from the ground behind Qingtuan, and a Dharma manifestation over 3 meters tall, formed of condensed lightning, materialized within the electric arcs. The manifestation wielded its staff, sweeping horizontally in sync with its master's movements. 8 extremes collapse. The staff's wind stirred layers of thunderous storms, pouring forward like a raging tide. Amid the roaring, over 100 exotic beasts were forcibly hurled away, crashing into stone walls and falling to the ground, instantly clearing vast empty spaces in the outer beast ranks. Since you've come, Qingtuan murmured in a low voice, his words carried by thunder, cold to the bone. None of you shall leave. The golden staff rose high once more. At its tip, lightning condensed into a blazing thunder sun, its extremely compressed energy flickering unstably, as if ready to tear space itself apart. Thunder's ultimate, great sun falls. The staff pressed downward, and the thunder sun collapsed. Boom shockwaves like nuclear explosions rolled in succession, sweeping across the wilderness like a thunder waterfall. The lightning-covered ground was instantly carbonized, leaving a straight, charred path extending from Qingtuan's feet into the distance beyond sight. How many exotic beasts perished under this strike was impossible to count. Only the acrid air and silent corpses bore witness to everything. As the lightning faded, not a single exotic beast in the field dared cross the thunder boundary by half a step. Only then did Qingtuan extend his hand again, firmly pressing it upon the silver treasure chest, declaring complete control over this silver treasure point. The chest opened, revealing a small, square seal lying quietly inside, entirely silver white with the characters "Mountain Opening" carved at its base. Qingtuan handed the seal to Qingchen. Qingchen accepted it, and his tablet screen trembled slightly, displaying information. Mountain Opening Seal Silver Grade. Description: possesses tremendous force, containing the terrifying power to shatter mountains. Special property: can change attributes according to the bearer's spiritual energy attributes. Oh, Qingchen raised an eyebrow, quickly scanning the description. Though this small seal was only silver grade, it belonged to the extremely rare category of beast taming equipment. Its power fluctuated according to the user's spiritual energy quality. If wielded by Qingtuan, who possessed the mystical thunder, nine heavens divine lightning, it could likely approach gold grade potency. The only regret was that its upper limit stopped at gold grade. Otherwise, it would never be classified as mere silver equipment. Not bad at all, equivalent to directly obtaining a gold grade piece of equipment. Qingchen rejoiced inwardly, handing the mountain opening seal to Qingtuan for refinement. After finishing the process, he looked down at his tablet, focusing on the third silver treasure point. The day was still young, they could continue forward. After a brief rest, Qingchen set off again with Qingtuan, continuing their journey forward. The path remained filled with bloody battles as they consecutively slaughtered various exotic beasts that blocked their way, until they reached the third silver treasure site of the day. This time, there were already people at the treasure site, for beast tamers had formed a temporary team and were locked in fierce combat with the guardian exotic beasts around the silver treasure chest. Sweat and spiritual energy churned through the air as their summoned contracted beasts, though battered and wounded, desperately maintained their encirclement. Sorry, but it's all mine, Qingchen said in a calm tone, yet with unmistakable arrogance. As his words fell, Qingtuan stepped forward, and thunderous lightning exploded forth. Thunder Avatar. Blazing white arcs of electricity coalesced in the air, forming a giant panda statue as rolling thunder surged. Under the illumination of the electric light, both the beast tamer squad and the pack of exotic beasts instinctively ceased fighting and retreated, all staring in unison at this uninvited guest. Damn it, it's him, one beast tamer whispered, his voice tight with fear. Qingchen, that monster who single-handedly eliminated 25 people. Another swallowed hard. So what do we do now? Fight or retreat? Fight? With just the four of us, we wouldn't even be enough to pick his teeth. After a brief exchange, the four decisively withdrew. For them, losing this silver treasure site was acceptable. They could always compete for the next one. But if they were eliminated here, they would truly have nothing. Watching them turn and flee, Qingchen frowned instead. His previous reputation shouldn't have been enough to make people flee in terror, unless Qingtuan's feat of fighting 1 against 25 had been leaked. In the treasure hunt trial, officials wouldn't broadcast battle updates, leaving only two possibilities. Either there had been survivors from that encounter, or some opportunistic sixth man had witnessed it. Since the news had already spread, things would likely become more troublesome from here on. He naturally understood the principle that the tree that stands tallest in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But the thought only flashed through his mind briefly before he regained his composure. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. As long as his strength was sufficient, he need fear no challenge. A quietly forming aura of invincibility began to swirl around him. The beast tamer squad harbored no delusions of reaping benefits from the conflict. While the exotic beasts still blocked Qingchen's path, they turned and ran, disappearing into the depths of the forest within moments. At least they know when to retreat, Qingchen mused silently. He had originally planned to capture the squad for questioning after dealing with the exotic beasts, but now that opportunity was lost. With this thought, he withdrew all his attention and focused his gaze on the guardians before the treasure chest. Unlike the previous silver treasure site with its 100-strong horde of miscellaneous beast soldiers, this location had only 5 massive exotic beasts of early gold rank tiger-bite roaring boars. These were creatures that combined the ferocity of tigers, the speed of dogs, and the thick hide of boars. Excelling in attack, speed, and defense, they were among the most troublesome types of gold rank exotic beasts. For Qingtuan now, they're just somewhat challenging at best. Qingchen's lips curved upward. Qingtuan flashed with lightning. Flash step. His form vanished and reappeared, iron staff wrapped in rolling thunder. 8 extremes collapse. The first strike fell with thunderous sound, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Even though the tiger-bite roaring boar's thick flesh was like armor, it instantly exploded under the dual assault of lightning and brute force, killed in one hit. The remaining 4 were about to pounce when Qingtuan's high-frequency flash steps disrupted their rhythm. Lightning repeatedly tore through the air, each flash accompanied by the dull thud of staff strikes. The second strike, the third strike. Thunder cascaded like a waterfall, and the tiger-bite roaring boar's speed appeared laughably sluggish before Qingtuan. Therefore, after 5 strikes, the area around the silver treasure chest was littered with the corpses of 5 tiger-bite roaring boars. A silver treasure chest opened, revealing a small booklet inside. The pages shimmered with silver light, and only 2 large characters adorned the cover: etherealization. The description was clear. Etherealization silver grade temporarily merges the body with the void, providing significant immunity to damage and detection. Learning requirement. Contracted beast must possess the void attribute. After flipping through the booklet, Qingchen felt a surge of joy. This was tailor-made for Guyue. Guyue was already a void ancient Kuan, naturally meeting the requirements. As this thought settled, the system prompt arrived right on schedule. Skill etherealization available for simplification detected. Target, Guyue. Consume 100,000 dragon coins for simplification. Click. Qingchen pressed yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Practicing etherealization remaining motionless. Seeing this result, Qingchen's mental CPU instantly overheated. Guyue's other skill specifically required rolling over to cultivate, creating a direct conflict between the old and new methods. But he quickly realized, whether moving or still, Guyue would be cultivating regardless of posture, and its strength would continue to grow steadily. No problem, let's go. Qingchen shook off his concerns. As dusk approached, he glanced at the location of the next silver treasure point. Too far, no need to rush. Qingtuan had also been fighting all day and needed rest. So he found a dry cave on the mountainside, lit a fire, and roasted meat, filling the rocky crevices with savory aromas. During the quiet moments, Qingchen suddenly thought of Sure You Sure and spaced out briefly, but only shook his head with a smile. The campfire crackled, the night deepened, and the evening passed without incident. The next morning, after a simple wash, Qingchen opened his tablita. Golden treasure point had indeed refreshed, with only 1 day remaining. Only 3 golden markers remained on the map, quietly glowing. Without hesitation, he selected the nearest one and set off with Qingtuan. Crossing mountains and rivers, traversing forests, the duo and their beasts slaughtered exotic beasts along the way, leaving a trail of blood among broken branches and scattered leaves. After roughly 2.5 hours, the golden treasure point finally appeared on the horizon. Qingchen looked down at his tablet. The marker was still flashing intensely, unclaimed. We're not too late. He breathed a sigh of relief and entered the treasure point area with Qingtuan. Whoosh! Tree shadows swayed as 2 figures, one fat and one thin, emerged side by side from behind a large tree ahead. I say, Qingchen, you're really quite slow. Exactly. If we weren't waiting for you, this golden point would have been ours long ago. Like a comedic duo, the fat and thin pair spoke with sarcastic undertones. Qingchen's pupils contracted slightly. Before him stood 2 of the 5 individuals rated grade A in the preliminary assessment. Both were prodigiously talented, at his same level, yet they had never fought before. The tall, thin one bowed slightly and introduced himself. From your expression, you should recognize us both. Allow me to introduce Miao Angjun, contracted beast, Skyfire beast. As his words fell, a flash of fire appeared behind him, and a humanoid contracted beast materialized in the void, bearing 2 pairs of slender flame wings on its back. The Skyfire beast was a top-tier combat beast, easily ranking within the top 100 on the Beastmaster rankings. Moreover, Miao Angjun's Skyfire beast wielded flames that appeared far from ordinary, most likely a rare, mystical fire of considerable rank. At the edge of the battlefield, a rotund figure patted his belly and loudly announced his information. Zhu Tianming, Beastmaster, devouring Sky Beast. Roar! As his words fell, a massive beast resembling a tiger-wolf hybrid lunged from behind him, the pitch-black cavity in its chest particularly striking. Legend had it that the devouring Sky Beast could evolve into the ultimate form of Tao Tai, capable of swallowing heaven, earth, sun, moon, and stars, a creature of fearsome reputation. On the other side, Qingchen spoke calmly. Qingchen, Beastmaster, Thunder Panda. Following his words, the green creature on his shoulder gripped its iron staff and stepped forward, electric arcs crackling behind it. Pandas are typically domestic beasts, but mine has completely mutated and commands thunder. Miao Angjun snorted coldly, his gaze provocative. Let's see how your thunder compares to my Skyfire beast's heaven-scorching flames. He tilted his neck slightly, and the Skyfire beast spread its wings wide, trailing blazing flames as it transformed into a fiery meteor charging straight at Qingchen. Qingtuan's pupils contracted sharply as it instantly entered focus mode, sliding its feet and vanishing like a shadow flash step. In the next second, it appeared before the Skyfire beast, bringing its iron staff down mercilessly. 8 extremes collapse. Thunder gathered into a destructive beam, striking downward. Skyfire shield. Miao Angjun barked. The Skyfire beast raised its left arm, instantly forming a triangular fire shield. Though small, the shield's defense was astounding. It absorbed Qingtuan's full-force attack, without the arm even trembling, demonstrating its formidable strength. Qingchen's heart sank slightly, This defensive power reminded him of that equally troublesome angel beast. While Miao Yingjuan's tone remained light, he was secretly alarmed. If not for the gold-tier Skyfire shield absorbing most of the impact, the Skyfire beast's shoulder would likely have been destroyed. Qingchen, have your beast use its full power. Testing serves no purpose, he said, while secretly reminding himself the Skyfire beast hadn't gotten serious yet, and neither had Qingtuan. The Skyfire beast retreated half a step, crimson flames erupting from every pore. As fierce winds swept by, flames enveloped its body, and in the blink of an eye, a humanoid shell of fire stood tall. True fire form. Fire dragon's roar. Sweeping its arms apart, two true dragons formed of condensed flames roared forth, blazing waves engulfing the surroundings as the air temperature soared. Facing the rolling fire dragons, Qingtuan held nothing back, powering up with its legs to leap high into the air, shouting coldly mid-flight. Thunder Avatar. Lightning from all directions thundered into the small body, electric light exploding as a thunder waterfall cascaded down. In the flash of electricity, a panda avatar over 3 meters tall emerged majestically from the depths of the thunder cascade, rising to stand. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield. With a single gesture from Qingtuan beneath the thunder manifestation, a solid wall 5 to 6 meters high erupted from the ground. The wall was forged from thunderous power, with electric arcs crackling across its surface like a massive barrier. As the wall slowly pressed forward, two true fire dragons lunged toward it. The collision erupted with thunderous roars, flames and lightning tearing through the air in a chaotic dance. But ultimately the fire dragons exhausted their power first and shattered with a resounding crash, leaving only the thunder wall standing tall. That thunder is no ordinary force, Miao Yingjun said with a grave expression. He knew all too well the terrifying power of the heaven-burning flame, ranked 91st on the mystical fire list. Its temperature high enough to ignite 10,000 miles of azure sky. Combined with his Shrank talent, True Fire Sovereign, and the Skyfire Beast's innate flame enhancement, this power could have pushed the heaven-burning flame several ranks higher. Yet even so, it still couldn't break through that panda's thunder defense. Miao Yingjun quickly considered two possibilities. Either the panda controlled thunder of equivalent mystical grade, or its mastery of beast taming skills had reached perfection. Either way, it spelled trouble for him. Back on the battlefield, the Skyfire Beast's assault had been thwarted. Its right arm bent slightly as a small triangular shield materialized. Golden beast taming equipment, the Skyfire Shield. Who says shields can't kill? Skyfire Meteor Strike. With that low roar, the Skyfire Beast charged forward. Flames burst from the shield's edges, instantly transforming into blazing wings as the entire beast became a burning phoenix, carrying rolling seas of fire as it locked onto Qingtuan and struck like a falling meteor. Qingtuan watched the approaching torrent of crimson flames with an expression as calm as still water. Its left hand turned over, revealing a square seal in its palm, the mountain-breaking seal. As its palm trembled, 9 heavens divine thunder flowed into the seal. In mere moments, the black seal expanded dramatically, lightning arcs dancing around it while thunder essence churned within its crevices. Go! Qingtuan called out softly, flicking its wrist as the mountain-breaking seal whistled through the air. Thunder light cut through the sky, and in the trailing afterimage, space itself was dragged and twisted by the seal's immense weight. Speed and power, both qualities, were demonstrated to their absolute limits in this moment. A clash of titans. The mountain-breaking seal collided head-on with the Skyfire Beast, wrapped in towering seas of flame. Boom! Flames and thunder exploded outward, shockwaves causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously as fragments of fire and electric light cascaded down in sheets. After a long while, the supernatural phenomena in the void finally began to subside. What appeared before the three onlookers was a seal flying backward through the air and a Skyfire Beast that had been forcibly blocked and brought to a halt. Zhu Tianming had been observing the battle for quite some time, initially intending to remain uninvolved. However, seeing this turn of events, he could no longer restrain himself. Qingchen possessed massive points, and if they could eliminate him during this treasure-hunting expedition, he and Miao Yingjun would have a chance to compete for first place on the leaderboard. Their alliance today was merely a temporary partnership to counter a formidable opponent. They weren't truly companions. Don't move. I still have trump cards. Miao Yingjun shouted sternly as he saw Zhu Tianming's beast spirit lift its front hooves. As a genius beast tamer who had always looked down upon his peers, he refused to believe anyone of the same rank could surpass him. Even though Qingchen had once achieved a 1-against-25 victory with the help of battlefield control assistants, today, he would prove his superiority through an honorable victory. Zhu Tianming shrugged and recalled his beast spirit, but as he turned away, a flash of cold intent flickered in his eyes. As an equally exceptional genius, when had it become someone else's place to order him around? He gently stroked the thick neck of his heaven-devouring beast, his gaze shifting between the Skyfire Beast and Qingtuan. Devouring both of them at once shouldn't be much of a problem, right? At the center of the battlefield, Furious flames churned. The Skyfire beast looked up at Qingchen, who was wreathed in lightning, its gaze growing increasingly resolute as it suddenly raised both arms high. Whoosh, the sound of sharp blades cutting through air like clashing metal. Triangular shield patterns appeared simultaneously on both its arms, revealing two identical Skyfire shields. As the runic inscriptions along the shield edges blazed to life, a torrent of flames erupted from its clasped palms toward the heavens. Heaven's incineration. God-slaying sword. Using its own body as the sword hilt, its twin shields as the guard, and channeling the mystical heaven-burning flames to form the blade, the ultimate strike took thunderous shape. With a low roar, the entire divine fire sword swept horizontally through the sky, 3,000 blazing sword energies crisscrossing and engulfing the void. Within the lightning, Qingchen dared not show the slightest negligence. In perfect harmony with Qingchen's spirit, it raised the golden staff high with both hands as lightning serpents danced wildly around its body. At the staff's tip, a thunderous great sun formed with a tremendous roar. Thunder's apex. Great sun's fall. Qingchen pressed down with both arms, the golden staff targeting that overwhelming barrage of flaming sword energy. In an instant, the great sun shattered, billions of lightning bolts surged forth, and a dazzling beam of light erupted from the staff's tip, like the terrifying torrent of an ancient volcano that had been building pressure for a century before finally erupting. It's time. Go. Two violent streams of spiritual energy churned in midair like boiling water as Zhu Tianming raised his hand and lightly tapped the Sky Devourer's hard skull. The Sky Devourer's limbs kicked powerfully, its afterimage tearing through the air currents as it pounced near Qingchen in the blink of an eye. Annihilation storm. A pitch-black hurricane roared from its massive maw, and wherever the dark tide passed, even light was devoured, as if the very air had been hollowed out. At that moment, Qingchen was fully focused on resisting the flame divine sword condensed by the Skyfire beast. Sensing the killing intent behind him, he was forced to terminate his spell and retreat with his staff. Without restraint, the flame divine sword instantly shattered the thunder power at its front, then collapsed into countless waterfall-like flame sword energies that sealed off Qingchen from all directions. Flash step. In a split second, Qingchen desperately suppressed the spiritual energy backlash from forcibly breaking his technique, using his wave perception to catch gaps in the attack and dodging narrowly through several evasive maneuvers. The void phenomena dissipated. Qingchen stood panting with his staff, facing the Skyfire beast and Sky Devourer roaring side by side. Zhu Tianming, what are you doing? Below the stage, Miao Yingjun was furious and spun around sharply. The duel between the Skyfire beast and Qingchen had been nearly decided, but the Sky Devourer's interference had ruined everything. Even if Qingchen ultimately lost, he couldn't claim victory through his own strength alone. Such a record would invite ridicule. What I do is none of your business to report to you. Zhu Tianming couldn't be bothered to respond. His only goal was to weaken Qingchen. Whether they formed a team no longer mattered to him, was even planning to find an opportunity for the Sky Devourer to devour the Skyfire beast as well. You? Miao Yingjun was about to retort when a certain suspicion flashed through his mind. His expression darkened as he quietly stepped back, better to deal with Qingchen first. Seeing his retreat, Zhu Tianming's lips curved into a cold arc. Too late. At the center of the arena, both spirit beasts thunderously struck the ground simultaneously, unleashing a new wave of overwhelming power. This is troublesome. Qingchen frowned. Based on their earlier exchange, Qingchen had a slight edge over the Skyfire beast, but with the addition of the equally formidable Sky Devourer, the scales of victory would tip completely. Before his thoughts could settle, both beasts had already attacked. Meteor fire rain. The Skyfire beast maintained its true fire form, arms spread wide as countless fireballs trailing long tails crashed down toward Qingchen like a meteor shower. Simultaneously, the Sky Devourer stepped forward lightly with its front limbs seemingly ordinary. Yet instantly, one became 100. 100 Sky Devourers surged forward like a black torrent, thundering toward their target. Caught between these two deadly attacks, the gravity in Qingchuan's eyes almost became tangible. Just as he prepared to strike back, his pupils suddenly lightened. Flash step. Qingchuan murmured softly, his entire body remaining perfectly still before vanishing abruptly, as if his figure had never existed in this world at all. In the next instant, he reappeared in the same spot, but split into two. Both versions of Qingchuan straightened simultaneously, raising their golden staffs high and striking fiercely at their respective enemies. 8 extremes collapse. This time, instead of 9 consecutive thunder staff shadows trailing behind, there was only one lightning bolt refined to its absolute limit, piercing into the golden staff like an arrow. The staff shadow merged into one, and the golden staff speed suddenly exploded, accompanied by the sharp whistle of tearing air as it instantly struck both the Skyfire beast and the devouring beast. Boom. Thunder seemed to explode in the void. The Skyfire beast spread its arms wide. The blazing flames flowing across its body first trembled, then scattered into countless sparks that drifted down from midair like torrential fire rain. The Skyfire beast was defeated. Miao Ingjun watched this scene with wide eyes, his lips slightly parted, unable to utter a single word as he stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the other golden staff struck precisely at one of the 100+ devouring beasts. That beast let out a sharp, agonized cry, feeling as if 8 waves of hidden force had instantly been stuffed into its body. The 9th wave that followed detonated all 8 previous forces together, layer upon layer, like a bomb igniting within. The violent power rampaged through bone and flesh like an untamed wild horse. The devouring beast howled toward the sky, its form going limp as it plummeted from midair. The 99 other devouring beasts that had been charging forward simultaneously vanished. The one Qingtuan had struck was the true body hidden among the 100 shadows. How is this possible? Zhu Tianming's pupils contracted violently. The devouring beasts, one becomes 100, had always been its signature technique. Unlike ordinary illusions, those 99 phantoms each possessed combat power no weaker than the original body in a sense. They were genuinely real. How had Qingtuan managed to lock onto the true form at a glance? Could it have been mere luck? This point left him completely baffled. As thoughts churned in his mind, Qingtuan approached again with staff in hand. But unlike the Skyfire beast which had been at its last gasp, the devouring beast, though having taken a blow, had received the strike while at peak condition and still retained fighting strength. I have trump cards too. The devouring beast growled, suddenly raising its head with its massive maw gaping wide. Simultaneously, the black depression on its chest began to writhe, then rotate in reverse, forming a whirlpool. Space twisted accordingly. A massive vortex tore open in the void above the devouring beast's head, and a ferocious, unfamiliar giant beast emerged halfway, its fangs gleaming menacingly as its roar shook the heavens. Great devouring technique. In the next moment, Qingtuan felt everything around him becoming twisted and blurred. Then an extremely powerful suction force began forcibly dragging him from the ground, pulling him toward the sky. Thunder God's descent, divine judgment. Within the devouring domain, Qingtuan drained the last trace of his spiritual power, his fingertips tracing a thunderous formation in the air. Lightning arcs crisscrossed as a towering thunder giant with blurred features materialized behind him, gripping a roaring thunder halberd and thrusting it fiercely toward the grotesque head constructed by the sky-devouring beast high above. Boom! The halberd's edge descended, the thunder sea exploded, and countless electric serpents writhed through the void as brilliant white light tore through the darkness. The giant beast's head instantly shattered into thunder fragments, scattering across the sky. Roar! The backlash surged back, adding insult to injury for the already battered sky-devouring beast. Blood oozed from its 7 orifices, crimson droplets sliding down its scales and staining its chest armor red. Zhu Tianming's heart sank, his fist trembling slightly. Fight or flee. He couldn't see through Qingtuan's true condition at this moment. If Qingtuan still had strength left, his own elimination was almost certain. The points he had painstakingly accumulated over 3 days couldn't be wasted here. Moreover, targeting Qingchen shouldn't have been a risk he bore alone. With lightning illuminating his hesitant face, Zhu Tianming quickly made his decision retreat. A wise man adapts to circumstances. As long as he could hold out until the point settlement, there was no need to meet his downfall here. As for Miao Ingjun, it could only be called bad luck. With his mind made up, he immediately recalled the sky-devouring beast and shot toward the distance like a shadow. Qingchen watched Zhu Tianming's departure with an indifferent expression, making no move to pursue. First, the golden treasure point was right before him. No need to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed. Second, though Qingtuan appeared composed on the surface, his spiritual power was actually depleted and his combat ability had plummeted to rock bottom. If Zhu Tianming hadn't been too cautious to gamble, the outcome would have been uncertain. But now wasn't the time to reveal weakness. One person still remained on the field, Miao Ingjun. Qingtuan leaned on his staff, walking step by step toward Miao Ingjun. Compared to the unconscious Skyfire beast, his condition still held the advantage. Miao Ingjun understood Qingchen's intention and lowered his head in resignation. When you're in the game, you eventually have to pay. Since he had lost, he had to bear the consequences. Just as he was about to activate his life-saving trump card to escape the battle circle, his thoughts suddenly shifted. He raised his head and said gravely to Qingchen, "Give me a chance. I'll give you all the beast-taming resources I've obtained in this stage." Qingchen remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Miao Ingjun's points weren't enough to threaten him, and if he could claim all of his opponent's resources and combine them with his own reserves, the combat power of Qingtuan and Gue would undergo a qualitative transformation. After all, though Miao Ingjun had been defeated, his strength still ranked among the elite of the 100+ newcomers, so the resources he could provide would certainly be substantial. Receiving the response, Miao Ingjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, he began extracting all the beast-taming resources he had obtained this time from his beast-taming space, leaving nothing behind. Unlike Qingchen's humble origins, Miao Ingjun came from the renowned Miao family, one of the most prominent clans in the region. For Miao Ingjun, beast taming resources could be replenished at any time, but once points were lost, they were gone forever. Driven by these vastly different value systems, the trade was completed without hesitation. Qingchen accepted all the resources Miao Ingjun offered and released his captives as agreed. As Miao Ingjun's figure disappeared into the distance, Qingchen turned his attention back to the golden treasure point nearby. Perhaps Miao Ingjun had given advance warning, or maybe the earlier battle had been too intense. Either way, no other newcomers had arrived to compete for it. The guardian beast that should have been protecting the treasure point had already been eliminated by Miao Ingjun and his companion, saving Qingchen the trouble. With no one else around, Qingchen easily captured the treasure point and opened the golden chest. As the lid lifted, the first thing that caught his eye was a fist-sized azure orb, its surface rippling with water-like light, while waves seemed to surge within its depths. Without hesitation, he picked up the pearl and activated the identification function on his tablet. Vast water, pearl golden grade. Description: forged from spatial stone, containing a boundless aquatic realm within. Can be used for attack, defense, or trapping enemies. Properties: independent internal space. Golden grade with spatial attributes. This must be worth tens of millions of dragon coins, and it's priceless at that. Qingchen murmured in amazement. The Dragon Group truly was the most mysterious and powerful organization in the Dragon Kingdom, with every reward exceeding the standards of its grade. I'll give this pearl to Guyue. With both water and spatial attributes, it would be perfect for Guyue. In the beast taming space, Guyue received the vast water pearl, and as it settled into the creature's palm, the entire orb was enveloped in gentle aquatic light. Guyue responded with cheerful emotional waves, and Qingchen smiled as he sent back a thread of spiritual consciousness. He then turned his gaze to Qingtuan and pulled up its latest status panel. Name: Qingtuan. Species: Thunder Panda. Level: Silver 25. Aptitude: Diamond. Skills: Thunder Avatar Beginner 80. Focus Perfect. Wave Perception Perfect. 6 Harmonies Staff Technique Perfect. 8 Extremes Collapse Perfect. Flash Step Perfect. Thunder Emperor Formula Minor Achievement 90. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield Beginner 85. Just as I thought, Qingchen realized inwardly. The reason Qingtuan had been able to defeat both the Skyfire Beast and the Devouring Beast was that at the crucial moment, multiple skills had simultaneously advanced from major achievement to perfection. Perfection meant the skills had been comprehended to their absolute limit, with no room for further qualitative improvement. To increase combat power further, new skills would be necessary. Fortunately, the resources contributed by Miao Ingjun would perfectly fill this gap. Selecting 3 to 5 new silver-grade skills shouldn't be a problem. Qingtuan's spiritual energy needed time to recover, and Guyue wasn't ready to shoulder the main burden yet, so Qingchen decided to remain where he was and wait for the trial to end. Since that was the case, he would wait here for the trial time to conclude. It was almost over anyway. In a room filled with monitors covering every wall, Zhang Xiaoxiao had been staring at one particular surveillance screen for quite some time, yet remained silent throughout. On the display, 2 grade A talents, Miao Ingjun and Zhu Tianming, fought side by side, but still couldn't handle Qingchen, a scene that weighed heavily on her heart. Behind the screen, Zhang Xiaoxiao calculated silently. Only Ji Wandao and Zhou Taikuan remained capable of suppressing Qingchen. But even for these two, truly defeating Qingchen would still be extremely difficult. She quickly formulated the next training plan in her mind. Perhaps the trial rules needed adjustment. Deep in the dense forest, time passed quietly when suddenly, a clear broadcast voice exploded in every student's ears. Attention, all students. The treasure hunt has reached its time limit. Please remain where you are and await staff to escort you back. As the announcement ended, the dense sound of helicopter rotors immediately came from above the canopy, their roaring causing leaves to rustle and fall. Within half an hour, several armed helicopters landed in the clearing. Qingchen and the others climbed up the rope ladders one by one and returned to base. Base outer grounds. After the helicopter landed steadily, the cabin doors opened. What met Qingchen's eyes was a modest-sized outdoor venue. High iron fencing surrounded the perimeter, armed soldiers patrolled with rifles, and security lines were strictly maintained. The area facing the platform was filled with rows of chairs, where many new members had already taken their seats. An instructor led Qingchen through the crowd, and as he sat down in his assigned seat, he caught a glimpse of Shi Yushi from the corner of his eye. Though somewhat tired, she appeared completely unharmed. Qingchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but given the current setting, he didn't approach her for conversation. After the last newcomer was seated, the venue's giant electronic gong suddenly rang out with a thunderous dong. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing walked onto the platform side by side, accompanied by several instructors. Hello everyone, we meet again. After a brief greeting, Zhang Xiaoxiao turned to activate the massive screen behind her. Now we'll announce the various statistics from this treasure hunt. The screen lit up, with red text appearing line by line. A total of 110 students participated in this trial, with 48 eliminated midway and earning 0 points. This session represents the worst performance in this segment throughout the Dragon Group training camp's history. After speaking, her gaze instinctively fell on Qingchen, not for Qingchen instantly eliminating 25 people. This number could have been at least halved. Meanwhile, those students who had been forcefully eliminated by Qingchen were already directing hateful stares at him in unison, as if trying to cut him into pieces with their eyes. However, looks couldn't kill after all, and Qingchen remained calm, as if the surrounding hostility had nothing to do with him. In his eyes, these people were merely defeated opponents. Jiang Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and continued. Next, we'll announce the list of members who passed the trial and their scores. All eyes focused on the big screen once again. Treasure Hunt Leaderboard. First place, Ji Wandao 360 points. Second place, Zhou Taichuan 350 points. Third place, Qingchen 300 points. The rankings are arranged according to points earned in this segment, Jiang Xiaoxiao explained. Since Qingchen once joined forces with Shi Yushi to capture a bronze treasure site, the points were split equally, plus he faced considerable interference from others. This resulted in Qingchen's relatively slower point accumulation efficiency, naturally leading to a lower total score compared to Ji Wandao and Zhou Taichuan. Similarly, this ranking revealed that the other two golden treasure sites had been claimed by Ji Wandao and his companion respectively. After displaying this sub-ranking, the overall leaderboard was revealed. Total points ranking. First place, Qingchen, for 1,854 points. Second place, Ji Wandao, for 170 points. Third place, Zhou Taichuan, for 159 points. Wow! As the leaderboard appeared, the venue erupted like a boiling pot. All the new members looked up at the towering numbers. Their breaths momentarily halted. Qingchen had over 4,800 points. Even though he ranked third in the latest treasure hunt, his total score was still more than 10 times that of the first place, Ji Wandao. How on earth are we supposed to compete with that? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, only to self-mockingly add, forget it, let's just aim for second place. Below the stage, Ji Wandao glared darkly at Qingchen from a distance. Despite being the top-ranked in the arena and the current treasure hunt, his total effort seemed to be just a fraction of Qingchen's score. Qingchen, I will make everyone understand that you're just a lucky beast tamer and don't deserve to be ahead of me. Ji Wandao swore inwardly. He hailed from the most powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom and believed he rightfully deserved to stand at the pinnacle among his peers without a doubt. On the stage, Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her hand to signal for quiet. Pointing to the spherical building at the back right, her voice rang clear throughout the crowd. Next, everyone can exchange any beast tamer resources from this trial that you are unsatisfied with at the exchange center for more suitable ones. There are no other trials scheduled for the next few days. You may head to the monster cave to accumulate points or strengthen your skills. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone, the 3-day limit for the arena is up, and you must complete a combat practice today. Meeting adjourned. As her words fell, the crowd immediately split. Some rushed to the exchange center, others headed toward the arena, and many made their way directly to the monster cave. Qingchen, however, walked straight to the spherical building. It was only a few hundred meters away, and he reached the entrance in just a few strides. After passing the identity verification, a staff member led him into an independent assessment room. Qingchen, what beast tamer resources would you like to have valued? The staff member asked, sitting at the large table with a professional scanner in hand, his tone calm and collected. I might have a bit too much, Qingchen casually replied as he prepared to retrieve items from his beast tamer space. The staff member smiled politely, accustomed to grand displays, immune to descriptions like a bit too much. The next second, his smile froze. With a flick of his wrist, Qingchen instantly piled a small mountain of beast tamer resources on the table. Crystals, spiritual herbs, secret bones, chips, and beast eggs cascaded onto the alloy surface, creating a continuous clattering sound. And Qingchen continued to pull more out, as if there was no end. Did you just rob the beast tamer resource vault? The staff member's mouth twitched, his heart surging with waves of shock. Though trained to maintain composure, this time he could hardly contain himself. That's all, Qingchen said, pushing forward 2 palm-sized mountains of beast taming resources, causing the metal surface of the desk to vibrate with a humming sound. All right, okay. The staff member was still stunned by the sheer volume of the 2 piles of resources, his speech unconsciously stuttering. He casually picked up the topmost piece of equipment, a kunai with a dark bronze body and sharp blade, and raised a scanner resembling a temperature gun to scan it. Beep. Bronze beast taming equipment, sharp wind kunai, worth 15 merit points. The cold mechanical female voice instantly echoed throughout the small room. Merit points. Qingchen's heart stirred slightly. The Dragon Group's records had clearly stated that merit points were the only recognized currency within the Dragon Group, and any resources in the treasury could only be exchanged with merit points. If converted, 1 merit point was roughly equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins. This meant that this single bronze equipment alone had earned him the equivalent of 150,000 dragon coins. The second item, the third item, for the next several minutes. The room was filled only with the continuous beep, beep, beep of electronic notification sounds. Finally, after the last beast taming resource was recorded, the staff member let out a long breath and quickly reported, "Student Qingchen, you've submitted a total of 24 beast taming resources this time. Among them, 19 bronze resources worth 200 merit points, and 5 silver resources worth 550 merit points, totaling 750 merit points." Qingchen nodded slightly to confirm, then followed the staff member to the adjacent exchange room. "Student Qingchen, you can now use your merit points to exchange for the resources you need. To protect your privacy, I won't disturb you further." The staff member gave brief instructions before leaving. After identity verification, Qingchen sat down at the computer. This device was directly connected to the Dragon Group's treasury database. The screen lit up, and the vast ocean of item listings nearly overwhelmed his vision. After flipping through several pages, Qingchen felt his mouth go dry. There were simply too many good items. Even king-level beast taming skills and equipment could be exchanged. However, the astronomical merit point requirements listed beside them were mind-numbing, longer than the loan amounts displayed in Tiandi bank accounts. 750 merit points seemed like a lot, but couldn't even cover a single gold-level beast taming skill. Qingchen had to settle for second best and set his sights on the silver skill library. However, even with filters applied, there were still over 1,000 skill records spread before him, about 800 or 900 items. Looking through them one by one would take forever. A flash of inspiration struck, and he immediately changed the sorting logic to required merit points from high to low. Since they were all silver skills, the more expensive ones must be more worthwhile. With this logic in mind, Qingchen randomly clicked on the introductions of several beast taming skills. 9 Nether Sun Chasing Arrow Silver Grade. Description: after locking onto a target, it can automatically track the opponent. This arrow will fulfill its mission without fail. Learning requirements: Beast Companion must possess Dark Attribute Spiritual Power. Price: 200 merit points. Order Chains Silver Grade. Description: can materialize chains out of thin air around enemies to bind them. You have nowhere to run. Learning requirements: only beast companions with void attributes can learn this skill. Price: 200 merit points. As expected, these two skills required far more merit points than other silver grade skills, but they were worth every point. Under equal spiritual power conditions, they not only delivered greater power, but also came with extremely rare special effects. Qingchen stared at the long exchange list and quickly identified 4 more skills suitable for Qingtuan. Combat Doctrine Silver Grade. Description: upon entering combat state, can enhance one's own attributes. Learning requirements: only combat-type beast companions can learn this. Price: 170 merit points. Shadow Step Silver Grade. Description: greatly increases one's speed and can create an illusory clone to confuse enemies. Learning requirements: beast companion must possess speed-enhancing attributes such as thunder, light, or wind. Price: 180 merit points. Mountain Sea Burst Silver Grade. Description: concentrates power to explode from a single point, greatly enhancing single-point destructive power. Learning requirements: beast companion must have a robust constitution. Price: 190 merit points. Eye of Truth Silver Grade. Description: can see through any disguise and perceive opponent weaknesses. Learning requirements: beast companion must first master a perception type skill. Price: 200 merit points. The 4 skills totaled 740 merit points. After a moment's consideration, Qingchen confirmed the exchange all at once. Less than 5 minutes after clicking the exchange button, someone gently knocked on his door. A staff member handed him a sealed black box and politely took their leave. The door closed, and the quiet room returned to silence. Unable to contain his anticipation, Qingchen opened the black box to find 4 thin manuals neatly arranged in a row under the soft lighting. He first reached for the leftmost manual, Combat Doctrine. As he read through the contents line by line, the familiar system notification sound rang out on schedule, but brought unprecedented new information. Detected simplifiable skill, evolution path. Target: Qingtuan. Spend 500,000 dragon coins to simplify skill, evolution. Qingchen's eyes flickered with confusion, but he quickly and decisively clicked yes. Compared to the system's capabilities, this amount of dragon coins was nothing. Simplification complete. Generated skill, weapon mastery. Evolution path condition 1. Skill, focus, proficiency raised to perfect 11. Condition 2. Possess skill, combat doctrine 11. Conditions met. Skill, focus has evolved into skill, weapon mastery. Weapon mastery, a passive skill. As long as Qingchen held a weapon, his attributes would be greatly enhanced. Terrifyingly powerful. Qingchen gasped inwardly. Passive activation, no spiritual power consumption, and attribute enhancement simply by gripping a weapon. This was almost on par with gold-grade skills. The system truly is the system, it's practically cheating, he couldn't help but exclaim. Since focus had evolved into the new skill, weapon mastery, the original perfect proficiency had also dropped back to beginner level. However, this wasn't a major issue because detected simplifiable skill weapon mastery. Target, Qingchen. Skill simplification detected sharp strike. Target, Qingchen. Would you like to spend 500,000 dragon coins for simplification? Upon hearing this, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Normally, simplifying a silver-level beast taming skill only cost 100,000 dragon coins, but now the price had increased fivefold. A rough calculation showed that skill evolution simplification plus cultivation simplification would cost a total of 1 million dragon coins. The money wasn't necessarily not worth it, but Qingchen had been spending without earning lately, and his account balance had plummeted from tens of millions to just a few million dragon coins. Moreover, he still had 3 more skills waiting for evolution and simplification, which would cost an estimated 3 million dragon coins. His savings were about to be completely drained. I need to find a way to make some money, he sighed. The system was powerful, but it was also a bottomless money-devouring beast. However, for now, what needed to be spent still had to be spent. Simplification Complete, cultivating sharp strike, swinging a stick. As the notification ended, the crude and straightforward cultivation method was typical of the system's usual style. Next, Qingchen opened one beast taming skill book after another, and system notifications rang out continuously in his ears. Skill, Shadow Shift has evolved into skill, 3,000 Thunder Steps. 3,000 Thunder Steps. A movement technique that transforms the body into lightning, with explosive speed comparable to thunder. When mastered to perfection, it can manifest thunder shadows with considerable combat power. Skill, Mountain Siege Force has evolved into skill, Limit Break. Limit Break concentrates all power into a single point in an instant, unleashing might that surpasses all limits. Skill, Eye of Truth has evolved into skill, Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye uses the heart as an eye, capable of perceiving everything in the world, capturing any fluctuation and dispelling all illusions. Subsequently, the cultivation methods for the 3 new skills were further compressed. Cultivating 3,000 Thunder Steps running. Cultivating Limit Break punching. Cultivating Mind's Eye emptying the mind. After completing everything, Qingchen pulled up Qingtuan's latest data panel. Name, Qingtuan. Species, Thunder Panda. Level, Silver 26. Aptitude, Diamond. Skills, Thunder Avatar Beginner, 83. Sharp Strike, Beginner 0. Mind's Eye Beginner 0. 6 Harmonies Staff Technique Perfect. Limit Break, Beginner 0. 3,000 Thunder Steps, Beginner 0. Thunder Emperor's Art Minor Achievement 93. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield, Beginner, 88. Just need one more staff technique, and it'll be perfect. Qingchen touched his earlobe, mentally noting this matter. After completing the procedures, he left the exchange center and headed toward the beast caverns, following the coordinates marked on the map. As for the arena, he wasn't in a hurry. After the last great battle, none of the beast tamers ranked below him dared challenge him again, and he was confident that Qingtuan could defeat most of those ranked above him with a single staff strike. Compared to the uneventful arena, the unexplored beast caverns filled him with anticipation. Before long, he arrived at a heavily guarded building. After several strict security checks, he was finally allowed to enter. Before him lay a massive underground space shaped like an inverted triangle, with a spiral staircase winding downward through the center. The beast caverns were beast training facilities that came standard with every military base. This is all to ensure that soldiers can effectively handle exotic beasts under controlled conditions. After the staff member briefly explained the rules, he led Qingchen to the entrance of the first floor of the exotic beast cavern. Standing before the dark iron door, he stepped aside and gestured with his hand. Student Qingchen, this way. Qingchen nodded slightly and stepped inside. Almost simultaneously, a light screen the size of an A4 sheet silently emerged from the wall beside the door, with blue and white text instantly appearing. Challenger, Qingchen. Current floor, first floor. Time elapsed, 0 seconds. I heard this kid's strength ranks in the top 3 among newcomers. Wonder what kind of results he'll achieve on his first challenge. The staff member had barely formed this thought when the numbers on the screen suddenly jumped. Challenger, Qingchen. Current floor, second floor. Time elapsed, 1 second. 1 second. His mouth dropped open involuntarily. The first floor only had a few ordinary bronze-level exotic beasts, but finishing the battle in 1 second was still unbelievable. Before he could finish processing this thought, the data refreshed again. Challenger, Qingchen. Current floor, third floor. Time elapsed, 2 seconds. Still 1 second. The staff member almost suspected the machine was malfunctioning. While he stood there stunned, the light screen changed again. Challenger, Qingchen. Current floor, fourth floor. Time elapsed, 3 seconds. He hurriedly pulled out his tablet and snapped a photo of the screen, preparing to share it in the workgroup chat, only to realize his typing speed couldn't keep up with the rapidly changing numbers. After hesitating for a moment, he simply added 4 words and sent it out. Far ahead, just as the message was sent, the light screen already displayed. Challenger, Qingchen. Current floor, 7th floor. Time elapsed, 6 seconds. The exotic beasts on the 7th floor were already mid-silver tier. But Qingchen, still maintaining his silver beast master status, continued his crushing advance without showing any signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, since there were no special trials scheduled for the past few days, Zhang Xiaoxiao happened to be back in her dorm room relaxing. When her phone notification chimed, she opened the group chat and saw the challenge records the staff member had just uploaded. This kid. Zhang Xiaoxiao snorted softly, not particularly surprised. Given her understanding of Qingchen's abilities, he could at least make it to the 14th floor. The 15th floor? Don't even think about it. The guardian beast, there was platinum level. Although platinum was only 1 tier above gold, there was more than a tenfold difference in strength the higher the level, the deeper the gap between each tier. Qingchen had indeed unleashed a strike comparable to platinum level before, but that was merely comparable, not truly equivalent. Moreover, a single strike with same-tier combat power was unlikely to be a one-hit kill. In contrast, platinum-level exotic beasts delivered genuine platinum-level attacks with every strike. Even if Qingchen could block the first one, could he block the second or third? Inside the beast cavern, beneath Qingchen's feet lay a circular space resembling a coliseum, with towering walls stretching endlessly upward. With each floor he conquered, he could feel the entire arena slowly descending the 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor. Starting from the 10th floor, all the beasts that charged at him had reached gold rank. Fortunately, the thunder avatar within Qingtuan's body resonated with the golden staff in his hands, and each casual strike now possessed the destructive power of a gold rank beast master. Running parallel to this were several skills that had evolved through the system. Though his proficiency with these new abilities was still shallow, having been formed through the fusion of bronze and silver skills, their power now approached true gold rank, far surpassing his previous mastered bronze skills. 3,000 thunder strikes. Breakthrough. During the trials, Qingtuan fought while experimenting, repeatedly adjusting skill combinations until he gradually discovered the most devastating sequence. The 14th floor arrived swiftly. Emerging to face him were a full 20 gold rank latest-stage beasts. Thunder's apex. Great sun falls. Thunderous lightning collapsed downward, surging wildly throughout the entire circular space. Qingtuan exhausted nearly all his techniques, finally managing to strike down the last beast just as his strength reached its limit. On the 15th floor, only one opponent stood in the arena: Shuramantis, a platinum rank monster. The dark crimson blade claws at the ends of its arms gleamed like blood, their icy killing intent seeping into the air. Thunder God descends. Judgment. A massive thunder formation instantly expanded. Qingtuan raised his golden staff and brought it crashing down from above, while behind him the giant thunder phantom gripped its war halberd and thrust forward in perfect synchronization. Blinding pillars of light exploded, as if the entire space had been consumed by thunder and fire. Outside the battle arena, the guardian beast was already platinum rank. By all logic, a silver beast master should have absolutely no chance of clearing this floor. Yet just moments ago, Qingchen's silver rank beast had forcibly broken through 20 gold rank latest-stage beasts. The staff member stared at the real-time data, his other hand gripping his tablet tightly, palms slick with sweat. The instant Qingchen cleared the 14th floor, the internal chat group opened a betting pool. Could he pass the 15th floor? The stakes were uniform: 100 merit points each, with winners splitting the pot. In the group, among all members including Zhang Xiaoxiao, only one person bet on Qingchen's victory: Mu Qing. Hey, you guys should bet more on that kid Qingchen winning. Otherwise, with just instructor Mu's 100 merit points, when we split it there won't even be 1 merit point each. Stop joking around. No matter how monstrous Qingchen's talent is, he's still just a silver beast master right now. Passing the 15th floor isn't realistic. That's exactly what I think, so you bet what I recommend, I bet what I don't bet. In her room, Mu Qing pursed her lips slightly. A mere 100 merit points meant nothing to her if she lost. She'd just consider it entertainment for everyone. But if she won, she suddenly calculated on her fingers, her heartbeat accelerating rapidly. There were easily over 100 people betting that Qingchen couldn't pass the 15th floor, each wagering 100 merit points, which meant at minimum 10,000 merit points. That amount would be no small sum, even for Mu Qing, who was already a diamond beast master. It represented a fortune. She squinted as she calculated the merit points in her pocket, muttering to herself, Qingchen, if you really win this, I'll have to give you a huge bonus. However, Mu Qing also knew that with Qingchen's current strength, the odds of claiming that prize were about as slim as winning the lottery. Meanwhile, the black stone door opened. Qingchen pocketed the crystal core from the last beast, dusted off his sleeves, and stepped out. Kai Dan, the staff member on duty at the entrance, stood frozen in place like he'd been struck by a paralysis spell. Qingchen raised an eyebrow and was about to ask what was wrong when the man suddenly snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and proceeded with the standard protocol, leading him back to the beast cavern exit. During the short walk of several dozen meters, Kaidan's communicator was practically exploding with group messages, everyone frantically tagging him. Quick, upload Qingchen's data. Kaidan, what's wrong with you? Did you disconnect? I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Don't say that. Seriously, don't say that. An eerie silence spread through the group chat. Only after Qingchen's figure finally disappeared did Kaidan let out a long breath, pull out his tablet, wipe off the sweat repeatedly, and upload the screenshot he'd taken. Two cold lines of data appeared before everyone's eyes. Challenger, Qingchen. Final floor, 15th floor. Time, 5.5 minutes. The 15th floor. That meant Qingchen had slain the platinum-level guardian beast. The group chat instantly erupted. My god, a silver-level fighter jumping 2 tiers to defeat a platinum beast, how did he do it? I feel like I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In 2 adjacent private rooms, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing were both stunned simultaneously. Every time, Jiang Xiaoxiao thought she'd estimated Qingchen highly enough, yet reality kept slapping her in the face. As for Mu Qing, her head was filled with the words, earned 10,000 merit points. She patted her chest, thinking, perfect, perfect. Betting alongside Qingchen, I could build a villa by the seaside. Just as she was planning how to show her gratitude, Mu Qing's tablet suddenly displayed a new message. Her eyes sharpened, and she immediately pushed open her door, only to encounter Jiang Xiaoxiao in the hallway, wearing an equally grave expression. Mu Qing, did you receive the message? I did. Mu Qing nodded, her tone unusually heavy. This battle we absolutely cannot lose. The arena walls towered high, and the crowd roared like an ocean tide. Qingchen walked in casually. Having just cleared the 15th floor of the Beast Cavern, he'd earned another 1,800 points, securing his position at the top of the overall rankings. But on the arena leaderboard, he was only ranked 51st. He just needed to challenge 50th place Chao Manhan to complete his one battle every 3 days requirement. Having made up his mind, he publicly declared, I want to challenge. Before he could finish, a towering yet lean figure landed before him, blocking his path. The arena's number 1 Ji Wandao. Qingchen, challenge me. Ji Wandao looked down at him, his voice deep and carrying an undeniable authority. Why should I? Qingchen raised an eyebrow in response. Setting aside the man's condescending attitude, even if he defeated the top ranker, he'd face nearly 100 consecutive battles afterward. Even an Iron Man would be ground to pieces, and besides, the points Ji Wandao offered weren't nearly enough to tempt him. Ji Wandao calmly held up 3 fingers, because, win or lose, I, Ji Wandao, will give you 300 merit points. 300 merit points? Upon hearing this, Qingchen raised an eyebrow. He was in desperate need of a silver-grade beast taming staff technique. And who would have thought that Ji Wandao would deliver it right to his doorstep like a prophet? It was like someone offering a pillow when he was drowsy. Are you serious? Qingchen's eyes blazed as he stared intently at Ji Wandao. Absolutely. When I, Ji Wandao, give my word, I never go back on it. Ji Wandao nodded with a smile. Seeing Qingchen's interest, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Merit points were the lifeline for ordinary students to exchange for Dragon Group beast taming resources, but for the wealthy Ji Wandao, they were just numbers. What he wanted were points, the top ranking, and the height from which he could look down upon all living beings. As for losing to Qingchen, in his view absolutely impossible. Tempted by the 300 merit points, Qingchen finally nodded, and the challenge was set. The news exploded. Qingchen versus Ji Wandao. Both ranked first on their respective lists, their combat power among the top 3 in the entire training camp. As the arena match was confirmed, the area outside the martial arts field instantly became packed. Recruits, staff members, and instructor groups all rushed to witness this duel that could almost determine the true number 1 of this session. Opening bets again. Qingchen versus Ji Wandao. Minimum bet 100 merit points. Winner takes all. Pop-up notifications flooded the screen, and the betting channel instantly overflowed. Go, go, go. This time I'm backing Ji Wandao. Me too. His beast is the legendary Swanni. With true dragon bloodline, Qingchen doesn't stand a chance. Jiang Xiaoxiao stared at the group chat, found the analysis reasonable, and immediately bet on Ji Wandao's victory. The next moment, she was stunned while the group loudly supported Ji Wandao. The betting data showed overwhelming bets on Qingchen. Ha ha, you bunch of fools. This time it's my turn to cash in on Qingchen's dividend. Hee hee, same old saying. You buy what I recommend, but I buy what I don't recommend. Everyone publicly cheered for Ji Wandao while secretly backing Qingchen, each hoping to replicate Mu Qingtong's previous sweep. Thus, those who actually bet on Ji Wandao became the oddities like Jiang Xiaoxiao. Hey, what's wrong with you all? She sent several voice messages in the group, but no one responded. Sorry, compared to the Swanni, I trust more in the panda that has slain platinum-grade exotic beasts. Someone revealed their true thoughts. It's not that Ji Wandao isn't worth buying, but Qingchen offers better value. Another added insult to injury. Watching the tide turn, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a dull ache in her chest but stubbornly muttered to herself. Just wait. When Ji Wandao wins, I'll be the sole winner. What Mu Qingtong could do, I, Jiang Xiaoxiao, can do too. If Qingchen can break through expectations, why can't Ji Wandao? On the arena, Qingchen and Ji Wandao stood at opposite ends, their gazes clashing in midair, the atmosphere crackling like electric arcs. Qingchen, I'll show you what despair truly means. Ji Wandao's voice was low and deep, his excitement undisguised. In his heart, after this battle, he would be the undisputed #1 rookie. The referee raised his hand and announced solemnly, "Gladiatorial drill begin." In an instant, Ji Wandao patted the head of the Swanee beside him. Suddenly, the Swanee erupted in brilliant golden light, and a righteous, overwhelming aura swept out from within its body. Ranked 49th on the Beastmaster list, it was a 1 in 10th light attribute beast. The golden radiance now blazing forth was no ordinary spiritual light, but quite possibly a rare, miraculous light. This alone was enough to make Qingchen dare not show the slightest contempt. King Tuang stepped forward, and instantly thunder roared. He directly summoned his Thunder Dharma, a massive panda phantom forged from pure thunderous power rose from the ground, its destructive aura clashing heat-in with the Swanee's sacred golden light. The stands erupted in chaos. Is this the true power of the two top-ranked beasts? Terrifying beyond belief. These two beasts could crush all our beasts just by standing there. Damn it! Are these even human? Qingchen shut out all the noise and commotion around him. The Swanee stared at King Tuang, whose aura matched its own, battle intent surging in its eyes. Its limbs suddenly tensed, and in the next instant it transformed into a brilliant golden streak of light, charging straight at King Tuang. The light attribute granted the Swanee incredible mobility even without using any skills. Its speed far exceeded others of the same rank. But the evolved King Tuang commanded the power of thunder, equally fierce in explosive power, fully able to keep pace. He swung his golden staff, bringing it crashing down. Extreme Break. The dual amplification of Sharp Strike and Extreme Break made this blow so fast, it left only afterimages, so heavy it seemed to crush the very air. In a flash of lightning, the golden staff struck the Swanee hard. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. King Tuang's wrist went numb as a terrifying recoil force surged up the staff, like crashing waves. This Swanee is a defensive beast. Through their shared connection, Qingchen's heart sank. How could a light attribute Swanee possess such fearsome defense? It turned out to be the Swanee's mirror reflection. Taking advantage of King Tuang's momentary stagger from the shock, the Swanee opened its mouth and unleashed a torrential golden stream. Purification Ray. Though called Purification, it contained the terrifying power of complete annihilation. Everything in the light beam's path could be reduced to ash. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield. With his chest still trembling from the impact, King Tuang could only curl and raise his left hand's 5 fingers, causing a thick, square thunder wall to rise with a thunderous crash, blocking in front of him while advancing forward with crushing momentum. Hiss! The thunder wall had barely moved half an inch when the golden torrent crashed into it heavily. The void trembled as the two energies clashed like needle against wheat, locked in stalemate. On the arena, how could Ji Wandao allow King Tuang any chance to catch his breath? With a thought, the Swanee gathered another killing move. 9 steps to heaven. This rare silver tier skill, when perfected with all 9 steps, could rival most gold tier techniques in power. Though the Swanee could currently only manage 6 consecutive steps, it was already enough to sweep through opponents of the same rank. Past adversaries rarely survive beyond the 5th step under its feet, let alone the 6th. First step, crouching dragon emerges from the mountain. Roar! As Swanee gathered all its spiritual energy and stepped forward, the air seemed to be struck by a massive hammer. A footprint over 10 feet tall materialized in the void, carrying the power to tear heaven and earth as it stomped down toward Qingtuan. Qingtuan frowned and swiftly drew out the mountain-breaking seal with his backhand. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy seal shot forth. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of divine lightning, silver-white arcs wrapped around the massive seal, instantly piercing through that brilliant giant footprint with undiminished momentum, heading straight for Swanee's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Swanee's steps suddenly grew heavy as the second move unfolded 2 steps. Fame in one battle. Golden light condensed in the void, and a golden Swanee phantom materialized, charging toward the thunderous seal. A crisp hiss rang out as the golden shadow was pierced through by the mountain-breaking seal on the spot. Swanee's expression remained as calm as still water as it took 2 more steps. 4 steps, shocking the world. Countless golden rays shot out like spider silk from the void, weaving together from all directions into a gradually visible golden net that layer by layer sealed off the approaching mountain-breaking seal. Light and seal collided continuously, sparks and lightning arcs intertwining, until the seal's speed finally slowed visibly. Seizing the moment, Swanee's spiritual energy boiled like water as it took the final 2 steps. 6 steps, invincible under heaven. Heaven and earth suddenly darkened, and a mysterious halo appeared above Swanni's head. Then, a massive hammer that seemed forged entirely of gold slowly descended from the halo, lifted by an invisible giant hand, and suddenly crashed down toward Qingchen. As the giant hammer swept through, wind howled like blades, space twisted, and an indescribable terrifying pressure enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, Qingchen, having gained a brief respite through the mountain-breaking seal, had steadied himself from his earlier panic. He raised the golden staff in his hand, pointing its tip toward the sky, and endless thunder immediately gathered with a roar in the surrounding void. In an instant, a blazing white thunder sun formed at the staff's tip. Thunder's ultimate, Great Sun Falls. The golden staff pointed directly at the heavenly hammer, and overwhelming thunder currents poured forth like a bursting dam. Above the arena, the golden giant hammer dove down with vast power, colliding heat-in with the destructive thunder tide rising against the heavens. Boom! An indescribable energy storm swept in all directions, like a thunderstorm erupting in the deep sea, suffocating to witness. The spectators gasped in horror. This level of energy, can two silver-rank spirit beasts really achieve this? You've got to be kidding. Even the gold-rank spirit beasts I've seen weren't this fierce. How terrifying, how absolutely terrifying. Watching the fierce battle energy continuously spilling over from the arena, despite the protective barrier formations, most spectators below still felt their hearts racing with terror. The cracked patterns spreading across the platform and the lingering spiritual energy vortexes in the air served as stark reminders. If they were standing up there instead, their fate would hardly be better than the shattered stones. This clash between two top-tier beast tamers would undoubtedly crown whoever emerged victorious as the undisputed champion. Before the crowd's murmurs could fade, the energy storm on the platform gradually subsided. After the aftershocks dissipated, both sides remained locked in stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. Ji Wandao glanced down at his slightly trembling palm and couldn't help but frown. The situation far exceeded his expectations. Though he knew Qingchen would be formidable, he never imagined being pushed to reveal 90% of his trump cards. In that case, let them witness my true power. With this thought flashing through his mind, his contracted beast the Sunis suddenly crouched low, its golden fur bristling as a sharp golden gleam flashed through its pupils. In the next instant, the Swanee raised its head and roared skyward, unleashing a beam of pure, blinding golden light from its throat. The golden light lasted for several breaths. When the blazing radiance finally faded, the Swanee ceased its roar, though its once brilliant golden fur had dimmed considerably. Above the arena, spiritual energy had condensed into a massive, heavy golden cloud. This was its bloodline talent. Ancient summoning, true dragon. As a beast with rare true dragon blood flowing through its veins, the Swanee had mastered this rankless secret technique from birth, with one sole purpose: burn the bloodline and summon a true dragon. Roar! The golden cloud churned as a resonant, prolonged cry descended from above, causing the arena's protective formations to hum and vibrate. A dragon's roar. On the other side, the moment the dragon's roar echoed, Qingchen felt its shoulders grow heavy, as if an irresistible mountain was pressing down, making its knees tremble slightly. This was the bloodline pressure from a true dragon, an absolute suppression that no external force could counter. You think a mere dragon's roar can make me kneel? Qingchuan's eyes blazed with determination as it channeled all its spiritual energy into the mind's eye technique it had been maintaining. In a world invisible to others, the mysterious vertical eye outlined by countless spiritual threads behind its back suddenly opened wide. Instantly, its vision expanded. Deep within the golden cloud, only an extremely faded dragon-shaped phantom stirred the void for miles around. With the Swanee's current cultivation level, it was far from sufficient to truly bring a dragon into the world. This so-called true dragon was merely an outline, yet it carried genuine dragon's might, enough to make most beasts surrender and kneel before the battle even began. However, now that the truth was revealed, Qingchen would never bow its head. It swept out a talisman with its hand. Thunder God's Descent. Boom. A thunder formation blazed to life in the air as 9 lightning spears pierced through the clouds, firmly locking the golden cloud within the formation's center. Lightning intertwined and electricity crackled explosively, distorting the very air with its scorching heat. A cold gleam flashed in Qingchuan's eyes as it roared silently in its heart. Descend. Limit break. This was the first time it had forcibly layered another technique while releasing judgment. Previously unable to attempt this due to unstable control, it could now finally integrate limit break simultaneously, thanks to the proficiency accumulated through countless real battles, all to unleash power beyond its limits. So then, what terrifying fangs would Qingchuan's ultimate trump card reveal when enhanced by limit break? On the arena, a colossal thunderous figure suddenly erupted from the ground, lightning dancing wildly around its form. It raised high a war halberd blazing with endless electric light, thrusting directly at the rolling golden cloud in the sky above. The halberd's tip pierced through the air as intense lightning currents wove together into a vast crisscrossing net in midair, crackling and sparking with electric brilliance. Hiss! The thunder halberd struck down, and the golden cloud instantly shattered. A furious dragon's roar shot straight up to the ninth heaven. Though it was merely an incorporeal manifestation of true dragon's might, it carried the proud bearing of one who looks down upon all living beings. Any challenge would be torn to shreds. The rolling dragon's roar was like a sharp blade, piercing fiercely into Qingtuan's consciousness and making his eardrums ring thunderously. Victory would go to whoever could endure longer. Qingtuan refused to be defeated by a mere phantom, even if it was genuine dragon's might. The dragon's power was equally unwilling to yield. Born as a dragon, how could it retreat? Both sides' auras collided like mountain torrents, locked in a momentary stalemate. Suddenly, the dragon's might flickered slightly. Below, the Swanee providing it with continuous energy was the first to exhaust itself, possessing many techniques, but lacking proficiency. After several exchanges, the Swanee's spiritual power was nearly depleted. Sensing the cutoff of spiritual energy, the true dragon cast one final resentful glance at Qingtuan. It was not convinced. Had the Swanee not faltered, the outcome would still be uncertain. Unfortunately, even the proudest dragon must follow the laws of heaven and earth without spiritual power to sustain it. It could only dissipate silently. With the dragon's might extinguished, the Swanee's aura immediately weakened. In contrast, though Qingtuan was greatly drained, he still retained enough spiritual power to claim victory. He stepped forward, trailing lightning behind him, killing intent boiling over. His golden staff swung up as thunder rolled. Seeing this, the Swanee still gritted its teeth in stubborn resistance. Outside the arena, Ji Wandao's expression turned ice cold as he finally squeezed 3 words through clenched teeth. I concede. As his words hit the ground, Qingtuan's staff strike came to an abrupt halt. The Swanee, losing its support, collapsed with weakened limbs. After a brief silence, the watching crowd erupted in explosive cheers. He won. Qingchen won. I damn well said it from the start. Qingchen is the absolute best. Well deserved. Number 1 on the entire rankings. At the edge of the arena, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had arrived midway through, wore a dark expression. In the group chat, everyone was cheerfully dividing up her merit points. Sure, it's only 100. No, 200 merit points. But this isn't about the amount, it's about face. She grew angrier the more she looked. How can someone fall into the same pit twice in a row? No way. No way. Surely no one bet on Qingchen losing, right? The group chat notifications kept flashing nonstop, so Jiang Xiaoxiao simply slammed her tablet shut. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Taikuan frowned deeply. He considered his own strength to be roughly equal to Ji Wandao's. Neither could definitively overcome the other. Now that Qingchen had defeated Ji Wandao, it proved he could defeat Zhou Taikuan as well. Zhou Taikuan quickly calculated in his mind. If he wanted to reclaim the top spot, this might be his only chance. Although the teaching assistant could restore spiritual power to spirit beasts, Qingchen's Qingtuan, having just fought an intense battle, couldn't possibly return to peak condition instantly. With his mind made up, he suddenly stood up and, while the crowd's amazed exclamations still echoed, declared, I challenge Qingchen. As his words landed, the entire audience fell silent as if someone had pressed a mute button, then erupted into hushed discussions. Everyone finally realized Zhou Taikuan's cunning calculation. On the arena, hearing this, Qingchen's brow twitched slightly. His greatest fear had finally materialized. After Zhou Taikuan, others would surely try to take advantage of his weakened state. If that was the case, then he'd fight with everything he had. If 100 came, he'd defeat all 100. The teaching assistant stepped onto the stage to infuse spiritual power into Qingtuan. Pale blue spiritual light flowed from his fingertips into Qingtuan's body, and the lightning patterns revived accordingly. Qingtuan's eyes blazed with cold light, sharp enough to seemingly pierce through the air. Zhou Taikuan stepped onto the arena with an apologetic expression. Qingchen, please forgive me. Even if I win this first place, it won't be an honorable victory. Qingchen merely shook his head, a flash of disgust passing through his eye. She had always despised these hypocrites who spoke politely while scheming relentlessly. Zhou Taikuan caught that hint of disdain. While maintaining his apologetic facade, anger flickered in his eyes. If that's how it is, then I won't show you any mercy. With a thought, the bifong on his shoulders spread its wings, and fierce flames roared to life. Fire waves rolled across the arena, and the temperature instantly soared. The bifong ranked 51st on the spirit beast rankings, naturally controlled flames, and its primal fire could rival those in the top 100 of the mystical fire rankings. Even more terrifying was its ability to devour and fuse with different flames, growing more fearsome as its level increased. Legend had it that the Flame King, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 12 heavenly kings, possessed a king-level bifong, whose flames ranked among the top 10 on the mystical fire rankings. At this moment, the bifong soared high with wings spread, its flames trailing into 2 scorching wind columns that swept directly toward Qingtuan. Child's play. Qingtuan flipped his left palm, and the mountain-breaking seal appeared with thunderous lightning. The seal transformed into a bolt of thunder light, tearing through the flame hurricane and striking toward the sky with undiminished force. The Bifong relied on its flight advantage, instantly activating movement skills and becoming a meteor trailing crimson flames, weaving and dodging in midair, attempting to prolong the battle and wear down Qingtuan's stamina. Qingchen saw through Zhou Taikuan's strategy: delay, exhaust, and wait for Qingtuan to tire. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one thing: speed was also Qingtuan's forte. 3,000 Thunderstrike. Lightning surged across Qingtuan's body. As thunder crackled and lightning flashed across the sky, Qingtuan easily caught up with Bifong, who had transformed into a shooting star. The electric light illuminated the cold gleam of the golden staff in its hands as the perfected six-harmony staff technique unfolded in layers upon layers, weaving countless striking shadows through the void, as if ready to shatter the very fabric of space itself. Flame explosion. With nowhere to retreat, Bifong was forced to gather its spiritual energy desperately. Its wings snapped shut and then spread wide in one violent motion. A compressed flame storm erupted with thunderous force, blazing white-hot as scorching waves surged outward. In the blinding firelight, Qingtuan was forced back several steps by the intense heat, its staff shadows scattering. Knowing it couldn't match Qingtuan's speed, Bifong immediately switched tactics. Its wings beat rapidly, sending arcs of flame like fiery feathers through the air, instantly filling the sky. In moments, over 100 fire arcs formed an impenetrable web of blades, sealing off all of Qingtuan's escape routes. Qingtuan had originally planned to break through by force, but suddenly its lips curved into a smirk. "You think you can wear me down with speed? Let me show you what real speed looks like." With that thought, it activated its mind's eye ability. The vertical eye on its back slowly opened, and the fire arcs in its vision seemed to be pulled into thick mud, transforming from swift arrows into crawling snails. Slow, far too slow. Lightning exploded at its feet. Qingtuan stepped forward, and 3,000 thunder movement streaked across the sky. Its form flashed like lightning as it strolled leisurely through the web of fire arcs. The blazing arcs couldn't even cast shadows on its body before being effortlessly left behind. Bifong's pupils contracted. Just as it realized what was happening, the golden staff came crashing down. Ultimate break. Lightning coiled within the staff's shadow, and when it collided with Bifong's wings, that tremendous thunder power erupted all at once. The thunderous roar was deafening as electric arcs ran wild. Screech. A piercing shriek tore through the clouds. Bifong's hastily raised defense crumbled like paper before the lightning staff, its aura instantly weakening. Before it could recover from its injuries, Qingtuan pressed the attack, relying on the ultimate mobility of 3,000 thunder movement and the perfected six-harmony staff technique to bat Bifong around like a ball, striking it again and again, making the mighty spirit beast look like a bedraggled chicken being chased and pecked. Damn it! On the other side, Zhou Taikuan watched with clenched teeth. Given Bifong's true strength, it shouldn't have been suppressed so miserably. But the poor tactical choice at the beginning, attempting to wear down Qingtuan with speed, had given Qingtuan the opening to counterattack. Now completely at a disadvantage, Bifong had almost no chance of turning the tables. "If that's how it is, then let's go for mutual destruction rather than lose so pathetically," he growled through gritted teeth, his intent instantly transmitted. Bifong had no choice but to comply, burning its final trump card. Crimson Flame Heaven-burning formation. Boom. Tremendous firepower surged from within its body. Red lights spread as scorching patterns suddenly appeared on the ground, like molten iron carved into the rock. In the next moment, white smoke billowed and burning waves crashed forward as heaven and earth seemed thrown into a furnace. Instantly, white smoke rolled everywhere. Mind's Eye. After channeling all her spiritual energy into the Mind's Eye skill, the ethereal vertical eye behind Qingtuan became increasingly solid, with mysterious light flickering around its edges. In an instant, the vertical eye seemed to pierce through layers of space, capturing threads of crimson barely visible to the naked eye. They sprouted from within the Bifong's body and snaked into the ground. As the threads traced patterns across the surface, scorching waves of heat surged forth, revealing a destructive formation containing extreme temperatures. There was still time. The Mind's Eye's ability to see through all things allowed Qingtuan to precisely lock onto the formation's critical nodes. She flipped her left palm and flicked her wrist. Lightning erupted, thunder tearing across the arena. Mountain-breaking seal. Bang! The sound wasn't deafening, yet it exploded in everyone's hearts within the venue. The Bifong's steadily rising momentum deflated like a punctured balloon in an instant. The flame formation, just one step away from completion, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Screech. The backlash swept through, its eyes rolled back, and it lost consciousness on the spot. The outcome was no longer in doubt. What's going on? Isn't this Zhou Taikuan ranked second? Why does he seem so weak? I feel the same way. Look at Ji Wando. At least he managed to put Qingchen in a tough spot initially. This guy, on the other hand, got crushed from start to finish. If the Bifong had used its specialty fighting style against that panda from the beginning, it would have been hard to say who'd win. But he chose to play it safe, entering the panda's domain. He deserved to get thrashed. Many Sharpied beast tamers below the stage quickly summarized. The Bifong and Swanee had comparable strength on paper, but their fighting styles and understanding were completely different, resulting in vastly different outcomes. Good stats on paper mean nothing if you can't use them properly otherwise. We might as well just compare test reports. Discussions rose and fell as Zhou Taikuan became a living cautionary tale. Leaving the stage in disgrace, tried to pick up an easy win, but ended up as a laughingstock. Qingchen stood beside Qingtuan, his expression calm as he swept his gaze across the audience. He knew full well that Zhou Taikuan was the first, but certainly wouldn't be the last. There would always be people harboring wishful thinking, believing they might be the ones to catch a lucky break. Didn't they say there were 5 A-grade prodigies in this batch? Where are the other 2? Exactly. Qingchen's in this state, and you don't dare step up? Embarrassing. If it were me, I would have charged up there already. Provocative shouts rose one after another as they hoped those with higher rankings would step forward to wear down Qingchen, allowing them to reap the benefits. However, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. Points couldn't be given away for free. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Qingchen was momentarily stunned. The situation was different from what he'd expected, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, just then, a figure slowly stood up. Looking at the familiar figure rising from the audience below, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. No one had expected the person standing up to be Bai Yi. The young man still wore his traditional long robe, his dark hair tied high, presenting a clean and composed appearance with calm, steady eyes. Qingchen, don't misunderstand, Bai Yi called out clearly, his tone steady yet carrying undisguised determination. I just want to know how great the gap between us has become. Ever since their last encounter, he had been eager to understand just how far apart they had grown. Meeting those clear eyes, Qingchen simply nodded in acknowledgement. With that, his third duel practice officially began. On the arena, Bai Yi summoned Qiongqi suddenly stepped forward. Wind-treading steps. Tigers roar through the mountains. A familiar opponent with familiar techniques. Yet these moves that had once drawn admiration at the exchange tournament were now virtually useless against Qingtuan. Lightning crackled beneath Qingtuan's feet as 3,000 thunder movement activated instantly. With a flip of his left arm, the sacred thunder wall shield rose like a curtain of lightning, blocking all of Qiongqi's fierce consecutive attacks. Only when they truly faced off again did Bai Yi fully grasp Qingtuan's transformation. If Qiongqi could still match him in their previous encounter, the gap between them now was like an abyss. Even so, he had no intention of surrendering. Though the outcome might be predetermined, he still wanted to see how far he could go. Qiongqi's wings folded behind its back. Golden iron shield. The defensive skill formed instantly. What had once amazed Qingchen was now but a fleeting moment before Qingtuan. Breakthrough. Thunder roared as torrential lightning erupted. Qiongqi was sent flying by a single strike, its massive body carving deep grooves across the arena floor. Yet Qingtuan didn't press his advantage, standing quietly in place with an indifferent gaze. Roar. Qiongqi's angry cry carried notes of helplessness. It understood the insurmountable chasm between itself and Qingtuan, but it refused to fall here. Heaven's slaughter. Overlord's thrust. Spiritual energy surged wildly within Qiongqi as it unleashed its trump card from advancing to silver rank. An ancient, weathered spear materialized behind it, instantly spreading an aura of slaughter and primordial savagery. In the next moment, the spear tore through the air, carrying world-destroying momentum as it thrust straight toward Qingtuan. Thunder's apex. Great sun falls. Facing Qiongqi's killing move, Qingtuan dared not be careless. He compressed his lightning to the extreme, and a blazing white sun suddenly exploded, transforming into blinding lightning that met the seemingly indestructible spear Hedon. Boom! A clash of titans. Thunder shook the air as savage killing intent swept across the entire venue. The spectators watched intently. Who could have imagined that Bai Yi, ranked 18th in the arena, could still force such a collision? For a moment, many secretly wondered if Qingchen might be defeated. Reality soon provided the answer. The ancient spear held for only a few breaths under the surging thunder flood before beginning to tremble violently from its tip, ultimately shattering inch by inch and dissolving into scattered light. The unobstructed torrent of lightning continued forward, threatening to completely engulf Qiongqi. At this moment, Qingtuan swung his staff and dispersed the thunderous power. Clearly, the outcome was decided. Bai Yi took a deep breath, cupped his fists toward Qingchen, and declared loudly, "This battle was exhilarating. This is how we should be. Only by drawing our blades against the stronger can we see our own shortcomings clearly. I've learned much." With those words, he nimbly leaped down from the platform. Bai Yi's words resonated throughout the audience. Everyone had come to the Dragon Group training camp to grow stronger, and now with a true prodigy standing before them, what was the point of backing down? Well said. The strong draw blades against the stronger. This battle, let me fight. The next match, let me take it. In an instant, the atmosphere below reversed. Those students who had previously wanted to coast by and climb the rankings through accumulated points were now replaced by surging passion and desire. They only wanted to spar with the strong and sharpen themselves through combat. Thus, Qingchen's fourth, fifth, sixth battle after battle unfolded in succession. Facing the continuous stream of opponents, Qingchen always held back, perhaps seeing the pure fighting spirit and battle intent in those opponents' eyes. He was unwilling to strike too harshly. However, these beast tamers indeed each had their unique tricks. Dream Phantom Butterfly, specializing in illusions. Earth Burrowing Beast, skilled at underground movement. Stealth Void Beast, capable of invisibility and transformation. After more than 10 consecutive battles, Qingtuan's arm muscles were trembling slightly, sweat beads rolling down the staff handle, and signs of fatigue finally appeared. This scene caught the eyes of everyone below, and hearts that had gradually quieted began stirring again. Let me fight. Zhu Tianming strode onto the platform, his voice carrying barely contained excitement. As Qingchen's old rival, he summoned his beast, the heaven-devouring beast, its massive maw opening wide, shadows instantly covering half the platform. This time, let's see where you can escape to. Qingchen's gaze remained cold and wordless. He understood clearly that Zhu Tianming's purpose differed from those previous opponents who simply sought improvement. This one was here to scavenge, wanting to score points while Qingtuan was exhausted, so there was no need for courtesy. Though Zhu Tianming appeared aggressive on the surface, he felt uneasy inside. He had wanted to observe a bit longer, but seeing Miao Angjun beside him looking eager to try, he had to rush onto the platform first. No one knew how much fighting strength Qingtuan had left, and if Miao Angjun got there first, he would lose out. Outside the platform, Miao Angjun grinned slyly. He had deliberately acted as if he wanted to go up, just to trick Zhu Tianming. Hadn't expected Zhu Tianming to actually fall for it. During the treasure hunt, if Zhu Tianming hadn't been cowardly at the crucial moment, how would he have lost all his beast resources to Qingchen? Thinking of this, the resentment in Miao Angjun's heart burned stronger, so he simply sent Zhu Tianming up first to test the waters. After this match ended, Qingchen would surely be more exhausted, making it perfect timing for his own entrance. Standing in the spectator area, he calculated secretly. Though Zhu Tianming was cunning and changeable with decent strength, if Qingchen wanted to defeat him, he would certainly have to expend considerable energy. Perhaps he could swoop in during the next battle and become the ultimate winner. At this thought, Miao Angjun's smile grew even broader. Though he was straightforward, he was never rigid in his thinking. Otherwise, how could he have previously joined forces with Zhu Tianming to block Qingchen? On the arena, perhaps having witnessed Bifang's defeat, the sky-devouring beast abandoned any war of attrition the moment it stepped onto the stage, directly clashing head-on with Qingtuan. Its blazing momentum nearly overturned the entire fighting platform. Two figures exchanged blows with fists and staff, wind swirling violently around them. In just dozens of exchanges, the bluestone tiles of the arena had already cracked into spider webs. Even so, the sky-devouring beast held its ground, its monstrous brute strength locked in a stalemate with Qingtuan's thunderous divine might. Great devouring technique. Pushed to its limits, the sky-devouring beast suddenly let out a fierce roar. The air began spinning violently, space tearing open like folded paper. A massive beast skull covered in black scales emerged from the rift, its bloody maw opening wide. Terrifying suction transformed into a raging hurricane, sweeping up broken stones, dust, and even the arena's railings into the air, determined to swallow Qingtuan whole. Thunder God descends, judgment. Facing such an assault, Qingtuan dared not be careless. His golden staff shot skyward, electric arcs exploding. In the blink of an eye, a thunder formation spread beneath his feet, densely interwoven runes rumbling like rolling thunder. In the next breath, a colossal figure formed of pure lightning soared into the air, its form like molten gold, both hands gripping a war halberd forged from electricity. Gathering power at its waist, it then thrust down fiercely at that sky-rending maw. Breaking limit. The moment the war halberd fell, Qingtuan forcibly activated his explosive secret technique. The accumulated thunder erupted with a thunderous crash, blinding radiance turning half the arena snow white, instantly vaporizing the air and causing eardrums to ache. What followed was a spine-chilling, piercing wail. The beast's skull was pierced through, then collapsed into vast clouds of black mist in the air. The wailing gradually faded, and victory was decided. In this battle, Qingchen won again. However, when Qingtuan landed, his complexion appeared even paler than before, fine sweat beading on his forehead. Let me go? Let me go? I challenged first, so I should go first. The crowd below, noticing Qingtuan's exhaustion, began shouting to get on stage, afraid of missing this golden opportunity. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat at the edge of the stands, watching this scene with coldness flickering in her eyes. Indeed, she had always hoped to see Qingchen suffer defeat, but what she wanted was an honorable loss. not being worn down by a gauntlet of opponents. There's something wrong with the rules of our combat drill. Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but turn to Mu Qing beside her, speaking in a low voice. This isn't fair at all. What loses isn't ability, but the system itself. That's true, but where in this world is there real fairness? Contrary to her expectations, Mu Qing, who usually favored Qingchen, didn't argue against the rules. Instead, she smiled slightly, her tone calm. Do you think the Dragon Group training camp has operated for so many years without encountering this situation? Though rare, it's not unprecedented, just never as dramatic as with Qingchen. What those people could accomplish, Qingchen can accomplish too. At this point, Mu Qing seemed to think of something, her smile deepening. Jiang Xiaoxiao, however, was completely confused. Her straightforward nature and laziness about researching materials meant she had no concept of what Mu Qing meant by what they could accomplish. Thus, a trace of bewilderment remained on her brow. As for what Mu Qing had just mentioned about what they could accomplish, Jiang Xiaoxiao had no idea what that actually meant. Watching Mu Qing maintain his mysterious silence, Jiang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to patiently continue observing. On the arena, Zhu Tianming retreated in defeat. Next, Qingchen's old rival Miao Ingjun stepped onto the stage. With crimson flames surging beside him, it was the Skyfire Beast. It's you two again, someone exclaimed from the stands. Miao Ingjun's expression was resolute. Yes, but this time the outcome will be completely different. As his words fell, the Skyfire Beast's flames erupted violently. Its true fire form instantly materialized, charging toward Qingtuan with scorching heat waves. Qingtuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning as its thunder avatar manifested with a thunderous roar, meeting the attack with its staff. Fire and lightning exploded at the center of the arena with deafening force. Through dozens of lightning-fast exchanges, the two figures became mere afterimages. Soon, the tide turned again. The Skyfire Beast was beaten back step by step. How is this possible? That panda looks completely exhausted, so how can it still unleash such powerful combat strength? Exactly. Every time it fights, it's like it instantly recovers full health. Could it be some kind of fatigue-reducing skill? There's no way such an overpowered skill exists. Rule that out first. Discussions erupted throughout the crowd. Finally, both beasts unleashed their ultimate attacks. Thunder split the sky, true fire scattered, and the Skyfire Beast crashed to the ground in defeat once more. The clamor at the arena's edge instantly fell silent. Whether considering its outward exhaustion or inner explosive power, Qingtuan exceeded everyone's understanding, leaving the crowd unable to make sense of it. After a brief quiet, someone still refused to believe it and stepped forward. Qingchen was thus drawn into a new round of consecutive battles. Opponents climbed onto the stage one after another, only to retreat in defeat one by one. Soon the area below the arena was littered with the disappointed. No one knew exactly how many had fallen, but when the number of challengers broke 100, Qingtuan was already using its golden staff to support its body, chest heaving violently, yet still refusing to fall. The teaching assistant's voice was hoarse. Anyone else want to try? He glanced toward the area below the arena, his heart equally shaken beyond words. Maintaining an undefeated record through 100 consecutive matches, if this wasn't the top combat power, then what was? Only a handful of people below still had challenging qualifications. Zhao Manhan, Feng Feng, Shi Yusher, and one other student. Feng Feng recalled that day when the Thunder Panda avatar had barehandedly captured the teaching assistant in the storm's lightning and faced down an armed squad. His spine still went cold at the memory, and he absolutely refused to make another move. Shi Yusher also had no possibility of taking the stage now. Thus, only 4 people remained who could truly act. The temptation of the top ranking and the shame of possible crushing defeat pulled their thoughts in all directions. After a moment of silent standoff, one person suddenly clenched his fist, as if giving himself an ultimatum. I came here to challenge myself, not to pick up scraps. He fiercely encouraged himself, then stepped onto the arena. His spirit beast was a dragon elephant, renowned for its absolute strength. Dragon Elephant Charge. At the center of the arena, the coiled dragon python elephant resembled a moving mountain, its solid muscles bulging in layers. It suddenly retreated before surging forward, tearing the air into 2 violent vortexes as the phantoms of a dragon and an elephant materialized, roaring as they thundered toward Qingtuan. Qingtuan flipped his left palm, and a bullseyed mountain-breaking seal instantly appeared. Whoosh! Lightning crackled as the seal dragged a long electric arc behind it, arriving in a flash. Bang! Before everyone's eyes, the mountain-breaking seal was forcibly knocked away by the twin dragon-elephant phantoms. The undiminished phantoms immediately crashed toward Qingtuan's chest, devouring thunder armor. In this critical moment, his protective instincts triggered. Fine black scales erupted from beneath his skin, forming pitch-black battle armor in the blink of an eye, with vague black holes swirling across its surface. The fierce impact exploded against the armor, only forcing Qingtuan to stagger back several steps. Even so, gasps of shock rose from the crowd below. This beast tamer, ranked merely 80th, had actually broken through Qingtuan's offensive with a single move and forced him back. This meant Qingtuan's combat power had fallen to dangerous levels, and Qingchen's seemingly unshakable 100-battle winning streak might very well end at the hands of this unknown challenger. The beast tamer clearly realized this too, his face flushing with sickly excitement as he urged his mind forward, making the coiled dragon python elephant's attacks even more ferocious. Qingtuan could only defend passively, desperately holding on to buy time. Mind's eye. After the relentless assault, the coiled dragon python elephant's movements visibly slowed. Qingtuan immediately channeled his remaining spiritual power into his mind's eye skill. The mysterious vertical pupil behind him snapped open with a pop, revealing every weakness in perfect clarity. Thunder's apex. Great sun falls. Enduring the soul-tearing exhaustion, he raised the golden staff phantom high as a thunderous great sun suddenly crashed down. The coiled dragon python elephant's thick hide made it impossible for ordinary techniques to deliver a killing blow, so Qingtuan had no choice but to use another trump card, giving his opponent no chance to drag out a counterattack. In the next instant, the golden staff fell and the thunder sun exploded, destructive torrents churning as they completely engulfed the coiled dragon python elephant. As the rumbling faded, the massive beast phantom was knocked to the ground. Defeat was certain. The beast tamer left the stage through gritted teeth, roaring in frustrated indignation. Just a little more. So close to victory. However, victory brought no moment of relief. Qingtuan's aura appeared even more depleted. Though the teaching assistant restored his spiritual power, mental exhaustion couldn't be immediately replenished. Ahead, at least 3 more hard battles awaited him. Sure enough, as soon as the previous beast tamer stepped down, another had already rushed up impatiently. Every moment gained now would increase their chances of victory later. Shall we begin now? The teaching assistant on stage quietly asked Qingchen. Originally, this wasn't part of the procedure, but clearly, this assistant had already been won over by Qingchen. Before Qingchen could respond, the beast tamer who had just stepped onto the stage immediately urged him to accept the challenge. Around the arena, the crowd surged like waves. Qingchen smoothed out his long robe, a hint of coldness flickering across his lips. Since you're so eager to hand me points, I'll gladly accept them. He stared expressionlessly at the beast tamer, as if telling his opponent, don't mistake me for an easy target. Begin. The teaching assistant's flag dropped, and the new round of combat instantly ignited the entire venue. Qingtuan 3000 Thunderstrike. Boom! Fine threads of lightning exploded from Qingtuan's body, weaving into an electric net. In the blink of an eye, only countless blue-white lightning arcs flickered across the arena, and Qingtuan's form completely vanished within the rushing torrent of electricity. Breaking strike. The lightning suddenly converged, and a staff shadow condensed from thunder swept across horizontally. The beast tamer didn't even have time to see his opponent clearly before being knocked off the arena along with his beast, crashing heavily against the protective barrier. Pathetically weak. Qingchen spoke indifferently, then recalled the exhausted Qingtuan whose breathing had become irregular. Below the arena, the defeated challenger's face burned red with shame, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. Only now did he understand the vast gap between them. Even with Qingtuan utterly exhausted, he still couldn't withstand a single move. Humiliation and regret intertwined as he covered his face and slunk away from the arena. 2 challengers remained on the field. With the situation having reached this point, neither wanted to concede defeat, so a new battle immediately commenced. The third challenger's beast specialized in long-range attrition. Light orbs and wind blades came wave after wave, forcing Qingtuan to dodge continuously as his spiritual energy rapidly depleted. In this battle, Qingtuan nearly collapsed from exhaustion, his steps growing heavier and heavier. However, just when the audience thought the tide was turning, Qingtuan suddenly raised his head, and a flash of purple lightning exploded from the depths of his pupils. Once more, 3000 Thunderstrike. The thunder current boiled again, his speed increasing beyond what the naked eye could track. In just one breath, the staff shadow pierced through the air, and the opponent's beast was sent flying with a single strike, crashing heavily at the arena's edge. Qingchen narrowly maintained his winning streak. Victory was decided, and all eyes simultaneously locked onto Chow Manhan. Everyone could see that Qingtuan's condition had hit rock bottom at this moment. Anyone who stepped up could potentially end Qingchen's record. Therefore, whether Qingchen could continue his winning streak depended entirely on whether Chow Manhan would make his move. Damn it, he gets to take advantage in the end. He really knows how to bide his time. Do you think he'll give up? After all, winning like this wouldn't be honorable. What are you thinking? The opportunity is right there. Anyone can see that Qingchen is the strongest among the newcomers today. If he wants to reach the top, this is his only chance. Amid the noisy discussions, Chow Manhan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The shame of a dishonorable victory wrestled with his desire for triumph, making him clench his teeth. Why should others be able to seize opportunities while he hesitated? Taking a step forward, he raised his head and shouted, I challenge you. The crowd erupted, and his long-awaited battle finally began. Chao Manhen stepped onto the arena, and Qingchen smiled helplessly. Originally, he had also planned to challenge Chao Manhen, never expecting that this battle was ultimately unavoidable. I'm sorry, Qingchen, but I really don't want to give up. Chao Manhen's voice was tight, both anxious and resolute. Qingchen shook his head gently. This was your opportunity to begin with, and besides, I'm not necessarily going to lose. That single sentence shattered the last of Chao Manhen's inner conflict, and his eyes immediately lit up. Facing the composed Qingchen, he cast aside all negative emotions and clenched his fists. What he wanted now was to have a fair and square showdown with Qingchen. Thunder Winged Dragon. Chao Manhen's beast companion resembled a Western dragon, essentially a giant lizard with wings. Though it couldn't compare to the rarity of Eastern true dragons, it still carried a trace of true dragon bloodline within its body, making its combat prowess equally formidable. Qingchen, my Thunder Winged Dragon has mastered the Netherworld Wind Thunder, ranked 99th on the mystical thunder list. Be careful. As Chao Manhen's words fell, the Thunder-Winged Dragon stomped heavily on the arena's stone slabs, sending debris flying as it launched the first attack. On the other side, Qingchen stepped forward with his right foot, and a silver-white lightning bolt shot skyward. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, ranked 89th on the mystical thunder list, instantly formed a thunderous manifestation. At peak condition, the Thunder-Winged Dragon would hardly be a match for it, but now Qingchen's aura was chaotic and his condition extremely poor. In their first clash, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the Thunder-Winged Dragon's Netherworld Wind Thunder, which combined both speed and penetrating power. The audience below remained calm, having already considered this outcome inevitable. Everyone silently sighed, acknowledging that Chao Manhen had kept his composure and successfully seized the opportunity at the last moment. This too was a manifestation of strength. In the arena, Qingchen launched attack after attack, only to have them easily neutralized by the Thunder-Winged Dragon. Sorry, but I'm taking first place. With Chao Manhen's mental command, the Thunder-Winged Dragon spread its wings wide, and behind it appeared a dark purple netherworld scene. Broken ruins scattered with withered bones, howling ghostly winds, and shadow lightning occasionally crashing down to illuminate the incomplete skeletal remains. Netherworld Wind Thunder Prison. This was the Thunder-Winged Dragon's strongest offensive technique, comprehended through the fusion of its mastery of Netherworld Wind Thunder with its innate abilities. As it channeled its full power, a prison woven from lightning and illusions descended like a mirage, completely enveloping Qingchen. Whoosh! Bone-chilling winds transformed into countless invisible blade fragments that sliced through the air in intersecting patterns. Shadow lightning lurked in the darkness like venomous serpents, ready to strike viciously at any moment. Qingchen seemed trapped within a massive formation fraught with danger. Mind's eye. A vertical eye outlined in white suddenly opened behind Qingchen's back, instantly seeing through the formation's structure and capturing its weaknesses. However, he held back, waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a killing blow. At the same time, he clearly sensed that he was on the verge of comprehending a new technique that would truly belong to him, was just one step away. The Thunder-Winged Dragon increased its spiritual energy infusion, and the netherworld power clung like a persistent curse, continuously eroding Qingchen's spiritual energy and soul. The ghostly winds were sharp as blades, and shadow lightning lay in ambush, ready to crash down at any moment. Surrounded on all sides, seeing enemies everywhere. Yet Qingchen remained unperturbed. He simply gripped his golden staff tighter, his gaze resolute. He believed he would not be defeated. In an instant, Qingchen sprang into action. First, he unleashed a thunderous storm with his staff, burying all the oncoming ghostly wind blades. Then he leaped powerfully, soaring several zhang into the air, his figure ascending against gravity as his golden staff traced a blazing arc through the sky, striking fiercely at the dark heavens above. I will not let this sky blind my eyes again. Lioha. Heaven-shattering staff. As his staff descended, countless phantom staffs followed. Behind Qingchen, innumerable staff shadows surged like mighty waves, all striking the celestial dome together, causing the entire void to tremble. Thunder exploded, lightning crisscrossed, as the power of staff and heaven, thunder collided heated. The aftershocks rolled and churned, threatening to uproot the entire arena. When the lightning dispersed, Qingchen stood suspended in midair, his previous exhaustion completely gone, replaced by a peak condition even greater than at the battle's start. With a sweeping glance, he had already identified the core pillar of the Nine Netherwind Thunder Prison. Destroy that pillar, and the formation would collapse on its own. Take another strike from me. Today, if 100 stand against me, 100 shall fall. All enemies shall be reduced to dust. He roared as thunder gathered with tremendous force. Lioha. Buddha's Wrath. A three-metertal thunderous Dharma form rose from behind him, its entire body purple gold, like a thunder-bathed Buddha. The Dharma form's eyes blazed with fury as it channeled all its rolling thunder power into the golden staff. The massive staff rose, then crashed down heavily. Boom. like a divine mountain that had slumbered for 10,000 ages awakening at this moment. The accumulated power of countless eons poured forth all at once. Thunder waves swept across the arena, instantly tearing apart the barrier of the 9 Netherwind Thunder Prison. The assistant instructors below immediately intervened, rescuing Chao Manhin and Lei Yilong from the arena, for with Lei Yilong's strength, he could never have withstood Qingtuan's sudden explosive killing move. Chao Manhin lost. The audience erupted in shock. How did that panda suddenly recover full strength? Was he acting the whole time? Impossible. He was truly at death's door just moments ago. He comprehended a new technique at the crucial moment, and the rule feedback restored him to full health. That's absolutely incredible. Voices buzzed with excitement as thunder continued to surge across the arena. Only when the lightning gradually subsided could everyone finally see clearly that figure illuminated by purple electricity. Qingtuan, gripping his golden staff, standing motionless. In the next moment, a deep purple lightning pillar exploded behind him, coating his entire form in brilliant thunder radiance, like an undefeated war god. New king, someone whispered, and those 2 words instantly took root and grew wildly in everyone's hearts. King level was the supreme pinnacle for beast tamers, where countless prodigies had met their downfall. Yet at this moment, no one doubted that the war bear on stage would step into that realm. Possessed the aura of invincibility, the bearing of a newly born king. What Mu Qing had spoken of as achieving it was right before their eyes. Watching that figure standing proudly in the sea of lightning, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps she too had to admit that the current Qingchen was far more dazzling and monstrous than she herself had been in the past. Is anyone else going to challenge Qingchen? The teaching assistant's clear voice rang out across the arena, and the crowd below fell silent in an instant. Looking around, only Feng Feng and Shi Yushi still had challenge attempts remaining, but these 2 were absolutely determined not to make a move. As for the others, just thinking about Qingtuan, who had returned to peak form and perhaps even surpassed it, made them instinctively shrink back. No one dared face that spear-like sharpness. Qingtuan had now become the undisputed #1 among the training camp recruits, a fact that neither Ji Wandao, Zhou Taikuan, nor any of the staff and instructors disputed. After all, this first place was truly earned. 100 consecutive battles, 100 victories. Seeing no response, the teaching assistant shrugged and announced loudly, "Well then, today's duel practice ends here." He then smiled kindly at Qingchen and gave Qingtuan a thumbs up. Witnessing such a record being made left even him amazed. Qingchen raised his hand, recalled Qingtuan into his beast taming space, and walked down the arena steps. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing stood up together and stepped onto the platform. "Hello everyone." Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded in greeting first, and after some pleasantries, she looked deeply at Qingchen and pulled up the arena rankings. Unsurprisingly, first place Qingchen. Next came the total points leaderboard. First place, Qingchen, over 80,000 points. Second place, Feng Feng, 800. Third place, Shi Yushi, only 300. Everyone else, all zeros across the board. The crowd below looked at the rankings, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They had originally hoped to pick up some easy points, but ended up with nothing. The good news, they were all tied for 4th place now. The bad news, this 4th place was shared by over 100 people. Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her hand to her forehead and simply closed this embarrassing leaderboard, thinking to herself, could being a head instructor for once really bring this many bizarre situations? After taking a deep breath to calm herself, her expression became serious and her voice steady. The training program will now be adjusted. The crowd instinctively looked toward Qingchen, wondering if measures would be taken to address this monopoly situation. Before various speculations could fully form, Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke again. "In 3 days, we'll head to Qinglong City for an internal exchange competition. Our opponents, the beast tamers from the Sakura Nation, who've been living quite comfortably." As her words landed, the entire venue erupted. The Sakura Nation. The DNA of every Dragon Nation citizen present was instantly ignited. Historically, the Dragon Nation had experienced a period of weakness when various countries invaded, with the Sakura Nation being the most aggressive, burning, killing, and pillaging without limits, slaughtering millions of Dragon Nation people, including many beast tamers who possessed only basic survival abilities. At that critical moment of life and death, powerful beast tamers emerged from all corners of the Dragon Nation. Fearless of sacrifice, putting the greater good before their own families, they shed their blood and gave their lives, fighting step by step until they finally drove all invaders out of the Dragon Nation. During that era in the Dragon Kingdom, the phrase, "every inch of territory paid for with blood, millions of youth becoming soldiers," was no exaggeration. It was through that baptism of blood and fire that the Dragon Kingdom's fortune flourished and its national strength grew by leaps and bounds, now firmly established among the 5 most powerful nations on the continent. While the current continental situation remains relatively peaceful, and various practical considerations prevent the Dragon Kingdom from declaring war on the Sakura Kingdom for now, Should that day ever come, no citizen of the Dragon Kingdom would forget that history written in blood and tears. Why must one's bones rest in native soil? Every mountain under heaven can be one's resting place. Though this was merely an exchange competition, the fact that their opponents were from the Sakura Kingdom changed everything. Even Qingchen, who had crossed over from another world, felt his blood boiling as the histories of both worlds largely aligned. Has this golden opportunity to crush the Sakura Kingdom finally fallen to me? This battle I must win. The crowd below roared in unison, their voices shaking the rafters. Before matters of national honor, personal gains and losses seemed insignificant. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood at the center of the arena, her expression stern and her tone more solemn than ever. We of the Dragon Group are the sharpest shield and spear, representing the Dragon Kingdom itself. This battle we cannot lose. Everyone's expression grew grave, and the previously noisy training ground fell silent in an instant. Jiang Xiaoxiao continued. The glory won with blood and lives by our predecessors must never be squandered by our generation. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. The thunderous response shook the very air, and even the busy support staff felt their hearts surge with passion, wishing they could march on the Sakura Kingdom immediately. Now I'll announce the participants for the exchange competition. Jiang Xiaoxiao surveyed the entire venue. The team consists of 10 members. Qingchen will serve as captain, and the remaining 9 positions will be determined by comprehensive rankings in the arena 2 days from now. As her words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Qingchen in unisano words were needed. His previous single-handed sweep of the entire field had already proven he deserved the captain's position. With him leading them, everyone actually felt relieved, while Qingchen as an opponent was terrifying. As a teammate he was reassuring. 2.5 days remain, train with everything you have. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing left the arena. The gloom of being crushed by Qingchen was instantly replaced by burning determination. The training ground filled with the sounds of clashing metal and shouted commands. No one wanted to miss the chance to face beast tamers from the Sakura Kingdom because every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom harbored the same simple wish, to crush the Sakura Kingdom. Meanwhile, Qingchen rolled his neck, joints crackling. Thinking of the 300 merit points in his possession, he turned and strode toward the exchange center. With the competition imminent, he had to squeeze every ounce of potential from himself. The Dragon Group's treasury was filled with treasures of all kinds, each gleaming with cold light. After careful consideration, Qingchen spent 200 merit points to acquire a silver-grade beast taming skill, Chains of Order, specifically prepared for Gyue. By his calculations, Gyue would advance to silver grade in another 2 or 3 days, and once she could unleash Chains of Order, it would certainly give their opponents quite a shock. Over the next 2.5 days, every newcomer except Qingchen threw themselves into intense training. They sparred on the arena platforms and charged into beast lairs, everyone drenched in sweat, desperate to climb another level during this brief preparation period. Qingchen, however, let Qingtuan rest completely for 2 days to recover from the exhaustion of fighting 100 consecutive battles, then focused on analyzing the techniques and reflexes gained from those 100 fights. With the simplification system at his disposal, he wasn't worried about Qingtuan falling behind due to missing actual combat. Time slipped away quietly amid the intensive training and recovery. On the evening of the 3rd day, an assembly message arrived, and everyone immediately headed to the arena. Just as Qingchen and the others settled into their seats, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing appeared on stage right on schedule, with Jiang Xiaoxiao raising her hand to activate the duel rankings. 1st place, Qingchen. 2nd place, Ji Wandao. 3rd place, Zhou Taikuan. After 2.5 days of continuous challenges, the top 5 positions remained firmly held by these 5 newcomer beast tamers who had received initial grade A evaluations. Top 10 on the arena rankings stepped forward. All 10 rose in unison, their backs straight as spears. Instructor Mu Qing and I will lead the team. We depart now for Azure Dragon City. As Jiang Xiaoxiao's words landed, she turned and left the stage, with Mu Qing following closely behind. Qingchen and the others silently fell in line, walking out of the arena. The remaining students watched them leave when suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Everyone, bring glory to our Dragon Kingdom. We await your triumphant return." The voice echoed, and another person picked up the call, the same shout suddenly rising in waves. "Everyone, bring glory to our Dragon Kingdom. We await your triumphant return." The chants grew louder and louder, swirling beneath the vast arena dome like war drums before battle, stirring everyone's blood. Outside, an armed helicopter waited. After everyone boarded, the rotors roared to life, and the steel bird lifted off. Through the porthole, the training base rapidly shrank below. Qingchen could still hear that rallying cry echoing in his ears. He clenched his right fist, his gaze resolute. This battle will not be lost. The helicopter reached Azure Dragon City and landed steadily on the rooftop of a tall building. Everyone filed out. "The exchange competition is tomorrow afternoon," Jiang Xiaoxiao said. noticing everyone's slightly tense expressions and making a spontaneous decision. Tonight, let's explore Azure Dragon City and relax properly. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. Being too tense can throw off your judgment. Rest is also part of preparation. Everyone understood the weight of responsibility and voiced their agreement. If they lost tomorrow's battle, it wouldn't just be their own faces at stake, but the honor of the Dragon Kingdom behind them. For Qingchen and his teammates, the pressure on their shoulders was immense. After all, victory was expected, and any failure would bring a torrent of criticism, not to mention they genuinely didn't want to lose to the land of cherry blossoms. To unwind and ease their nerves before the big battle, Qingchen and the other 9 members split up to explore Azure Dragon City at night. Azure Dragon City was the heart of the entire Azure Dragon Prefecture, with towering buildings ablaze with lights, maglev cars and sky rails weaving through the air, and neon lights painting the night in cyberpunk blues and purples. Yet compared to all this bustling noise, Qingchen preferred the warmth of street life. After wandering through several turns, he slipped into a secluded alley. Though narrow, the street was packed with temporary food stalls, grilled skewers, barbecue, fried rice with charcoal fires sending up fragrant smoke mixed with sizzling oil. He randomly picked a stall and sat down on a low plastic stool, ordering a few snacks. When the hot dishes arrived, the sizzling sounds mixed with aromatic steam drifted to his nose. Qingchen lowered his head to taste the food, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace. This prosperous age is as you wished it to be. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, he stood up and stretched, preparing to return to the hotel. Just as he lifted his foot, there was a sudden crash ahead not far away. Someone had overturned a small Odin stall, spilling scalding broth everywhere. The vendor was an elderly grandmother with graying hair, her pants soaked by the soup as she cowered on the ground. Qingchen's brow immediately furrowed. Then, a string of broken Chinese assaulted his ears. Chinese pigs. How dare you Chinese pigs plagiarize the noble cuisine of my cherry blossom nation? And you've turned it into street food. It's so disgusting. Are you deliberately trying to smear my cherry blossom nation's reputation? The speaker was a short, stocky young man holding a bowl of Odin. As his words ended, he actually poured the remaining hot broth over the old woman's head. Steam rose as the elderly grandmother screamed in pain. The surrounding young people could no longer contain themselves in Dragon Nation soil. How could they let someone from the Cherry Blossom Nation bully their elder? 3 young men rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. The fat man snorted coldly. Heh, a bunch of Chinese pigs. Remember your grandfather's name, Mikawa Kento. With that, he sneered, bent down to grab a half-meter iron rod from the ground, suddenly lunged forward and swung his arms. Bushido. Whoosh! The sound of cutting air cracked like firecrackers as the iron rod swept horizontally, sending all 3 young men flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, clutching their chests and groaning. Wow, so amazing. Truly worthy of the cherry blossom Bushido. I admire, absolutely extraordinary. Chinese men are just so weak, ugh. Several young women in the crowd actually applauded excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Hearing this praise, Mikawa Kento was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. This is the Dragon Nation? This is the so-called Dragon Nation, one of the 5 great powers? What a joke. Amid his laughter, he was already eyeing the girls who had cheered, his gaze brazen and unrestrained. But hey, I like it. He licked his lips while appraising his prey, calculating in his mind. Having some fun tonight wouldn't be bad after all. He could just pull up his pants and leave. What was there to fear? So this is what Bushido really is, secretly using beast taming power? Typical of these cherry blossom country folks, preaching honor and righteousness while pulling dirty tricks behind the scenes. Mikawa Kento raised his iron rod triumphantly. In that moment of self-satisfaction, a cold rebuke drifted from the back of the crowd, not loud, but cutting through everyone's eardrums like a blade. Hearing this, Mikawa Kento was first stunned, then fury surged through him, his eyes growing wary. Anyone who could detect the beast power hidden in his strike was no ordinary person. Under everyone's gaze, a black-clad youth named Qingchen approached with his hands behind his back, his steps leisurely, yet carrying an intimidating sharpness. Before Mikawa Kento could retort, several girls standing nearby jumped to his defense. Who are you? What gives you the right to say he used beast power? Exactly. Can't we tell for ourselves whether he used beasts or not? Ugh, another delusional guy who can't admit when someone else is excellent. Qingchen turned his gaze toward them, his eyes cold as ice. Though he didn't know what these girls had experienced, they seemed to guard their little world fiercely, lashing out at everyone they met. Shut up. Having returned from countless battles, Qingchen carried an aura of invincible dominance. Though still faint, it was enough to make these powerless girls feel suffocated. At his sharp command, they immediately shrank back like mice before a tiger, even softening their breathing. Sir, treating young ladies this way is hardly gentlemanly, quite crude, actually. Mikawa Kento spoke up timely, adopting a protective stance to win their hearts. Sure enough, the girls looked at him with grateful, adoring eyes, then mustered courage to scold Qingchen again. But Qingchen merely glanced back, raising an eyebrow as his intimidating presence washed over them. The girls' newfound courage instantly crumbled, their feet unconsciously stepping backward. A bunch of self-centered trash. You can't see bullying when it's right in front of you. Can't see acts of justice, either you only focus on what you want to see. And you call yourselves human. Qingchen's tone was flat, yet each word cut like a knife, stabbing deep into those girls' hearts. The facts were clear. Mikawa Kinto had bullied a blind old man. 3 boys had bravely intervened only to be defeated. Yet in some people's eyes, they couldn't see the villainy, but instead mocked justice. Ridiculous. Shameless. Since you're being so rude, then I, Mikawa Kinto, will teach you a lesson on behalf of these lovely ladies, you Chinese pig. To leave a deep impression on himself and the girls, and for his late-night happiness, Mikawa Kinto gripped his iron rod tightly and stepped forward. Demon Blade Princess, assist me. He called to his beast in his mind. The next instant, the previously dull iron rod was wrapped in invisible evil flames. With his special talent and beast abilities, he could directly overlay his beast's power onto his weapon, unleashing its might without summoning, a trick that could fool most beast tamers. This was precisely why Mikawa Kinto loved masquerading as a Bushido master. He deliberately avoided summoning his beast, pretending to win through martial arts alone to deceive his enemies. When opponents let their guard down, he would suddenly unleash Demon Blade Princess's power while pretending he hadn't summoned any beast, launching attacks that greatly reduced enemy vigilance before delivering a killing blow. However, this time, he was facing Qingchen. Under Qingtuan's continuously activated mind's eye and Guiyue's natural sensitivity to void fluctuations, every subtle beast-taming movement by Mikawa Kinto was laid bare. Qingchen had already caught sight of his opponent's every trick, so when Mikawa Kinto prepared to use the same old tactics, he simply focused his thoughts within the beast-taming space. Qingtuan gripped his staff and leaped forward. 3,000 thunder strikes. Lightning tore through the air as golden staff shadows instantly filled Mikawa Kinto's vision. Bang! With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. The bump swelling on his forehead was visibly growing larger. Despicable Chinese pig! Mikawa Kinto roared as he scrambled to his feet, venomous curses spilling from his lips. I intended to face you with my own strength, yet you summoned your beast. Are all Dragon Kingdom people such cowards? Can't handle losing. He deliberately raised his voice, a mocking glint flickering in his eyes. As long as he could muddy the waters and leave Qingchen unable to defend himself, he could use this to smear the entire Dragon Kingdom's reputation. Apart from Qingchen, no one present could prove he had secretly channeled beast power. This was his trump card. The expressions of the surrounding onlookers indeed began to change. Ahem, young man. If we're going to win, we should win fair and square. That's right. You should let that Sakura Kingdom fellow hit you with his staff first, no. Twice, then have a fair duel. Exactly. That's what we call justice. Hearing these rational centrists speak with such righteous indignation, Qingchen laughed in fury, looking at them as if they were nothing more than jumping clowns. Several of the speakers felt uneasy under his gaze, yet still argued stubbornly. We're being purely rational in our analysis. What's wrong with that? Rationality should also come with humanity, Qingchen said coolly. Before his words had fully faded, Mikawa Kinto was already charging forward in a crouch, his iron staff sweeping horizontally while still shouting. Gutless Chinese pig, do you dare compete with your grandfather here, using only your own strength? Such crude provocation, trying to scheme against a Chinese person? Qingchen sneered coldly. If that's how it is, all's fair in war, what can you do about it? His thoughts stirred again. Qingtuan's lightning reappeared, and the staff shadow came crashing down toward the other side of Mikawa Kinto's forehead. Mikawa Kinto's eyelids twitched frantically. Though he could borrow some of his beast's power, it was far inferior to the real thing, and right now he simply couldn't block this strike from Qingtuan. If he summoned his beast now, all his carefully laid plans would be ruined. But if he didn't summon it, defeat was certain. In his moment of hesitation, a brutal and fierce torrent suddenly swept past from his side, charging straight at Qingtuan. Who is it? Who's there? After Qingtuan rolled away to dodge the sudden fierce attack, Qingchen and Mikawa Kinto both turned their heads toward the direction of the assault. At the end of their sight, a 5-member Alliance enforcement squad was rapidly approaching, their rigid uniforms reflecting an oppressive aura under the lights. How dare you engage in public combat and challenge the Alliance's authority? One squad member stepped forward, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Summoning spirit beasts for private fights in public places is a serious violation of Alliance regulations. Mikawa Kinto's lips curled into a sinister smile as he retorted. Everyone here can testify that I, Mikawa Kinto, never summoned any spirit beast. On the contrary, this Dragon Nation citizen attacked me with his Beastis, this what Dragon Nation calls great power demeanor. The 5 enforcement officers simultaneously narrowed their eyes. When they arrived, they had indeed only witnessed Qingchen summoning his spirit beast. And since the other party was a foreigner, Any mishandling would surely spark an online storm. People around were already raising their phones to record, with camera flashes going off continuously. Captain, what should we do? A newly recruited squad member whispered, his palms slightly sweaty. Take them all back first to minimize the impact, the captain ordered in a low voice, waving his right hand as two officers immediately moved toward Qingchen and Mikawa Kinto. What are you doing? I'm a foreign guest. Seeing the silver restraint bracelets light up, Mikawa Kinto immediately raised his voice. Everyone can testify that I didn't summon any spirit beast. Are you trying to frame me and damage the friendship between Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation, stirring up conflict? Sure enough, his outburst instantly ignited the emotions of the onlookers. Several girls who had already disliked Qingchen shrieked, "Family! Who understands? A foreign friend comes to promote friendship but gets framed by a local guy. In this dark country, I can't stand staying even one more day. Foreign air is so much freer." Several self-proclaimed rational centrists among the bystanders also chimed in. "Officers, I can testify that the foreign friend isn't lying. He didn't summon any spirit beast. He's innocent. Our great dragon nation doesn't stoop to bullying guests from afar. We shouldn't favor our own over justice. He's truly done nothing wrong." Hearing the indignant accusations from all around, the enforcement squad found themselves in a dilemma. On one side was a foreign guest. On the other was surging public opinion. Forceful law enforcement would likely trigger an even bigger uproar. At this moment, the deputy captain whispered in the captain's ear, "I suggest we first take away the young man who privately summoned the spirit beast for investigation." Looking at his beast, it's just a lifestyle-type giant panda with no significant background. Even if we're proven wrong later, it won't matter much. The Sakura Nation citizen is a foreign guest. After all, let's give him a verbal warning first to avoid bad publicity. The other three officers nodded in agreement. The captain frowned as he weighed the options. The longer they delayed, the more variables would arise. Since he couldn't find a better solution for the moment, he finally said grimly, "Since there's no better way to handle this, let's go with the deputy captain's suggestion." At the enforcement captain's command, a spirit-suppressing ring designed to block spiritual power was clamped onto Qingchen's right forearm. The cold metal pressed against his skin as azure runes quickly lit up, forcibly suppressing the spiritual energy within his body. Meanwhile, the enforcement officer closest to Mikawa Takedo merely gave him an emotionless verbal warning before turning to let him go. "What are you doing?" Qingchen finally couldn't hold back, his voice cold as a blade. Earlier, he had assumed they would all go to the enforcement hall together where everything would be investigated. But now it was clear the enforcement team had no intention of taking Mikawa Takedo away. They planned to settle this matter right here. If not for avoiding a direct confrontation with the Dragon Kingdom's official guard forces, Qingchen would have already had Qingtuan stay outside to face the enemies. Though he had preemptively recalled that steel-tough little companion to his beast-taming space. Even if all these people were gold-rank beast tamers, they wouldn't find it easy to subdue him. However, his restraint had instead become an excuse for the enforcement team's reckless behavior. "Why should we explain our actions to you?" The enforcement officer restraining Qingchen lifted his chin arrogantly. "Just come quietly with us to the enforcement hall for punishment." With that, his finger pressed hard on the remote control button. BZZT. Intense electrical current suddenly surged from the spirit-suppressing ring. Qingchen's body stiffened as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes still fixed on that enforcement officer even as he lost consciousness. "You." Someone in the crowd mustered the courage to step forward, but before they could speak, the deputy enforcement captain's cold gaze swept over them. "What? Got something to say? Then come with us to the enforcement hall, and we'll talk slowly. If not, shut up." The person clenched and unclenched their fists, ultimately lowering their head and retreating into the crowd. Their weak voice wouldn't change anything, only bring trouble upon themselves. The crowd fell silent with fear, and those who had initially wanted to speak up forcibly held back. Life had to go on, and they didn't dare take the risk. Seeing the situation completely under control, Mikawa Takedo laughed loudly. "You are very, very good." He then walked over to those girls from earlier, surrounded and celebrated like a triumphant hero as they left together. The enforcement captain couldn't be bothered with them and casually called out, "Pack up," then worked with his subordinates to drag the unconscious Qingchen into their vehicle and drive straight to the enforcement hall. Only chaos remained in the square. After the enforcement team and Mikawa Takedo had gone far away, people gradually gathered in scattered groups to help up the few young men who had stood up earlier and the elderly grandmother who had been scalded by the boiling soup. "Sigh, how has the world come to this?" Someone whispered. "We've all become cowards, not even daring to say a word." Inside the enforcement team's vehicle, the engine's roar echoed monotonously. The newly hired rookie suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Wait, Captain, the information we received was about an elderly grandmother being attacked. What's all the noise about?" The deputy enforcement captain sneered. "She's just some old street vendor. If we actually brought that Sakura Kingdom person back, the higher-ups would immediately pressure us. Who's going to take the blame then?" In his mind, How could an ordinary street vendor compare to a foreign guest from the Sakura Kingdom? People had different social standings, and law enforcement needed to be flexible. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of the enforcement hall. The unconscious Qingchen was carried into a secluded small room, the door locked, clicking shut, completely cutting him off from the outside world. Lock him up for 3 to 5 days. Once this blows over, the matter will be forgotten, the deputy enforcement captain said, feeling satisfied with his arrangement. Little did he know that this decision would bring tremendous trouble to the entire enforcement hall. The next day, Azure Dragon Stadium, a largest sports venue in Azure Dragon City, and the entire Azure Dragon prefecture usually bustled with roaring crowds and surging energy, but now stood eerily empty, so quiet you could almost hear the wind. A notice at the entrance read, "Internal renovation and upgrades closed for 1 day." While a ring of black vehicles sat in silent formation around the perimeter, their occupants occasionally peering through windows to survey the surroundings. Today, without special clearance, no one could approach within a kilometer of the stadium. Such tight security was all for that highly anticipated event, the internal exchange match between Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation. As match time approached, vehicles bearing special passes began arriving one by one, and the spectator seats gradually lit up as guests took their places. What's going on? Where's Qingchen? From the main viewing platform, Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at Qingchen's empty seat, unease growing in her heart. All 9 other team members, including Ji Wandao, were already in position, but Qingchen was nowhere to be seen. Suppressing her impatience, she personally dialed Qingchen's number. No answer. "Track Qingchen's location for me," Zhang Xiaoxiao whispered urgently to her assistant coach. As a precaution, all team members' phones were equipped with tracking systems. The assistant quickly operated the device, and the screen immediately locked onto a set of coordinates. How is this possible?" The assistant gasped. "Speak up. What's the situation?" Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart sank and let us down at such a crucial moment. "The system shows Qingchen has been stationary at the Azure Dragon City Law Enforcement Hall since last night, with no movement." The assistant swallowed hard. "Most likely, he's been arrested by the Law Enforcement Hall. A Dragon Group member detained on home soil, without any commotion? Absurd." Zhang Xiaoxiao stood stunned for several seconds. Then her eyebrows shot up in fury, rage boiling in her chest. "Those bastards dare to touch our Dragon Group people." She growled under her breath, exchanged a few words with Mu Qing beside her, then pulled the assistant coach up to leave. On the other side of the stands, several Dragon Nation officials noticed Zhang Xiaoxiao's sudden departure and frowned slightly. Everyone understood the enormous significance of this exchange match, and for Zhang Xiaoxiao, head instructor of this year's Dragon Group rookie training camp, to leave before the competition began was indeed troubling. However, with the Sakura Nation delegation already having entered, at this critical juncture, they could only hold their positions and wait to see how things developed. "Why isn't Qingchen here yet? Don't tell me he partied too hard last night and can't get up? Oomph. I'll show him later even without him. Ji Wandao, can still lead you all to victory." In the preparation area, Ji Wandao and the others looked at Qingchen's continued absence and buzzed with speculation. However, among them, Ji Wandao and Zhou Taikuan appeared particularly unconcerned. The two sat casually in the front row of the audience section, looking relaxed, even secretly hoping that Qingchen simply wouldn't show up, saving them from having their chance to earn merit taken away, as they were completely confident in personally defeating all their peers from the Sakura Nation and reclaiming the honor that rightfully belonged to the Dragon Nation. Time ticked by second, and the bell for the official competition finally rang, yet Qingchen still hadn't appeared. The lights in the center of Azure Dragon Stadium gradually focused as a male and female host stepped into the arena in rhythm. After brief and formulaic pleasantries, the female host raised her voice to announce the rules of the exchange competition. This exchange competition is divided into 2 major parts: individual matches and team matches. The individual matches will use a lottery system with unknown duels, with winners earning 1 point. As soon as her words fell, a young male voice suddenly erupted from the Sakura Nation's representative section, so loud that even the amplification equipment seemed unnecessary. "I see no need for a lottery. I alone am sufficient to defeat all peers from the Dragon Nation." The unexpected, boastful declaration struck like thunder. Ji Wandao, Zhou Taikuan, and others' expressions changed dramatically, while several Dragon Nation dignitaries in the spectator seats let out heavy, cold snorts. "Arrogant brat, knows not the height of heaven or depth of earth. Is this the courtesy of Sakura Nation people? Truly a barbaric small nation." As soon as these low rebukes were uttered, several overwhelming pressures invisibly spread out, pressing down like massive stones toward that young man from the Sakura Nation. Tonino Hayato. From the Sakura Nation's seating area, a middle-aged man spoke unhurriedly, dissolving all the pressure in the air. "Tonino Hayato is indeed young and hot-blooded, but young people should be spirited. Why not follow his suggestion and let him challenge all opponents in turn?" The man's voice was calm, yet he casually neutralized the pressure from several Dragon Nation dignitaries. clearly demonstrating his extraordinary strength. And what if we say no? Another dignitary from the Dragon Nation responded coldly, causing the atmosphere to instantly tense. Dragon Heavenly King, today is ultimately about the younger generation's competition. What method they use should be decided by themselves. You and I are both old bones, why should we interfere? Or perhaps you lack confidence in your own juniors. These provocative words came from that middle-aged Manchutan Heavenly King, clearly the highest-ranking person in the Sakura Nation's delegation. In that case, this king accepts your proposal. Dragon Heavenly King declared loudly. Dragon Group newcomers, do you have confidence? Facing Dragon Heavenly King's inquiry, Ji Wandao and the others responded in unison. Reporting to Dragon Heavenly King, we will not fail your trust. We will certainly let that ignorant brat witness the might of our Dragon Nation. Zhu Tianming even stepped forward, cupping his hands and shouting, I, Zhu Tianming, request to fight first. At this point, the hosts had become irrelevant as everyone's attention focused entirely on the center of the arena. Tenino Hayato stood up, vaulted over the barrier, and leaped into the ring, the flat area in the center of Azure Dragon Stadium that was as large as dozens of football fields. On the Dragon Nation's side, under Mu Qing's signal, they didn't immediately send out Ji Wandao and Zhou Taichuan, their two strongest fighters, but instead chose to let Zhu Tianming from the second tier go first to test their opponent's depth. At the stadium arena, Tenino Hayato stood in his perfectly pressed traditional samurai attire, hand resting on his sword hilt, his eyes filled with naked contempt. Chinese pig, do you know? I've prepared a plaque especially for you people. Guess what 4 characters are written on it? Kikik. Zhu Tianming's face instantly darkened upon hearing these words. That period of humiliating history that remained etched in the hearts of all Dragon Nation people, he had never forgotten it. Keep that plaque for yourselves, defeated dogs, he shot back fiercely, then raised one hand. With a ripple through space, the tiger-like devouring sky beast leaped out from his beast-taming space, its forepaws hitting the ground and instantly kicking up a cloud of dust across the arena. It raised its head toward Tenino Hayato and let out a deafening roar, Annihilation Storm. With a howling sound, a pitch-black whirlwind formed out of thin air, violently churning the air as if to tear apart and devour everything in its path, rushing straight toward Tenino Hayato. Such trivial tricks, and you dare to boast? Tenino Hayato snorted coldly, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Come forth, great Tengu. As his words fell, a figure as tall as an adult suddenly materialized before him. With a dog's head on a human body, wearing a bamboo hat, and carrying a long sword on its back, this was the great Tengu. Though its name seemed ordinary, in the Cherry Blossom Nation it was among the elite of top-tier combat beasts, ranking 31st on the beast registry. The great Tengu was naturally attuned to the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, and when properly cultivated, its combat power was terrifying. This sword-bearing great Tengu before them was attuned to the incomparably sharp way of the sword. At the center of the arena, under Tenino Hayato's command, the great Tengu raised its right hand with fingers pointed upward, sword finger aimed at the sky, sword technique. Shirshirkaka. The sword finger slashed downward, and brilliant sword light instantly transformed into a crescent-shaped sword chi that shot forth. Behind the sword chi, the phantom of a roaring, charging lion appeared, riding the fierce wind as it followed closely, crashing directly into the black hurricane. Hiss the whirlwind and sword chi collided heat, sparks flying everywhere. In an instant, the sharp sword chi tore through the rotating black wind wall, and the remaining sword momentum, propelled by the lion phantom, continued slashing toward the devouring sky beast. Though not enough to cause serious injury, the victor was clear in this first exchange. Tenino Hayato had gained the upper hand. The Cherry Blossom Nation's delegation erupted in cheers. This is the Dragon Nation's prodigy? Nothing special. Right, the great Tengu hasn't even drawn its sword. If it actually unsheathed its blade, that Dragon Nation boy probably couldn't withstand even one strike. Tenino Hayato truly is a Onsinam Millennium genius of our Cherry Blossom Nation. This time, we will surely surpass the Dragon Nation. On stage, Zhu Tianming heard every word clearly and saw the silence of the Dragon Nation audience. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders suddenly intensify, he had to admit that Tenino Hayato was indeed formidable, but he himself was still far from using his full strength. This time, he stopped holding back. 1 becomes 100. The devouring sky beast suddenly let out a low roar, its form twisting and distorting. The next second, a full 100 identical devouring sky beasts flooded into the vision of Tenino Hayato and the great Tengu, their momentum overwhelming. Seeing this, Tenino Hayato merely smiled with disdain. Mere child's play. I'll give you 2 more chances. After hearing Tenino Hayato's words, the great Tengu still didn't draw its sword. It simply pressed 2 fingers of its right hand together, sweeping them horizontally through the air like a sword. Sword technique. 36 winds of affliction. In an instant, 36 troublesome wind sword energies burst forth from its fingertips, covering the sky like a torrential downpour and targeting every single devouring beast clone on the field. In the blink of an eye, over 100 phantom images were swept away, leaving only the real devouring beast barely managing to withstand the final strike. Though it blocked the attack, its aura was visibly weakened, and its labored breathing already showed signs of defeat. Tenino Hayato clasped his hands behind his back and looked up, gazing down at Zhu Tianming from the edge of the arena with confident certainty. You have only one last chance to strike. Zhu Tianming's eyes flashed coldly. The first two moves had made him realize he was no match for his opponent. But as the first contestant from the Dragon Nation to take the stage, and with the dragon head watching from the sidelines, he absolutely could not surrender easily. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and resolved that even if it meant mutual destruction, he would severely wound his opponent. The devouring beast received its master's will and roared toward the sky, activating for the first time the instant burst skill it had obtained from the Dragon Group's treasury in exchange for merit points burning bridges. Boom. Its aura climbed steadily, instantly crossing its limits and stepping into the gold tier. Immediately after, tremendous spiritual power gathered, forming its ultimate killing move, the Great Devouring Technique. The surrounding void twisted and spun as a vortex tore through the air, and a ferocious giant head emerged from its center. The massive beast had opened its bloody maw and suddenly inhaled toward the Great Tengu, sucking up all the dust and debris from the arena. The Great Tengu's body became light, lifting off the ground and being drawn directly toward that unfathomably deep giant mouth. In this critical moment, its right hand finally reached for the sword hilt behind its shoulder. Sword technique. Horse demon. Aye. A brilliant white sword light flashed and vanished in an instant, and the arena seemed frozen in time. Immediately after, a thin white mark cut through the void like a natural fissure. Crack. The fissure trembled slightly, and the ferocious beast head was neatly split in half, along with that twisted space, which broke apart as smoothly as tofu. Whoosh. The frozen space instantly revived, and violent sword energy swept across the field, completely annihilating the devouring beast's aura. A deep sword wound appeared on its forehead, cutting down to the bone with blood gushing forth. Clearly, the devouring beast had been defeated. The heaven-devouring beast was defeated. This meant that in the first direct confrontation between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat in their opening battle, a complete and thorough loss. When the Great Tengu's blade fell, the gap between the two sides was exposed in an instant. The heaven-devouring beast had given its all, unleashing enhancement techniques and ultimate killing moves in succession, yet couldn't even shake the opponent's protective spiritual light, let alone cause any damage. It was a chasm deep enough to drive one to despair. Ha ha, Dragon King. Your subordinate isn't nearly as tough as you claimed. From the Sakura Kingdom's camp, the Qingchen King laughed triumphantly, seizing the opportunity to mock them. The Sakura Kingdom crowd below caught on immediately, their sarcastic jeers rising one after another. The Dragon King's face turned ashen, but he didn't take his anger out on Zhu Tianming. He understood that Zhu Tianming's abilities were absolutely outstanding among his peers. It was just that Tenino Hayato's combat power was truly beyond reason. Qingchen King, this is only the first match. Don't celebrate too early. The one who laughs last is the true winner, the Dragon King coldly retorted, his words carrying a sharp edge. The second match of the exchange tournament began immediately. The Sakura Kingdom sent out Tenino Hayato again, while the Dragon Kingdom, hoping to boost morale, had Muqing Senji wand out directly into battle. Tenino Hayato, we will restore your beast's condition, the host announced from the center of the arena, raising his hand to summon a support beast. No need. Tenino Hayato waved dismissively. Against such fragile opponents, I'm confident I can take on 10 in a row. His words caused an uproar throughout the venue. He couldn't even be bothered to restore his spiritual power. Was he that confident? Or did he look down on the Dragon Kingdom's young talents that much? Faced with everyone's astonishment, Tenino Hayato remained calm. His goal was simple: fight to the end without any external assistance, single-handedly defeat 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's young prodigies, and ensure they could never hold their heads high before the Sakura Kingdom again. Standing opposite him, Ji Wandao's forehead veins bulged with anger. This kid was way too arrogant. Even someone as formidable as Qingchen in the past needed instructor assistance to recover between consecutive battles. Yet Tenino Hayato was skipping even that step. The match began. Tenino Hayato, underestimating me will come at a price. Ji Wandao warned coldly. As his words fell, the Swanni's entire body erupted with golden light, its claws shattering the arena's stone slabs as it transformed into a golden lightning bolt charging straight at the Great Tengu. This one is indeed stronger than the previous opponent. Watching the Swanni's surging golden spiritual light, a hint of gravity flashed in Tenino Hayato's eyes. He absolutely couldn't afford to stumble in the second match. Facing the Swanni, which was clearly stronger than the heaven-devouring beast, the Great Tengu no longer dared to be as careless as in the previous round. It placed its hand directly on the sword hilt behind its back, ready to strike at any moment. 9 steps to heaven. Having learned from the painful lesson of the previous round, Swanee wasted no time on probing attacks and unleashed its full power from the start. First step, dragon emerges from the mountain. The void suddenly collapsed as a solid golden footprint formed in the sky, carrying the weight of mountains as it pressed down toward Tengu's head. Sword technique, lion's roar. The long sword rang out with a clear, resonant hum in its claws. Unlike the previous sword finger technique, the resonance between metal and sword intent amplified this strike's power several times over. Before everyone's eyes, a majestic lion with flowing mane, wrapped in crescent-shaped sword energy, soared skyward and tore the footprint into golden fragments. But Swanee knew well that one step alone could never shake a Tengu. Golden light flashed beneath its feet. Second step, third step, fourth step. Each step pounded the void, thundering like drums. Soon, it approached its former limit, the sixth step. But this time, it didn't stop. Seventh step, heaven-slaying, earth-destroying strike. Boom. A golden giant rose from behind Swanee, its body covered in flowing runic patterns. The giant's right arm clenched, forming a massive golden warhammer. Muscles tensed, body leaned back, then struck with full force. As the hammer shadow fell, the void shrieked with piercing whistles. Facing this desperate strike, the Tengu rarely put aside its contempt, gripping its long sword with both hands as powerful energy burst from beneath its feet. From lower left to upper right, a horizontal slash. Sword technique. 1 great, 3,000, great 1,000 worlds. Sword light cascaded like a waterfall, hanging from the 9 heavens. Within the unstoppable torrent of sword energy, the essence of the Tao flickered in and out of sight, as if drawing all phenomena of heaven and earth into its embrace. The golden hammer, the golden giant, everything shattered within the sword light, instantly turning to dust. The aftershock swept through, and Swanee, like a deflated balloon, was sent flying dozens of zhong before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Your strength isn't bad, but it's still not enough to be my opponent. After defeating his enemy with a single sword strike, Tenino Hayato's gaze fell upon Ji Wandao, his tone carrying undisguised contempt. Ji Wandao clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He knew well the gap between them, yet refused to surrender even in defeat. He would make Tenino Hayato pay a price. Swanee, fallen in the dust, shakily rose to its feet as golden light gathered in the depths of its pupils. It raised its head as golden clouds gathered in the firmament, rolling like an ocean. Ancient summoning true dragon. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The overwhelming presence of the ancestral dragon pressed down like a blanket, making even a Tengu feel a hint of weight. I can't let it drain too much of my energy, Tenino Hayato muttered coldly. In that case, one sword to end it all. Tengu, in perfect harmony with its master's intent, gave an almost imperceptible nod. It raised the scabbard from its back, slowly sheathing the drawn sword. Left hand gripping the scabbard, right hand on the hilt, stands firm in horse position, body slightly bowed. In the next instant, incomparable sword intent surged forth, as if ready to cleave the universe itself. Sword technique. II Great Buddha Slash. A single sword strike cut through the air. As the golden blade tore through space, a towering Buddha statue materialized behind the great Tengu Tenino Hayato, hands clasped in prayer with downcast eyes, vanishing in an instant. The sword energy transformed into a surging golden tide, like a mighty river cascading from the heavens. Wherever the golden torrent passed, the void itself cracked. The dragon's majestic roar was shredded, the heavy auspicious clouds above were torn apart, and even the rolling power of the true dragon was annihilated in moments. The Swanee, already drained of fighting strength, was pinned helplessly in place as the golden storm drew ever closer. At this critical moment, Ji Wandao's hoarse voice suddenly rang out. I surrender. As his words fell, the fierce sword energy abruptly dissipated, though its residual force still scraped past like a blade, leaving the Swanee's hide torn and bloodied. Nothing special. Tenino Hayato sneered lightly, sheathing his sword and clasping his hands behind his back. Ji Wandao offered no rebuttal. His shoulders sagged slightly, as if those 3 words had drained all strength from his body. His former sharpness was gone, his spine unconsciously bent, shrouded in an aura of twilight decay. With Ji Wandao's withdrawal, the Dragon Nation's side fell into deathly silence. Even newcomers like Zhou Taikuan hung their heads, morale plummeting to rock bottom. With Qingchen absent, Ji Wandao had been their peak combat power, yet now he was crushed by Tenino Hayato's 3 strikes. What could they possibly use to resist? Could this year's Dragon Nation truly lose to the Sakura Nation? No. Everyone rejected this thought in their hearts, yet reality seemed to be sliding toward that very outcome. People's gazes unanimously fell upon Qingchen's empty seat, hope stirring faintly in their hearts. In stark contrast, the Sakura Nation contestants were practically ready to break into song and dance. This was a rare opportunity to grind the Dragon Nation's dignity into the ground. Tanikin is incredible, restoring our Sakura Nation's might. Just as our Sakura Nation could defeat the Dragon Nation before, we can do it again. Haha, I can already see Tanino Hayato single-handedly defeating all 10 of the Dragon Nation's prodigies. How satisfying. From the main seat, the sake-swallowing Heavenly King burst into laughter, casting a provocative sidelong glance at the Dragon Heavenly King across from him, whose eyes had grown dark. Tell me, Dragon Heavenly King, can I laugh now? Ha ha ha. The Dragon Heavenly King seemed not to hear, but the armrest beneath his palm had already cracked, revealing that the storm within his heart was far from calm. Next match, Tanino Hayato versus Zhou Taikuan. The Great Tengu took the stage once more, again unleashing only 3 sword strikes. Golden light crisscrossed the arena, and Zhou Taikuan's Bifong transformation didn't even have a chance to struggle before being struck down from the platform. The crowd erupted in shock. 3 consecutive victories, and Tanino Hayato hadn't even gotten serious. This realization made the Dragon Nation's people feel even more devastated. With Ji Wandao and Zhou Taikuan both defeated, what use were the remaining fighters whose abilities were clearly inferior? At this moment, both the newcomers like Miao Yingjun, who had yet to compete, and Mu Qing, the head instructor, felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. The match wouldn't be interrupted, and surrendering was absolutely out of the question. They could only watch helplessly as Guyi Hayato continued his relentless humiliation, taunting them endlessly. Damn it, where the hell is Qingchen? Even the usually mild-tempered Mu Qing couldn't help but curse. But the show had to go on. For the 4th match, he had no choice but to send Miao Yingjun onto the stage. Everyone in the Dragon Nation camp knew full well that with Miao Yingjun's abilities, there was no way he could defeat Guyi Hayato. This was just another humiliation waiting to happen. Despair once again engulfed the entire team. Meanwhile, elsewhere, led by an assistant instructor, Jiang Xiaoxiao rushed to the law enforcement hall. The moment she stepped into the front desk area, she flashed her Dragon Group badge and got straight to the point. Dragon Group, Jiang Xiaoxiao. The front desk enforcement officer was stunned. He had only heard about this most powerful and mysterious organization in Dragon Nation through classified documents. This was his first time seeing an actual member. To be safe, he immediately contacted his superior via radio. Captain Gao, there's a Dragon Group member at the front desk. She says her name is Jiang Xiaoxiao. Dragon Group? Jiang Xiaoxiao. Huh, tell her to wait. After a moment of silence, Gao Ming responded coldly and promptly hung up. Please wait a moment, you two. Have a seat in the waiting area over there. The front desk officer could only escort Jiang Xiaoxiao and the assistant instructor to the side. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao maintained constant communication with Mu Qing and knew exactly what was happening at the stadium. How could she possibly sit still? Wait. She stomped her right foot hard, the air cracking as the overwhelming pressure of a Diamond-tier Beastmaster suddenly spread throughout the area. The Gold-tier front desk officer instantly turned pale, forced to retreat repeatedly while frantically calling for backup. Since you refuse to release him, then I, Jiang Xiaoxiao, will force my way through. Before she finished speaking, beast shadows began surging behind her. From the internal corridor, a tall figure in a suit emerged, also releasing diamond-tier pressure that made the entire hall resonate with a deep hum. Jiang Xiaoxiao, just because you're with the Dragon Group, you think you can ignore the law enforcement hall? Don't forget, the law enforcement hall is Dragon Nation's most powerful order-keeping institution in the open. In broad daylight, you dare to use force here? Are you trying to rebel? The newcomer was none other than Gao Ming, also a former Dragon Group member. Gao Ming, so it's you. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyebrows shot up as she exclaimed. I wondered who would dare show such disrespect to the Dragon Group. Turns out it's you, you bastard. Gao Ming's expression instantly darkened. But Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke first, her voice ice-cold. I don't have time for your nonsense. We'll settle our scores later. Right now, release my person immediately. Huh? Gao Ming sneered, raising his hand to gesture around them. This is the law enforcement hall, my territory. I don't care who that person is. You think you can run wild here just because you have a Dragon Group title? Today, without my approval, let's see how you plan to take anyone with you. Unless you really dare to tear down my law enforcement hall. In the enforcement hall's detention cell. I've told you already. It was that person from the Cherry Blossom Nation who summoned their beast first. And I have a crucial exchange match today, so let me out. Or bring me my phone, and I'll prove my identity. I really am a member of the Dragon Group. In the cramped detention cell, Qingchen gripped the iron bars tightly with both hands, repeating the same words over and over again. The enforcement officer at the door kept staring at him like he was looking at an idiot. When Qingchen emphasized Dragon Group member for the 29th time, the officer finally lost his patience, stepped forward, and lowered his voice menacingly. I don't know where you heard about this Dragon Group nonsense, but if a mere silver-rank beast tamer could join the Dragon Group, then I'd eat shit. Besides, how important could a match be that a silver-rank beast tamer could influence? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. He snorted coldly. Just sit tight. Orders from above Yuri, not getting out for at least 3 to 5 days. Qingchen was left speechless and could only let out a long sigh. It seemed he could only hope that Ji Wandao and the others wouldn't let him down. At the same time, in the main hall of the enforcement hall, the air was taut like a drawn bowstring. Tear down your enforcement hall. Jiang Xiaoxiao's lips curved into a smile as her gaze swept over Gao Ming, speaking each word deliberately. How do you know that's not exactly what I intend to do? As her words fell, 5 shadowy figures behind her suddenly solidified. 5 beasts stepped forward simultaneously. Spiritual energy exploded from the ground. An overwhelming spiritual pressure swept toward Gao Ming like a violent storm. 5-star diamond beast tamer. Gao Ming cried out in shock. Those 5 diamond rank beasts said it all. Jiang Xiaoxiao was just 1 step away from becoming a stellar summoner. How is this possible? Gao Ming instinctively stepped back. When he left the dragon group, Jiang Xiaoxiao had just reached platinum rank, but now, after only a few years, she was already a 5-star diamond, while he was only a 2-star diamond. He had thought he could stand shoulder to shoulder with her, but the gap had only widened. Jiang Xiaoxiao pressed forward another step, her voice cold. Do you still want to fight? She really didn't want to resort to violence as Gao Ming had said. The enforcement hall was the Dragon Nation's public order guardian, and fighting here would be equivalent to challenging the entire Dragon Nation. As a Dragon Group member, she was reluctant to go that far. Gao Ming gritted his teeth and raised his head defiantly. Fight? Do you really think you can make the enforcement hall submit through brute force, Jiang Xiaoxiao? If that were the case, if we bowed to the strong, what face would the enforcement hall have left to protect the Dragon Nation's order? He knew clearly that he was no match for Jiang Xiaoxiao, but with the enforcement hall's authority backing him, he was betting that she wouldn't dare to actually make a move. Even if she did, in the worst-case scenario, it would only be Jiang Xiaoxiao who would suffer the consequences. After all, the enforcement hall isn't some soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze at will, not even the Dragon Group. Gao Ming continued to throw his weight around, using his position to intimidate others while elevating himself with his words. Messages from Mu Qing kept popping up on her phone one after another, pushing Jiang Xiaoxiao beyond her limit of patience. Without another word, she suddenly stepped forward and formed hand seals. Radiant Butterfly God Butterfly Light Slash. As her words fell, the diamond-tier Radiant Butterfly God before her spread its wings. 2 blazing white arcs of light, carrying scorching radiant power, tore through the air. The sword energy crossed paths, forcibly ripping through the atmosphere as it slashed toward Gao Ming. Gao Ming merely smirked, revealing a triumphant smile, then screamed at the top of his lungs. Hall Master, save me. In the next instant, an invisible tremendous force swept through the area. Time seemed like severed water flow as everything in the vicinity suddenly froze. Then, a white-haired, hunched elderly man materialized out of thin air. He slightly raised his right arm, his sleeve fluttering, and the butterfly light slash suspended in midair instantly shattered into countless points of light that scattered like rain. Only a stellar rank summoner could so effortlessly destroy a diamond beast's attack. The newcomer was none other than Gao Changxiao, Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Enforcement Hall, and the highest authority of the entire Azure Dragon Prefecture's Enforcement Hall. Where did this little girl come from, acting so arrogantly? How dare you cause trouble in my Dragon Nation's enforcement, although you think our Dragon Nation has no one capable? The elder snorted coldly. As his voice faded, the frozen space-time resumed its flow. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt as if her chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. Her blood churned as she staggered back several steps before steadying herself. Between a 5-star Diamond Beast Master and a stellar rank lay a genuine major realm gap, not to mention that Gao Changxiao had obviously been immersed in the stellar level for many years. Her current defeat was only natural. The teaching assistant hurried forward, explaining in a low voice. Hall Master, we are Dragon Group members. I see. Gao Changxiao nodded slightly, about to speak, but Gao Ming beat him to it. Hall Master, these two are relying on their Dragon Group status to act arrogantly, completely disregarding the enforcement hall. Gao Ming embellished his account, while making his injuries appear particularly pitiful. After hearing this, the elder's expression clearly grew colder. Moreover, what he had witnessed with his own eyes was indeed Jiang Xiaoxiao striking first. That's not how it happened. Jiang Xiaoxiao tried to defend herself, but Gao Changxiao raised his hand to cut her off. Even if the Dragon Group is strong, they must still be reasonable. The elder's voice turned icy. You, little girl, are not qualified to speak with this old man. Go fetch your Pulse Master. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. I'd like to see who in the Dragon Group dares to strike in my presence. With those words, he turned away with a flourish of his sleeves. Gao Ming caught the elder's attitude and flashed Jiang Xiaoxiao an almost imperceptible mocking smile. Both Jiang Xiaoxiao and the teaching assistant clenched their fists tightly, yet found themselves helpless before absolute power. A long-forgotten sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Must they admit defeat like this? Would heaven itself defeat their Dragon Nation? However, at that very moment, A crisp sword cry like a dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the heavens. Whoosh! In an instant, Gao Changxiao's face darkened dramatically as the surging aura unique to a stellar summoner erupted from within him like rolling waves, unleashing its full force in all directions. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure as massive as a mountain materialized out of thin air, thundering into the sky to meet the incoming dragon song Sword Light Hedenthi, Heavenly Armor King Beast. Everyone watched as this colossal creature appeared to be formed from countless jagged stone blocks assembled into humanoid shape, its entire body crisscrossed with ravines and cold as iron. Most striking of all were the heavy stone gates embedded in each of its left and right arms, radiating an intimidating presence. Immortal defense. In a flash, the Heavenly Armor King Beast's arms slammed forward, the two stone gates crashing together with a deafening roar to form a seamless massive shield. In the next moment, the beast charged forward with this stone barrier, directly confronting that supremely sharp dragon song sword light. Flash. The anticipated clash never came. Before everyone's eyes, the Heavenly Armor King Beast in its strongest defensive state was instantly cut down by the sword light. As Gao Changxiao's most defense-oriented stellar beast, it couldn't even last a single breath before being cleaved into fragments, stone debris scattering everywhere. Could it be a king-level expert? This thought simultaneously struck Gao Changxiao and all the spectators, their chests tightening. Kinglevelf absolute pinnacle of the Beastmaster system. Why would such a figure suddenly appear in Azure Dragon City? But they had no time to ponder further. With the Heavenly Armor King Beast destroyed, the terrifying sword energy plummeted unobstructed toward the enforcement hall. Boom! The sword energy struck the ground, sending dust clouds skyward. From an aerial view, one could see that the sprawling enforcement hall had been cleanly split in two by this sword light. The roof ridge cracked open, a massive fissure running through it, with tiles and debris pulverized wherever it passed. Even the bluestone-paved ground bore a forearm-thick gash, dark and bottomless. After a long moment, the dust gradually settled. Gao Changxiao's expression shifted unpredictably as he stared intently in the direction from which the sword energy had come. That strike hadn't harmed anyone, clearly aimed at humiliating him, the master of the enforcement hall. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to a figure materializing in the void. It was a woman dressed in an elegant vintage qipao. Beneath the high slit of her dress, black stockings outlined her slender legs in breathtaking curves. She stood quietly suspended in midair like a painting of fierce yet graceful beauty. Beside her, a half-meter-tall gray and white dragon cat floated lightly, its paws gripping a jade bamboo shaft that still resonated with lingering sword intent. Without anyone needing to explain, Gao Changxiao already knew the answer. Yafu, one of the Dragon Organization's 5 branches, master of the Dragon Fong branch, a 6-star stellar beast master. Even more terrifying was that this woman had once defied her stellar realm to slay a king-level summoner. Not defeat, actual execution, two entirely different concepts. Some claimed that with her current foundation, once she stepped into the king level, the Dragon Nation would soon welcome its 13th Heavenly King. Heavenly King. Unlike ordinary king-level powerhouses, Heavenly King-level experts have all 7 of their contracted beasts reaching king level. Achieving this feat requires far more than just the accumulation of time. Most contracted beasts simply cannot evolve to their king-level limits. To step into the ranks of Heavenly Kings, beast tamers must ensure that each contracted beast possesses king-level potential from the moment of contract, or rely on rare opportunities to allow their beasts to gain new potential through mutational evolution. Either path is nearly impossible to traverse. For this very reason, in the vast Dragon Kingdom with its countless prodigies, only 12 beast tamers have ever been recognized as Heavenly King-level masters. Master Yafu. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoxiao stared at the slender yet fierce figure in the sky, stunned for several moments before snapping back to reality. Excitement immediately surged through her as understanding dawned. Yafu's appearance at this moment, combined with that stunning sword strike, clearly meant she had come to back her up. Yafu's gaze first fell upon Jiang Xiaoxiao, her lips curving into a warm, spring-like smile. In the next instant, when she turned toward Gao Changxiao, her eyes had already turned frosty as winter. Her voice was ice-cold as she questioned, "What did you just say?" "This old one would like to see Dragon Group, or not. Who dares to make a move in front of me?" As her words landed, Gao Changxiao shuddered violently. His earlier boastful words in front of the younger generation had now become a boomerang that struck him hard in the face. And the person confronting him was none other than Yafu, known as the female king of hell. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, he forced himself to explain. Though he was a 3-star radiant beast tamer and could be considered a regional powerhouse, he couldn't muster even a hint of defiance before a monster like Yafu, and could only quickly submit. Though Gao Changxiao had already shown weakness, Gao Ming at his side still wanted to use the enforcement hall's authority to save face. Just as he opened his mouth to intimidate, Yafu in midair seemed to see through his intentions. The dragon cat at her side gave a light twist of its wrist, and several thread-thin, sword energies shot forth instantly. The speed was so fast that even the unprepared Gao Changshao couldn't react, let alone Gao Ming. As the sword energy approached, Gao Ming felt a knife-like chill and the crushing pressure of death bearing down on him. He never imagined that despite his position in the enforcement hall, Yafu would actually dare to try to kill him in broad daylight. Fear instantly shattered his reason, and warmth spread through his pants as a pungent, fishy odor slowly permeated the air. The surrounding crowd turned their heads in disgust, and even Gao Changshao cursed useless under his breath. In midair, Yafu's brows furrowed tightly, her tone cold as iron. Right now. Immediately. Bring the person out for me. Otherwise, this enforcement hall won't need to exist today. If these words had come from anyone else, Gao Changshao would have scoffed. But facing Yafu, he didn't dare question her in the slightest, nodding frantically in agreement. He had originally wanted Gao Ming to release the prisoner, but catching sight of that large wet stain, he couldn't hide his naked disgust and had to turn around himself, striding quickly toward the detention area deep within the enforcement hall. Watching Gao Changshao leave, Gao Ming didn't dare remain alone, especially under the gazes of Yafu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Therefore, he stumbled and staggered, following Gao Changxiao's steps toward the inner areas. The detention cell. As that piercing sword energy descended from above, the door of Qingchen's cell was struck heat-in by the blade's light, slicing cleanly through the heavy alloy panels and leaving a gap large enough for a person to pass through. Qingchen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, his mind stirring, but before he could act, the guard at the entrance had already reacted. The enforcement officer's badge glinted in the dim light. Though shocked by the origin of that sword strike, he instinctively carried out his duty. Guarding the detention cell was his responsibility, and the moment the door was breached, he raised his hand with a gesture, summoning 3 gold-tier beast companions that leaped forth with fierce determination, positioning themselves protectively before him. Don't even think about escaping, he snarled menacingly, his voice brimming with confidence. In his eyes, a silver-tier beast master whose spiritual power was sealed by spirit-binding shackles and couldn't even summon his companions posed no real threat. Qingchen smiled wryly. If he could summon Qingtuan, this gold-tier beast master wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Unfortunately, the spirit-binding shackles remained tightly clasped around his wrists, forcing him to suppress his restless thoughts. Just as the tension reached its peak, urgent footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, boot heels striking the ground with clear, reverberating sounds. The enforcement officer's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned around. Who would dare cause trouble in the Azure Dragon City's enforcement hall? In the next moment, he saw a figure that only appeared occasionally at major ceremonies. The newcomer strode forward with commanding presence, his former gentle smile nowhere to be seen, replaced by cold severity and deadly intent. The enforcement officer immediately recognized him. "Hall Master," he called out in a low voice, immediately bowing and stepping back while silently recalling his 3 gold-tier beast companions. Gao Changshao walked past him, heading straight toward Qingchen with scrutinizing eyes. "You are Qingchen?" A mere silver-tier beast master had actually prompted that existence from Yafu to personally intervene, even causing the enforcement hall to lose face completely? Someone willing to strike down the enforcement hall itself just to protect this person? Gao Changshao couldn't fathom the reason behind it all, his brow furrowing deeply. "That's me," Qingchen replied calmly, nodding slightly. From the enforcement officer's form of address and attitude, he had already determined that this elderly man was indeed the Hall Master of Azure Dragon City's enforcement hall. The Hall Master's personal appearance could only mean that Dragon Group's support had arrived. Whether it was Jiang Xiaoxiao or someone else, he couldn't yet determine. "Come with me." Gao Changshao didn't linger, turning to lead the way. The guard watched as the Hall Master departed with Qingchen, his mind reeling in turmoil. What kind of terrifying background could compel a start-tier beast master to personally escort someone? Could that young man really be a Dragon Group member? But even if a silver-tier beast master belonged to Dragon Group, it shouldn't warrant the Hall Master's personal attention, right? The only explanation: Qingchen must have an identity behind him that was even more secretive and prestigious than Dragon Group itself. I actually offended such a formidable figure, he muttered to himself, his legs going weak. Recalling his earlier attitude toward Qingchen, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, yet there was no way to undo what was done. He could only await his fate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gao Changshao led Qingchen through the long, enclosed corridor, and they were about to reach the front hall of the law enforcement hall. Throughout the journey, Gao Ming remained restless and uneasy, only managing to regain his composure at this moment. He stared at Qingchen, utterly perplexed. What kind of magic did this young man possess that could make someone like the Demon King, Yafu, willing to defy the law enforcement hall to save him? What followed was the embarrassing sensation of cold wind constantly brushing against his trouser legs. Having lost his composure earlier when frightened by the sword energy, his dignity had been completely shattered. As thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, Gao Ming's eyes turned cold. Devil King Vine. Deadly Entanglement. Despite being a Diamond Beast Master, he didn't summon his strongest beast, but instead chose his weakest one, the Devil King Vine, which was only at mid-platinum level. His goal wasn't to severely injure Qingchen on the spot, but to make him lose control in public, thereby salvaging his own reputation. After all, in his eyes, Qingchen was merely a silver beast master who, even with exceptional talent, could at most control beasts capable of fighting above their level against gold-ranked opponents. Though his Devil King Vine was weak, it should still be more than enough to crush him. Accompanied by a deep humming sound, a Devil King Vine over 6 feet tall, covered in dark purple tendrils, leaped out from the contract space. Its thick vines moved like serpents, carrying chaotic waves that corroded the mind, suddenly coiling toward Qingchen. According to Gao Ming's calculations, his opponent should have already been frightened into losing control by the mental shock. However, reality proved completely opposite. After the spirit binding ring was removed, the rage that had been building up in Qingchen's chest exploded instantly. He had trusted the law enforcement hall, yet found himself inexplicably imprisoned. Now with the dragon group present, these people still dared to strike in the shadows. Did they really think he was soft clay to be molded at will? Qingchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he took a step forward, while Qingtuan, already furious, leaped in front of him. Thunder manifestation. Boom. A 10-foot thunder panda phantom rose from the ground, its body crackling with electric light. Qingtuan gripped a massive golden staff and raised it for a heavy strike. Breaking limit. Violent thunder roared as the terrifying impact instantly sent all the attacking vines flying. As the vines exploded, Gao Ming's heart sank heavily. Though the Devil King Vine hadn't used its full strength, breaking through its attack would still require platinum-level combat power. In other words, this Thunder Panda, which should have been silver-ranked, had actually unleashed platinum-level strength, crossing 2 entire realms. A monster? Not only Gao Ming, but even Gao Changxiao beside him couldn't help but gasp, suddenly understanding. No wonder Yafu was willing to offend the law enforcement hall to protect this boy. Truly was a rare talent. Just as both men's minds were in turmoil, a slender sword energy like green jade suddenly swept from the end of the corridor, its edge capable of destroying all things. That indestructible aura carried bone-chilling killing intent, aimed directly at Gao Ming's throat. The familiar fear of death struck him, and Gao Ming cried out in terror. Hall Master, save me. Unlike the previous sword light that had cut open the prison door, this sword energy contained genuine killing intent, even slicing the air into a vacuum. Gao Changxiao cursed inwardly. You death-seeking fool. That first sword light could easily break through the forbidden chamber. The entire law enforcement hall has been under Yafu's surveillance from the beginning, and you still dare to provoke Qingchen? Utterly foolish. Despite his frustration, seeing his clansman Gao Ming about to be torn apart by the sword energy, he couldn't simply stand by and watch. After all, there was still some blood relation between them. Therefore, with no other choice, Gao Changxiao had to intervene once again. The Heavenly Armor King Beast. Gao Changxiao's most defensive contracted beast was summoned once again, its massive shield reflecting cold, heavy light in midair. However, the outcome was inevitably a jade green sword, Qi, slashed horizontally, forcibly repelling the Heavenly Armor King Beast. The aftershock didn't dissipate, but instead swept across the entire arena with a howling roar. Gao Ming struggled to summon his remaining 5 spirit beasts simultaneously: the Flame Scale Lion, Golden Winged Roc, Solok Spider, Azure Sea Crocodile, and Earth Fiend Wolf. They formed layers of defense before their master, yet still couldn't withstand the continuously reverberating jade green sword Qi. The gap in power was like an abyss. The 5 spirit beasts couldn't even hold for a second before their bodies were torn apart by the sword light. Their agonized cries cut short the moment they began. The backlash from his injured spirit beasts instantly returned to him. Gao Ming felt sweetness rise in his throat and violently spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Immediately after, the last barely perceptible wisp of sword Qi swept over, sending him flying high into the air like a kicked dead dog. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the stone slabs and raising clouds of dust. Only then did Gao Changxiao let out a long breath. Severely injured, but his life wasn't in danger, most likely because Gao Ming hadn't harbored murderous intent toward Qingchen earlier. Otherwise, only a corpse would remain on the ground now. Even so, Gao Ming's internal meridians were in chaos, and it would probably take a year or 2 to recover. Young friend Qingchen, let me escort you out first. Gao Changxiao turned around and addressed Qingchen. At this moment, his words carried a hint of respect. Qingchen nodded without saying much, raising his hand to recall Qingtuan. But curiosity surged in his heart. Who was the one who intervened? To render the Hall Master helpless and severely wound a diamond-level beast tamer with a single sword strike. According to Zhang Xiaoxiao's abilities, she probably hadn't reached this level yet, right? Before long, Gao Changxiao led Qingchen to the front hall of the enforcement hall. At the entrance, a familiar graceful figure stood quietly, her chi pao outlining exquisite curves. radiating charm. Yafu. Qingchen was about to call out, Pulse Master Yafu, but seeing her raise an eyebrow, he quickly changed his words, Sister Yafu. Hearing this address, Yafu's lips curved upward, quite satisfied with the response. She completely ignored the complex expressions and potential misunderstandings of Jiang Xiaoxiao, Gao Changxiao, and others, stepping forward gracefully to take Qingchen's hand. Spiritual power silently flowed in, carefully examining him. After confirming that Qingchen had no serious internal injuries, Yafu finally relaxed, protecting him behind her before raising her eyes to look directly at Gao Changxiao again. Hall Master Gao, don't say that I, Yafu, as a Dragon Group Pulse Master, am bullying the weak with my strength. Her speech was neither hurried nor slow, yet every word was crystal clear. 3 days. I'm giving you 3 days to investigate this matter thoroughly. After 3 days, I'll bring people from the Dragonbone Pulse to settle accounts and see exactly where the problem lies. With those words, she didn't wait for a response, taking Qingchen's hand and turning to leave, heading straight for the stadium. In her heart, she silently prayed, hopefully, there's still time. 3 days later, the truth was revealed. The entire enforcement squad that participated in detaining Qingchen was suspended pending investigation, and the deputy captain's flexible law enforcement uncovered numerous past misdeeds, resulting in multiple lawsuits and heavy penalties, but that's a story for another time. At the same time, at the Azure Dragon Stadium, Tenino Hayato has won 8 consecutive matches. The audience erupted, the recorder's voice nearly drowning out the loudspeaker. Dragon Nation contestants had been humiliated by him 8 times, losing all face. In the center of the arena, Tenino Hayato's breathing was slightly labored, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he still arrogantly shouted, "Next!" On the arena, Tenino Hayato continued his taunts. Although he had gone through 8 matches, he too felt a trace of fatigue. However, he also noticed that since the 3rd match, each new Dragon Team fighter who stepped onto the stage was weaker than the last. Tenino Hayato flexed his wrists slightly, his gaze sharp and piercing, his confidence unwavering. Even without any external recovery assistance, he could take on 10 opponents in a row. Just as this confidence reached its peak, the 9th contestant from the Dragon Nation stepped onto the arena. Kong Xin. Kong Xin had originally been just a newcomer ranked 20th in the gladiatorial arena, but in a short time had surged to 10th place, his rapid improvement drawing considerable attention. However, the arena demanded raw strength in the moment, not growth potential. Despite Kong Xion's meteoric rise, as the 10th ranked fighter, he still couldn't see any possibility of defeating Tenino Hayato. Let's begin. As Kong Xion's words fell, his beast's space suddenly opened, and a silvery white, constantly writhing insectoid demon beast leaped out, the immortal heavenly silkworm. This creature was rare. Once pushed to the brink of life and death, its combat power would surge dramatically, which was precisely why the immortal heavenly silkworm had helped Kong Xion's strength skyrocket. But its weakness was equally obvious. Its base combat power was relatively weak, often relying on overwhelming opponents through sheer cultivation level. Now, this advantage was completely nullified against Tenino Hayato's Great Tengu. Soul Strike. The immortal heavenly silkworm abandoned all probing the moment it appeared. The defeat of the previous 8 teammates had made it clear that all fancy techniques were useless compared to killing moves. Buzz the air was torn like fabric, and visible ripples of void energy swept out from its mouth in circles, rushing straight toward the Great Tengu's soul. The Great Tengu's eyes flashed with contempt as it gripped its sword with both hands, stepped forward, and black feathers scattered. Sword technique first Great 3000 Great 1000 Worlds. Magnificent sword energy thundered across the arena, instantly shredding the soul strike and slashing forward with lightning speed. The immortal heavenly silkworm's body was sent flying by a single sword strike, crashing toward the edge of the arena and falling silent upon impact. One sword, and the immortal heavenly silkworm was defeated. The venue fell dead silent. The atmosphere in the Dragon Nation spectator section was oppressive to the extreme. Everyone could see that while the subsequent newcomers possessed stunning talent, each was indeed weaker than the last. Now that the first 9 had all been defeated, what difference would a 10th fighter make? Nothing more than another experience point, another opportunity for their opponent to mock them. Damn it! In the shadows, several Dragon Nation dignitaries cursed under their breath, their spiritual power losing control as they crushed their chair armrests to powder. Debris scattered through the air, yet many still stared fixedly at the arena, veins bulging at their temples. Above them all, the Dragon Heavenly King had long since crushed his original chair to nothing, simply condensing a pale golden throne from his own spiritual power, cold light flowing across its surface. Ha ha ha, it seems the outcome of this exchange tournament is already decided. The sake-swallowing Heavenly King in the Sakura Nation's main seat threw back his head in laughter, his voice echoing through the venue's dome. He couldn't remember how long it had been since Sakura Nation could push Dragon Nation to such despair. The exhilaration of this moment made him draw out every word. as if trying to etch his joy into everyone's eardrums. In his view, Tenino Hayato's 10 consecutive victories today would become an inescapable nightmare for Dragon Nation's younger generation, breaking their very backbone and potentially impacting the nation's fortune itself. At this moment, Tenino Hayato at the center of the arena shared this sentiment. If the Dragon team truly had stronger fighters, they would have sent them out long ago, rather than allowing him to humiliate 9 people in succession. Therefore, the 10th person must be the weakest of all. Victory was assured, and he couldn't even be bothered to wait for the referee's announcement. With this thought, he gestured to the staff. Sakura Nation personnel brought over a solid wooden plaque nearly 2 meters long. Tenino Hayato accepted it, turning toward the entire venue with a smile. Everyone, this is a gift I, Tenino Hayato, am presenting in my personal capacity to today's opponents. With those words, he suddenly pulled away the red cloth covering it, his movements swift and decisive, the fabric creating a sharp sound as it unfurled. Beneath the red cloth, 4 large characters were brazenly displayed. Sick men of East Asia. Boom. Upon seeing the 4 large characters on the plaque, the people of the Dragon Kingdom erupted with waves of earth-shaking aura. Since the Dragon Kingdom's resurgence, when had anyone dared to humiliate them so brazenly? This was clearly a provocation. Does the Dragon Kingdom have no one? In the next second, dense spiritual energy gathered from all directions in the stands, forming a towering storm with the momentum of 100-foot waves, all crashing toward Tani Hayato at the center of the arena. The overwhelming pressure made the air roar and the ground tremble. However, Tani Hayato remained calm and composed. After all, he wasn't the only one from the Sakura Kingdom holding the fort. Just as the almost materialized spiritual energy storm was about to strike, King Qingchen stood with his hands behind his back, speaking unhurriedly. Fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, please don't misunderstand. This young man Tani's actions are only directed at the new Dragon Group member he's facing, not meant to humiliate the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate, and I, Qingchen, apologize to you all first. His words carried a smile, yet not a trace of genuine remorse could be heard. As he casually waved his hand, the soaring spiritual energy was suddenly shattered by some mysterious force, instantly disintegrating in midair and scattering as fragments of spiritual light. After the spiritual energy dissipated, Tani Hayato's lips curled into a sneer, his mockery intense as his voice echoed throughout the venue. Is this the so-called mighty Dragon Kingdom? When the young one is beaten, the old ones come, only capable of bullying the weak with numbers? If you truly have ability, why doesn't anyone of the same generation dare to come up and fight me? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. They've all already been defeated by me, Tani Hayato. Ha ha ha. His wild laughter echoed above the stadium, yet no one in the audience could refute him. Spoke the truth. Damn it. If this old man were decades younger, I'd twist that brat's head off. Exactly, too arrogant. Doesn't the Dragon Group still have one last spot? Get him on stage quickly. I can't stand looking at that face. It's useless. The first 9 have all lost. The 10th going up would be the same. Better to end this early. I can't bear to watch this exchange match anymore. In the preparation area, Ji Wandao and the others hung their heads low, ashamed beyond measure. Their bold words before departure had now become a colossal joke. They had become sinners of the Dragon Kingdom. Qingchen, why isn't he here yet? Someone muttered quietly, and the surroundings immediately fell silent as everyone looked toward the vacant seat in unison. If anyone could still turn the tide, it would be Qingchen. On the arena, Tani Hayato's laughter gradually subsided. Seeing that his 10th opponent had yet to appear, he mocked again. What? Not showing up means you don't lose? Since you lack the courage to face me directly, then catch this plaque well. He swung his right arm forcefully, and the 6-foot-long solid wooden plaque traced an elegant yet sharp arc, flying straight toward Ji Wandao and the others. Just as the plaque passed its highest point, a deep purple lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, thunderously splitting the heavy wood directly in half, scattering wood chips through the air. Tani Hayato frowned, his gaze sharp, just about to question which shameless elder from the Dragon Kingdom had intervened. A clear, resonant voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the stadium's inner field. Oh no, I'm happy that you want to give me a gift. But the gift you've chosen, I really don't like it. The unexpected voice struck like muffled thunder, making everyone in the stands jump. People turned their heads in unison, their gazes converging on the entrance. Ji Wandao and the others were stunned at first. Then their eyes reddened. They knew that voice all too well. He had arrived. There was still hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Under the lights, Qingchen's tall figure was the first to step into view, with Jiang Xiaoxiao and the assistant instructor following closely behind. As for Yafu, naturally, she didn't need to take this conventional route. The viewing section, next to the VIP area where the Dragon King sat, a seductive figure in a dark red qipao quietly appeared, almost unnoticed by anyone. Is this the new Dragon Group recruit you said you needed to personally bring back? The Dragon King glanced sideways, looking toward Qingchen's retreating figure, and asked in a low voice. That's right. Yafa nodded. As Qingchen's sponsor, all of his achievements in the Dragon Group would be delivered to her desk immediately. She had originally known that Qingchen would definitely participate in this exchange competition, but when he was nowhere to be seen at the venue, and she happened to witness Jiang Xiaoxiao leaving her seat, she immediately sensed something was wrong. After secretly communicating with Mu Qing and learning the full story, she staged that dramatic sword strike against the enforcement hall to rescue Qingchen. The entrance corridor. On the way here, Jiang Xiaoxiao had already informed Qingchen of the arena's situation, the Dragon Kingdom's predicament, and Tenino Hayato's terrifying strength. Tricky? Not really. Qingchen squinted as he gazed at Tenino Hayato on the platform, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Sorry about this, but since you're being so arrogant, I'll have to use you to show off a bit. With that, he walked toward the arena with steady, unhurried steps. Tenino Hayato looked up with a sinister laugh, his fists clenching with audible cracks. His 10th consecutive victory was within reach. Once this battle ended, his name would surely become a nightmare for the Dragon Kingdom's younger generation, an insurmountable mountain. The preparation area. Qingchen approached Ji Wandao and the others. Everyone hung their heads low, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Qingchen simply shook his head gently, offering no blame. There was no point in saying more now. Once he defeated Tenino Hayato, hope would naturally reignite. The Dragon Kingdom could never be suppressed by a mere cherry blossom kingdom, not even among the younger generation. He stepped forward, his upright figure passing by everyone. Ji Wandao and the others understood that Qingchen was well aware of what he faced. It wasn't just the incredibly powerful Tenino Hayato. If he wanted to win the exchange competition fair and square, Qingchen would have to do exactly what his opponent had done, single-handedly sweep through all 10 of their fighters. The magnitude of this pressure was something only that figure with determined steps could truly comprehend. Silence spread through the air. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Qingchen, bring glory to our Dragon Kingdom. The cry rang out like war drums, and Qingchen's steps paused slightly. In the next instant, wave after wave of similar shouts surged forth. Qingchen, bring glory to our Dragon Kingdom. Qingchen, bring glory to our Dragon Kingdom. The deafening cheers moved countless Dragon Kingdom dignitaries to look on with emotion. With his back to the crowd, Qingchen's lips curved into a smile. He would not fail their trust. On the arena, Qingchen and Tenino Hayato stood at opposite ends, facing each other from a distance. Are you ready, you Chinese pig? Prepare to face your despair. Tenino Hayato looked at Qingchen with a contemptuous smirk. Upon hearing this, Qingchen didn't respond but instead turned his gaze toward the Sakura Nation's preparation area. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in Qingchen's line of sight. Mikawa Kento. Likewise, Mikawa Kento instantly recognized Qingchen, thinking to himself that enemies were bound to meet on narrow roads. What a pity. If Tenino Hayato weren't standing in my way, I would definitely make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Just as Mikawa Kento finished this thought, Qingchen's voice slowly rang out. All of you, come at me together. His words stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone had thought that Tenino Hayato challenging 10 Dragon Nation warriors single-handedly was already the height of arrogance. But unexpectedly, Qingchen was even more contemptuous, actually wanting to challenge all 10 Sakura Nation fighters simultaneously. This wasn't simply a matter of 11, because due to the different characteristics and skills of beast companions, sometimes 2 beast companions working together could unleash power 3 to 5 times greater than a single beast companion. Moreover, Qingchen wasn't challenging just 2 or 3 people, but a full 10. Where on earth did he get such audacity? Baka, what upstart dares to look down on our Sakura Nation's geniuses like this? Haha, it's just bluffing. He knows he's bound to lose, and wants to find a way to make his defeat look better. Teninikin, don't pay attention to that brat, just smash his head in. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant. Naturally, the Sakura Nation side was the first to lose their composure. After all, even a genius like Tenino Hayato wouldn't dare challenge 10 Dragon Nation fighters at once. Yet this Dragon Nation newcomer, who came out of nowhere, actually opened by wanting to challenge 10 young Sakura Nation geniuses. How presumptuous. Following that, quite a few people from the Dragon Nation side couldn't help but speak up. Although Qingchen was representing the Dragon Nation in battle, wasn't it indeed too conceited to immediately challenge all 10 opponents? Is this new Dragon Group member being overly confident? Isn't he making the Dragon Nation lose even more face? Damn it. After this battle, we must properly punish this arrogant brat. In the spectator seats, Dragon King frowned slightly upon hearing this, then looked toward Yafu beside him. The meaning was simple. This kid is so arrogant. Aren't you going to explain? Facing Dragon King's questioning gaze, Yafu's mouth twitched. How was she supposed to know what madness had possessed Qingchen to dare challenge all 10 opponents right off the bat? Even though she had seen Qingchen's battle record and knew his combat strength, it would still be extremely difficult for Qingchen to defeat all 10 Sakura Nation fighters in one go. The safer approach should have been like Tenino Hayato challenging them one by one, fighting 10 consecutive battles. Winning that way wouldn't give people grounds for criticism. But instead, Qingchen had chosen the most extreme method. If he won, naturally all would be well and everyone would be happy. But if he lost, all the public pressure would fall on Qingchen's shoulders. In the end, Yafa didn't explain anything, simply saying coolly, "I believe in him." In the preparation area, Ji Wandao and his group all froze upon hearing Qingchen's words. They hadn't expected Qingchen to be so bold. Good lad, so arrogant? I like it. What's wrong? If they can send one fighter from the Cherry Blossom Nation to challenge 10 of ours, why can't we from the Dragon Nation send one to challenge 10 of theirs? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, completely out of place. Everyone turned to look and saw Jiang Xiao, excitedly clenching her fist with one hand. Back to the main event, on the stage. Tenino Hayato's face was dark as a vulture's, his eyes fixed intently on Qingchen. It had been a long time since he'd encountered someone who showed him such blatant disrespect. "You Chinese pig, do you even know what you're saying?" Faced with Tenino Hayato's interrogation, Qingchen merely chuckled softly, then spoke again, word by word, slowly and deliberately. "Prick up your dog ears and listen carefully. I, Qingchen, will fight all 10 of you." As Qingchen finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Qingtuan leaped out of the beast taming space, staff in hand, standing beside him. Seeing Qingtuan, the giant panda, the faces of the Cherry Blossom Nation's side grew even darker. "A lifestyle beast. Arrogant brat. If you can withstand this sword strike, then you can bark all you want." The moment Tenino Hayato saw Qingtuan, a flash of disbelief crossed his eyes, followed by endless contempt. Then, at Tenino Hayato's signal, the great Tengu's eyes sharpened, gripping its long sword with both hands and stepping forward into a bow stance. Sword technique. II Great Buddha Slash. One sword strike. Terrifying golden sword energy erupted instantly, carrying an unstoppable mighty force, crushing directly toward Qingtuan. Tenino Hayato wanted to defeat Qingtuan with a single sword strike, leaving the Dragon Nation's side in complete despair. Don't think that sending some bragging lifestyle beast tamer onto the stage could intimidate him. Unfortunately, he greatly underestimated Qingtuan. Thunder Dharma form. Qingtuan stepped forward with his right foot. In the next moment, endless thunder erupted like volcanic lava, rolling skyward from beneath Qingtuan's feet. Then, a thunder dharma form over 3 meters tall rose from the ground, woven together by countless bolts of lightning. Moreover, unlike before, this thunder dharma form now had a ribbon made of pure thunder power flowing from its shoulders. That's right, through Qingtuan's days of training, the thunder dharma form had finally advanced from beginner proficiency to minor mastery. Its original 300 attribute enhancement had directly increased to 500. Feeling the nearly infinite power flowing through his body, Qingtuan gripped his golden staff with both hands and smashed it fiercely toward the golden sword energy storm ahead. Extreme break. Similarly, the proficiency of this extreme break technique had also advanced from beginner to minor mastery. Therefore, with these two combined, the power of Qingchen's staff strike directly reached a new height. Boom, the golden staff fell. Pure terrifying power combined with mighty thunder force. Qingtuan's staff strike immediately stirred up an endless thunderstorm, colliding head-on with that golden sword energy storm. But contrary to everyone's expectations, this clash between the two sides wasn't the evenly matched battle they had imagined. Instead, Qingtuan's single staff strike directly crushed the golden sword energy storm. Then, that mighty thunder destruction storm continued forward, though it was ultimately destroyed by another sword strike from the great Tengu. But this situation had already caused an uproar throughout the venue, because this was the first time Tenino Hayato had fallen into a disadvantage during combat. How is this possible? Even though I'm not at peak condition right now, the great Tengu's sword strike still had 90% of its full power. How could it lose to a giant panda? Seeing this situation, the first to lose his composure was undoubtedly Tenino Hayato. He stared at the thunder giant form that Qingtuan had transformed into, his eyes twitching slightly. "I cannot lose." At the center of the arena, Tenino Hayato lowered his voice, his face twisted with fury as he nearly ground his molars to dust. He couldn't accept losing to someone of his own generation among their peers. He had to be the strongest. Before his roar even faded, the great Tengu beside him had already unsheathed its blade at his command, slashing horizontally toward Qingtuan once more. Sword technique. 36 winds of affliction. Cold light flashed as the blade cut through the air, and countless sword chi wind blades tore through the atmosphere, descending upon Qingtuan like a torrential downpour. Thunder God's descent, divine judgment. On the other side, Qingtuan held nothing back. What Qingchen wanted was to crush his enemy with absolute superiority. In the next moment, an intricate and magnificent thunder formation instantly spread beneath his feet, and a majestic figure formed from pure lightning materialized behind him. The figure's hands moved in a grasping motion, instantly conjuring a thunder war halberd. The thunder giant gripped the halberd and lowered its stance, carrying rolling thunder currents like a bursting dam as it charged Hedon into the endless sword chi wind blades. His lightning and sword chi clashed with piercing shrieks. Moments later, the more violent thunder power gained the upper hand, sweeping forward like a tsunami that devours everything, completely crushing the woven assault of sword chi wind blades before continuing its advance. Caught off guard, the great Tengu was forced to strike again, its sword chi crisscrossing, but ultimately failing to disperse all the residual thunder waves. Blazing white electric currents slammed into its chest, forcibly shocking it back nearly 10 meters. In their second exchange, Tenino Hayato fell into an even more obvious disadvantage. How is this possible? The spectators erupted in astonishment. The first defeat could be attributed to Tenino Hayato's overconfidence, but losing the second time as well could only mean his opponent was stronger. Nonsense. Tenino Hayato has already fought 9 consecutive battles nowhere near his peak condition. Baka. He's being taken advantage of. This is very bad. The Sakura Nation audience instantly panicked. Their original vision of Tenino Hayato single-handedly challenging 10 Dragon Nation fighters was likely going down the drain. Even worse, true masters like the Qingchen King could already see that Qingchen's current combat power exceeded even Tenino Hayato at his peak by half a notch. If Qingchen followed Tenino Hayato's original strategy of challenging Sakura Nation's rising talents one by one, the situation could instantly reverse into Dragon Nation's rising star single-handedly sweeping 10 Sakura Nation fighters. Fortunately, Qingchen had personally stated earlier that he would challenge all 10 Sakura Nation fighters at once. In that case, don't blame Sakura Nation for being unsportsmanlike. The Qingchen King's eyes flashed as he immediately made his decision. He acknowledged Qingchen's strength, but refused to believe the young man could single-handedly face Sakura Nation's 10 greatest prodigies. Did he really think they were raised on garbage? Therefore, under the Qingchen King's covert arrangements, in the Sakura Nation's preparation area, 9 young prodigies, including Mikawa Kento, suddenly moved in unison, appearing on the arena stage alongside Tenino Hayato. 10 fighters. Sakura Nation had directly deployed 10 of their finest young talents against Qingchen alone. The spectator stands erupted in outrage, with cries of "shameless," and "they've abandoned all dignity," echoing throughout. Yet upon reflection, Qingchen had previously boasted that he would single-handedly battle all 10 of them, so their collective response seemed only natural. The brief spark of hope was crushed, and the Dragon Nation audience's hearts once again hung heavy with dread. At the center of the arena, Tenino Hayato's face darkened like storm clouds as he watched his 9 companions suddenly materialize around him. Rage boiled within him. Their appearance was tantamount to declaring he couldn't defeat Qingchen alone. Ridiculous. He, Tenino Hayato, considered himself the strongest of his generation without exception. How could he possibly lose to that Chinese pig? Who told you to come up here? Get lost, all of you. I haven't even gone all out yet, he snarled in a low voice, but no one paid him any attention. Mikawa Kento spoke coolly. Lord Shuten ordered us to enter. If you have complaints, take them up with him. Besides, if you weren't so incompetent, would we need to intervene? As his words fell, he raised his hand, and cherry-colored spiritual light bloomed. Demon Blade Princess. This spirit beast's upper body was solid, adorned in exquisite geisha attire, while her lower half dissolved into ethereal shadows. In her right hand, she gripped a demonic blade longer than herself, its surface occasionally flickering with peach-colored evil flames that sent chills down one's spine. The other 8 prodigies also summoned their spirit beasts. Inma, wrapped in deep brown magma with molten streams swirling around his body. Blue Lantern Walker, carrying a ghostly lamp with cold, blue-green flames. Earthbound Spirit, buried deep underground with only a pair of eerie green pupils visible. 10 rare spirit beasts stood side by side, their combined aura surging skyward like a sinister wall blocking Qingchen's path. Qingchen, you may be strong, but your greatest mistake was underestimating us. In single combat, we're no match for Tenino, but with 10 of us united, even 2 Teninos couldn't stop us, someone called out with cold laughter. If you're smart, you'll surrender now. Qingchen nodded seriously, then calmly uttered, that's because he's too weak. These words struck like a sledgehammer to the chest, nearly causing Tenino Hayato to suffer internal injuries from rage. He roared his command, and the great Tengu soared into the air, gathering a lethal strike. Sword Technique. 1 Great. 3,000. Great 1,000 Worlds. Sword energy stretched across the sky like a silk banner, resembling 3,000 silver galaxies hanging inverted, with cold light flickering ominously. Following the sword energy, 9 companions unleashed their killing moves in succession. Heart Flame, Karmic Fire Slash, Demon Stone Meteor, Soul Summoning Return. 10 devastating attacks merged into a terrifying tsunami of power, roaring toward Qingchen. Facing this violent assault, Qingchen's eyes flickered slightly. Perfect timing to let the newly mastered Thunder Emperor formula bare its fangs. Under countless watchful eyes, he or rather Qingchen lightly tapped the ground with both feet, rising several zhang into the air and hovering steadily. Then he sat cross-legged, brought his arms together before his chest, lowered his eyes, assuming the solemn appearance of a thunderous Buddha. His golden staff settled horizontally across his forearms, lightning coiling around it. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, ancient and obscure characters flowing from his lips in whispered torrents, gathering and multiplying like rolling thunderclouds. Finally, all the ancient scriptures transformed into 5 mighty words: Thunder Path for absolute heavens. Thunder Path for absolute heavens. This was the brand new skill that the Thunder Emperor art brought to Qingchen after reaching mastery, and it was also the first time Qingchen had used this technique. Qingchen's 10 fingers danced through the air, and as the final seal locked into place, the arena was instantly swallowed by pitch-black chaos. In the next breath, 2 great suns, one black, one white, tore through the darkness. The black sun below, the white sun above, with Tenino Hayato and his 9 companions trapped firmly in the narrow gap between them. With a thought from Qingchen, the 2 suns crashed violently together. Boom. Endless thunder exploded, and indescribable world-ending power surged forth from the collision's center. The peerless killing sword Qi unleashed by the great Tengu, and the full-force strikes from spirit beasts like the Demon Blade Princess, were ground away layer by layer in this torrent of destruction. Even more terrifying was that Thunder Path for absolute heavens locked onto not just attacks, but the spirit beasts themselves had nowhere to escape. As the horrifying pressure swept down, Tenino Hayato could only frantically order his beasts to deploy every life-saving measure they possessed, desperately hoping to survive this apocalyptic storm. Below the stage, countless beast tamers instinctively swallowed hard. A silver rank beast tamer could unleash such devastating power? In terms of pure destructive force, this was already approaching late platinum level. The crowd was stunned. This youth was terrifyingly formidable. In the Sakura Nation's viewing section, King Shuten's smile had long been replaced by dark clouds. Tenino Hayato was already heaven-defying enough, and now Dragon Nation had produced an even more monstrous Qingchen. If allowed to grow, Sakura Nation would surely face threats. The moment killing intent arose, he sensed himself being locked onto by another force. Looking up, he saw Dragon King watching him with a smile. King Shuten, I advise you not to entertain any crooked thoughts. Dragon King's voice was calm, yet carried an icy chill. No matter who stands behind Sakura Nation, I guarantee the first to be destroyed will definitely be Sakura Nation. King Shuten's expression darkened, but he could only nod almost imperceptibly. The peak combat power was clear. Dragon Nation had 12 heavenly kings, while Sakura Nation, including himself, had only 5 guardian kings. As the brief confrontation between the 2 kings concluded, the apocalyptic spectacle on the arena also reached its end. The thunder's aftershocks dissipated layer by layer, and the audience watched without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. This strike from Qingchen might very well determine victory and defeat, creating history. Finally, as the last bolt of lightning crumbled away, the arena returned to clarity. Hiss! Everyone who could clearly see everything on the stage at this moment couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even the beast tamer masters who had anticipated this outcome couldn't help but hold their breath when they witnessed the scene unfold before their eyes. At the center of the arena, of the 11 contestants who had originally stood side by side, only one remained standing steadily: Qingchen. The remaining 10, including Tenino Hayato and Mikawa Kento, had all collapsed on the platform in unison, blood seeping from their 7 orifices and convulsing uncontrollably due to the backlash from their severely wounded beasts. Qingchen's thunderous strike had been so overwhelming that regardless of each opponent's beast's individual strength, specialized domain, or special abilities, all were reduced to the same level before the 4 ultimate thunder techniques, true equality among all beings. However, such an ultimate strike did not come without a price. Qingtuan, the silver-tier giant panda who had executed the technique, now curled up weakly in Qingchen's arms, its breathing shallow and body trembling slightly, clearly having severely overexerted itself. Qingchen looked down and gently stroked the panda's soft ears, feeling heartbroken yet helpless. Fortunately, this was merely an exhaustion reaction that would recover with rest. Referee, may we announce the results now? Qingchen spoke calmly, withdrawing all attention from the panda in his arms. The referee finally snapped back to reality and was about to raise his hand to signal the end of the match when suddenly, Mikawa Kento, who had been barely breathing, shakily stood up, his torn sleeves stained with blood, yet his eyes blazed with maniacal light. Ha! Qingchen, didn't expect this, did you? Your grandfather here isn't down yet. He staggered toward the other 8 fallen companions, awakening them one by one, leaving only the unconscious Tenino Hayato ignored. Once everyone had regrouped, Mikawa Kento glared at Qingchen with a sinister smile. Did you think the 8 of us were just here to gang up on you alongside Tenino Hayato? Right, but also wrong. Each of us holds a trump card that Tenino Hayato doesn't have. His gaze swept over Qingtuan's exhausted form as his voice rose. If I'm not mistaken, that giant panda of yours no longer has any fighting capacity left, does it? Ha ha. As his words fell, Mikawa Kinto raised his hand, and 9 contract formations spread across the arena in a line. His 8 companions made the same gesture, and 9 beasts materialized simultaneously. As silver-tier beast tamers, they each possessed a second contract they simply hadn't summoned them before. Silver-tier masters like Ji Wandao, who were watching and betting on king-tier qualified beasts, had maintained only 1 beast each, so they naturally assumed Mikawa Kinto and the others were in the same situation. Seeing the 9 newly summoned beasts take form, they were all stunned. Though these beasts were only bronze tier, they had been trained by talented beast tamers like Mikawa Kinto, and even the weakest could match silver-tier combat power. Moreover, 9 working together were enough to completely reverse the current battle situation. On the arena, with Qingtuan having no fighting strength left, Qingchen stood alone. Realizing that victory was assured, Mikawa Kinto arrogantly lifted his chin. Qingchen, I've won this gamble. As his words landed, the 9 bronze-tier beasts let out low roars in succession, their shadows instantly pressing toward Qingchen. But Qingchen merely looked up at the 9 figures arrayed before him, his lips slowly curving into a smile. Is that so? Then how do you know that I, Qingchen, haven't contracted a second beast? Silence exploded in the air. Mikawa Kinto's maniacal laughter froze on his face, and his companions also showed bewildered expressions. Indeed, why couldn't Qingchen have contracted a second beast? Simply because the 9 Dragon Kingdom newcomers who had appeared before all lacked second contracts. They had naturally assumed Qingchen didn't have one either. They themselves seemed to have been trapped by their own preconceived notions. At this thought, Kinto and his group's faces instantly darkened, but having come this far, they could only go all in betting that even if Qingchen had truly contracted a second beast, it would be nothing special. They encouraged each other. Qingchen, even if you have a second beast, could it possibly be more outrageous than that giant panda? If it's merely bronze rank, how could it possibly withstand our 9 bronze beasts? This self-consolation helped them regain some confidence. Young and inexperienced as they were, having finally cultivated their main battle beasts to heaven-defying levels, how could they possibly have the energy to create another monster of the same caliber? Qingchen saw through their thoughts and smiled lightly. Indeed, my second beast is not yet equal to my first, but dealing with you all more than sufficient. As his words fell, with a thought, a brilliant blue light leaped from his beast space Gyue appeared before everyone for the first time. Only half a meter long, its form somewhere between whale and shark, its tail fin swaying gently as it soared up and down around Qingchen like a fish swimming through water. Those truly shocked were not the Sakura Nation group, but Ji Wandao and others who knew Qingchen well, along with instructors and assistants like Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing, who all gasped in stunned silence. He really has a second beast? When did he contract it? Where did he find the time and resources? That 100 consecutive battles, that wasn't even his limit. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Just how many trump cards was Qingchen hiding? The strength he'd revealed so far already made him unreachable to them. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing exchanged frowning glances. In the Dragon Group training camp, the students' whereabouts were almost entirely under their control, yet Qingchen's second beast was completely absent from the files. Jiang Xiaoxiao had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps the mastermind behind that strange incident during the treasure hunt trial was this very guy. Of course, all trouble leads back to you. Having figured it out, Jiang Xiaoxiao ground her teeth in frustration her first time as head instructor, and every single incident was connected to Qingchen. On the arena, words had lost all meaning. Kinto stared intently at Gyue and shouted, "Let our skills do the talking, bone-melting snow." His summoned second beast, the Snow Woman, though slightly inferior in grade to the Demon Blade Princess, was still remarkably powerful, its full combat potential not yet released due to their recent contract. Following Kinto's attack, the other 8 Sakura Nation newcomers simultaneously launched their assaults. In an instant, 9 torrents of attacks in various forms swept toward Qingchen. Although the overall power was somewhat weaker than before, this round of attacks would still be enough to defeat all beast tamers below the gold rank. Still too weak, Qingchen silently assessed. His target wasn't Qingtuan, but Gyue. In his view, though Gyue was temporarily at a disadvantage, she was definitely not comparable to ordinary spirit beasts. With king-level aptitude and the dual enhancement of the simplified system, she was destined not to fall easily. Gyue rolled and slid away, floating several meters in front of Qingchen. She opened her mouth and spat out a deep blue orb the size of a baby's fist, the ocean pearl. Deep blue light blazed forth as thick water curtains surged from within the pearl, instantly forming an impregnable wall that blocked the path of the 9 deadly attacks. Boom. The 9 attacks crashed violently against the water wall, sparking brilliant flashes and tremendous waves. The shockwaves made the air hum, yet they couldn't tear through that deep blue barrier. The ocean pearl was gold-rank spirit beast equipment, and Gyue herself was a silver rank spirit beast. With these dual advantages combined, even though the opposing bronze rank contracted beasts had absolute numerical superiority, they were helpless. How is this possible? Mikawa Kinto and the others were completely stunned. To prevent any more accidents in the match, they had just ordered their spirit beasts to use their ultimate techniques. Yet the combined killing blow from 9 bronze-rank spirit beasts couldn't even break through their opponent's defense. Impossible. How could they possibly train 2 equally heaven-defying spirit beasts in such a short time? I agree, unless they're cheating, it's absolutely impossible. Who could actually cheat? I think that spirit beast just happens to excel at defense. Exactly, I agree. Next, as long as we can hold down that spirit beast, victory is still uncertain. After the initial shock, the 9 people encouraged each other and quickly steadied their mindset, preparing for a prolonged battle with Qingchen. However, Qingchen had no interest in dragging things out. Besides, who said Gyue only excels at defense? With a thought, Gyue raised her claw. Chains of order. In an instant, transparent chains materialized around the 9 bronze-rank spirit beasts, binding them tightly. The chains not only restricted their movement, but also severed their connection to spiritual power. At this moment, the 9 great spirit beasts were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. Netherworld's fury. Gyue took a deep breath and suddenly opened her mouth wide. Rolling sound waves poured forth from deep in her throat. The semicircular soul shockwave visibly expanded rapidly, like an exploding tsunami crashing down in layers, heavily striking those 9 defenseless bronze-rank spirit beasts. It wasn't over yet. Qingchen flicked his fingertip, and Gyue gathered energy once more. 7th God, Qingchen's descent. The 7th divine art, Qingchen's descent. Gyu's previous strike had completely stripped the 9 bronze spirit beasts, including the Snow Maiden, of their combat ability. However, Qingchen's goal was never merely to defeat them. Facing the Sakura Nation, he intended to uproot these potential threats entirely within the bounds of the rules. Though Mikawa Kinto and his companions were inferior to Qingchen, they were prodigious talents among their generation in the Sakura Nation. If allowed to grow, they would inevitably cause trouble for the Dragon Nation in the future. With this opportunity before him, Qingchen didn't mind striking them down while he had the chance. Even if he couldn't eliminate them all, he would cripple them severely, ensuring they could never catch up to the Dragon Nation's pace. With this thought, Gyu's second lethal assault suddenly descended. Behind her, the void transformed into an endless starry sky, and a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun emerged. Part whale, part shark, it was the legendary Qingchen. The Qingchen's shadow leaped high, its massive tail stirring up vast starlight, then crashed down toward the center of the arena toward the Snow Maiden and the other 9 spirit beasts. You insolent brat! How dare you! From the spectator stands, the Qingchen Heavenly King was the first to lose his composure. With a sweep of his long sleeves, his overwhelming aura instantly locked onto Qingchen. He could see at a glance that Mikawa Kinto and the others were doomed to defeat, and he recognized Qingchen's intent to annihilate them completely. If this strike landed, the Sakura Nation's young generation of prodigies would be nearly wiped out. As one of the 5 great guardian heavenly kings, how could he stand idly by? In an instant, Qingchen Heavenly King crossed through the void and struck out with his palm. His palm force was 3 times heavier than what was needed to merely neutralize Gyu's attack clearly. His intent wasn't simply to rescue. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. I refuse to believe the Dragon Nation would wage all-out war with our Sakura Nation over a mere undeveloped Qingchen. The Dragon Heavenly King of the Dragon Nation was equally thunderously enraged. Seeing Qingchen Heavenly King overstep his bounds and disregard his status, energy waves surged around his body like an awakening true dragon. He raised his hand and delivered an incomparable strike, thunderously aimed at the arena. Boom! The 2 Heavenly Kings' forces collided in midair, instantly generating thunderous explosions. Though these were merely casual strikes, their terrifying energy was several times stronger than Qingchen's previous battles. The arena, spanning over 10 football fields and reinforced with magical formations, now looked as if it had been plowed by a giant. The ground churned, stone fragments scattered everywhere, and cracks spread like a spider's web, reducing it to ruins in moments. Qingchen Heavenly King had moved first, so his palm force arrived first, shattering the Qingchen's shadow and starlight inch by inch. Gyu's destructive second strike was forcibly neutralized by him. At the same time, Qingchen's plan to eliminate the Sakura Nation's 9 great talents in one fell swoop instantly came to nothing. However, due to the Dragon King's timely intervention, the Sake Swallowing King's attempt to take advantage of the situation and kill Qingchen ultimately failed. Sake Swallowing King, you're absolutely shameless. Angry roars erupted from around the arena. After a brief confrontation, the Dragon King was the first to rise from his throne, his towering figure bearing down like a mountain, his overwhelming presence directly enveloping the Sake Swallowing King. As the Dragon King made his move, The Dragon Nation spectators in the viewing stands rose in unison, their beast-summoning light flashing as over a dozen giant beasts roared and landed, their fierce gazes locked onto their Sakura Nation counterparts. Dragon King, you're mistaken. The sake-swallowing king secretly cursed that his strike had failed to claim Qingchen's life, but outwardly feigned regret. Sensing the dire situation, he theatrically stepped back. You saw it yourself, this match's outcome was already decided, yet that Qingchen still wanted to deliver a killing blow. Shouldn't we intervene against such a ruthless individual? If exchanges with Dragon Nation mean death upon defeat, isn't that far too tyrannical? With just a few words, he elevated the conflict to a national level while conveniently labeling Qingchen as ruthless. Sake-swallowing king, I can only agree with half of what you said. A calm voice came from the center of the arenate was Qingchen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qingchen stared down the sake-swallowing king with neither servility nor arrogance. After the man's expression grew uncertain, Qingchen declared loudly, First, I agree with what you just said, this match's outcome was already decided. Even you, a Sakura Nation king, believe Sakura Nation lost. Surely no one else would disagree. As his words landed, the sake-swallowing king's face turned ashen, and the Sakura Nation audience felt as if they had something stuck in their throats, yet were powerless to refute those were their own king's words, after all. Originally, they had wanted to delay and create chaos, hoping at minimum to save face, but Qingchen's pointed response instantly sealed the verdict. Anyone who dared voice opposition now would be slapping their own king's face, and the venue immediately fell silent. The Dragon Nation audience beamed with joy. Though they held back their laughter and didn't interrupt, they all waited for Qingchen to continue his offensive. Seeing no one refute him, Qingchen continued. Next, I disagree with your claim that I was trying to kill. This was my first time fighting Mikawa Kento, and the other show could I judge their limits? What if they had hidden cards? Wouldn't I be standing there waiting to die? It was perfectly reasonable for me to press my advantage. Who could have known they'd be so weak? They couldn't even withstand a single strike from my second beast. After he finished, the Sakura Nation side fell even more silent, and even the sake-swallowing king was momentarily speechless. Now it was the Dragon King's turn to take the stage again. He first cast an approving glance at Qingchen. With this speech, Qingchen had completely pulled righteousness back to Dragon Nation's side. The Dragon King knew full well that Qingchen's final strike had indeed intended to kill Mikawa Kento and the others. But did that matter? It didn't. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. All of it was for Dragon Nation. Shuten Tenno, was Qingchen's explanation sufficient for you? If not, I can clarify things further. Long Tenno's voice echoed throughout the vast stadium, and as his words faded, the 7 shadowy figures of his king-tier beasts emerged behind him. Their scales, wings, and fangs radiated an imposing aura, as though they could strike at any moment. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Shuten Tenno placed his left hand behind his back, his knuckles turning slightly pale from the tension. He remained silent for a moment before slowly unclenching his fist. Sakura Nation's overall strength was inferior to Longhua, and he himself was no match for Long Tenno. At this moment, the advantage was entirely on the other side, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. I was too hasty earlier and broke the rules. Let's consider this match a loss for Sakura Nation. He took a deep breath, his voice regaining its calm, but still carrying a heavy sense of resolve. As compensation, these 300 ghost tokens will serve as my apology. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and 3 slender tokens sliced through the air, landing lightly in Long Tenno's palm. The tokens were jet black, their edges faintly glowing with silver runes, exuding an eerie aura of a secret realm. Long Tenno glanced at the tokens and couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The 100 ghost tokens were keys to Sakura Nation's national-level secret realm, opened only once every 10 years, with fewer than 100 in existence. Traditionally, Sakura Nation would gift only 3 to 5 tokens to allied nations, never letting them circulate freely. For Shuten Tenno to offer 3 at once was a remarkable gesture. Shuten Tenno, quite the grand gesture, Long Tenno remarked, his lips curling into a faint smile. Despite his earlier dominance, he couldn't help but admire his opponent's boldness. A loss is a loss. Having been defeated, Sakura Nation has no face to linger here any longer. Shuten Tenno waved his hand and turned to leave decisively, his figure clean and sharp. The internal exchange match had neither an audience nor a trophy, and with the outcome decided, staying any longer was pointless. The true value of this exchange match lay in the direct confrontation between the 2 nations' new generation beastmasters. Whoever emerged victorious would earn greater recognition for their nation's future. Soon, the Sakura Nation delegation had completely exited the stadium, leaving only the Longhua team behind. The tension that had gripped the stadium suddenly released, giving way to an eruption of cheers and chants. Longhua is mighty. Longhua is invincible. Qingchen is invincible. Longhua is mighty. Longhua is invincible. Qingchen is invincible. Longhua is mighty. Longhua is invincible. Qingchen is invincible. Amid the resounding chants, everyone released their pent-up excitement and pride. This match had been a roller coaster of twists and turns, perilous to the extreme, with the outcome uncertain until the very last moment. Fortunately, Longhua had emerged as the victor. Qingchen exchanged glances with the other 9 participants and nodded in mutual understanding, finally allowing himself to exhale. Ji Wandao and the others stepped forward one by one, giving Qingchen heartfelt and heavy embraces. If not for Qingchen's critical efforts, the 10 of them might have carried the shame of Longhua's defeat. It took quite a while for the atmosphere to settle down. At this moment, the Dragon Heavenly King finally smiled and descended from his throne, approaching the preparation area where Qingchen and the others stood. We greet the Dragon Heavenly King. Qingchen and his companions bowed in unison, their voices ringing out with strength and respect. The 12 heavenly kings of the Dragon Kingdom were far from mere figureheads. They were guardian-like beings who defended against foreign powers probing their nation's strength, suppressed the dark undercurrents of the beast god society, and had fought bloody battles against calamitous beasts in the wilderness. The peaceful times the Dragon Kingdom enjoyed today were built upon their countless sacrifices and burdens. For this reason, the respectful bow from Qingchen and the others honored not only their cultivation but also their silent dedication. The Dragon Heavenly King raised his palm, signaling for everyone to rise. His gaze swept over each person as he spoke in a voice both gentle and powerful. This time, you all performed admirably. Tenino Hayato was formidable. Even if I were at your current level, my combat ability would be comparable at best. With these words, the tension in Ji Wandao and the others' hearts finally eased. Then, his gaze settled on Qingchen, his eyebrows lifting with a smile. Qingchen, you were exceptional, haha. His hearty laughter mixed with those words made it clear to everyone just how much the Dragon Heavenly King valued and recognized Qingchen. Before his laughter faded, a token of deep black shot through with silver light spun gently in the air before coming to rest in front of Qingchen. Keep this 100 ghosts token for now. Someone will explain its specific purpose to you later. Qingchen nodded without asking questions and solemnly stored the token away. Anything offered as an apology by the Juten Heavenly King was certainly no ordinary item. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Heavenly King turned his right hand, and a long staff woven with gold and silver materialized from thin air, with lightning flowing densely along its length. This thunder demon subduing staff would be perfect for your Thunder Panda. Consider it your reward for defeating all of the Sakura Kingdom's prodigies. With that, he casually tossed it over. Qingchen hurriedly caught it with both hands, his arms suddenly bearing its weight, as information immediately flooded his mind. Thunder Demon Subduing Staff Diamond Grade. Forged entirely from rare thunderstone with thunder demon subduing incantations inscribed along its body. Properties: Thunder Attribute, extremely heavy against enemies, with absolute restraint effects against Dark-type beast companions. Diamond Grade Beast Equipment. Qingchen's heart pounded wildly. Even the cheapest diamond equipment would be worth tens of millions in dragon coins. Thank you, Dragon Heavenly King. Holding a weapon worth hundreds of millions of dragon coins, Qingchen rarely found himself stuttering. But the Dragon Heavenly King waved his hand with a chuckle. You're thanking me too early. Qingchen's heart tightened. Could he be planning to take it back? No way. Even if you're the Dragon Heavenly King, don't even think about it. He immediately stuffed the Thunder Demon Subduing Staff into his beast space, afraid it might be reclaimed. Seeing this, the Dragon Heavenly King's smile grew even broader. Because I'm also planning to give you 100,000 merit points and 100 million dragon coins as a reward. Qingchen was completely stunned. 100,000 merit points. 100 million dragon coins. Last time, he had worked for days just to earn several hundred merit points, and now he was directly receiving 100,000 more than a hundredfold increase. As for the 100 million dragon coins, compared to the Thunder Demon Subduing Staff and the 100,000 merit points, it actually seemed like the most ordinary reward. So this was how a Heavenly King-level powerhouse operated. Truly magnificent. Aboard a mid-sized passenger aircraft, the cabin lights cast a gentle glow while the engines hummed steadily and persistently. Shitendaji and his entourage sat quietly, waiting for their return flight to land. Lord Shitendaji, we clearly didn't need to pay the price of 300 demons tokens. Why did you? His aide lowered his voice, yet couldn't hide his confusion. Shitendaji slowly opened his previously closed eyes, a dark gleam flashing briefly within them. After a long silence, he spoke softly. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom: you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Remember, our Sakura Kingdom will not always lose. We absolutely will not. As his words faded, his gaze unconsciously fell upon the adjacent seat, where the still unconscious Tenino Hayato's chest rose and fell slightly. The oxygen mask pressed tightly against his face, as if reminding everyone of the cost of this defeat. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom base's temporary command center, after privately awarding Qingchen with substantial rewards, the Dragon King hadn't forgotten Ji Wandao and the other 9 each received 10,000 merit points. Ji Wandao's group had no objections, as their most important role throughout the entire exchange tournament had been to buy time for Qingchen. With business concluded, everyone dispersed. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing led Qingchen and the other rising stars aboard an armed helicopter. The rotors whipped up fierce winds, and the metal fuselage gleamed coldly in the afternoon sunlight. The journey passed in silence. After several hours, the helicopter slowly touched down on the base's landing pad. The cabin door slid open, and Qingchen's group quickly formed ranks, stepping onto the ground with synchronized footsteps. At that moment, dense, rhythmic footsteps approached from ahead. What came into view were formations lined up on both sides, soldiers in combat gear, stern-faced assistant instructors and trainers, along with Dragon Group newcomers like Bai Yi and Shi Yusher, all standing at attention with their gazes fixed forward. Those burning eyes were filled with anticipation and suspense. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing exchanged knowing glances before bringing Qingchen to the front. Facing everyone's hopeful expectations, Qingchen needed no preamble and shouted loudly, "Everyone, we have fulfilled our mission. We won. We won." Those two simple words ignited like a fuse. The next second, cheers, applause, and laughter merged into a tsunami-like roar. "We won. And we beat the Sakura Kingdom. Ha ha ha, excellent. Our Dragon Kingdom can never again be defeated by the Sakura Kingdom. Thank you all. Glory to our Dragon Kingdom. We've brought honor to our nation." One cry rose above another. One wave overtook the next, finally converging into a deafening shout. "Comrades, hear the dragons roar." Whoosh! Daylight fireworks that had been standing ready shot into the sky with thunderous booms rolling across the heavens. Even under the midday sun, the brilliant colors remained dazzling, as if adorning victory with the most radiant metals. The welcome celebration continued for quite some time before the excitement gradually subsided. As soon as the reception ended, Qingchen and his companions rushed to the exchange center. Countless beast-taming resources awaited in the Dragon Group's treasury, and while they had previously been constrained by insufficient merit points, now everything was different. The exchange hall was brightly lit, with electronic screens continuously displaying the exchange rates for various techniques and resources. Holding his 100,000 merit points, Qingchen barely hesitated before directly filtering for gold-tier staff techniques. Following his previous logic, he selected the staff technique that required the highest merit cost. As for why he didn't choose platinum or even diamond-level staff techniques, it wasn't because he couldn't afford them, but because the higher the skill grade, the more spiritual power required to activate it. Even if Qingtuan learned a diamond-level staff technique right now, he probably wouldn't be able to execute even the first move, making it completely counterproductive. After careful consideration, Qingchen focused his attention on 2 gold-level staff techniques. 1. Celestial Derivation Staff Technique, Gold Level. Description: based on deducing the laws of heaven, both offensive and defensive moves align with celestial and earthly trajectories, with each move flowing endlessly into the next. Learning requirements: Beast Companion wielding a long staff. Price: 3,000 merit points. 2. Annihilation Thunder-Breaking Staff Technique, Gold Level. Description: perfectly fuses thunder power with staff techniques. With each strike, destructive lightning follows. Learning requirements: Lightning Attribute Beast Companion. Weapon must be a long staff. Price: 3,000 merit points. The 2 manuals cost a total of 6,000 merit points. After making his selection, Qingchen temporarily suppressed the urge to exchange for more items. First, he really couldn't think of anything else he needed, and second, in about a week, the Dragon Group's rookie training camp would end. With his current points, that King-grade aptitude Beast Companion was practically guaranteed to be his, and he'd need to save enough points to level up his 3rd Beast Companion. While he was calculating, a knock came from outside the door. A staff member handed him a metal box. Opening the lid, 2 gold-edged booklets lay quietly inside. Qingchen casually picked up one of them, flipping through the pages smoothly. System notifications chimed continuously in his ears, but he paid them no attention, directly picking up the second book to continue reading. After finishing both manuals completely, Qingchen closed the books and silently waited for the system's feedback, was betting that the system's simplification function could fuse and evolve both skills at once. Sure enough, moments later, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Detectable skill evolution path found for simplification. Target: Qingtuan. Spend 5 million dragon coins for simplification. What, 5 million? Qingchen's mouth twitched violently. If not for Dragon King's generous gift of a small goal, he really couldn't afford to raise this money-devouring beast. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed through clenched jaw. Yes. Simplification complete. Skill: Great Celestial Thunder Derivation Staff Technique. Evolution path. Condition 1. Skill 6 Harmony Staff Technique Proficiency raised to Perfection 11. Condition 2. Possess Skill Celestial Derivation Staff Technique 11. Condition 3. Possess Skill Annihilation Thunder Breaking Staff Technique 11. Conditions met. Skill 6 Harmony Staff Technique has evolved into Skill Great Celestial Thunder Derivation Staff Technique. Great Celestial Thunder Derivation Staff Technique, an extremely domineering thunder staff technique where each strike can summon celestial thunder to severely wound enemies. After reading the description, Qingchen was in excellent spirits. This new technique, fused from 2 gold-level skills, had power comparable to platinum-level techniques, yet its spiritual power consumption remained at the gold level, unleashing more terrifying power with less spiritual energy. This was precisely the frightening aspect of the system's evolution. More importantly, the notifications hadn't stopped. Simplifiable skill detected. Great Celestial Thunder Derivation Staff Technique. Target, Qingchen. Spend 5 million dragon coins for simplification. Qingchen gritted his teeth as another 5 million dragon coins vanished in an instant. Simplification Complete. Cultivating Great Thunder Evolution Staff Technique, holding a stick and drawing circles. Fortunately, the system's user-friendly nature remained as reliable as ever. Next, he pulled up Qingchen's attribute panel. Name, Qingchen. Race, Thunder Panda. Level, Silver 62. Aptitude, Diamond. Equipment, Thunder Demon Subduing Staff Diamond Grade. Devouring Thunder Armor Gold Grade. Skills, Thunder Dharma Form Minor Achievement 24, Sharp Strike Minor Achievement 10, Mind's Eye Minor Achievement 10, Great Thunder Evolution Staff Technique Beginner 0, Breaking Limits Minor Achievement 10, 3000 Thunder Movements Minor Achievement 38, Thunder Emperor's Art Major Achievement 38, Sacred Thunder Wall, Shield Minor Achievement 45. With comprehensive upgrades to both equipment and skills, Qingchen's combat power had risen once again. Qingchen nodded with satisfaction, then turned his attention to Guyue. Name, Guyue. Race, Void Ancient Kuan. Level, Silver 10. Aptitude, King Grade. Equipment, Vast Water Pearl Gold Grade. Skills, Yellow Springs Heaven's Wrath Minor Achievement 95, 7th God. Kuan's Fall Minor Achievement 70. Etherealization Minor Achievement 80, Order Chains Minor Achievement 10. Regarding Guyue's development, Qingchen had some vague ideas, though they weren't fully formed yet. Since Guyue was well-balanced in both offense and defense, maintaining the status quo was the safest approach for now. With all operations complete, he left the exchange center. Night fell, and starlight scattered across the sky above the camp. Qingchen looked up, his chest burning with passion. One day, I, Qingchen, will laugh at all these stars in the sky. After making this bold declaration, he hurried back to his dormitory for a good rest. Early the next morning, he received a notice. All personnel report to the arena. After a quick wash, he headed to the arena where students gradually assembled. On stage stood the familiar figures of Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. Time flies. Jiang Xiaoxiao got straight to the point. You only have 1 week left in the training camp. What comes next is your final trial. The crowd stirred, and Qingchen and the others watched with keen interest. In 3 days, you will participate in an operation to hunt down the Beast God Society as official members of the Dragon Group. Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice rang out powerfully. This is a real battlefield, not a drill. Situations can change in an instant, and no one can predict what will happen. Now, if anyone doesn't want to participate, speak up immediately. Her gaze swept across each person's face like a sword. Confronting the Beast God Society was the Dragon Group's sacred duty. Anyone who retreated out of fear had no right to remain. After a long silence, no one withdrew. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly as she continued. The hunting operation is tentatively scheduled for 3 days from now. In the meantime, the assistant instructors will teach you basic horsemanship and swordsmanship. When the time comes, anyone whose horsemanship or swordsmanship doesn't meet standards won't be qualified to participate in battle. We can't have you dragging others down. Qingchen and the others were secretly puzzled. Why would beast tamers need to learn these skills? But since Jiang Xiaoxiao had spoken, they could only comply with the arrangements. And so, the blade distribution began. The armory doors slowly opened, and Qingchen and the others each received a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword about 5 feet long with a black, gleaming scabbard that felt heavy in their hands. When drawn, the blade flashed like water, its edge so sharp it was almost painful to look at directly. After a quick inspection, they were led to the bare open ground outside the arena. Morning, basic swordsmanship training. Slash, parry, withdraw, dodge. The 4 movements repeated endlessly, the sound of swinging blades mixing with shouts and battle cries. Sweat dripped from their armor onto the yellow sand below, while the cold gleam of steel reflected blindingly in the sunlight. After a full morning, everyone's arms ached and felt numb, yet no one stopped to rest. Afternoon, horsemanship training. Real war horses were brought to the grasslands outside the base, their hooves thundering as dust clouds rose. The trainees sat straight-backed, gripping the reins tightly as fierce winds whipped across their faces. The exhilaration of galloping at full speed was incomparable to any simulator. The next 3 days followed a similar pattern, though mounted swordplay was added starting from the second day. With horses charging and long blades cutting through the wind, Qingchen and the others maintained their seats while executing the fluid sequence of slash, parry, withdraw, and dodge. After 3 days of intensive training, while their swordwork couldn't be called masterful, they had developed enough skill to kill enemies and protect themselves. Zhang Xiaoxiao watched the training ground from a distance, her brow slightly furrowed. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Looking at this, they're pretty much ready. Mu Qing nodded beside her. It's enough. Even though we've described the situation as dire, at the end of the day, Qingchen and the others are just going to assist and get some experience. Nothing serious will happen. I hope so. Zhang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Since the training camp had opened, almost everything had gone wrong somehow, making her feel that the upcoming trial would likely be anything but peaceful. Let's go, it's about time. Mu Qing patted her shoulder reassuringly, then headed toward where the trainees were gathering. Zhang Xiaoxiao composed herself and followed closely behind as they climbed onto a small hill. Everyone, Zhang Xiaoxiao called out. Qingchen and the others immediately reined in their horses and looked up toward the hill. Time's up. Everyone dismount and board the aircraft. Instructor Mu Qing will brief you all on the hunting operation during the flight. Before she finished speaking, the roar of helicopter rotors filled the air overhead. After the cabin doors opened, Qingchen and over 100 other recruits boarded in sequence, quickly filling the passenger compartment. The aircraft shuddered and lifted off, heading straight for their destination. Mu Qing's voice came clearly through the broadcast speakers. The location for this operation is Tianhuang Commandery, Tianhuang Great Plains. The terrain is similar to desert. The Dragonhorn branch of the Dragon Group has discovered a strange area deep in the plains where no spiritual power or thermal weapons can be used. At the same time, they've detected traces of the Beast God Society. Our mission is to work with the outer perimeter yellow rank squads to establish a containment circle and prevent any from escaping. After hearing the briefing, everyone nodded. While this differed somewhat from their initial expectations of direct combat, it made perfect sense. After all, they couldn't send a group of rookies charging into battle. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. Instructor Mu Qing, does that mean we won't be carrying out assassination missions? Correct. Mu Qing's answer was straightforward. The actual killing will be handled jointly by 10 Earth-rank Dragon Group teams and 2 Heaven-rank teams. In an instant, the air in the cabin seemed to freeze as everyone exchanged glances. This hunting operation even included Heaven-rank teams. After days of training at the camp, Qingchen and the others learned how the Dragon Group operated. All internal operations were conducted by squads, which were classified into 4 tiers based on overall combat strength: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Yellow tier squads had the lowest strength, positioned between silver and gold level summoners, and new recruits who successfully graduated were typically assigned to yellow tier teams. Mystic tier fell between gold and platinum levels. Earth tier ranged between platinum and diamond, while the supreme heaven tier squads were always commanded by stellar summoners. When everyone learned that this capture mission involved 2 heaven tier squads, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. It meant at least 2 stellar summoners would personally take action. At the same time, they finally understood why the training camp had focused so intensively on blade techniques and horsemanship. The operation zone prohibited spiritual power usage, rendering beast taming arts completely ineffective, leaving only cold weapons for close combat. During the long march, war horses would be their only reliable means of transportation. After understanding the full picture, everyone quietly waited for takeoff. Due to the extremely long inter-prefecture flight distance, it took nearly half a day before the aircraft gradually decelerated and landed smoothly. As the cabin doors opened, fierce winds carrying yellow sand struck their faces, as if reminding them they had arrived at the Tianhuang Great Plains. Looking around, the world was a vast expanse of dusty yellow, without a trace of green to be found. As Mu Qing led the group down the gangway, several squads appeared from nowhere, lifting their cloaks to reveal Dragon Group insignias. Mu Qing also displayed his badge, and after exchanging passwords, he led Qingchen and over 100 other recruits to follow them into the rolling sand dunes. After another half-day's march, the team finally rendezvoused with the main force for this capture operation. A rough count revealed approximately 300 personnel, and combined with the recruits, the total force approached 500. Such a large-scale cold weapon deployment by the Dragon Group was extremely rare, but considering the spiritual power restrictions, the large numbers seemed reasonable. After the rendezvous, unified formation began. All recruits were organized into groups of 3 and assigned to various yellow-tier squads, positioned in the outermost containment circle. Heaven and Earth-tier squads were responsible for frontal assault and decapitation strikes, while Mystic-tier squads occupied the middle buffer zone, specifically tasked with intercepting any potential breakout attempts by Beast God Society members. With deployment complete and darkness falling, the main force silently advanced toward the predetermined area, gradually tightening the encirclement. After Qingchen and the others took their positions in the outer circle, some remained in place while others continued advancing. Those staying behind had nothing to do but sit in the endless yellow sand, enduring the cold wind. They had thought that after learning blade techniques and horsemanship for so long, they would finally get to showcase their skills in this capture operation. In the group, aside from the original 5 members of the Yellow Rank squad, Qingchen, Bai Yi, and Chao Manhen formed a team. At this moment, Chao Manhen was complaining out of boredom. Come on, with our hastily learned amateur skills, we're just putting on a show. He shook his wrist, his tone full of self-mockery. Bai Yi shrugged in agreement, appearing nonchalant. We know our own limitations best. If they really expect us to charge in with blades, then Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qingkai have lost their minds. Qingchen remained expressionless, seemingly having long understood that their role was merely to make up the numbers. Hearing their conversation, members of the Yellow Rank squad chimed in with a laugh. With the Heaven Rank and Earth Rank squads charging ahead, under normal circumstances it won't be our turn. At most, we'll pick off a few wounded stragglers at the end of the battle. Chao Manhen sighed deeply upon hearing this. So we're just going to be bored, waiting around? Under normal circumstances, yes, a Yellow Rank squad member replied flatly. As his words fell, everyone suddenly grew quiet. Cold wind swept across the dunes, pressing the campfire flames close to the ground. With nothing to do, Qingchen gently stroked his warhorse's mane, though his palm remained tense. He understood that regardless of how low the probability, they were still on a real battlefield where any accident could erupt in an instant. Time passed slowly, the night grew deeper, and the desert wind brought bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, the metallic clang of clashing swords and blades echoed from the distance, faint yet clear as it reached their ears. It started, the Yellow Rank squad captain said in a low voice, his expression instantly grave. Everyone reflexively gripped the long blades at their waists. Though they were only on the periphery, Chao Manhen could still feel his heart pounding. This was his first time being so close to real combat. Only now did he fully understand Jiang Xiaoxiao's intention in arranging this trial for them. Without needing to personally slay enemies, the battlefield atmosphere alone was invaluable. The battle cries from the center grew louder, and the vibrations from clashing weapons seemed to travel through the sand. After a long while, the commotion suddenly began to fade. Is it over? Chao Manhen whispered, but no one answered because no one dared to be certain. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of a blade cutting through air suddenly pierced the night, and a cold gleam flashed. What's happening? The Yellow Rank squad captain shouted, drawing his blade and spinning around. His gaze locking onto Qingchen. It was Qingchen's blade that had been unsheathed. Look behind us, Qingchen warned in a deep voice. Everyone's scalp tingled as they reluctantly turned around. What the hell are these things? Chao Manhen cried out. Behind them, the base of the dune was somehow filled with countless dark shadows. These shadows were as tall as grown men, but had no visible features, and from each side of their torsos sprouted 3 arms, 6 arms total with darkness writhing around them. Screech! A piercing shriek exploded as the shadows moved in unison. Wielding their 6 arms like human spiders, they charged forward frantically. Whatever these creatures were, since they had attacked first, they were enemies. The Yellow Rank squad captain immediately roared. Form ranks, engage the enemy. Clange in an instant, 6 more long blades were drawn from their sheaths, causing ripples to surge through the void. The 5 members of the Yellow Rank squad moved with staggered steps, instantly forming a battle formation that balanced offense and defense, their blade edges interlocking with seamless precision. In contrast, the newly joined team members Qingchen, Bai Yi, and Chao Manhen appeared particularly awkward. Having just learned their swordplay on the spot, they naturally couldn't integrate into the formation, nor did the 3 have any systematic positioning of their own, leaving each to fight alone. Fortunately, the captain knew this was a trial to give the newcomers battlefield experience. He led his team forward, pushing the entire formation to the front lines while shielding the 3 behind them. Newcomers, watch carefully and learn well. With that command, he charged alongside his 4 teammates toward the approaching black figures, blade light crisscrossing as cold gleams shot forth. Qingchen, what do you say? Bai Yi looked up and spoke. What else can we do? What are we holding in our hands? Qingchen shook his long blade. Long blades. Can you swing them? Naturally. Then kill. As his words fell, Qingchen took the lead, blade in hand, sweeping to the Yellow Rank squad's flank to slash at the black figures. Since this was a trial, what was the point of coming if they wouldn't bloody their blades? His resolute figure spurred Bai Yi and Chao Manhen into action, both gritting their teeth as they charged forward. Chao Manhen pumped himself up while charging headlong. The chance to show my skills, isn't this exactly what I've been waiting for? Within the battle formation, the Yellow Rank squad captain caught sight of the 3 showing no signs of retreat and nodded with satisfaction. Now these are true children of the Dragon Kingdom, fearless at heart. Kill! Blade light surged once more. The black shadows before them, possessing strength comparable to grown men, posed no great threat to the group, but strangely, they seemed to feel no pain and had no blood. In a short time, Qingchen and the others had cut down no fewer than 30 black figures, yet the sensation of blade meeting target felt like chopping dry wood, with not a drop of fluid splashing forth. Even more chilling was that the severed limbs and fragments quickly writhed and fused together upon hitting the ground, instantly reshaping into complete six-armed figures that rejoined the battle. We can't kill them all. We simply can't kill them all, Chow Manhan shouted between heavy breaths. The Yellow Rank squad captain quickly sensed something was wrong, his brow furrowing deeply. The feedback from their beast taming levels gave them physical capabilities far exceeding the Black Shadows, but human strength had its limits, while the enemy seemed endless. They seemed to want to bypass our defensive line and head toward the core area, Qingchen suddenly warned. Looking closely, the black figures indeed only sought to tear through their blockade and continue forward. In that case, these black figures are very likely the handiwork of the Beast God Society, the captain said in a low voice. Though unclear about what was happening in the core area, such bizarre developments. They absolutely had to warn the Dragon Group teams inside. Soon, the leader of the Huang level team made a decisive decision. Qingchen, you three will head to the core area immediately and inform the Dragon team inside. He spoke rapidly but with authority. We will stay put and not make any sudden moves. If these shadows are just smoke bombs, the consequences will be unimaginable once the defense line is breached. Originally, Qingchen, Bai Yi, and Chow Manhen were merely there to observe, but they had now become the most suitable mobile force. Don't worry, we've got this. Qingchen took the brief information from the leader and mounted his horse. Ready? He looked back. Bai Yi and Chow Manhen each gripped a sword and arraigned tightly while nodding. Qingchen squeezed his legs, his steed neighed loudly, and with hooves kicking up yellow sand, they sped away. The night wind cut through like a blade. Plop, plop, plop. The crisp sound of hooves was particularly piercing in the quiet desert. After running for a while, Qingchen suddenly signaled to slow down. What's wrong? Bai Yi asked in a low voice, tightening the reins and riding alongside Qingchen. According to the sand table simulation, we should be in the second zone guarded by the Xian level team, but there's not a single figure in sight. Qingchen frowned as he scanned the area, his vision met only by rolling sand dunes. And it's too quiet. He lowered his voice. We can still hear fighting outside, but here, there's not a sound. This statement made by Yi and Chow Manhen's hearts tightened, both instinctively gripping their long swords. In an area where they couldn't summon their beasts, cold, hard steel was their only reliance. Should we proceed? Chow Manhen asked, his voice dry. The three of them were in a desolate place, as if they had stumbled into an unfamiliar space. Forward. Qingchen hesitated for a moment, but spoke firmly. We can't stop until the mission is complete. He had to steady his emotions. Otherwise, panic would engulf the team like a storm. Seeing his confidence and recalling his past impressive achievements calmed Chow Manhen's heart a little. The three riders set off once again. After traveling a bit further, all three of them suddenly felt their ears perk up. A sound of clashing metal and roaring came from afar. We're here. Qingchen exchanged glances with the others and fiercely whipped the reins, urging the horses to gallop. As they drew closer, the sounds of the battle became clearer, sparks flying from clashing blades. However, what they saw was not the large force they had anticipated, but a solitary Xian-level team currently besieged by enemies outnumbering them by several times. Those enemies were clad in dark gray, their features reduced to a pair of cold eyes, but they had 4 arms, wielding strange weapons and moving with swift ferocity. Without hesitation, Qingchen and the others reined in their horses and drew their swords, their fighting spirit surging. Things seemed to be becoming more unfathomable. Attack! Although they couldn't figure out what was happening for the moment, this didn't stop Qingchen and the others from joining the battle. Qingchen leaped forward first, his long blade cutting through the air. Bai Yi and Chow Manhen followed closely behind, their 3 gleaming war blades simultaneously slashing toward the 4-armed figures wielding sharp weapons ahead. Whoosh! The blade edges tore through the air, their sharpness even producing piercing sounds as they cut through space. Though they clearly struck their targets heavily, it felt like cutting through nothingness. The 3 men felt their blades lighten as the edges passed cleanly through the 4-armed figures' bodies without leaving any winces if they and their enemies existed in 2 separate, misaligned dimensions of time and space. What's going on? Bai Yi's face darkened, veins bulging at his temples. Chow Manhen's hands trembled so violently he could barely grip his blade handle. Qingchen looked down at his blade, then raised his eyes to observe the mystic-level squad locked in fierce combat with the 4-armed black shadows. The squad showed no reaction to their sudden intrusion, continuing to attack and defend at their own rhythm, as if they were completely unaware of Qingchen and his companion's existence. If we don't know, let's not worry about it for now. Keep moving forward. Qingchen's gaze turned toward the dark core area in the distance, a strong premonition rising in his heart. The answer lay there. He mounted his horse, kicked its flanks with both legs, and the steed neighed as hoofbeats thundered. Bai Yi and Chow Manhen exchanged glances and could only grit their teeth and follow at this point. They had no other choice. Racing wildly forward, dust kicked up clouds of sand behind them. Along the way, the three encountered several rookie teams also groping their way forward. After briefly exchanging intelligence, they learned that unkillable six-armed black shadows had appeared throughout the outer areas, and deeper in, other newcomers had also encountered mystic-level squads battling four-armed black shadows, but were equally unable to intervene. It seems this isn't coincidental, nor is it specifically targeting us. Understanding this point actually brought Qingchen some peace of mind. The rookie group expanded to 12 people, stretching their formation. The increased numbers somewhat diminished the fear of the unknown in Chao Manhen and the others' hearts. After urging their war horses to gallop wildly for much longer, the newcomers following Qingchen had grown to over 20. More than 20 riders thundered forward with flying hooves, horses neighing and blades ringing, dust rolling, creating an earth-shaking spectacle. Finally, they arrived. This area, which should only be accessed by heaven-level and earth-level squads at the very core of the hunt, was now eerily empty. In the center stood only a single figure shrouded entirely in a black hood and wide, flowing robes, standing quietly alone against the howling wind. Bai Yi and the others instinctively looked to Qingchen for instructions. Qingchen's brow furrowed deeply as he raised his hand, signaling everyone to spread out and surround the black-robed figure, trapping it firmly in the center. He stepped forward slowly, his blade tip lightly flicking as he slashed across the black-robed figure's arm. The blade passed through like cutting air, meeting no resistance whatsoever, once again proving that this opponent also existed outside their dimension of time and space. He's not in this dimension either? Qingchen murmured, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Then he noticed the black-robed figure's hands pressed together at his chest, as if in devout prayer, and within his palms, he seemed to be grasping something. There's something in his hands. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from among the newcomers. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's eyes narrowed as he spotted what appeared to be a mysterious object clasped between the black-robed figure's hands. However, the figure stood motionless, emanating an eerie aura that prevented anyone from approaching even half a step. Qingchen's mind raced, but he couldn't find a way to break through for the moment. Just as he found himself at a loss, an unusual fluctuation suddenly surged from his beast-taming space that had long been severed, as if scorching currents were erupting from within his body. The stone egg? Sensing that it was indeed the long-dormant stone egg trembling, Qingchen felt a slight shock in his heart. Ever since obtaining the stone egg from the bronze-exclusive secret realm and bringing it out, it had remained lifeless as a dead object. Yet now it was awakening in this sinister situation, catching him completely off guard. What happens next? Qingchen looked down at his palm, which appeared calm on the surface without any abnormalities. But in the next instant, his vision suddenly distorted, and his entire body felt as though it was being dragged into an abyss by invisible forces, losing all balance. The onlookers only heard a whoosh, as Qingchen's figure twisted into a vortex and disappeared directly into the black-robed figure's clasped hands. What's happening? Qingchen, Bai Yi and the others stood stunned, helpless to intervene. They could only surround the black-robed figure, maintaining tense vigilance while waiting for developments. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after intense spinning and disorientation, Qingchen's toes touched the ground, finally stabilizing his form. Looking around, he found himself in an endless chaos. Gray-white mist churned and rolled, while the distant sky above displayed blurry scenes like a curtain clearly showing the fierce battles between dragon groups, heaven-level and earth-level squads hunting down the beast god society. Could it be that where I am now is the secret behind the existence of different dimensions? With thoughts swirling in his mind, Qingchen immediately tried to summon his beast-taming space, but that familiar yet blocked sensation persistity still couldn't access his beast companion's power. He could only grip his blade tightly and carefully advance through the chaotic void. After just a few steps, a familiar figure appeared. It was the black-robed person who had been clasping their hands together. I never expected someone to break into this realm. It seems the dragon group has also discovered this world's secret. The black-robed figure's expression showed initial shock, then acceptance. Given the dragon group's resources, it wasn't surprising they could uncover what the beast god society had found. This world's secret. Qingchen frowned slightly, but had no time to pursue the question. His opponent was already attacking. The black-robed figure pulled out an object resembling a human fingerbone and suddenly slashed it toward him. The void rippled in layers, instantly engulfing Qingchen. As the ripples dissipated, the surroundings transformed into a blood-colored arena with cold iron bars standing tall, filled with murderous intent. Ha! In this Azura arena, I, Yuan Tian, am invincible. The black-robed figure laughed maniacally, his voice thundering. No matter what big shot you are in the dragon group, here you can only exert gold-level strength, at most just surrender and die. Upon hearing this, complex emotions flashed in Qingchen's eyes. Maximum gold-level strength? But he was still only at silver level. On the square Azura arena, Yuan Tian struck first. His 10 fingers clenched suddenly, and both arms swelled instantly, his skin cracking into rough, beast-like patterns, resembling two explosive forelimbs of giant beasts. This was body beastification, one of the most distinctive marks of Beast God Society members. After his arms fully transformed, Yuan Tian kicked off powerfully with both legs, leaving several afterimages as he lunged straight at Qingchen. The arena prohibited summoning spirit beasts, so Qingchen could only grip his long blade tightly. In a split second, he channeled all his spiritual power and slashed out with one strike. But in Yuan Tian's eyes, this attack was pathetically weak. Casually raised one arm horizontally and blocked the full-force blade strike completely. The next second, Yuan Tian suddenly leaped back, returning to his original position, his gaze scrutinizing Qingchen like a hawk. After a moment, he questioned with utter disbelief. You haven't even connected with beast skills? You're not even a gold-tier beastmaster? Then how could you possibly enter this space? He had originally thought Qingchen was some big shot from the dragon group, but now only contempt remained, just a lucky small fry. Qingchen remained silent, his mind rapidly weighing his options. After beastification, Yuan Tian's combat power was at least equivalent to a latest-stage gold-tier beastmaster, and he was no match with just a long blade. If only he could summon Qingtuan or Guyue. His thoughts were in complete chaos, and he could only grip the blade handle tighter. Seeing his opponent's silence, Yuan Tian sneered coldly. Fine, this saves me trouble anyway. With those words, he stepped forward, spiritual power surging through his right arm like a tide flooding his muscles. This time, he intended to twist off Qingchen's head directly. Die! Wild wind swirled as Yuan Tian pressed close, his eagle claw-like 5 fingers less than half a meter from Qingchen's forehead. At this critical moment, the stone egg in Qingchen's chest suddenly grew hot, and a familiar power exploded through his limbs and bones. Without time to think, he roared and thrust his long blade straight toward Yuan Tian's chest. Crack! The blade tip erupted with violent, swift lightning, like a silver serpent striking directly at Yuan Tian's heart. How is this possible? The sudden lightning made Yuan Tian's heart skip a beat. He hastily abandoned his attack, crossing both arms to protect his chest and forcibly blocking this thunderous thrust. You little brat, how dare you trick? Before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted sharply. Behind Qingchen, a solid Thunder Panda spirit manifestation had clearly appeared. Beast spirit manifestation? You're with the Beast God Society? Which Red Archbishop are you? Yuan Tian grew more confused the more he looked, muttering nonstop. What the hell is going on? Since Yuan Tian's voice was extremely low, Qingchen could only catch fragments like spirit form, Beast God Society, and red robes, nothing that formed any useful information. He had no time to investigate further. Dealing with the immediate battle was the priority. As for why he could unleash lightning-powered strikes without connecting to beast taming skills, the answer still lay with the stone egg. At this moment, the stone egg floated quietly in the beast taming space within Qingchen's mind. 2 faint streams of light extended from its surface, one connecting to Qingtuan, the other to Qingchen himself, forming what seemed like an energy bridge. Through this bridge, Qingchen could not only freely access the surging lightning within Qingtuan's body, but also directly borrow all the skills Qingtuan possessed. In other words, he had essentially inherited all of Qingtuan's power. 3,000 thunder steps. Qingchen pushed off with his toes as lightning exploded behind him, electric arcs dancing like wild serpents. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the center of the arena. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Yuan Tian. Breaking strike. The blade fell suddenly, its edge carrying a torrent of lightning that crashed down like a bursting dam. With just this single strike, the unprepared Yuan Tian was blasted away by the lightning, crashing heavily into the arena's edge and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yuan Tian looked down at the charred crack running across his chest, then raised his eyes to stare intently at Qingchen. What the opponent had just used was clearly not a beast-taming skill, yet it couldn't possibly be a Beast God Society secret technique either. Qingchen was neither a member of the Beast God Society nor one of the 12 red-robed archbishops. All signs pointed to one conclusion. This young man had somehow stumbled upon the supreme mysteries that the Beast God Society desperately sought. If I can capture him and force out the secret of these mysteries, I, Yuan Tian, can become the 13th red-robed archbishop. Flames of greed blazed in Yuan Tian's eyes. Before his words had finished echoing, he suddenly plunged his right hand into his own heart, blood immediately spraying forth. Next, his body bent forward sharply, then snapped backward, the movement so extreme it seemed he might break in half. His upper body nearly touched the arena floor as dry, labored breathing escaped him like silent screams. Ah! A piercing howl suddenly erupted, like the shriek of a vengeful spirit, making one's scalp crawl. Simultaneously, for cauldron-sized bloody holes burst open across Yuan Tian's back, and from the spurting blood, for crimson arms emerged muscles knotted, grayish-white bone spurs jutting out irregularly, exposed blood vessels bulging and pulsing, hideous and terrifying. 6-armed Azura. Yuan Tian licked his blood-red pointed tongue. tilting his head slightly with a twisted smile. This is my ultimate form, unlocked by fusing with 5 spirit beasts. Boy, you should consider yourself lucky to die under this transformation. 5 spirit beasts. That meant Yuan Tian's true level was Diamond Beastmaster. Diamond versus Silver. Although the arena rules suppressed his cultivation to gold rank, it was Diamond level. Gold's actual combat power far exceeded that of ordinary gold rank Beastmasters. In contrast, Qingchen was merely a silver rank summoner, even a full tier below the suppressed Yuan Tian. On paper, this looked like pure domination. Azura form. Yuan Tian's 6 arms clenched simultaneously, and 6 weapons of different forms materialized. With his 6 arms spread wide, blade, sword, staff, whip, shield, and spear trembled in the cold light. He looked like a war god from purgatory, his aura surging violently, powerful enough to tear apart any golden tier beast. Qingchen dared not be careless. His eyes focused sharply as he roared inwardly. Thunder manifestation. Lightning burst from the depths of his pupils, quickly filling his eye sockets. He stomped his right foot heavily, and the ground exploded with a thunderous crack. Lightning currents gushed from the fissures, condensing into a thunder panda manifestation over 10 feet tall. The panda bore a lightning sash across its shoulders and wielded a staff forged from pure electricity. Thunder patterns danced across its body, as if ready to explode at any moment. Thunder's apex. Qingchen raised his blade high, gathering lightning at its tip into a rolling sun of thunder. Simultaneously, the Thunder Panda manifestation lifted its staff in sync, forming another thunder sun at the staff's tip. Lightning twisted through the air into blazing white vortexes. Great sunfalls, blade edge and staff shadow struck down together. The 2 thunder suns merged and exploded with tremendous force. Lightning transformed into a dragon, its scales woven from countless lightning arcs, roaring forward with the momentum of collapsing mountains and raging seas. Excellent. Yuan Tian, in his 6-armed Azura state, was thrilled beyond measure. All 6 arms struck out simultaneously, shield blocking in front, whip lashing through the air, sword, staff, spear tip, and blade like a mountain-cleaving axe. 6 weapons carrying 6 streams of violent killing intent formed 6 equally terrifying torrents, colliding heat-in with the descending thunder dragon. Boom. Like needle meeting wheat on, the void was torn into twisted ripples. Lightning and malevolent energy churned, with tremendous aftershocks layering upon each other, shaking sand and stone into the air and filling the atmosphere with scorched lightning marks. After a long while, the phenomena finally dissipated. Yuan Tian licked the corner of his mouth, his cold gaze locked onto the Thunder Panda manifestation behind Qingchen. So this is the power of a beast spirit manifestation? A mere silver tier brat can actually face me, heathen. He breathed greedily, his eyes like those of a bloodthirsty wolf. I'll capture you and interrogate you thoroughly. Whoosh. His figure flashed, almost becoming a dark streak of light, moving too fast to track. Mind's eye, Qingchen called out coldly, instantly activating the perception skill inherited from Qingtuan. A phantom eye slowly opened at his brow, and the world transformed into intersecting lines before his vision. The charging Yuan Tian appeared as countless rapidly sliding sharp lines forming a figure, his trajectory clear yet unavoidable. Can't dodge this. Qingchen whispered, spiritual energy boiling within him as his left hand quickly formed seals. Thunder God descends. In an instant, a massive thunder formation condensed before Qingchen. As ancient and mysterious thunder inscriptions emerged from the ground, Yuan Tian, who had been lurking in the void, found himself trapped within the thunder formation. Judgment. Qingchen had been ready and waiting. Seeing Yuan Tian fall into the formation, he raised his blade high, its edge crackling with lightning, and struck down fiercely. At the same time, thunder light burst forth from the center of the formation, and a colossal thunder phantom, several times taller than an ordinary person, stepped forward, its shoulders like mountains, lightning dancing around its entire body like serpents. The giant phantom gripped the air with both hands, suddenly materializing a thunder war halberd. The halberd's tip stirred up a scorching sea of lightning that crashed down like a collapsing sky, overwhelming Yuan Tian from all directions. So you've seen through my movement patterns. Yuan Tian looked up, the lightning revealing his rarely seen grave expression. As the electric light closed in, he crossed his 6 arms over his chest, his finger movements so swift they became mere shadows. All 6 hands formed seals simultaneously, their movements so complex they were dizzying to watch. As the seal technique took shape, a vertical void crack appeared behind him, initially thin as a hair, then widening to finger width, flickering uncertainly. The truth of this world, reveal yourself. Yuan Tian roared, his voice hoarse with madness. Qingchen's eyes widened in shock as 6 reddish-brown palms suddenly emerged from the crack, their knuckles protruding, veins writhing like earthworms. They gripped the edges of the crack tightly and forced it open, expanding from finger width to fist width, still rapidly growing larger. What the hell is that thing? Qingchen felt a chill in his heart, vaguely sensing that this scene deviated from his understanding of the world. But with the situation so urgent, he could only proceed with his plan and investigate later. The crack tore completely open, and a towering reddish-brown figure stepped through, fangs hanging down, eyes and brows bulging, 6 arms whistling through the air. Roar! The giant phantom bellowed, all 6 fists clenching simultaneously as they pounded toward the sea of lightning above like a torrential downpour. The fist shadows formed an unbroken line, impenetrable. No one could count how many punches he threw, only that the entire lightning tide was shattered by brute force, dissolving into countless electric arcs that scattered and crackled before finally extinguishing in the air. Throughout the entire process, no techniques were used, only pure, raw power. As the lightning sea dispersed, the 6-armed figure vanished like smoke with a thunderous boom. Yuan Tian threw back his head and laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. The bishop didn't lie to me after all. Transcendence, eternal life. This scene struck Qingchen as both bizarre and shocking, but it also confirmed the most crucial point. The 6-armed black shadows on the periphery, as well as the 4-armed monsters encountered by the mystic-level squad, were clearly of the same race as what Yuan Tian had just summoned. With this revelation, all the chaos was undoubtedly connected to the Beast God Society. So it really was you causing all this trouble. Qingchen felt relieved, changing his hand seals. Chains of order. Before his words had finished echoing, the metallic clang of chains rang out from the void. Silver-white chains materialized from thin air, instantly binding Yuan Tian layer upon layer. This was Gu Yu's ability. At that very moment, another thread appeared floating above the stone egg, connecting to Gu Yu. Seeing the shadow of Kuan leaping up behind Qingchen once again, Yuan Tian was stunned. Twin spirit manifestation. Even among the 12 cardinal archbishops of the Beast God Society, less than half could achieve such a feat. What secrets does this boy possess? Yuan Tian's gaze burned with intensity, as if he wanted to tear the secrets right out of Qingchen. Qingchen remained calm and composed. As the chains of order wrapped around Yuan Tian, he raised his hand and unleashed a series of refined attacks. First strike. Ancient Moon Soul Impact. Netherworld's Fury. Dark Crimson Soul Light surged like a tide, instantly engulfing Yuan Tian completely. Immediately following, the second strike, 7th God Kuan's Descent, thunderously unfolded. From the depths of the void, an ancient Kuan as massive as a mountain range materialized. Its giant tail swayed, its body soared and flipped through the air, carrying tremendous force as it crashed down. The mountain sea-like impact waves stirred up violent currents, pressing Yuan Tian firmly into the earth. Bioum's tremor roared like thunder, and space cracked layer by layer. When the dust settled, Yuan Tian still hadn't fallen. He swayed as he stood up, lifting his head to glare at Qingchen. At this moment, he had lost all patience. Even if it meant sacrificing all members of the Beast God Society, he would force out the method for condensing beast spirit manifestations. Knowing full well he couldn't match his opponent in normal state, Yuan Tian pulled out that gnarled finger from his chest. "You're strong, but right now, you're too weak," he murmured in a low voice, then suddenly drove the severed finger into his own chest. Azura deity, manifest in this world. Accompanied by a heart-rending shriek, thick cracks like shattered glass spread wildly with Yuan Tian at the center, and the surrounding space wailed as it crumbled. At the same time, the outside world shook as well. At the outermost containment perimeter, the 6-armed shadows that had been locked in fierce battle with the yellow rank squads suddenly trembled in unison, then transformed into wisps of black smoke, racing toward the core area. The sudden change left the yellow rank squads bewildered, but the iron rule of not leaving their posts without orders kept them in place, maintaining the blockade. The Mystic rank squads in the transition zone, originally thrown into alternate spacetime, were now pulled back to reality by some force. Their opponents, the 4-armed shadows, also transformed into threads of black smoke, flying toward the deeper areas. Squad leaders immediately ordered, "Beware of diversionary tactics, don't pursue." Everyone remained on guard in place. In the most central area, before the black-robed figure with hands clasped together, Bai Yi and the other newcomers suddenly discovered that the void around the figure seemed to have been shattered by a giant hammer, covered in dense cracks. Even more distant spaces showed rifts appearing out of nowhere, with sounds of killing and chaos rolling out from the depths of these fissures. The true battlefield that had been concealed was beginning to emerge. What's happening? Is it because of Qingchen? Bai Yi and the others were completely confused, only able to attribute the cause to Qingchen, since all the anomalies had erupted after his disappearance. Even more bizarre was that dense black smoke was now surging toward them from all directions. Everyone was terrified and swung their blades to block it, but it was like cutting through nothingness. Their blade edges passed right through, and the black smoke remained completely unaffected. In the next instant, all this black smoke converged behind the black-robed figure. Suddenly, the black-robed figure stirred. His eyes opened first, a ghostly light flashing like a blade cutting through the silence. Almost instantly, vast expanses of void around him collapsed with a thunderous crash, like a chain reaction of shattering glass walls, the sounds of destruction echoing one after another. The collapsing mist was torn apart, revealing the true battlefield beneath. Rows of dragon group warriors wielding long blades were locked in fierce combat with squads of orcs. Blade light crisscrossed, blood splattered everywhere. Yet the situation was brutally clear. The orcs had been suppressed into absolute disadvantage. The domain has been broken. Have reinforcements arrived? Shock and wild joy echoed across the battle lines. Those blade-wielding squads were none other than the Dragon Group's Heavendeer and Earthdeer teams that had first penetrated the core. Suddenly discovering the dramatic change in their surroundings, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, speculating about the identity of their reinforcements. Two figures gripping imposing crescent moon blades stood out prominently: Yu Ming and Sin Mulong, each commanding a Heavendeer squad and representing the highest-ranking and most powerful stellar summoners present. The two exchanged glances, confusion rising within them. To break through this space-time domain, only a Heavenly King-level powerhouse could act, or someone carrying items corresponding to the caster could break in and directly slay the opponent within the same space-time. Alternatively, the caster could voluntarily abandon the domain. Apart from the 5 Pulse Masters, only a handful of stellar summoners possessed such capability. Yet those few were currently executing other missions and couldn't possibly appear here. Could a Pulse Master have arrived in person? But could the message have traveled this quickly? As questions swirled in their minds, their gazes swept across the battlefield, settling on several newcomers in the core area by E and the others. An absurd thought emerged in both their minds. Could one of the newcomers have shattered the domain? But newcomers were generally only silver level. Even wielding key items, they lacked the power to defeat the caster within the domain. While they pondered uncertainly, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, and everyone's eyes turned in unison toward the space before the black-robed figure. There, the void completely shattered into crystalline fragments, and a human figure was hurled out. Qingchen, Bai Yi and the others cried out in alarm, rushing forward to catch their companion. However, behind the black-robed figure, a mountain-like half-body phantom suddenly materialized, its 6 massive arms sweeping horizontally with a whoosh. The fierce wind stirred up sand and stones, sweeping away everyone who approached. Immediately after, the 6-armed phantom extended its giant palm and firmly grasped the flying Qingchen. Boom! The phantom's iron fist struck the void, cleanly punching out a pitch-black crack. The black-robed figure took hold of Qingchen's body and leaped into the crack without hesitation, vanishing instantly. Before the aftershocks of the closing crack had dissipated, Yu Ming and Sin Mulong almost simultaneously realized. The barrier to their beast spaces had disappeared. Both roared in unison, and 6 pillars of light flashed in succession. Their respective 6 tamed beasts descended together, scales, flames, and lightning interweaving in thunderous roars. 12 tamed beasts in total. Though only 2 of them had reached stellar level. At this moment, stellar-level beasts were already invincible existences worthy of dominion. Kill! Yu Ming and Sin Mulong, now restored to their peak strength, stood side by side like 2 invincible war gods. Their 2 stellar-tier beast companions roared as they charged into the battlefield, instantly shattering the already retreating Beast God Society's morale and eliminating any possibility of a comeback. Meanwhile, Sin Mulong summoned 3 beast companions whose combat power had reached the Diamond Tier's pinnacle, suddenly closing in on the 6-armed phantom. Though the 6-armed phantom was formidable, barely touching the threshold of stellar tier, it was still completely suppressed under the siege of 3 peak Diamond Tier beasts, forced to retreat step by step. What happened? Who was the hostage just now? Seeing the situation was settled, Sin Mulong turned to ask Bai Yi and the other recruits. Those few words left him instantly speechless. The top recruit? And he was the one who broke through the space-time domain. Sin Mulong's heart sank. As a Dragon Group member, he knew all too well what kind of talent top recruit represented. If what Bai Yi said was true, that Qingchen had torn through that space-time domain, it meant the opponent possessed some crucial item. No wonder Yuan Tian was willing to sacrifice a large number of Beast God Society elites to forcibly take away a Dragon Group recruit. Understanding Yuan Tian's intentions, Sin Mulong raised his fist and shattered the void, trying to trace Yuan Tian's escape route. However, the passage had long since vanished, leaving not a single ripple behind. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, immediately sending a message to Dragon Group headquarters demanding an immediate search for Qingchen's whereabouts. As the beast space communication was restored, the strange restrictions in this area dissipated and all modern equipment became functional again. At the same time, Dragon Group headquarters urgently mobilized the Dragon Bone Division to begin the search. Chief instructors Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing received the intelligence immediately. Qingchen was kidnapped by a Diamond-tier Beastmaster from the Beast God Society and has disappeared. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically, and Mu Qing fell silent as death. I knew I had a bad feeling about this. They were supposed to stay at the outer perimeter blockade. How did they end up charging into the core area? Jiang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her figure flashing as she rushed straight toward the core encirclement zone, with Mu Qing following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the battlefield. The encirclement operation was nearly over, with 9 out of 10 Beast God Society members dead or wounded, and the survivors all captured. What happened? Jiang Xiaoxiao went straight to Tsin Mulong and Yu Ming to demand answers. Given their positions, they should have remained safely in command, yet they had allowed recruits to charge into the core area. Their responsibility was undeniable. Here's what happened. Tsin Mulong briefly recounted the events as described by Bai Yi and the other recruits. In truth, if Qingchen and the other recruits hadn't arrived in time, they would still be trapped in the space-time domain at this very moment, their fate uncertain. The successful roundup of the Beast God Society this time was largely thanks to the outstanding contributions of newcomers like Qingchen. Tsin Mulong and Jiang Xiaoxiao remained in the rear command center, with the surveillance footage frozen on the frame where Qingchen disappeared. The harsh red warning lights cast an increasingly grave shadow over their faces. Qingchen had been captured by Yuan Tian precisely because he was trying to rescue them. As a star-tier beast master, Tsin Mulong was consumed with guilt, while Jiang Xiaoxiao felt her chest tighten with anxiety. That Qingchen really manages to pull something different every single time. After hearing the full account, Jiang Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath. But the next second, she couldn't help but nod in approval. Whether in intelligence analysis or field command, Qingchen's performance was flawless. This only intensified her agitation. If Qingchen truly perished here, not only would the Dragon Kingdom lose a genius, but the responsibility would fall squarely on her shoulders as the chief instructor. However, reality was cruel. Even Tsin Mulong, a star-tier powerhouse, couldn't trace Qingchen's whereabouts. She was completely helpless and could only wait for the tracking results from the Dragon Bone lineage. Meanwhile, damp, cold air enveloped a dim chamber. Rusted iron chains pinned Qingchen to a cross, rough wooden splinters piercing his flesh. Yuan Tian stood in the lamplight's shadow, his eyes sinister and predatory. Little one, tell me the secret of condensing a beast spirit manifestation, or I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Despite his severe injuries, this former 5-star diamond beast master could still easily suppress the silver-tier Qingchen. What beast spirit manifestation? I don't know. Qingchen lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse but steady. He wasn't lying. He vaguely understood what Yuan Tian wanted, but as long as he kept his final bargaining chip between his teeth, he still had value and a chance to survive. No matter, I'll find out myself. Yuan Tian's voice was low and raspy as he revealed a cruel smile. The questioning was merely to save energy, but it seemed even that small effort couldn't be spared. Soul reading. His clothes burst apart as a third arm suddenly erupted from Yuan Tian's back, its 5 fingers clamping onto Qingchen's skull like steel pincers. Terrifying suction exploded from his palm, as if trying to extract Qingchen's brain matter along with his soul. How is the beast's spirit manifestation condensed? Qingchen struggled desperately, but his consciousness was still pried open like a clam. The answer burst forth beyond his control: the stone egg. Stone egg? Yuan Tian frowned, but didn't stop. He invaded Qingchen's beast space and forcibly extracted the heavy stone egg. Pop, with a soft sound, as if a fragment of soul had been stripped away, the oppressive feeling dissipated. Overwhelming exhaustion crashed down like a tidal wave, and Qingchen's vision went black as he lost consciousness. Yuan Tian greedily caressed the stone egg. From the soul reading, he learned that this object had been unearthed in a secret realm. Pyramid, 9 pillar gods, several strange terms murmured from his lips. His mind made up, he took a deep breath. Blood patterns emerged on his skin as 3 more arms burst from his back. Pale bone armor covering the muscle 6-armed Azura. Yuan Tian's ultimate beast transformation form. I offer everything as sacrifice, seeking only a response. All 6 arms grasped the stone egg simultaneously, raising it high overhead. Violent spiritual energy surged from his body into the stone egg like a raging tide. Clearly visible, the stone egg began to glow faintly. It worked. Sensing the stone egg absorbing his spiritual power, Yuan Tian became exceptionally excited. In his view, this was the egg's response to him. Thinking he would soon obtain the method for condensing beast spirit forms, he couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh wildly. The 13th seat. Here comes Yuan Tian. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the spiritual power within Yuan Tian's body erupted like a bursting dam, flooding entirely into the stone egg in his palm. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time flew by rapidly in the scorching torrent of spiritual power. Yuan Tian's excited expression gradually stiffened as he finally realized something was wrong. The stone egg was like a bottomless abyss, frantically devouring his spiritual power as if to drain him completely dry. Stop! Stop now! Yuan Tian's face contorted as he roared. However, the stone egg completely ignored his cries. In fact, it had never been under his control from the beginning. What had started as voluntary sacrifice instantly transformed into unstoppable passive extraction. Yuan Tian could only clearly feel his spiritual power being stripped away bit by bit, rapidly depleting like silk being drawn from a cocoon. Even more terrifying, after his spiritual power was emptied, the stone egg didn't stop, but began absorbing his life force. No, no, the intense premonition of death shattered Yuan Tian's courage. He refused to accept dying here. He had clearly seen the re-robed Archbishop of the Beast God Society's 13th seat beckoning to him, and glimpsed hope of ultimate godhood. How could he fall here? No way. Absolutely not. His roar exploded in his mind, but reality was cruelly merciless. His life force continued being frantically drained by the stone egg, and his body visibly withered before his eyes. Another 10 minutes passed. Yuan Tian's knees hit the ground heavily, his hunched body barely able to support itself, yet he still struggled to hold the stone egg high, hoping for a miracle. But as time passed, the light in his eyes gradually extinguished, and his vigorous life force was completely exhausted. Finally, he became a mummified corpse, maintaining a kneeling posture with 6 arms raised, all life departed. A mighty 5-star diamond beast master, drained alive by a stone egg. The impermanence of life could hardly be more evident. The stone egg appeared unchanged but gently swayed, slipping from Yuan Tian's 6 withered palms and disappearing into Qingchen's beast space. After quite some time, the unconscious Qingchen struggled to lift his eyelids. Whoa! He forced his eyes open, gasping heavily, then was stunned by the scene before him. A skeletal 6-armed figure knelt on the ground. It was Yuan Tian. What happened? Qingchen frowned, and with a slight struggle, fell from the cross. With Yuan Tian's death, the restraints binding him instantly crumbled. Could it be you? He hesitated for a moment, then retrieved the stone egg from his beast space. Vague memories told him that just before losing consciousness, Yuan Tian had detected the stone egg's presence through some secret technique, and when he awoke, the man had died before him in such a bizarre manner. The most likely suspect was none other than the stone egg. Unfortunately, no matter how Qingchen tried to communicate with the stone egg, he received not the slightest response. He called out softly, reached out with his spiritual consciousness, and even gently tapped the egg's surface, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Regardless of the reason, it was undeniably the stone egg in Yuan Tian's possession that had saved him, whether this assistance was intentional or accidental. After a moment's hesitation, Qingchen still returned the stone egg to his beast taming space, making a mental note. Once he returned, he would definitely consult Master Yafu about the egg's origins. Having made this decision, he turned his attention back to the corpse before him. Yuan Tian. From the mummy's chest, a grotesque severed finger slowly emerged through the dust, its joints protruding and a dark purple glow flickering faintly around it. Qingchen immediately recognized this as the source of the anomaly that had plagued the Tianhuang Great Plains. He raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, and pulled out the finger. In the next instant, a familiar yet sudden system notification exploded in his mind. New evolution path detected for simplification. Target, Qingtuan. Spend 10 million dragon coins for simplification. A new evolution path. Qingchen's eyes sharpened. By all logic, Qingtuan's evolutionary route should have been fixed the moment it reached silver rank, yet now a new option had suddenly appeared. His gaze fell on the bone fragment in his palm, and he had a vague idea of what was happening. Past experience had shown that whenever he encountered something that could enhance his beast's cultivation, the system would automatically trigger a notification. Since the new route appeared immediately upon touching the severed finger, the answer likely lay within that very finger. He chose yes, without hesitation. Simplification complete. Great Thunder Azura Panda, Evolution Path. Condition 1. Possess Azura Finger Bone 11. Condition 2. Reach Silver 100 Level 01. Condition 3. Fuse with one of the top 100 ranked Thunder Essences 01. Condition 4. Fuse with 10 drops of Diamond Rank 8 Beast Blood Essence 010 inch. Azura Fingerbone. Great Thunder Azura Panda. Qingchen repeated softly, already forming a theory. This severed bone was indeed a relic left behind by a powerful Azura clan warrior. It was so potent that merely fusing with this bone would allow Qingtuan to undergo complete transformation. Compared to the previous Sacred Thunder Panda path, this route was undoubtedly superior. Given this, Qingtuan should naturally take the strongest path available. He carefully stored the Azura finger bone in his ring, mentally calculating the final requirement: 10 drops of Diamond Rank 8 Beast Blood Essence. The difficulty wasn't particularly high. With his 90,000 plus merit points, he could simply exchange for them directly at the Dragon Group treasury. All things considered, achieving this new evolution path wasn't too distant a goal. Thinking of this, Qingchen nodded quietly to himself, sighing that the ancients spoke truly: great disasters bring great fortune. With matters settled, the next step was to re-establish contact with the Dragon Group and prepare for his return. Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was inside an old residential building with no lurking threats and minimal danger. Neither Qingtuan's mind's eye perception nor Guiue's void sense had detected any threats. Taking a deep breath, he reached up and grasped the door handle. So he made the straightforward choice to open the door and walk out. After pushing open the door, he was greeted by exactly what he'd expected a rundown apartment complex. The hallway bulbs cast insufficient light, their dim yellow glow barely revealing the mottled water stains on the walls. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the handrail wobbled as if it might come loose at any moment. Fortunately, Qingchen could now communicate with his beast space at will and summon Qingtuan and Guiyue to battle, so this somewhat dilapidated environment didn't frighten him. He made his way downstairs, the wooden steps creaking with each footfall. After descending 4 or 5 floors, he finally spotted a narrow exit. Strangely, this building appeared completely vacant, not a single household remained. The dust was so thick it left clear footprints, obviously having been abandoned long ago. Stepping out of the building, night had fallen deep, with a full moon hanging high above. Qingchen picked a direction at random and continued forward. With his communicator destroyed by Yuan Tian, he needed to find populated areas first before he could contact the dragon group. The streets were empty, with only occasional night breezes stirring up scraps of paper. Qingchen walked steadily, neither hurried nor slow. Reaching a secluded alley, he faintly heard commotion. Following the sound, he soon spotted several young figures, 4 or 5 teenagers with brightly dyed hair, surrounding a thin, black-haired youth. Under the flickering streetlight at the alley entrance, each had their beast companions standing guard nearby. All were low-ranked, clearly new beast tamers who had just entered the profession, much like Qingchen himself. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Get lost, or we'll beat you up too." The lead punk with his wild hairstyle waved his fist threateningly. Qingchen paused, then surveyed the scene. Not understanding the full situation and unwilling to complicate matters, he chose not to intervene. After all, seeing wasn't always believing, and he had no interest in playing street judge. He shook his head indifferently and prepared to leave. Seeing him turn away, the punk teenagers breathed a sigh of relief. From the detail that no beasts appeared beside Qingchen, they deduced he was likely a silver-ranked tamer who had voluntarily recalled his beasts to their space far beyond what these bronze-ranked tamers could handle. Meanwhile, the thin black-haired youth Wei Lu watched Qingchen's departing figure with despair flickering in his eyes. He had hoped someone might step in to help, only to discover that everyone only cared about their own safety. After a long internal sigh, he resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes and covering his head with his arms, preparing to endure more beatings. "See that, Wei Lu? Nobody's playing hero." "Exactly. You ruined our fun last time. If it weren't for you, that girl Feifei would already be in our hands. Today we'll collect some interest first, then go find that girl tomorrow. Let's see who can save her then." Hearing them mention Feifei, Wei Lu's eyes suddenly blazed with fury. The next moment, at his command, his lifestyle class Biasta stone spirit monkey, surrounded by 5 opposing beasts, suddenly raised its wooden staff and erupted into action, striking fiercely at the nearest enemy beast. "Well, I'll be damned, looking for death. Doesn't know what's good for him, still dares to fight back. Just a measly lifestyle class beast. Thinks it can turn the tables? Really thinks he's some kind of hero, fighting injustice." Seeing Wei Lu actually dare to make the first move, the 5 punk teenagers all shouted in unison. You have to understand that among the 5 beast companions surrounding the stone spirit monkey, 4 of them were combat-type beasts. Although they were just average among combat beasts, they were still far superior to the stone spirit monkey, which was merely a lifestyle-type beast companion. Therefore, under the combined assault of the 4 combat beasts, the stone spirit monkey was severely suppressed after just one exchange, unable to move at all. The 2 sides weren't even on the same level. "It looks like you really care about that Feifei," one of them sneered. "In that case, tomorrow we brothers will take you along to find Feifei and show you how she'll be writhing beneath us." "Ha ha ha. Great idea. I love watching people rage helplessly." Another laughed maliciously. Listening to the vile words spewing from these delinquents' mouths, Wei Lu felt boundless fury rising within him, but faced with absolute power, he had no ability to resist. Just thinking about what might happen to Feifei tomorrow night filled Wei Lu with overwhelming despair and helplessness. Who can help me?" Wei Lu's eyes filled with tears as he looked up at the vast sky. He prayed to the gods above, but received no response. Excuse me, do you have a communicator?" An untimely voice suddenly rang out. Wei Lu and the others were stunned, then looked up to see Qingchen, who had returned. Although he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, after Qingchen had left, the words of those delinquent youths kept reaching his ears. Piecing things together, Qingchen had figured out the whole situation. Since he now knew what was happening, and a true man must know when to act, and when not to act, Qingchen felt he couldn't let this slide if his conscience wouldn't allow it. "Kid, you dare come back? Are you trying to interfere?" one of them snarled. "Umph. Do you really think we're afraid of you? You chose the hard path when an easy one was available. Since you're here, Don't think you can leave so easily. Seeing Qingchen return, the 5 delinquent youths all made threatening remarks. Although they suspected Qingchen might be a silver-rank beastmaster whom they couldn't afford to provoke, since he was clearly planning to interfere, they naturally couldn't show weakness. Perhaps Qingchen wasn't even a silver-rank beastmaster at all, and had simply left his beast companions at home. Facing the aggressive posturing of the delinquents, Qingchen ignored them completely, only looking at Wei Lu and continuing to ask, "So, do you have a communicator?" "Yes, I do." Although Wei Lu didn't know what Qingchen was planning, he still nodded. Seeing this, Qingchen was about to respond when he saw that under the command of the 5 delinquent youths, 5 bronze-rank beast companions were already charging toward him. "Kid, how dare you ignore us? I think you're tired of living." "Exactly. I want to see just how strong you are to be so arrogant." Hearing this, Qingchen merely smiled, then said calmly, "I don't want to meddle in others' affairs, but I really do need to borrow a communicator. So tonight, I, Qingchen, am definitely going to intervene in his matter." As Qingchen's words fell, Qingtuan leaped out from the beast companion space, staff in hand. Seeing Qingtuan appear out of nowhere, the 5 delinquents were all shocked. This confirmed that Qingchen was indeed a silver-rank beast master. However, seeing that what appeared was just a panda, a lifestyle-type beast companion, the 5 delinquents relaxed again. After all, even a silver-rank lifestyle beast combat power was nothing special. 3,000 Thunderstrike. Qingtuan swung his staff forward, and behind him, countless blue-white lightning arcs erupted simultaneously, their brilliance as dazzling as thousands of fireworks igniting across the night sky. Before the electric light could even fade, the 5 bronze-tier beast companions that were regrouping collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The entire process took no more than a single breath. How is this possible? The 5 flamboyantly dressed young men froze on the spot, their gazes darting back and forth between the composed Qingtuan and their own defeated beast companions. Their lips trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. They simply couldn't comprehend how a lifestyle-type beast companion could unleash such terrifying combat power. Even with a full tier separating them, they had encountered plenty of silver-rank lifestyle beasts before, but never such an absurdly powerful existence. "Why aren't you getting lost yet?" Qingchen glanced at them with a tone so casual it seemed as if he had just completed some trivial task. Indeed, this was truly the most effortless battle since he became a beastmaster. Previously, he had either fought desperately against prodigies of his own rank or challenged higher-tier opponents with lower-tier strength. Only now, facing ordinary bronze-rank beastmasters, did he truly grasp the vast gap in his current abilities. Yes. Upon hearing Qingchen's dismissal, the 5 young men felt as if they had received a royal pardon. They hurriedly hoisted their unconscious beast companions and stumbled away into the distance. They had originally feared paying a heavy price to leave, never expecting that Qingchen simply couldn't be bothered with them. Indeed, having undergone the Dragon Group's special training, Qingchen's strength and perspective had transformed completely, leaving him with no interest in wasting time on these ordinary bronze-rank beastmasters. After the group had fled, Qingchen raised his hand and beckoned to the still-dazed Wei Lu. "Hey, snap out of it. Can I borrow your communicator?" "Ah, sure." Wei Lu seemed to finally come to his senses, hastily pulling out his phone and handing it over, though his eyes remained glued to Qingtuan, unable to look away. His mind was full of questions. If even a panda could be this powerful, why couldn't his own stone spirit monkey achieve the same? With this thought, his gaze grew even more intense, as if he wanted to see right through Qingtuan. Meanwhile, Qingchen dialed Dragon Group headquarters and identified himself. Hearing that it was him calling, the operator's voice became noticeably excited. After confirming his location, they assured him that the nearest member would be dispatched to assist. "All right, thank you." Qingchen politely ended the call and returned the phone to Wei Lu. Phone in hand, Wei Lu hesitated for a long while before finally speaking with difficulty. "Could I trouble you with one more thing?" Qingchen's thoughts stirred slightly, and he nodded for him to continue. "Tomorrow, they'll still go after Feifei. I'd like to ask you to help out once more." After speaking, Wei Lu looked at Qingchen with earnest eyes. Seeing this, Qingchen simply shook his head slightly, then said softly amid Wei Lu's disappointed expression, "Their 5 beast companions won't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month, so there's no need to worry." He then added, "But I can't protect you for the rest of your life." As his words fell, Qingchen stared at Wei Lu's expression with interest, wanting to see how he would react. Wei Lu first let out a long breath, then his eyes became resolute. "That's enough time. Half a month is sufficient for me to grow strong enough to protect Feifei." This decisiveness surprised Qingchen somewhat. Under his questioning, Wei Lu revealed Feifei's background and their relationship in full detail. Feifei was born into a single-parent household, with her mother bedridden with chronic illness. To make ends meet, the young girl could only set up a small stall at the street corner to earn some dragon coins. A few days ago, she caught the attention of 5 delinquent youths who, relying on their wealthy and influential families, attempted to force Feifei into unspeakable acts. Unable to resist, Fei Fei was in dire straits when Wei Lu, who had grown up reading martial arts novels, rushed out to help. Though his abilities were ordinary, his heroic dreams drove him to forcibly intervene and stop them, thus making enemies. Tonight, those delinquent youths came seeking revenge. After hearing this, Qingchen nodded gently. He didn't consider himself to be like Wei Lu, but he genuinely admired such courage. Wei Lu seized the opportunity to ask, Qingchen, can you tell me how you trained Qingtuan to become so powerful? Qingchen remained silent for a moment, then could only respond with a half-truth. Training, plus a bit of luck. He naturally couldn't reveal the existence of his cheat system. Wei Lu believed him completely with the living proof of Qingtuan right before his eyes. He had no reason to doubt. Secretly making a vow in his heart, Wei Lu resolved to train his stone spirit monkey to be as strong as Qingtuan. Wei Lu, if you're free, would you accompany me to the Beast Tamer Alliance? Qingchen asked after a moment of thought. Though Wei Lu didn't understand why, he nodded in agreement. The two left the alley and hailed a taxi. The night breeze carried a chill as it flowed through the car window. In less than half an hour, the massive building of the Beast Tamer Alliance stood before them. Qingchen paid the fare and led Wei Lu straight into the lobby. I want to purchase bronze-grade beast weapons and skills. Upon hearing this, a staff member led him into a small room. Wei Lu remained outside, his mind full of questions coming to the Alliance to buy resources in the middle of the night. A few minutes later, Qingchen emerged from the room and approached Wei Lu, handing him a black staff and a palm-sized gray booklet. What is this? Wei Lu stared at the items Qingchen handed him, his mind going completely blank. Wei Lu, I can never become someone like you, but I believe the Dragon Nation needs people like you. Consider these two items my way of repaying you for lending me your communicator. Qingchen placed a paper box and a skill jade slip in front of Wei Lu, his tone sincere. Originally, he had planned to give away that golden staff directly, but then he remembered the saying, an innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. A golden-grade beast tamer weapon in the hands of a bronze-level lifestyle beast tamer might actually bring disaster. After weighing his options, he simply purchased a bronze-grade beast tamer weapon and a bronze-grade beast taming skill from the Beast Tamer Alliance instead. This way, he could help Wei Lu without causing trouble. Wei Lu scratched his head, still not quite understanding the other's intentions, then shook his head in polite refusal. I can't accept rewards without merit. Then consider it a loan. Qingchen pushed the two items back toward him. You can return them to me when we meet again next time. He paused, then added, don't you want to grow stronger quickly so you can protect Fei Fei? This single sentence made all of Wei Lu's words of refusal stick in his throat. He silently reached out to accept the weapon and jade slip, murmuring in a low voice, I will remember this. His tone was unclear but carried determination. Hearing this, Qingchen smiled and nodded, as if he understood the underlying meaning. With time running short, the two walked out of the Alliance building side by side. Outside, the evening light cast shadows on the street, and the low hum of car engines grew closer. A black business vehicle with the license plate, Dragon 001, drove steadily toward them. Qingchen, do you see that? I heard that car carries either some big shot or a top-tier prodigy. My dream is to sit in that car someday. Wei Lu couldn't hide his excitement. Qingchen chuckled softly, touched his earlobe, and replied casually, that day will come. As soon as he finished speaking, the black business vehicle stopped in front of them, and the electric door slid open automatically. Wei Lu froze, mumbling, Qingchen, did it mistake us for someone else? Maybe, it didn't make a mistake. Qingchen said, pulling him into the car and instructing the driver, take Wei Lu home first. The cabin was spacious, with leather seats carrying a faint leather fragrance. Wei Lu pinched his thigh hard it hurt, meaning this wasn't a dream. He was really sitting in the car of his dreams. Qingchen Yu. He wanted to confirm something but didn't know how to begin. Qingchen simply smiled and nodded, his voice gentle, I'll wait for the day you arrive. After a while, the car stopped at the entrance of an old alley. Before getting out, Wei Lu waved at Qingchen and watched the vehicle drive away. Looking down at the staff in his hand, he clenched his fingers tightly. Qingchen, someday I will appear before you with dignity. He made up his mind and turned to walk into the narrow alley where his home was. Meanwhile, the black business vehicle continued moving smoothly forward. Qingchen took the new phone issued by the Dragon Group and immediately sent a message to the Dragonbone lineage, informing them about Fei Fei's situation to see if they could spare some time to look after her. After completing everything, Qingchen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Already injured and having traveled for days, he felt completely drained of energy. As the private jet flew steadily through the sky, only the low hum of engines and his even breathing filled the cabin. Night passed, and dawn broke in the east. Morning sunlight streamed through the porthole as Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the ache in his shoulders and back much relieved, his spirit finally restored. After a brief wash, he fastened his seatbelt at the flight attendant's instruction. The jet taxied and landed, the cabin door opened, and a slightly humid morning breeze rushed in. At the bottom of the aircraft stairs, two familiar figures came into view, first Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. "Come on, let's go to my place first," Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her voice mixing concern with suppressed anger. Seeing Qingchen return safely, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help the resentment in her heart. Qingchen understood her emotions and could only shrug helplessly, indicating that none of this had been his choice. The three arrived at Jiang Xiaoxiao's office. Qingchen recounted the entire capture operation from beginning to end, every detail of his fight with Yuan Tian, the unexpected situations after being captured, and the final escape process, leaving nothing out. As for the stone egg, he deliberately omitted it, planning to discuss it in detail when he next met the Yafu clan leader. Jiang Xiaoxiao merely snorted and nodded, asking no further questions. Then she delivered good news. To commend the recruits' contributions in the capture operation, Captain Yu Ming and Captain Xin Mulong of the Heaven-level squads had jointly approved merit awards. Qingchen, having performed most outstandingly, received 10,000 merit points and a battle achievement. The Dragon Group's battle achievements were cumulative. Once the numbers reached certain thresholds, battle achievement badges would be awarded, granting privileges like establishing squads and obtaining king-level beast companions. But that was a story for another time. Qingchen, the graduation ceremony for this year's recruit training camp is in 3 days. Jiang Xiaoxiao briefly explained that no special trials would be arranged for the next few days, urging him to focus on improving his strength. There's a traditional ceremony at graduation. It's a rare opportunity, so prepare well. Before leaving, Mu Qing added a few meaningful words of advice. Qingchen thanked them earnestly and returned to his dormitory. For the remaining 3 days, he made use of every minute. 1. Reviewing past battles, organizing insights, and consolidating the coordination between his abilities and beast companions. 2. Going to the arena for one official challenge. With his current combat power, aside from the second-ranked recruit who was required to challenge him by regulation, no one else dared step into the ring to give away points. The arena could no longer provide him with pressure. 3. Repeatedly venturing deep into the beast caverns. The caverns weren't designed specifically for recruits. Their difficulty increased exponentially with each level, with ultimate combat power far exceeding platinum and diamond ranks, making them perfect for Qingchen. After several bloody battles, he pushed his record from the 15th floor all the way to the 17th floor. Crimson warning lights, roaring beasts, scorching energy blades. Every step forward forced him to tap into his potential. After continuous fierce battles, Qingchen confirmed he had completed another transformation, meaning his current ultimate combat power could now match that of ferocious beasts in the late platinum stage. Day 20. Qingchen and his companions welcomed the final day of the Dragon Group training camp. As dawn barely broke, they rushed out of their dormitories according to the message they received, hurrying toward the arena. The gray-blue morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the two chief instructors, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing, were already waiting quietly in the center of the field. Looking back on these 20 days, from the entrance examination, cave maze, and arena rankings, to the treasure hunt, beast dungeons, battles against the Sakura Nation exchange team, blade and mount training, and hunting operations, though brief, the trials were intensive, each one pushing the trainees to their absolute limits. Jiang Xiaoxiao declared loudly, "As the chief instructors of this session, Mu Qing and I are most gratified that you all gritted your teeth and persevered, continuously unleashing your potential and improving your abilities throughout the process. Today marks the graduation ceremony, and more importantly, the starting point of a brand new journey." As her passionate words concluded, her gaze swept over everyone with a mixture of reminiscence and approval. This first time as an instructor had brought many unexpected incidents, which perfectly demonstrated that this cohort of newcomers was truly exceptional. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Qing stepped forward to introduce the ancient tradition of the Dragon Group's newcomer graduation ceremony. Since the establishment of the first training camp, every graduation ceremony has featured the new Dragon Monument. He raised his hand toward the sky. It is a monument of records, inscribed with the phantoms of the strongest newcomers from every generation. As long as you defeat the phantoms on the monument, your own phantom will take their place, becoming the new record to be challenged by future generations, one after another, until someone defeats it again. After this explanation, Qingchen and the others understood. The phantoms on the new Dragon Monument represented the pinnacle combat power in the history of the Dragon Group's newcomer training camp. They could be prodigies from the previous generation, or predecessors from distant eras who had now become Dragon Group leaders. Since everyone understands summon the new Dragon Monument, Mu Qing and Jiang Xiaoxiao exchanged glances and simultaneously formed hand seals. As the seals were completed, the void behind them trembled slightly, and a golden light burst forth, accompanied by the deep roar of a dragon. In the next instant, the void shook violently, and a towering monument with a coiling golden dragon rose majestically. The monument's surface was carved with layers of names, growing brighter with golden light from bottom to top. The new Dragon Monument rises. Next, challenges will proceed according to the arena rankings. Mu Qing announced loudly. First battle, 2023rd Generation Dragon Group newcomer ranked 120th, Shi Yushi versus 2000th Generation Dragon Group newcomer ranked 120th, Tang Lu. As his words fell, a name on the monument suddenly blazed with golden light, and a graceful figure slowly emerged from the radiance. Tang Lu, the strongest among all those ranked 120th across the Dragon Group's 2,000-plus generations. She looked down at Shi Yushi and spoke softly. Senior, please enlighten me. On the arena, Shi Yushi looked at Tang Lu, whose eyes sparkled with spiritual light, and first offered a polite bow. As she completed the gesture, she swept her palm, and blue-silver vines instantly burst from the ground at her feet. Like serpent tongues, countless tendrils shot forth, weaving into layers upon layers of massive python-like coils and tangle. Though Shi Yushi ranked only 120th on the rookie list, this didn't mean she was weak. Her abilities were more focused on battlefield control and restraint, making this Dragon Group training camp, which emphasized direct confrontation, her most disadvantageous stage. Whoosh, 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 the vines soared through the air, blue-silver tendrils as thick as an adult's waist twisted and danced in midair, enveloping Tang Lu from all directions. Facing this overwhelming assault, the projection of the new dragon monument, Phantom on the arena, Tang Lu raised her eyebrows sharply and formed sword fingers with her right hand before her chest. Sword Light, King Beast. With those softly spoken words, the air before her seemed to split open as a half-human-tall spirit beast silently descended. Its entire body was gray-black, covered in cold, gleaming blade-like spikes, resembling an enlarged hedgehog, but with edges sharp enough to make one's hair stand on end. Sword Chi Storm. The sword-like King Beast stepped forward, and countless blades on its back simultaneously erupted with layered sword chi, forming an impenetrable array of wind blades and sword energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Toughness had always been the blue-silver vine's proudest asset. Ordinary spirit beasts could barely leave scratches on them. But under this torrential rain of sword chi, the sturdy vines were sliced like tofu, with large sections snapping and flying through the air. The crisp sound of breaking vines made Shi Yushi's heart sink. She knew Tang Lu was strong, but hadn't expected her to be this powerful. The blue-silver vine's near indestructibility was now rendered useless, meaning the outcome was already decided. But she wouldn't surrender until the very last moment. Prison cage. Whirlpool. Shi Yushi gritted her teeth and channeled her spiritual power. 5 blue-silver vines suddenly burst from the ground beneath the sword-light King Beast's feet, twisting and interlocking with each other, weaving into a solid blue-silver prison cage in the blink of an eye. A whirlpool-like suction force surged from the cage's bottom, forcibly dragging the sword-light King Beast toward the center. Tang Lu's gaze sharpened as she lightly tapped her fingertip, splitting light sword slash. Within the cage, all the blades on the sword-light King Beast's back lit up simultaneously, and 2 pure white light swords several meters long instantly took form, their sword aura surging dramatically. Flash. Both swords fell together, cold light interweaving, sword chi crisscrossing. In a flash of white light, the cage vines were forcibly cleaved apart, the sound of shattering like a string of pearls. Hiss. Broken vine fragments scattered as the blue-silver prison cage crumbled completely. Below the stage, Qingchen and the others knew clearly in their hearts this battle's victor had been decided. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.